Chapter 61. Well, I'm not afraid. Yuli looked at him and smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars, shining with an intoxicating light. Thinking that Yun Xiaozhu was talking about this dangerous environment, although she felt okay, but thinking that their attitude towards her has always been cautious, fearing that she would be hurt, she still said, "And aren't you still by my side?" Yun Xiaozhu looked down at the smiling girl in front of him, and the dark emotions that kept overflowing in his heart seemed to be soothed in an instant, and hidden again under the shadow of his gentle mask. "Of course, I will always be by your side," Yun Xiaozhu said, but his tone was very calm and solemn, full of pity for her, but like a pledge of allegiance. Being stared at by his honey-gold eyes, the girl seemed to be unconsciously immersed in this golden ocean. Being stared at like this, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, but she still nodded seriously. "Then it's agreed, you must do it." Yun Xiaozhu was touched by her emphasis and chuckled, and replied, "Okay." Fei Yusen narrowed his eyes, and looked at Yun Xiaozhu, who pretended to deceive Yuli. He was laughing in his heart. If he hadn't just made the girl angry, he would have come over and said something shameless, saying that he was shameless and seduced her. Isn't he the same? Xuanya watched from the side, and held the oar in his hand tightly. The transparent and bright reddish-brown tiger, eye stone with strands of light flowing inside, was directly crushed into powder under his strength. Although they were so jealous that even their breathing was sour, the two of them still obediently completed the tasks assigned by the girl and continued to dig. By the time Yuli realized what was happening and looked back at them, she saw the ore had been neatly arranged by quality, forming a small mountain. The girl, watching, quickly stopped their digging and finally stored the ore in her storage bracelet. By the time she left the depths of the volcano, the sky had already turned pale. Yuli's day had been truly eventful, from the afternoon competition to her evening shopping and dragon rides, and then to her late-night mining. Once again, riding the black dragon, soaring through the sky, the clouds, illuminated by the molten gold of the morning glow, seemed shrouded in a golden-red veil. A golden sun slowly rose from the clouds. As Yuli watched this scene, as if realizing something, a golden-red flame appeared in her eyes, blooming like a lotus. The progress of her ability level in her personal dashboard began to increase again. By the time she regained consciousness, they had returned to the valley. Yuli tilted her head to reflect on her recent transformation, then opened her personal dashboard. Sure enough, the progress of her ability level had begun to increase, reaching 30%. Did I just have an epiphany? Yuli asked uncertainly, looking at the two men standing guard around her. Yes, Miss Yuli is truly remarkable. Fei Yusen hurried over, smiling. To be more precise, it's deepened your understanding of the laws. Very impressive, Yun Xiaozhu added. Yuli couldn't help but laugh at their words. Belatedly realizing they were still above Xuanya's original form, she quickly jumped down. After he returned to his human form, she approached him and said, "Thank you for taking me on this flight. I loved it. As long as you like it, you can come to me if you need it next time. I won't mind." Like is not enough. Xuanya looked at the girl who thanked him. The powerful aura and oppression around him gradually eased as she approached. After returning to her room with the three people, Yuli simply packed her luggage, and it was time to leave. When they arrived at the gathering place, Inu saw Yuli and waved to her. When she came closer, he carefully observed the girl's still excited face, stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek, and raised his red lips, and said, "Where did you go last night? I was thinking of asking you out for a walk, but I found that you were not there." "Sorry, I went out with others yesterday. Can we make an appointment next time?" Yuli put her hands together, and looked at Inu with watery eyes. Inu tilted her head, and thought that the chairman of the Fei group, who came with her this time, was the man who appeared next to Yuli during the last freshman training. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked at the girl carefully again. She found that she was just a little more excited than usual. She felt relieved and replied, "Okay, we can go to the main star to have a look during the break of the game. I haven't been to the main star yet. I heard that the main star has the most complete stores for breeding various summoned beasts. It's a good time to go shopping. Add me. Guo Yunzhen yawned. As someone who also played outside all night, he was a little depressed now. But after hearing the conversation between Yuli and the others, he forced himself to cheer up and set aside. "Okay, I remember that Xie Yi and Han Qingfeng's homes are on the main star?" Yuli said this, and suddenly remembered to look at the two of them. Han Qingfeng waved his folding fan, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. He said, "Yes, you can tell me where you want to go. Xie Yi and I will treat you." His long green hair fluttered in the wind, and he was indescribably free and unrestrained. Xie Yi had no objection to this proposal. There was not much expression on his cold face. He just nodded and handed the candy he'd brought with him to Yuli and the summons around them. Thank you, brother Xia. This is mint candy. Gui Yunzheng bit down the candy, and the sky-high cool air burst out of his mouth, which made Gui Yunzheng sober up. Well, mine is not bad. Did you buy it nearby? Yuli asked. Yes. Xia nodded. Seeing that the girl seemed to like it very much, he took out a bag of candy with a very cute cat pattern from the storage bracelet and handed it to Yuli, and took out 2 bags to Inu and to buy. This is what he chose after a long time. When Xia first entered the store, the clerk thought he was looking for trouble. Han Chunfeng couldn't help laughing when he thought of what happened last night. I paid for it. So it's not looking for trouble. Xia glanced at the 4 people who were laughing together and explained seriously, and the result was that the 4 people laughed even more happily. After Coach Guan and the accompanying general teacher checked the number of people and whether anything was left behind, they called them to board the starship. Yuli came to her exclusive lounge, and Inu and Dubai followed her. She was puzzled. What's wrong? Clang clang. Inu raised her hand and handed her a small snow-white lace cape that she had knitted this week. She smiled and raised her red lips. Dubai behind her also raised her front legs and waved following her movements. Do you like it? Of course. I like it very much. Thank you. And thank you Dubai too. Yuli took the finely crafted cape with some surprise, and happily hugged Inu directly. As long as you like it. Inu reached out and hugged the girl back. After a while, and then a while, Inu spoke. Isn't it a bit long? Is it not okay? Yuli looked up at her, and her moist eyes immediately hit Inu's heart. Of course you can. Dubai watched from the side and joined in, waiting for them to leave reluctantly. Mo Yin, who had been quietly enduring, directly returned to his original size. His soft tentacles began to stick directly to the girl's slender white neck. The small suction cups under the tentacles kept sucking on her delicate skin, as if he was very eager to wipe off the smell of other people on her body. Mo Yin? Yuli was a little confused by his sudden attack, and did not react for a while. Don't hug other people. Hug me. The low and mellow voice echoed in her spiritual sea, rippling waves. Wait a minute. The girl didn't have time to say a word. The pink little octopus that could be held in the palm of her hand suddenly enlarged dozens of times. The originally short tentacles began to become slender and powerful, wrapping the girl tightly in her arms, and the suction cups under the strong tentacles tightly attached to her exposed skin. The suction cups began sucking uncontrollably, obsessively and greedily. Yuli also discovered at this moment that Mo Yan's enlargement wasn't just proportional, but rather super-evolved. The enlarged suction cups actually had tiny barbs. Once again, Yuli struggled to get up, but Mo Yan misunderstood her intentions. He restrained his strength, controlling his movements and using a little force to once again securely wrap the girl in his arms. No. I don't want to. No. I'm angry. He awkwardly imitated his other clones, constantly soothing the girl. The dark, abyssal core sealed by Yuli trembled, and a black mist flowed from the golden chains, silently enveloping the entire space, completely isolating it from others. Yuli, listening to his words, realized he might be jealous. With a mixture of amusement and resignation, she said, I'm not angry, nor am I unwilling. He paused for a moment, looking down at the girl's expression, and unconsciously loosened his grip a little. Yuli realized she could move again, and leaped up as nimbly as a cat, giving Mo Yan's soft head a powerful smack. Duang. After venting her anger, Yuli stepped on his tentacle, looked into his dark, silent eyes, and said, Don't do this next time. I didn't say I didn't want to. At least wait until I finish. Got it. He wasn't sure why Yuli had slapped him, but he remembered her words well. Worried about whether she'd hurt her hand, he raised a tentacle and touched the girl's small hand, asking, Hand? Hurts? Yeah, no, Yuli replied instinctively, then pinched the tip of his tentacle sheepishly. How about you? I think I used a little too much force just now. It's okay. Don't worry. Mo Yin replied, feeling as if he'd been gently touched by a star, but his voice was a little hoarse than before. So he agreed, don't do this next time. Yuli thought for a moment, tilted her head, and said, A surprise attack, okay? Okay. Then give me a hug. Yuli's star-like eyes curved into a smile, and she reached out to embrace him, sinking into his soft, cloud-like embrace. The evil god, representing desolation, decay, and death, had suffered an unprecedented, fatal blow, and declared it impossible to regenerate. Chapter 62. Unaware of this epic achievement, Yuli let go of her hand, lost in thought as she gazed at the massive, deep pink octopus. Easily pulling a tentacle over, she turned it over, examining the suckers and the round, red marks on her arm from the sucking. Tentatively, she reached out her fingers and pinched them. It felt different, prickly. Do octopuses have barbs? After satisfying her curiosity, Yuli tilted her head in thought. It took her a moment to realize that Mo Yin wasn't actually an octopus, but black mist. Mo Yin? Yuli remained in his arms for a while, but the giant octopus still hadn't returned to its original light pink color. She couldn't help but call out, "I'm..." His voice echoed in Yuli's mind. "Okay, I'm going to shower. You should change back soon," the girl said, watching Mo Yin, who had finally managed to power on. "Good." Mo Yin looked at her slightly weary face. The tentacles wrapped around her soft body lingered for a moment, then he carefully placed her on the soft blanket. Then, obediently, he transformed back into a pillow and floated to the bed, waiting for her. After waiting for Yuli to enter the bathroom, Mo Yin lifted his blockade of the space. The tentacles that had been clinging to Yuli began to curl up unconsciously, as if trying to capture her scent. At the same moment, the three people who had just resonated with Mo Yin's emotional ups and downs simultaneously clutched their chests, the throbbing sensation continuing to resonate through them. Bang! 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 Their heartbeats began to accelerate uncontrollably. The tsunami-like joy rushed into their brains, overwhelming their rationality and thinking. Fei Yusen, who was inside the room, crushed the glass of red wine he had just picked up. The rosy liquid flowed down the man's slender fingers, falling to the ground with a crisp sound along with the clear glass shards. But he didn't have the energy to care about it at the moment. The man propped up his head and closed his eyes. The red petal tattoo under his eye looked even more brilliant. A few strands of dark blue hair unfurled with his movements, and the dark green velvet band holding it in place slid onto the sofa. A dazzling blue-green light flashed behind him, and a magnificent peacock totem appeared on Fei Yusen's shoulder. Its colorful tail feathers fell, emitting a captivating brilliance under the light. Boy! Are you okay?" The peacock totem chirped melodiously and bent its head to peck, but the next second, the man grasped its sharp beak. Fei Yusen raised his eyes, which had once been as clear and beautiful as emerald green, now dark as a deep pool. The peacock totem was startled and quickly flew off his shoulder, landing on the sofa beside him. Hey! Are you really okay?" "I'm fine, but why are you out again?" Fei Yusen took a deep breath, removed the peacock feather earrings Yuli had given him, and rubbed them against his face impatiently. He glanced at the peacock totem, and said impatiently, I was worried you'd suddenly die of lovesickness, so I came out to see you. Even if you disappear, I won't die." Fei Yusen listened to its teasing, laughed maliciously, and plucked a glittering tail feather from it. What are you doing?" "Miss Yuli will definitely like it. I can send it to her later." "Aw, no. She should be getting ready to sleep now." "TSK, I really want to see her. Why not pull out a few more to make a peacock feather fan?" Fei Yusen muttered. The sudden resonance made him very agitated. The man who had nowhere to vent put on the earrings again and began to torture the peacock totem beside him. In the magnificent church, the dazzling light fell through the stained glass windows onto the faceless statue in the center of the church, making the solemn statue more gentle. Under the statue, Yuan Xiaozhu held a delicately carved statue, and gently stroked the cheek of the white jade statue with his fingertips in white gloves. His golden eyes were no longer covered by glasses, and he looked at the statue in his palm that looked like a girl with infinite red and hot emotions, and whispered, "What are you doing, Ollie? This resonance is really... It really makes people want to hold you in their mouths bit by bit, eat you up inside and out, and won't stop even if they cry. But not now, we have to wait. Yuan Xiaozhu leaned down and gently kissed the white jade statue in his hand. At this time, he was completely different from what Yuli knew. The silver long hair fell like a waterfall, exuding a faint luster. The golden eyes without the cover of glasses seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, cold and deep. The sun-shaped gold earrings on the earlobe swayed slightly, and the 12 pairs of snow-white wings behind her slowly unfolded, coated with a layer of gold under the shining light, as if a noble god had descended. Like Yuan Xiaozhu, upon sensing resonance, Xuanye instantly expanded his domain and transformed into his original form. A massive black dragon soared across the endless azure sea and sky. After venting the emotions evoked by the resonance, he arrived at the only island in the boundless ocean. Besides the magnificent dragon's nest in the center, this island was covered in purple pansies, each blossoming like a butterfly with its wings spread, its petals shimmering with a velvety sheen, a deep and ethereal appearance. The massive black dragon landed in its nest. The powerful wind swooping down on it bent the surrounding pansies, bending them to the ground. Xuanya expertly extended his sharp claws and retrieved a piece of incredibly hard black dragon scale, polished to the size of a millstone, from the nest. As he continued polishing, he wondered if Yuli would appreciate the scale he had given her. Yuli, oblivious to everything, slept soundly, holding Mo Yin. Upon waking, she logged onto the Star Network, refreshed and checking the new suit she'd earned from completing the main quest. Lake Lights, brilliant, as well as the new main quest she triggered. Main quest. First place in the Federation Interschool competition. Description: congratulations to the host for taking first place in the league preliminary round. Now, let's move on to even greater goals. Rewards for completing the main quest. 1. Watch House CI, brilliant. Not surprisingly, first place in the next quest. Yuli looked at the quest panel, unsurprised. She then switched to her personal panel, and saw that her ability level had indeed increased by 20%, reaching 30%. Yuli smiled with satisfaction, then changed into the new suit to test its abilities. Golden star rays emerged, and circles surrounded the girl. Her long black hair was tied to one side, and the remaining hair was draped behind her shoulders. The light white pearls formed a hibiscus-shaped hairpin, and were worn between her hair. Her black eyes were shining with light, and she was lightly powdered. The whole person seemed to be brushed by the warm breeze. A layer of light gauze with hollow lace was added to the silk dress interwoven with white and light blue. Lake blue starlight gems were dotted on the hem of the skirt, like ripples on the lake. She held a white jade zither in her arms, and her white fingers gently stroked it. The sound of the zither was melodious and lingering, and the invisible sound waves spread and hit the surrounding trees. Bang! 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 The next moment, the surrounding trees and stones exploded one after another. Yuli raised her eyebrows slightly, called the elf, and simulated the data of an S-level beast for her. Okay, please wait. The cute elf operated on the light screen for a few times, and a rock-horned rhinoceros with ferocious bone spurs on its body, and a huge body, like a hill appeared in front of her. Roar! The fierce-looking rock-horned rhinoceros roared, and several spikes broke out of the ground where Yuli was. She jumped up directly, her fingers quickly waved the strings, and invisible sound waves hit its solid skin layer by layer, bursting. Bang! 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 This blow directly cracked its thick skin several times, and bright red blood flowed out of these wounds, which further angered the rock-horned rhinoceros. It roared, opened its domain, and rushed towards Yuli. A domain as heavy as a mountain pressed towards Yuli, and at the same time, clusters of sharp earth spikes on the ground emerged from the ground and rushed towards the girl. Yuli's plucked string sped up, a light and lively rhythm. The ethereal sound resonated through the air like a voice from another world, its tone elegant and graceful, yet tinged with a sharp, murderous aura. Ding-dong! The sound waves, like invisible currents of water, crushed the spikes on the ground. The residual ripples left within the rock-horned rhinoceros resonated with them, roiling the beast's delicate interior. Blood gushed from its mouth, nose, and ears. The rupture of its organs caused it to fall soundlessly to the ground with a thud. Yuli put away her zither and approached the beast, observing it for a moment. She concluded, it feels okay, but its initial attack isn't as powerful as the Scarlet Sun Golden Crow and Water Moon Kanglin. It needs more practice later. After 2 days of travel, Yuli and her companions finally arrived at Yunshan Federation's main planet. Yunshan Star. This entire planet was unlike any natural world Yuli had ever seen. Towering buildings radiated a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire planet. Strangely, even within the clouds suspended in midair stood a cluster of majestic buildings. Ornate flying cars of all shapes and sizes crisscrossed the clouds, leaving trails of trails in their wake. Wow! This place is so different from Academy Planet. Yuli, Inyu, and Gui Yunjung exclaimed from their perch on the floating platform. Yes, Brother Xie and Brother Han have always lived here. Gui Yunjung exclaimed, looking at the two people beside him. Why, don't we look alike? Han Chunfeng tilted his head and smiled, a few strands of long turquoise hair falling over his shoulders. Well, it doesn't look like it. You seem like you came from a well-known, hidden family, but... Gui Yunjung paused, looking at the vibrant city lights and the enthusiastic crowd singing and dancing. Then, looking at the two people who looked ready to participate in a fashion show, he shook his head and continued, it really doesn't look like it. Chapter 63. Coach Guan looked back and saw the 5 of them standing on a floating platform made of transparent glass, looking down and mumbling something, like geese peeking out their heads. Well, the kind that had gotten separated from the main group. Coach Guan, with a serious expression, couldn't help but smile at this and shouted, "Come on! You guys, if you want to go shopping, wait until you register at the location." "Oh, okay. Okay." Hearing this, Gu Yunzheng quickly pulled the others along to catch up with the main group. Huang Fuwen sighed, "Coach Guan, you've been in a good mood these past few days. After all, winning first place in the preliminary round is a good sign." Fuling replied, tilting her head. "These freshmen are much easier to lead than you troublemakers." Coach Guan glanced back at Gu Heji, who looked indifferent and calm, and said in a low voice, "Ha, we should have been fine back then." Huang Fuwen, feeling somewhat implied, laughed. Seeing Coach Guan's look, he added, perhaps with a hint of guilt, maybe. "Coach, you've worked hard." Gu Heji, oblivious to the comment, straightened his clothes. Lin Qianqian and Lin Momo noticed their chief nodded slightly at the conversation between Huang Fuwen and Coach Guan. The sight of Huang Fuwen being a troublemaker certainly made the two sisters cover their mouths with their hands and laugh. The Federation's main planet, Yunqian. The Yuntian Arena is one of the planet's famous structures. Constructed entirely of solid white crystal, it floats high in the sky, surrounded by countless small, thick clouds forming a ring around the arena. Buildings of different styles are built on top of these clouds for tourists and participating teams to rest. There are various competitions of all sizes in the Yuntian Arena every day. Because the time for the promotion match after the league has been determined, the number of tourists coming to the Yuntian Arena is also increasing. After Yu Li and the others completed the registration with the staff, they came to a crescent-shaped cloud. This is where Yunqian University lived when participating in the league in previous years. Yu Li stepped on the soft clouds and asked curiously, "These clouds should be considered the characteristics of the main star, right? I haven't seen them on other planets before." "Yes, this is the characteristic of Yunqian star, and I remember that there are drinks made with these clouds in the food street nearby. Yu Li, you can try it later." Han Chengfeng introduced them as a local. "Are you talking about Saixia, the kind of drink that appears randomly in different colors and looks like sunset?" Inu thought of the pictures he had seen on the Star Network before, and spoke with interest. "Yes, this drink has a different color every time it is prepared. It is very popular. I think you will like it." Han Chengfeng recalled the relevant knowledge he knew about Saixia and said. Inu and Yuli looked at each other, nodded and began to make an appointment to try it. The main star was still brightly lit in the middle of the night. On the top floor of a high-rise building, the pure black and light gold decoration made the open interior look low-key and luxurious. Xuanya rarely sat with Fei Yusen to discuss business about the arrangement of the annual auction to be held in the dark area after the league. Previously, Xuanya hadn't personally handled these matters. He simply had to issue an order. However, this year, with Yu Li's arrival, Fei Yusen had conveniently provided some items unique to other countries. Xuanya, on his part, eliminated any transactions that shouldn't have occurred in front of the young girl, then reviewed the list of items Fei Yusen had given him. His sharp, black nails tapped lightly on the sandalwood tabletop. Fei Yusen, on the other hand, laid down on a recliner covered in a snow-covered blanket, looking quite relaxed. The man's brows were deep, casting a shadow beneath his eyes. A chilling, oppressive aura lingered around him. Xuanya sat upright in a chair, his blood-red pupils lowered as he pondered the list for a moment. Then, looking at Fei Yusen, whose face was enchanting and whose aura was sinister, he said, "Add a few more top-grade defensive artifacts." "That's certainly possible. However, defensive items that reach the level of top-grade artifacts, even if they're S-grade, can theoretically protect an entire planet. They're considered strategic supplies." Fei Yusen propped up her head, her dark blue hair falling. A dense gold necklace inlaid with turquoise glided gently with the rise and fall of her full, firm chest, emitting a faint halo in the light. He stroked the carpet beneath him and continued, "These items are generally only sold every few years by the Sun Empire and the Mechanical Royal Court. If they're wanted in the Dark Zone, the price will be increased by 20%. "No problem." After Xuanya and Fei Yusen confirmed everything, he began to deal with the items sent by the Obsidian Empire, the subsequent measures to strengthen the Empire's defenses, and the subsequent arrangements for the Dark Zone. In short, he was very busy. Fei Yusen thought about it, and understood why he had made such arrangements. Raising an eyebrow, she smiled and said, "You're so kind. The Federation is her current home, so why not some extra security?" And thinking of the Zerg he had killed earlier, even though he had killed it, Its signal must have spread, and the peace of these years would soon be shattered. He thought so, and spoke it out loud. Those precious and rare treasures meant nothing to him. Fei Yusen knew what he meant, and her smile widened. You seem quite optimistic about the upcoming war. Aren't you too? Xuanya's cold, dark vertical pupils met Fei Yusen's captivating, emerald eyes. He stated this indifferently. Indeed. He didn't deny it. He stood up, opened the screen, and informed his nephew, and his subordinate, Ziyu, who was a hard-working worker, of the arrangements. After finishing these tasks, he stood up, waved his hand, and said, "All right, we're done. I'm leaving." Fei Yusen then pulled open the heavy wooden door, richly carved with patterns, and walked out. He glanced at Yan Xian, who had been waiting respectfully at the door, and quipped, "You're quite loyal. With King, the boss who's been missing for so long, haven't you ever considered replacing him?" "Don't tease me, Mr. Spade K," Yan Xian said calmly, his head lowered. "Oh, how boring." Fei Yusen shrugged, then added, as if reflecting on something, "The carpets here are of good quality. This snow blanket is sourced from S-rank alpine snow sheep on a natural planet, within the dark zone sphere of influence. Its fleece is light, soft, and comfortable. Thank you for your interest. We make 3 copies, and send them to you later." Yan Xian immediately responded upon hearing Fei Yusen's words. "Okay, I package it in a cute way." Fei Yusen began to make demands. A light-colored blanket with this fleece, and a spherical pendant. Okay, customization might take some time. Could you please provide an address? Yan Xian remained calm and respectful in his response to his request. Okay, I just deliver it here once it's done. He gave an address, walked onto the spacious rooftop, and sped off in his car. After watching Fei Yusen leave, Yan Xian returned to Xuanya's room to report the situation. Xuanya had no objection to Fei Yusen's request, guessing it was for Yuli. He added, "Make it more delicate and send it over." "Yes." Yan Xian, normally a man of few emotions, was a bit puzzled by this order, but he nodded in agreement. The day before the qualifying round quickly arrived, and the top 64 players began drawing lots to determine their next round opponents. Yuli changed into her team uniform, and followed Gu Heji and the others to the draw venue. She took a front row seat, and didn't seem too nervous. Of course, just because they weren't nervous didn't mean others weren't. Some of the schools that made it into the top 64 had some luck involved, and they were all praying they wouldn't face the top 10, otherwise a first-round exit would be too painful. Hemming University, ranked 62nd, was one of them. They were lucky enough to be on the same team as Yunshin University in the initial preliminary rounds. While they didn't score many points, it was still much better than being wiped out by the opposing team. After Yunshin's team left, they secretly returned and luckily unearthed a batch of high-quality ore. With this accumulation, along with steady progress and careful evasion, Hemming University successfully secured a strong position in the top 62 of the standings. Hemming University's coach Liu, reverently grasping a jade stone carved into the image of a kind-looking bodhisattva, began to pray, "Please protect our team from drawing those monsters in the top 10. Please bless." "What is the coach doing?" Lin Ning of the Hemming team asked, looking at their team leader. Hemming University's team leader, Lu Yili, stared at the mystical coach Lu with a deadpan expression and speculated, "It's said to be a family ritual passed down in the coach's family, a prayer for good luck. During our preliminary round, the coach secretly performed the prayer. Now that we've reached the top 64, he probably feels it's working, so he's performing it right there on the spot." "Does it really work?" Lin Ning asked, somewhat incredulously. "It's probably just a comforting thought. The league prohibits using supernatural powers to draw lots." Commander Yueyu raised her hand to her forehead. "And coach's luck." Yueyu swallowed her words before she could finish them, caught by Coach Lu's gaze. "Ahem, my luck is still pretty good. You have to trust me. And my family says this method is very effective. I'm sure I find a satisfactory opponent." Coach Lu spoke confidently, his entire being brimming with confidence after praying to the Buddha. "Really? Why wouldn't I believe it?" Yueyu and Chief Lu Yili's thoughts synced at this moment. Just then, the staff on stage began calling out Coach Lu's name, calling him forward to draw lots. "All right. Wait for my good news." Coach Lu, his face full of fighting spirit, walked onto the stage. Confidently, he raised his hand and pulled a small ball from a sealed box. Turning his hand, he glanced down at the number on the ball. "It's a big number 1. Coach Lu's originally inflated self-confidence instantly broke when he saw this number, and his face changed in a second. He lost hope. Lost his glory. He looked depressed. Like a bereaved parent, the staff on the side couldn't suppress the corners of their mouths and said, "Ha, ahem. Let's congratulate Hemming University, which is very lucky to have drawn Yunshin University as the opponent in the first promotion match." Chapter 64. Puff. Lin Ning, who was drinking water at the back, spit out a mouthful of water. Thinking of Yunshin's shocking blow in the preliminary round, he trembled and repeated, "We play Yunshin University?" Yu and the chief Lu Yili covered their faces again at the same time. Lu Yili separated his index finger and middle finger to reveal his eyes, and said, "In fact, the coach's luck is really good. He is indeed a satisfactory opponent, but this is too satisfactory." Yu complained. The people from other schools, who were watching on the side, also laughed at Coach Lu's reaction. The Yuli team in the audience didn't expect that someone would draw their number so quickly, but seeing their coach's face change in an instant, they also laughed. Ha ha ha, it feels like their coach's heart died at that moment. Gui Yunjun couldn't help laughing and said, "This is really Puff." Inu also laughed. Coach Quan started to search for the backup data and read it again when he found out. He found that Hemming University actually had an intersection with Yunshin in the preliminary round. The blue team was wiped out by Yu Li's ultimate move and penetrated an entire volcano. I wonder if they dare to move. Coach Guan was amused when he saw this information. He could only say that Hemming was lucky. With the end of the draw, the list of opponents for each school in the first round of the promotion match was also announced on the giant screens of Star Network and Yution Arena. At the same time, the video of the league draw was also released on the league's exclusive official website. Not long after, Coach Lu became popular on Star Network with this second change of face, and was made into various emoticons by Star Network netizens. Hilarious. Click to see the coaches of the top 64 teams' faces change in a split second. Ha ha ha. OP. I'm dying of laughter at Hemming's coach. Ha ha ha. Just before the draw he said, "Bless me, bless me." After the draw, I was livid. Ha ha ha. Can you please not be so funny? 1SD floor. I've already seen the coach's animated meme. Ha ha ha. 2ND floor. I watched the official draw video. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the draw was filled with such a joyful atmosphere. 3RD floor. The staff member who drew the lots for Coach Lu couldn't help but burst out laughing when he said Hemming's opponent was Yunshin. 4th floor. Didn't you all notice how incredibly confident Coach Lu was before he went up there? Help. He was even praying earnestly, wishing himself good luck, according to the Hemming players, and then he went straight out and drew confidently. Ha ha ha. It was truly earth-shattering. 5th floor. Coach Lu. Guess why I'm not laughing. JPG. 6th floor. Coach Lu. Guess why I'm not laughing. JPG. 102nd floor. Off topic, I've discovered that the Hemming team members are all so funny. Ha ha ha. I hadn't noticed before. Ha ha ha. Yueyu and Lu Yili facepalmed and collapsed. JPG. Lin Ning was shocked. JPG. 103F. I suddenly realized how funny their school is. 104F. Ha ha ha. I looked up some information on Hemming, and it cracked me up too. Why are you guys so obsessed with stealing? I watched their preliminary round video and realized they were paired with Yunshin in the initial faction battle. Just lucky. Then, they were hiding in one spot, preparing for a sneak attack, and Zaiweixing slashed through them with one strike. Ha ha ha. Hemming saw the attack and immediately scurried away. He waited until Yunshin left before sneaking back to see if there was anything left. 105th floor. Ha ha ha. I also went back to watch the preliminary round. It was really funny. Another important point is that Hemming secretly came back and actually dug up a lot of high-quality tiger eye stones. This is really lucky. Ha ha ha. 106th floor. So according to the law of conservation of luck, the promotion match is directly against Yunshin. Ha ha ha. 107th floor. Damn. There is actually some truth in it. Ha ha ha. The second stage of the league promotion match started in such a lively situation. Fireworks in the shape of the school emblems of various schools, and colorful fireworks were set off in the sky of the Yution Arena. Welcome everyone to our Federal Joint School Competition again. Everyone has been waiting for a long time this week. The host Duan Jieshu stood on the commentary platform at the venue and shouted enthusiastically. Soon! It's been a long time. The audience in the audience gave two completely different answers to this sentence. Duan Jieshu was amused by them. After introducing the sponsors and various school teams, the competition officially began. The order of the qualifying match starts from the 64th place, so Yu Li and the others walked through the opening introduction and went to the waiting room to wait. Coach Guan looked at the 3 game modes, which were 1v1, 2v2, and 1v1. He looked at Yuli and the others and asked, 2v2 Lin Qianqian and Lin Momo, you play, who do you plan to play in 1v1? We have no problem. Lin Momo and Lin Qianqian answered in unison. I play the first game, after all, I didn't play in the preliminary round before. Wang Fuwen said, and looked at Coach Guan to ask for his opinion. Okay, as for the last game, if you lose unexpectedly Yuli you play. Coach Guan nodded, and agreed to Wang Fuwen's self-recommendation, and looked at Yuli. Okay, I have no problem, but I have confidence in you, come on. Yuli had no objection, and clenched her fist to encourage Wang Fuwen and the other 2. Of course. Leave it to us. Lin Qianqian and the other 2 laughed when they heard the girl's encouragement, and replied confidently. I think I won't let you down. Wang Fuwen also answered, and his eyebrows revealed his confidence in his own strength. Okay, now after the previous 2 exciting competitions, the 3rd game will start now, Hemming vs Yunshin. The first round is a 1v1 game. Let's see who will appear on the stage of the 2 teams. As Duan Shujia's voice fell, 2 figures appeared in the center of the arena. Lu Yili raised his hand and summoned an elegant white crane, and merged with it directly. The snow-white wings spread out, and countless sharp feathers flew towards Wang Fuwen. Ding! 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 The feathers were nailed to the flat ground, and half of the snow-white feathers were directly sunk into the ground, showing how sharp they were. Wang Fuwen raised his hand and waved it, and clusters of solid purple crystals rose directly from the ground to block the attack of these feathers. Wang Fuwen stood in the center of the crystal wall dozens of meters away, and the thick layers of purple crystals protected this tall man. Wang Fuwen looked up at Lu Yili in the sky and laughed, but this level is not enough. Lu Yili frowned and raised his hand. Of course, he knew that Yun Chen's commander was a very difficult opponent, but he was already standing on the field and naturally would not give up easily. He raised his hand, and countless white feathers emerged, coalescing into a nearly 100-meter-tall white crane. With a low cry, it whipped up a whirlwind of explosive energy and charged directly toward Wang Fuwen. The raging wind ruffled his deep purple hair, and his deep eyes narrowed. Now that was interesting. Wang Fuwen snapped his fingers. Snap! Pieces of purple crystal condensed into bones, muscles, and scales. A gigantic purple dragon, also nearly 100 meters tall, appeared in the center of the venue. Illuminated by the sunlight, its translucent scales shone dazzlingly. The purple dragon roared, sending waves of oppressive sound cascading through the entire venue. Roar! Cry! Boom boom! The crane and the dragon collided, raising countless dust and gravel. The purple dragon used its own weight to directly press down the crane, opened its mouth and sharp teeth to bite its neck. The crane had no way to avoid it, and its snow-white wings stood up and exploded, causing a violent energy bomb that blew the dragon to one side. Boom! In the audience seats reserved for the various school teams, Yi Qingying from the 1st Military Academy, upon seeing the majestic purple crystal transformed into a giant dragon, exclaimed, Your Huangfu family truly loves dragons. Even if you didn't have a dragon-type ability, they'd create one for you. Well, Huangfu she scratched his face as he listened to Yi Qingying sigh, unable to refute. Finally, he nodded in agreement, that's true. My family generally admires you. Lu Xinghe, however, knew more. He looked at the innocent, clueless Huangfu Shi and shook his head slightly. In the early years, the Huangfu family had treated family members, whose abilities weren't dragon-type, with extreme harshness, which had led to a deterioration in relations between these members and the Huangfu family. Later, an incident led to these members severing ties and appealing to the military court for a ruling. This last group of personnel was assigned to the 5th Legion, and if memory serves, Wang Fuwen was the one involved in that incident. Lu Xinghe gazed at the elegant man on the field, finding it hard to imagine he was the same frail child, covered in blood and critically injuring 14 people, as recorded in the records. On the field, the crane struggled to break free from the dragon's grasp and return to the sky, but its body was largely shattered. The dragon, bearing the blast head-on, remained unscathed, its amethyst scales gleaming in the sunlight. Lu Yili stared at the dragon pressing forward once more, gnashing his teeth. How tough! Just as he was about to retract the crane, constructed with his supernatural powers, a lightning-fast attack hurtled towards him. Lu Yili could only tilt his head to dodge, leaving several gashes on his cheek, neck, and shoulder, spurting out scalding blood. Wang Fu had raised his purple crystal hand toward Lu Yili, looking up at him and saying, Don't move. Let's see if you're faster, or it's faster. As he shouted, the purple dragon seized the opportunity, its sharp claws catching the pure white crane and tearing it to shreds with its might. Cry! The crane cried miserably several times before dissolving into pieces of white feathers and falling. With the crane gone, Lu Yili, having depleted most of his energy, was no match for the combined might of one man and one dragon, and was quickly defeated. Huang Fuwen waved to the audience, who were constantly chanting his name. He walked off the stage, looked at his teammates, and said, "How was it? Did you think I was cool just now?" Yuli, who was about to say great, had her words stopped, feeling speechless. She felt it would be better for Huang Fuwen to keep quiet. He was clearly fighting normally. "No, it's too slow," Gu Heji said bluntly. "And you don't actually need to condense a giant dragon to fight him. Oh, if I had just used the wooden cannon, there wouldn't have been any grand spectacle, and it would have ended so hastily." Huang Fuwen blinked and argued with a smile. All right, let Lin Momo and Lin Qianqian go." Coach Quan, accustomed to him condensing a dragon in his daily battles, spoke directly. "Leave it to us. We won't let you down," Lin Qianqian said in unison, holding Lin Momo's hand. Chapter 65. Okay, Yunchen takes the lead now. Thanks to Yunchen's Huang Fuwen and Hemming's Lu Yili for a fantastic match. Let's take a 5-minute break now, and the excitement will continue in 5 minutes, Duan Jieshu said from the commentary booth. The damaged and battered court below was being rapidly repaired by the staff using their supernatural powers. Lu Yili released his fusion. The depleted supernatural power and massive blood loss left him somewhat unsteady. Bai He's slender neck reached over, supporting his summoner and half dragging him back to the sidelines. Coach Lu wasn't dissatisfied with his performance and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. "Keep up the good work next time. This result is already great. Coach, I'm actually doing okay. After all, Yunchen has always been so strong, and Commander Huangfu has given me some room to shine." Lu Yili showed no sign of discouragement. Their team's performance had already broken the previous record. "Oh, I should have told the Buddha not to choose an opponent I'm so satisfied with." Coach Lu sighed, still brooding over this draw. Lin Ning, listening to the coach's words, asked in shock, "Coach, do you still believe it? We all drew Yunchen. It wasn't my mistake? If I had chosen an opponent I wasn't satisfied with, perhaps this wouldn't have happened." Coach Lu argued confidently. "Coach, you really don't have a clear understanding of your own luck." Yu sighed helplessly at the scene. "Isn't Coach always like this?" Lu Yili continued. Yu looked at Lu Yili, whose shoulder was covered in blood, and pushed him. "Alright, stop talking nonsense here. Let's go find a healer and get some proper treatment." "Okay, I be leaving then." Lu Yili waved and walked towards the waiting healer. "Welcome back everyone. Let's begin the second round." As Duan Jieshu finished speaking, Yu led Lin Ning onto the arena. Lin Qianqian tilted her head, looking at the other two on the field, and smiled. "Want some excitement?" "Of course." Lin Momo nodded, took her sister's hand, and spoke, "Domain, Ice and Fire Jade Lotus." The entire arena was split in two by ice and fire. Lotus flowers slowly blossomed amidst the scorching flames and the freezing cold. The lotus petals fell, sweeping a storm of icy and fire energy towards the two. "Sky Eagle," Yu commanded, and a sky eagle, hundreds of meters tall, appeared in the venue at her summons. Its sharp wings spread out, shielding her and Lin Ning like a fortress of steel. Whoosh! Crash! The violent wind blast collided directly with the giant eagle's wings, creating a continuous crashing sound. Countless lotus petals, carried by the energy blast, fell around Yu and Lin Ning, sinking into the ground. White jade-like roots sprouted from these petals. Taking advantage of this moment, Yu and Lin Ning activated their own domains to confront Lin Momo and the others. The entire venue was instantly cut into four. The giant sky eagle, relying on its own strength, charged directly into the ice and fire domain, its razor-sharp claws poised to capture Lin Momo and the others. Not to be outdone, Lin Ning began to disintegrate and shatter this intertwined domain of ice and fire. This opening was a direct battle in the field. It was the first time since the promotion match. The audience stood up and cheered for them as if they were infected. "This is really intense." Huang Fuwen sat in the audience and watched the fight that directly turned the sky into four colors. He pulled the black leather collar on his neck, and the purple crystal under the collar, like tears, swayed slightly. Gu Heji glanced at him coldly. "You are too slow, and Lin Qianqian and Lin Momo are not good at these. It will be over soon." Yes. I am too slow. Can I not talk about this matter?" Huang Fuwen was really helpless and looked at his chief. Isn't it true that I only summon one dragon, which makes you feel very asymmetrical? Guhuji silently looked away. Hey! No way, although I know you have this problem. But this is too much of a fuss, I'm going to make a scene. He noticed Guhuji's little movements, and instantly knew that he guessed right, and shouted. Coach Guan looked at Yuli and other freshmen who were watching the game obediently, and then looked at the commander and the chief who were about to fight, and felt his temples throbbing, and finally slapped the restless Huang Fu-wen directly. Watch the game carefully. It's live now. Yes. Huang Fu-wen, who was suppressed and unable to move, pouted and responded, and Yuli couldn't help but tilt her head and fall on Yinyu's shoulder and laughed. Lin Qianqian took Lin Momo's hand and flexibly dodged the giant eagle's attack, constantly retreating, attracting it to continue to go deeper into their territory. Yueyu realized something was amiss and shouted, Sky Eagle, come back. Too bad, it can't come back. Lin Momo sighed silently. The next moment, the ground trembled. Countless cracks appeared in the ground, spreading across the arena like a spider web. Crack! Crack! Dozens, hundreds, thousands of pure white roots rumbled out of the ground, interweaving and merging in midair. In the blink of an eye, vines, or rather trees, sprang up with a radius of hundreds of meters, filling the entire venue with an unparalleled dominance. They broke through the territory of Yueyu and the others, and the Sky Eagle was dying under the countless vines. At the heart of these trees, the energy constantly absorbed converged once again, forming a magnificent, fervent yet endlessly icy lotus. This lotus, brimming with immense energy, hung high in the sky, its petals slowly unfolding, like the blazing sun and the cold moon framing one another in the heavens. This sudden scene, coupled with the invisible pressure emanating from the lotus, caused the cheering audience to cease their chants simultaneously, staring blankly up at the lotus in the sky. Yu retracted her Sky Eagle and gazed at the vast, ice and fire lotus that obscured the sky. For the first time, she realized that their domains could merge into something so terrifying. She looked at the two sisters, who looked so identical that it was impossible to tell which was which, and sighed. She had no desire to be blasted by this terrifying-looking lotus. She said, I surrender. Alas, what a shame. Lin Momo shook her head. Lin Qianqian put her hand on her sister's shoulder and smiled softly. Okay, take back the lotus. The referee has already made the decision. Oh! Thank you, Yunchen, the twin sisters, for the shocking performance. And the score of Hemming versus Yunchen in this game is 0-2. Finally, let us congratulate Yunchen for winning this game. Of course, as a school that entered the top 64 for the first time, I think Hemming also left a deep impression on everyone. Thank you for their participation. I look forward to their performance next year. Duan Jieshu was very excited and summarized the game. Back to the court, Lin Qianqian and Lin Momo laughed and said, How about it? Are we very good? Yes. The seniors are really super good. Very good. Yuli, Gui Yunzheng and Yinyu were all very supportive, and Han Chengfeng and Xie also nodded. Hee, we are still very reliable. Lin Qianqian and Lin Momo were still very happy about the support of their juniors. So I'm the only one who's unreliable? Are you saying bad things about me? Wang Fu-wen came over and asked. Ah, you saw through it. Lin Qianqian replied with a smile. Yes, I'm saying bad things about you. Lin Momo continued to answer in a sweet tone. Yuli was amused by them, and Coach Guan looked at this group of funny people and held his forehead helplessly. On the other side of Hemming, they didn't complain about the result. After all, the gap in strength was too big, and they were ready to pack up and go back. On the way, Coach Lu looked at them and asked, After all, it's not easy to come here once. Why don't you watch it to the end? If Yunchen wins the championship this time, our loss is not shameful. I have no objection. It's a good opportunity to try the special delicacies on the main planet. Lu Yili expressed his opinion directly. Me too. Yueyu agreed, and Lin Ning and other team members nodded together. Okay. It's decided. Coach Lu made the final decision. The first round of 64-32 will last for 8 days, 4 games a day. Yuli and her friends advanced on the first day. Coach Quan picked out the games they needed to watch and let them move freely. Late at night, in the indoor training ground in the Yunchen area, Wang Fu-wen was training when the communication rang. After he clicked the connection, a man who looked like him, but more mature and serious, with dark purple hair, appeared on the light screen. Wang Fu-wen sat on the ground and said to the man on the screen with a smile, Dad, it's quite early today. How come the army is not busy? Not busy recently. The man on the screen tried to relax his expression, but failed. In the end, He could only answer his son's question stiffly. He looked at him carefully, and found nothing wrong. Huang Fuwen was keenly aware of his gaze. Thinking of his performance on the field today, he probably thought that his old father was worried again, so he said directly, "I'm fine." The man on the screen sighed silently and said, "I know you are fine. I remember the Chief Guhuji in your team, and a little girl named Yuli? Had their abilities reached S level?" "Yes." Huang Fuwen nodded and affirmed. "Since someone around you has reached this level, I can tell you what I didn't tell you before. Have you ever thought that you can't break through because of that incident when you were a child?" Huang Fuwen's father asked as softly as possible. Huang Fuwen was stunned by his father's question. This was completely different from the knowledge taught to him by the school and the coach. He was confused. The standard for reaching S level is not to comprehend the power of the law. This should have nothing to do with my childhood. Although it is true, do you really think so? From the time you started fighting as a child to now, you will subconsciously condense a dragon when fighting. This is not to say that there is anything wrong. Dragons are indeed very powerful. But your ability is crystal-based, and more generally speaking, it belongs to the gold system and the natural system. This is actually not the same. You are now more familiar with everything about dragons than you are with your abilities. This is why you cannot comprehend the key to the law," Huang Fuwen's father said earnestly. After talking with his father, Huang Fuwen fell to the ground in a daze. Yuli, who came back from shopping with Yin, saw that there was still light in the training room. She walked in curiously, and came to the center of the field, and saw Huang Fuwen lying on the ground. "Senior Huang Fu? Are you training?" Yuli tilted her head. Chapter 66. Yu-chan? Huang Fuwen opened his deep purple eyes, gazing at the beautiful girl with a puzzled voice. Almost subconsciously, he checked the time on his communicator. It read 2:12 a.m. He remembered hearing before they parted that Yuli and Yin had agreed to go shopping together. Shopping so late? Huang Fuwen sat up straight, the amethyst ornament beneath the black leather collar around his neck swishing beautifully with his large movements. He bent one of his sturdy, long legs, resting his arm on it, and asked, "Did you just get back from shopping? Isn't this a bit late?" Actually, I think it's okay." Yuli's eyes began to drift downward under his gaze, but her words were free of any trace of guilt. "Okay, I wasn't trying to criticize you guys." Huang Fuwen, amused by her, said seriously, "Next time we go shopping, Xiehan, Chungfeng, or I can come along." "I think if you guys come along." Yuli thought about it. She'd been followed by several men over 1.9 meters tall while shopping, and she frowned, grumbling, they looked like bodyguards. But she knew Huang Fuwen cared about her, so she agreed. "I call you next time we go out. But by the way, is Senior Huang Fu still training this late?" "Not really. I was just lying down for a while thinking about how to comprehend the power of rules." Huang Fuwen, reflecting on how long he'd been in a daze, tugged at his hair with a rare, uneasy tug. Yuli nodded in agreement. She'd been stuck at A level for months, getting really annoyed, so she could understand Huang Fuwen's feelings. However, her breakthrough was truly worthless. In the end, she could only offer dry comfort. "Senior Huang Fu, there's no rush to comprehend the laws. Don't worry too much. Senior Gu and I are here. If there's anything upsetting, you can tell me." "I know." Huang Fuwen smiled, sensing her concern. A translucent amethyst daisy appeared in his hand, and he handed it to the girl. "What do you think of my abilities, Junior Yu?" he asked, feeling a rare urge to confide. Yuli took the translucent daisy and turned it slightly, its light reflecting off the light. Yuli tilted her head at his question. The girl, unaware of the Huang Fu family's dirty deeds, bluntly asked, "Senior Huang Fu's ability? He looks incredibly wealthy. He looks like someone who could kill people with his money. Is that so? So you think I'm someone who throws money around all the time?" Huang Fuwen was shocked by her answer, his pupils dilating slightly. Did he look like one of those prodigal sons, who throws money around so carelessly? Not really, it's just a metaphor. And if anyone wants to kill people with their money, it must be Fei Yusen. His casual remark about how many energy stars he had a profound impact on her. It felt like she hadn't seen him in a few days. Yuli quickly explained, pushing her thoughts out of her mind. Okay. Huang Fu would probably guess from her words that Yuli didn't know much about the meritorious and powerful people on the main planet. He clenched his fist slightly and asked again, "So, junior sister, do you think my ability is better, or a dragon ability?" Yuli was stunned by the question. She lowered her head to meet the man's gaze, like a calm, still ocean beneath which raged endless waves. Perhaps that wasn't what he wanted to ask. Yuli blinked, then held the amethyst daisy against his face. I think your ability is great, senior. And you can create dragons, right? How can it not be considered a dragon-type ability? You already have all the dragon-type abilities, don't you? Is that so? He murmured softly. Yuli nodded vigorously, a little distressed. She wasn't exactly comforting. She added, actually, I believe everyone's ability is unique, and there's no need to compare. If you really want to compare, then do it openly. But those who constantly compare in words might have ill intentions towards you from the start. Unique? I really like that word. Wang Fuwen looked at the girl, who was struggling to think of how to comfort him. His deep purple eyes narrowed, returning to his usual cheerful demeanor. He subconsciously wanted to rub her fluffy head, but as if sensing something, he paused and looked in a certain direction. He frowned, then stood up and said, "It's getting late. I take you home." "Oh, okay." Yuli glanced at Wang Fuwen, but couldn't tell from his handsome face that she nodded obediently. Back in the room, Yuli scratched her head in annoyance, but ultimately decided to let it go. She hoped Huang Fu would figure it out on his own. Despite saying so, as she lay in bed, Yuli, as expected, couldn't sleep. She unconsciously squeezed the soft, large octopus in her arms, then buried herself in him. Mo Yin sighed silently, extending a tentacle to wrap around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Several more tentacles gently touched her ankles. The black mist connected with her spiritual sea. "Can't sleep." "Yeah, a little," Yuli said softly, without moving. He pondered, finally remembering that the girl had previously enjoyed the meteor shower summoned by her clone, and tried to probe her. "Want to see the stars?" "Eh? Can I?" Yuli met his dark, abyssal eyes. "Of course." "Close her eyes." The black mist transformed into thin threads, intertwining and enveloping the girl. When Yuli opened her eyes again, the scenery before her shifted. The night sky was like a piece of smooth silk, smudged with indigo, dark purple, and dark gray, dotted with stars, a dreamy and wondrous scene. A bright star fell into her hand, emitting a warm glow. Mo Yin asked, watching the girl enthusiastically collect stars of various shapes. "Do you like them?" "Yes, I do." Yuli smiled happily, her eyebrows curved, her eyes shimmering with a dazzling light that made it impossible to look away. Mo Yin felt as if a feather had gently brushed against his abyssal core, causing him to uncontrollably extend his tentacles and cling to her tightly. After Huang Fuwen saw Yuli off, he returned to the training ground and saw Gu Huji standing there, staring at him. "My feeling was right, Huji, you were just here." Huang Fuwen raised an eyebrow. Gu Huji, unfazed by the shame of being caught, nodded calmly. "Didn't you cripple those who said your powers were useless long ago?" "Yes, but sometimes I still wonder if my ability was born dragon type. Then maybe my father wouldn't have to leave the family." Huang Fuwen, for once, didn't just laugh it off, but voiced his thoughts. Gu Huji looked at him, his face expressionless and cold as he stated, "Even if your ability was dragon type, you wouldn't be able to stop the Huangfu family from splitting up when it was time. Doesn't that give me something to think about?" Huang Fuwen said, tugging at the black collar around his neck. Gu Huji's icy gaze grew even colder, as Huang Fuwen tugged on his collar, breaking the symmetry of his body. He stopped looking at Huang Fuwen and, with two fingers pressed together, a bone-chilling chill enveloped him, slashing directly at him. Crack! Without a second thought, Huang Fuwen formed a delicate hand grip and raised his hand to block Gu Huji's sudden attack. He complained bluntly, Hey, I'm just complaining. Is there any need to be so impatient and attack? You should let go of those thoughts. They're already holding you back," Gu Huji said, withdrawing his hand. "I know. I'm slowly getting used to it. But Huji, why are you back here all of a sudden? I thought you went back to your room, didn't you?" Huang Fuwen agreed, then suddenly thought of something and asked. "The coach asked me to see if Yuli and Inu had returned. I came out to check." At this point, Gu Huji finally understood why he had appeared at the training ground. "But speaking of which, Heiji, you really do have a special way with her." She just stared silently, saying nothing, only giving him the cold shoulder. Huang Fuwen couldn't help but tease at the thought. Gu Huji raised an eyebrow at his words and asked, "Aren't you the same?" Huang Fuwen was stunned for a moment, speechless for a long moment. He looked down at his well-knotted palm. Perhaps he wanted to give more than just that daisy. In the next two rounds, the 32-16 and 16-8 rounds, Yunshin won both matches with unsurprising scores of 2-0. However, in the 16-8 round, the draw for the first round pitted two strong teams, the 3rd Military Academy and Glen University. When Yuli and the others entered the arena, They noticed a surge of people, some holding various light signs, and waving them in cheers. So many people. So many of them are here for Lucas, the head of the 3rd Military Academy. He's so popular. Eni looked up and saw that many people in the venue were holding Lucas's light signs, and sighed with emotion. After all, Lucas seems quite approachable. Chief Gu, Donals, and Huang Fushi, on the other hand, seem, well, each has their own unique characteristics. Gui Yunzheng thought for a moment, and finally said tactfully, just call them eccentric. Except for our Chief Gu, of course. Enu quickly corrected himself before Gu Huji glanced over. On the commentary stage, Duan Jieshu passionately introduced the members of the 2 teams, and the 3 rounds of battles, 1v1, 1v1, and 5v5. Offstage, Donal stood up and unbuttoned his collar, revealing his powerful, muscular chest. Black flame tattoos spread from his muscular forearms to his chest, and his dark pupils seemed to burn with flames. On the other side of the stage, Lucas carefully wiped the intricately carved imperial sword in his hand with a soft cloth. His sapphire blue eyes were also filled with surging fighting spirit. Okay. Now, the final match of the round of 16, 3rd Military Academy versus Grand University. The first round begins now. Duan Jieshu excitedly said from the commentary booth. Chapter 67. As the host finished speaking, both men were transported into the arena. The next moment, blazing black flames erupted, transforming into a ferocious, enormous lion, charging at Lucas along with Donwars's fierce fist. The strong wind blew Lucas's dazzling blonde hair, and he smiled faintly. Come on. The man's wrist, gripping the rapier, twisted slightly, and sword energy gushed from the sharp blade, colliding directly with Donwars's fist. Bang! The fist and sword collided, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Influenced by the 2 energies clashing, massive waves of wind and dust were whipped up, spreading all around. The sword energy surrounding Lucas's blade also transformed into a fierce, imposing tiger, biting down on the lion formed from black flames. The 2 sides tore at each other. Neither side is giving in. Yuli watched the 2 men engaged in a fierce battle on the court, muttering to herself, isn't Lucas also a battle fanatic when he fights? His eyes light up like light bulbs? Or are all the team captains battle fanatics? Thinking this way, the girl unconsciously tilted her head to look at her captain's stern face. Gu Huji noticed her gaze, paused while adjusting the silver cross bracelet on his wrist, and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Yuli shook her head. Chief Gu, do you have any predictions about the outcome of this match? She couldn't tell at the moment, but she could only sense that they were evenly matched. Evenly matched. Gu Huji folded his hands, staring at the 2 men engaged in a fierce battle on the court. Recalling Lucas's performance in the preliminary round, he said, the ultimate winner will probably be the one with a deeper understanding of the rules. If Lucas's understanding of the rules remains the same as in the preliminary round, and if he doesn't hide his weaknesses, I'm inclined to believe Donors will win. But judging by Lucas's past personality, he's definitely hiding his abilities. So this match is undecided, a 50-50 chance for both teams, Wang Fuwen added. Is that so? Then this match will be exciting. Yuli muttered, accepting the assorted candies Xie handed him. Coach Quan quickly stuffed the candies into his mouth and added, the next 1v1 match will also be exciting. The first match is between the top players of each team, so no matter who wins or loses, they must give their all in the next one. After all, we're both strong schools, and if we're beaten 2-0, we'd be laughed at for the rest of the year. So make sure you watch these games carefully. Got it. Yuli and the others nodded in unison. In the first military academy area, Wang Fushi and Lei Ao were watching the match intently. So intently that they stood up and started dancing, throwing hooks left and right, muttering, great. Right here. Hit his head. Oops, he dodged it. Ah! What a shame. Hit him, hit him, hit him. The shrunken thunder dragon howled along with its summoner, causing everyone at the first military academy to silently distance themselves from their leader. Yi Qingyin, holding the equally shrunken grass dragon atop her head, closed her eyes, avoiding Huang Fushi. She turned to Lu Xinghe and signaled, mind him, it's live. Lu Xinghe frowned, also turning to Coach Yin and signaling, Coach, it's your turn. Don't think of me, Coach, in strange places. Coach Yan's temples throbbed violently, and he said sternly, Wang Fu, mind your image. This is a live broadcast. Ah? I know the coach, huh? Why are you all so far away from me? Wang Fu, she turned around with a puzzled look on his face. You'd better sit down quickly, I don't want to have another nickname. Lu Xinghe held his forehead and said, Okay, I listened to you this time. Wang Fushi finally sat down reluctantly, and at the same time this scene was indeed broadcast live, which made the audience laugh. I was watching Donals and Lucas fighting, with blazing fire and swords flying everywhere, which made me excited. But when I turned around, ha, my blood was boiling. Why is the head of the first military academy so funny this year? Ha. I don't know. Spreading my hands, I opened several screens to see different perspectives. Other schools are seriously discussing Donals and others. Why is your first military academy so funny? Upstairs, in fact, some schools are not so serious. Yunshin is distributing candy. Qingyun is feeding summoned beasts. Ha. Upstairs is so detailed. If I didn't look carefully, I really wouldn't have noticed it. It can be seen that Commander Lu is very interested in the nickname of the owner, who was led by the husky to fly. I really am still brooding over this, ha. Yes, I really can't get over this joke. Commander Lu is obviously very handsome and calm, with long white hair tied up, which really touches me, but now when I see his face, I will think of the scene where he was directly pulled up by the combined Huang Fushi and flew up. Help! I really can't go back, ha. It only takes Chief Huangfu to destroy the calm and abstinent Commander Lu, ha. I remember that scene, when Commander Lu was pulled up, it was all blurred, ha. Yes. That scene was truly captivating, unforgettable. No way, sisters, let's find someone else. At the same moment, while Yuli was intently watching this thrilling match, in another galaxy, within the myriad beasts' palace's sphere of influence, within the territory of the Peacock clan, one of the 12 branches. Since receiving orders from his uncle Fei Yusin, Fei Yubin has been completing various tasks for the Fei group while constantly rushing to his family's territory. The Peacock clan's territory is located on a planet that looks like a lush emerald. Lush trees shroud the land, crystal-clear rivers flow through the dense forests, and beautiful peacocks of various colors leisurely wander through the trees, sometimes spreading their dazzling wings and soaring onto the branches. Fei Yubin hurried past the peacocks. Some of them immediately recognized him and asked, "Is it Xiaobin? Why are you back at this time? Didn't you say you were out there training with the young master? Why are you back? Xiaobin, this can't be right." Fei Yubin listened to the repeated calls of Xiaobin, and frowned slightly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he said, "Uncles and aunts, I'm grown up now. Don't call me Xiaobin anymore." "Oh, I get it. Xiaobin has come up with his own ideas after all these years away. That's good. Yes. Children should be lively." The peacocks chirped in agreement. "No, you haven't changed at all. Haven't you?" Fei Yubin grumbled inwardly. All right. Xiaobin's back now must mean the young master has something important to tell us. Let's send him to the clan leader first. The huge snow-white peacock that had been standing on the top of a tree not far away, and had not spoken a word, also spoke at this time. "Okay, Xiaobin, you go first. If you have time, you can come to my place as a guest later." When the peacocks heard the words of the white peacock, they scattered to make way for Fei Yubin, still talking non-stop. Fei Yubin sighed helplessly in his heart, but still agreed obediently. After reporting these things, he went back to each family for dinner. When he walked to the center of the forest, 1,000-meter-high ancient tree stood here, with countless roots falling down and taking root in the ground again, and the shadows of the tree were dancing, which was extremely spectacular. Fei Yubin transformed into a beast and flew up to the branches of the giant tree. He came to a greenhouse built entirely of translucent light blue-green gemstones. He returned to human form and saluted the old man who was watering the flowers and plants. "Kong Yubin, meet the clan leader." The old clan leader stopped what he was doing, put down the kettle in his hand, and said with a smile, Okay, we are all family, so there is no need for so many false formalities." "Xiaobin, why did you come back suddenly?" Fei Yubin, who had given up asking these elders to change their words, paused for a moment. Thinking of Fei Yusin's words, he said, "Clan leader, the young master has a message for you. Old man, prepare more defensive items." "Oh, I see." The old clan leader did not react much to the news, and nodded to show that he knew. Fei Yubin asked nervously, "Clan leader, is something big going to happen?" "I asked my uncle later, but he ignored me and blocked me directly." "Hey, you've worked so hard." The old clan leader had already seen through Fei Yusin's cynical character, and he couldn't change it at all, so he could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. "No, great-grandfather, don't you have any reaction?" Fei Yubin was anxious and directly called out the name he privately called the old clan leader. "Well, just do as Yu tells you. His information is always accurate." The old patriarch thought for a while and said, he looked at Fei Yubin, who was still very nervous. Obviously, he didn't know what he had thought about all the way here, and his face was not good, and added, Xiaobin, you don't have to think too much, just do what he says, how to say this matter. In fact, as early as half a year ago, the people of the Sky Fox tribe had predicted. There will be a war sweeping the entire galaxy, no one can escape or hide, and everyone will sink into endless darkness in the end. But at that time, no one believed this prophecy. After all, the predictions of the Sky Fox tribe are sometimes not very accurate, but now from a used news, this may be true. But where did this war come from? Who is the enemy? We know nothing about these. Now we can only do our best to prepare for it. Xiaobin, don't think too much, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet, maybe there will be a turnaround in the end. He walked over and touched Fei Yubin's soft hair, and said gently, Well, I know. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Fei Yubin said a little embarrassedly. Ha ha, what's the big deal? You're still a child. Ah, by the way, is Ayu still managing the Fei family recently, or is she doing something else? The old patriarch suddenly thought of this and asked. My uncle handed the Fei group over to me a long time ago. Speaking of this, Fei Yubin regretted agreeing to manage the entire Fei group with his uncle. It meant working from dawn to dusk every day, and helping his uncle deal with his various problems. There wasn't a single day off. So what's he been doing lately? The old patriarch asked curiously. This? Fei Yubin was stuck at this point. Thinking of the report given to him by the person in charge of the project, he went with his uncle. He said uncertainly, maybe he is chasing someone. Ah, so that's the case? The old patriarch nodded, and suddenly realized the meaning of this sentence. He looked at Fei Yubin in shock, opened and closed his mouth, and still said uncertainly, Really? Your uncle is so stubborn, ahem, no. The old patriarch thought about it, and found that he couldn't find anything good to say to describe Fei Yusen, so he could only skip this and continue. He also likes others. Who is this warrior? It is said that my uncle is still in love with someone, and the person involved doesn't know yet. Fei Yubin scratched his head and said, but the corners of his mouth kept rising. Very good, he should suffer a loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is also a blessing, don't you think so, Xiaobin? The old patriarch was very happy to hear the news. After so many years, someone finally managed this bastard, but he couldn't show too much happiness, so he looked at Fei Yubin and said earnestly, Yes, patriarch, you are absolutely right. Fei Yubin understood immediately, and nodded vigorously in agreement. Far away on the main star of Yunshan Federation, Fei Yusen, who was silently paying attention to Yuli, raised his hand, and pressed his twitching right eyelid with some confusion. Chapter 68. What? Is someone cursing you? Yun Xiaozhi noticed his movements, a hint of amusement flashing across his golden eyes, as he spoke slowly. How is that possible? Even if they curse me, he'd definitely be the one to be mutilated. Fei Yusen raised his hand, pressing it against his right eye. He pondered for a moment. He'd been so well behaved these past few days, so who was saying bad things about him? Calculating the time, I wondered if Fei Yubin had arrived at the clan's territory. His long, bony hands moved rapidly on the screen. Fei Yusen, are you saying bad things about me to the clan leader? A somewhat useful nephew. I'm not. Uncle, you have to believe me, Fei Yusen. Oh, you have so much time for gossip. When you get back, I give you all the information about the Fei clan, Sunwheel, and He Yao. The somewhat useful but not very useful nephew. No. I didn't believe me. I don't want to communicate with the arrogant dragon clan or those narcissistic wing clan. Uncle! You've been blocked. Please reconnect. Fei Yusen, knowing the reason, felt that his nephew wasn't busy enough. Haha, he actually had the nerve to tease him. Far away in the Peacock clan's territory, Fei Yubin had just finished speaking to the clan leader when he received Fei Yuyu's fatal news. He was terrified. The old clan leader noticed something was wrong and said cautiously, Could it be Ayu? Yes. Clan leader, I'm sure I'd be so busy when I return that I'd lose all my feathers. Fei Yubin's scalp tingled at the thought of this bleak, hopeless future. Sorrow washed over him, and tears streamed down his face. The old patriarch, however, carefully observed Fei Yubin and, finding he wasn't affected, breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Otherwise, his old bones wouldn't be able to withstand this. I just have to trouble Xiaobin. Adhering to the principle of a friend's death is better than my own. The old patriarch finally offered some comfort, though it didn't do much. Unaware of this little incident, Yuli was intently watching the two men fighting in the arena. Donors pressed Lucas relentlessly, his fists blazing with black flames repeatedly striking at Lucas's face. But each strike was blocked by his masterful swordsmanship. Knowing that such a loss of strength would do him no good, Donors's eyes burned like fire. Uncharacteristically, he charged directly towards Lucas's incredibly sharp rapier. The sword energy swirling around the tip of the sword sliced through the skin on his face, leaving cuts so deep that the flesh beneath was visible. Lucas subconsciously felt something was wrong and wanted to retract the rapier, but it was too late. Wow! Bright red blood burst out. Donors raised his muscular arm with black flame tattoos, and held the forged thin and sharp sword blade tightly. Blood continued to flow down his bulging arm and drip onto the ground. Tick tick. Lucas was visibly stunned for a moment, but Donors grinned at him. Boy, it's too early to defeat me. Go back and practice for a few more years. He unleashed his maximum power to activate his domain. Black flame surged like a surging ocean wave, crashing down on Lucas head-on. Domain, black flame abyss, with Donors at its center. Roaring black flames swiftly surged in circles, cascading around him. The flames poured down across the arena like a mighty apocalyptic flood. The flames, imbued with the power of laws, instantly engulfed the entire arena, a breathtaking display of power. 3 layers of transparent protective shields instantly rose within the arena, shielding it from the mountain-like pressure. Yuli, watching the black flames blanket the entire arena from below, blinked. Lucas was about to lose. Donors's injury had given Lucas a moment of pause, and in that instant, a cascading firestorm imbued with the power of laws hurtled straight toward him, leaving no escape. The scorching black flames burned dozens of wounds across his body. Lucas, once a princely figure, clad in a sleek, immaculate white military uniform, was now in a state of disarray. The black flames had ripped through his clothing, revealing his round, full chest and lean, powerful waist. The charred scars, combined with the stark contrast of white and black, were a truly alluring sight. His brow furrowed, and the sword intent from his rapier erupted, forming a terrifying sword domain that forcefully pushed aside Donors's dark sea-like territory. Enveloped in the power of rules, he once again confronted Donors. But this scene, so utterly devastating, sent the audience erupting in screams. Ah! Lucas! Shaw! More! Love it! No, come on, Lucas! Oh, that's a nice figure. Inu commented after taking in the sight with his excellent eyesight. Yuli nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to take a closer look, Xiaoyi, who was sitting behind her, blocked her view with his hand. Yuli turned to look at the quiet, cool guy behind her. Xiaoyi's icy blue eyes met the girl's. He took his hand, held it before Yuli's eyes, and unfolded it. A crystal-clear fruit candy appeared in his palm. Do you want some candy? Xiaoyi asked. Yes. Eat. Yuli picked up the fruit candy, peeled off the candy wrapper, and put the candy into her mouth. Brother Xia, I want some too. Gui Yunjing also came over and said. Han Chunfeng waved his folding fan, and a few strands of black hair were blown by the wind. He said, Do you want some? Okay, I have no objection. Can Yuli help me get some? Huang Fuwen also took over Han Chunfeng's words at this time. I want some too. Thank you, Yuli. Gu Huji looked indifferent, but he also spoke tacitly at this time. Fuling saw that everyone was following the pace of everyone else, so he also asked for one. Inyu's eyes turned around this circle of men and raised his eyebrows. They were really a group of sultry men. If you don't want people to see it, just say it directly. If you don't do anything tricky, you will probably be sour after eating this candy. When she thought of this, her eyes rolled, and a plan came to her mind. She raised her red lips, leaned directly on Yuli's shoulder, hugged her arm, and whispered, Then I want some too. It would be best if you can feed it to me, Yuli. Yuli nodded without feeling anything wrong, took the big bag handed to her by Xia Yi, which was wrapped in a cute white rabbit paper bag, and distributed several different flavors of candy to everyone, and then fed Inu, who was leaning on her shoulder. Inu took a bite of the candy, looked around like a victorious queen, and turned around with Yuli to continue watching the game. In the arena's VIP room, Fei Yusen finally felt relieved after witnessing this scene. She said, It's all right. Miss Yuli's teammates are sometimes quite reliable. Yun Xiaoju stroked the delicate jade-like teacup, his golden eyes glancing at Fei Yusen with a half-smile. Do you really think so? I see you just want to charge in, sweep away all her teammates, snatch Yuli away, and hold her tightly in your arms. Oh, that's so accurate. I think you think so. Only Miss Yuli thinks you are a good gentleman. Fei Yusen listened to his words and laughed, with emerald eyes full of mockery. So what? I have always been like this in front of her. Yuli trusts me the most among us, right? Yun Xiaoju said with a faint smile. TSK. It is indeed the case. Fei Yusin muttered that he was the first to come into contact with Miss Yuli. It's really. As if he thought of something, he was a little puzzled. He supported his chin with a hand with a sapphire ring and asked, "Why is the main body so quiet recently? You don't have any reaction? If you hold her to sleep every day, you won't have any reaction. Besides, in the eyes of the main body, is there a big difference between a skeleton and a body?" Yun Xiaozhu said calmly. "Damn it, I'm not envious at all." After logging onto the Obsidian Empire Star Network, Xian Yi, who was in a meeting in the conference room, watched the scene. The air pressure around him dropped suddenly. A vast, tyrannical aura swept over like a storm, forcing all his subordinates to hold their breath and concentrate, not even daring to breathe. The assistant, who was introducing the situation, was almost suppressed, and was about to return to his original form. He looked at Xian Yemin with tearful eyes, saving him. Xian Yemin sighed, looked up at the top of the round table, and was obviously slacking off and sulking. He said carefully, "Your Majesty, I see that there are some mistakes in the things reported later, and we need to summarize them again. What do you think?" Xian Yi retracted his gaze from the light screen. The pair of dark and hard spiral horns on his head were very prominent, and the gold eyeshadow showed an exotic style under the contrast of his dense skin. The thick and strong dragon tail behind the waist shook, and the tip of the tail was decorated with a deep purple pansy-shaped ornament, flashing a strange light, as if it was the most dazzling star in the night sky. Xuanya heard Xian Yemin's request, retracted his thoughts and said, "No, continue talking." He raised his hand, retracted the pressure that had just dissipated, and indicated to continue. "Okay." Xian Yemin looked at the assistant. "Okay, I just talked about." The assistant continued to talk about the previous incident. As both of them opened their domains, the game officially entered a white-hot confrontation, but because Lucas faced Donors' domain impact in the early stage, he began to fall into a disadvantage. Looking from a distance, the blazing flames were like a black ocean, presenting a ring shape that constantly wrapped and squeezed Lucas's domain. Facing this increasingly unfavorable situation, Lucas was not discouraged. His blue eyes burst out with amazing fighting spirit, and his golden hair stroked his cheeks. He directly absorbed the energy of the entire domain and gathered it on his rapier, and swung his hand to chop at Donors, who was rushing towards him. Boom! The brilliant sword light that shot up into the sky was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, tearing a huge hole in the layers of black flames covering the field. It was unstoppable, just like Moses parting the sea, directly splitting Donors' domain in half and shattering it. Countless black flames fell like raindrops, and then disappeared in the air, and the sun fell on the arena again. Lucas laughed heartily, as enthusiastic as the morning sun in spring. He danced a beautiful sword flower and said to Donors, whose entire arm was bloody and almost exposed to the bones, "Chief Donors, do you still think I need to go back and practice for a few more years?" Chapter 69. Humph. Not bad, but defeating me won't be achieved with just words. Donor spat out a mouthful of blood and snorted. He ripped open a slit in his clothing, quickly bound Lucas's bleeding right arm, and charged at him once more. The dark red flames continued to surge with undiminished force, striking at him at astonishing speed. Lucas swung his sword, and azure light erupted, colliding with the other. Bang! Rounds of energy shockwaves reverberated across the shattered arena, stirring up countless dust and rubble. As time passed, the bloodshed between the two of them grew increasingly brutal, and the scars on both bodies continued to grow. Bright red blood continued to spill. They both held on for dear life, hoping that whoever collapsed first would win. Gui Yunzheng watched this scene, turned to look at Yuli, and sighed, "Sister Yu is truly amazing. I can't imagine how much of a blow it would be to the opponent if you, Sister Yu, stepped in and healed at this crucial moment. Yes, it's a bit annoying to only heal halfway through each attack." Xie, who had fought Yuli many times, rarely spoke up and offered an opinion. "No way. Say that again, and I let you go next time," Yuli retorted, glaring at Xie with watery eyes threatening. "No, I won't say any more." Faced with her threat, Xie lowered his eyes, and obediently took back his words, like a large, obedient dog crouching quietly beside its master. Yeah. Yuli nodded with satisfaction at the answer, and returned her gaze to the field. The stalemate between the two continued. As their powers gradually ran out, the burning black flames and the gorgeous rapiers disappeared into the air, and the two sides began to fight directly, punching each other. Just as Lucas raised his fist to collide with Donors, another hand suddenly swung towards him, carrying a wisp of almost unreal, rule-based power. "You?" Donors' pupils constricted, unable to dodge, and he was forced to take the blow head-on. Even a wisp of rule-based power, barely fading, was still a solid rule. The blow dealt Donors a crushing blow, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his ivory-white uniform with large patches of crimson. Even so, the man forged ahead, fighting Lucas for another 10 minutes. Finally, his strength was gone, and he could only support himself with his fists. In the end, he was tragically defeated. Yuli stared at this scene for a long moment, surprised. I never could have guessed that Lucas, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually had a hidden agenda. Yeah, I never could have guessed. Lucas looked so honest and upright, but he's so deceptive. Inu sighed as well. Gu Huji suddenly smiled, folding his arms across his chest, and said, "Looks like Donals will definitely be pestering Lucas from now on." The gloating in his words was unmistakable. Wang Fu also laughed at his words, knowing that Gu Huji was really fed up with Donals' constant invitations for him to stand for the past year. As the mechanical announcement faded, Lucas collapsed, unable to hold on. The on-site staff quickly carried the two, who were already breathing more than they were breathing, off the field to be taken to the hospital for treatment. This was a truly unique, exciting, and thrilling match. Thanks to the captains of both teams for presenting us with such a fierce fight. Although Donors lost in the end, his persistence still inspired many spectators, which is in line with the spirit of our league, which is to never give up and stick to it to the end. The second round will be in an hour. Hey, don't be disappointed. Look at this arena with thousands of ravines. Please give our staff some time to repair it. By the way, everyone can get up and move around after sitting for a long time. Then we will see you later. When Duan Jishu said this, he heard the dissatisfied voices from the audience and quickly added. On the Star Network, many people who were paying attention to this game began to discuss the result. Lucas, you are such a person, OP. As the title says, I follow the league because of Lucas. His face is really amazing. He looks like a gentle, polite, elegant, upright, and dignified prince. The one riding a white horse. I really like him, but why did he hide his skills during the game? I really felt sorry for Donors at the end. He was so miserable. He was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He was beaten by Lucas, but he didn't give up and held on for more than 10 minutes. 1F. Since Lucas started playing in the league, I have seen many posts like this. Lucas is actually a rare person, who is both the chief and the commander. 2F. Yes, Gushin sometimes counts, but most of the time it is Huang Fu who is in charge. So Lucas is the only one who has two positions. 3F. As we all know, the commander must be evil and have a lot of tricks. 4F. Yes, so I really love Donals. He is a pure fighting maniac. Why do you want to play tricks on such a simple person? Laughing to death. 5F. Ha ha, am I the only one who noticed that Donals' pupils were shaking when Lucas swung that palm? He looked unbelievable. He felt that he was deeply deceived. Everyone's superpowers were almost exhausted at the same time, and they fought hand-to-hand for a while. Why did you still hold back? 6th floor. Speaking of this, I honestly feel pity for Donors. He looked so fierce and menacing, someone you wouldn't want to mess with. How could he have been so foolish as to let himself be fooled? 7th floor. Original poster. Yeah, me too. Eyes shifted. Dark skin, big boobs, and the flame tattoo with the red bleached dye are so stunning, especially those pecs at the end, practically bursting through the ripped clothes. 8th floor. Actually, the contrast between these two is incredible. One is white against black, the other is black against white. 9th floor. Ah. Speaking of this, I was wondering if you noticed Donors's cow.jpg is actually pink. He's got dark skin. I'm really awe. Don't praise me, have some shame. 10th floor. Ha ha, sister, clicked, going up. I've got it. It's such a contrast. Physically black against white, pink, so cute. 11th floor. I saw the same thing, it shocked me. I can only say that your intense fighting is truly a benefit to the public. 12th floor. Add 1, actually Lucas also has it. It's the contrast between the black belt and his strong waist. It controlled me for several minutes. I didn't pay attention to how they fought. I was just looking at their waists, really. Thank you, League. Lying down with satisfaction.jpg, 13th floor. That scene is a classic, just the battle damage plus the exposed upper body plus his face. The sisters in the audience were shouting more. Love it. Although they quickly changed their words, it was really funny. 14th floor. Yes, I almost burst out laughing when I heard that shout. 15th floor. Baby, are we going somewhere wrong with the topic? 16th floor. What's wrong? We're clearly discussing this unique, exciting, and thrilling game, Duan Shujia. 17th floor, +1. 18th floor, +2. 59th floor, breaking the formation. Old Duan's words really make him a veteran host. He can make Donors, an honest man, being deceived by Lucas, sound so inspiring, ha ha. 60th floor, yes, Donors is too honest, ha ha ha. In the Grand University area, Samuel looked down at Donors, who was wrapped in layers of bandages like a mummy, unable to move, and laughed. You seem very unconvinced. Donors glared at Samuel, leaning back in his chair, and said, TSK. Lucas is just like Guhuji. Next time, I'm going to get even. To get even, you need to get treated now. You must be in the 5v5 later. Samuel teased with a smile. Donors glanced at his own healer, Joseph, and gritted his teeth. Is this the only way to treat him? Hasn't the power of rules been removed? Joseph wasn't afraid. He calmly raised his hand, a white star tattooed on his slender white palm. He said, Chief, the best way to receive treatment is to stay still. With a wave of his hand, a faint glowing white star circled Donors and began to heal him. Humph. Donors snorted in dissatisfaction, but he hadn't moved since Joseph began the treatment. He looked at Samuel and said solemnly, You must win this match. Of course, leave it to me. Samuel looked at Donors, his emerald pupils curved, the black knife earrings on his ears swayed, and he raised his hand to tie up his long hair. He walked towards the arena, and with a wave of his right hand, a black dachi, nearly 2 meters long, appeared in his hand. Elsewhere, Lucas, feeling a little tired, said earnestly to his teammates, The next match is up to you, Anthony. Don't be careless. TSK, I know, Chief. I will definitely win. I beat Samuel to a pulp. Stop talking. I'm leaving. Anthony listened impatiently to Lucas's nagging instructions, waved his hand, and walked into the waiting passage of the arena. Lucas sighed silently as he watched him walk away, and said to the others, Get ready. Christopher played with a dagger in his hand and held a lollipop in his mouth. Hearing his words, he laughed. The chief really doesn't think highly of Anthony. With his reckless personality, he can't beat Samuel anyway. Lucas said, frowning slightly, adding a touch of melancholy to his handsome face. TSK, it seems that the chief has a clear understanding of his position. As the saying goes, the commander's heart must be black. Christopher teased. If you can't talk, you don't have to say it. I'm not evil. Well, you commanders all think so. It's not that you are evil, but that others are too naive. Christopher added. Christopher, you will go back and train more later. Lucas smiled and ordered. Why don't we just forget it? Double. Okay. I won't say it. Christopher quickly agreed. Taking advantage of a short break, Yuli went to the corridor in the arena to move around. She stood in front of the self-service machine selling various snacks and drinks, and was in a daze. When she was struggling to choose what to choose, she heard a familiar, seductive male bass from behind. Look what I found. It's Miss Yuli. Fei Yusen stood behind her, bent down, and whispered in the girl's ear. Chapter 70. The teardrop-shaped emerald earrings on his ears touched Yuli's slender neck. The cold touch made her subconsciously alert, and she elbowed the man behind her. Fei Yusen raised her hand to block her elbow, then leaned on her shoulder, saying aggrievedly, Miss Yuli, this is too rough. Can't you be a little gentler? Yuli's temple throbbed at the sound. She said, Talk nicely. And get up. You're so heavy. How heavy? I weigh the federal standard. Fei Yusen retorted, glancing at the murderous figure on the other side. Not wanting to be slapped in the face again, the man silently straightened himself, but still extended a hand to lightly put his arm around the girl's shoulder and said, There's nothing good here. Miss Yuli, would you like to go to the VIP room with me? I remember you said on Starry Sky's blog that the Saishio was delicious. Want to try it again now? Have you ordered yet? Aren't we short on time? Yuli felt a little eager to try the dish after hearing its name, yet also a bit conflicted. Their chef is with me. If you'd like to order something else, that's fine. But if you have time, can't you come with me and watch? Fei Yusen stared at Yuli with those beautiful eyes, like a large dog begging for food. No. I want to go back and watch. Yuli didn't look at him, fearing she would be seduced by his beauty, and firmly refused. That's fine too. Let's go. Fei Yusen led Yuli to the VIP area of the arena. The decor was completely different. The spacious corridors were covered in thick, printed carpets. The plain walls were decorated with paintings and complemented by dark wooden display tables filled with porcelain and sculptures. Yuli walked beside Fei Yusen, absorbed in the paintings lining the corridor. Unaware of the man's sudden pause, she instinctively took a few steps forward. Fei Yusin's smile was nearly gone. Seeing Yuli still moving forward, he tried to pull the girl back, but Xuanye, who had subdued his aura, got there first. He reached out to support the girl, his broad palm enveloping her arm, his sharp, black nails controlling the pressure as they gently pressed against her delicate skin. Yuli looked up and met the deep, crimson pupils beneath the shimmering golden eyeshadow. Bewildered, she asked Xuanye. Yes, I'm here, Xuanye replied softly. Yuli's gaze shifted downward, gazing at the black tail that had been carefully pressed against her calf since the beginning. A tail? She stared at the dragon's tail, covered in dense dragon scales, thick and powerful, its tip tipped with layers of hard, pointed horns, beside her calf. She could hardly take her eyes off it. Xuanye knew from the girl's expression that she was fond of it, and his heart leaped with joy. The dragon's tail swayed with its owner's mood. The pansy-shaped tail ornament, inlaid with purple dragon crystals, shimmered alluringly around it. Just as Yuli was about to reach out and touch it, Yun Xiaozhu, who was standing beside Xuanye, stepped to her side. He forcefully extended his large, white-gloved hand, pulling her face around. He leaned down, almost cheek to cheek, and gently asked, "Do you like it that much?" It was the first time Yuli had ever looked into Yun Xiaozhu's piercing golden eyes so closely. She felt strangely nervous under the man's gaze, but she still said, "I do." "Oh, good girl." Yun Xiaozhu watched her face gradually flush and chuckled softly, his voice tinged with the distinct tremor of a man's voice. Yuli felt goosebumps spread from his lips. Just as she was about to jump, Yun Xiaozhu gently released her hand, regaining his usual elegant demeanor, as if his previous assertiveness had been an illusion. He softly said, "Yuli, where are you and Fei Yusin going?" "To eat." Yuli was a little taken aback, but subconsciously trusting Yun Xiaozhu, she answered obediently. Yun Xiaozhu raised an eyebrow, looking at Fei Yusin, who was fuming with resentment, and said, "Oh? What's the room number? I wonder if you don't mind including me." Xianyi also looked at Fei Yusin, and the dragon tail beneath him nimbly reached out to her hand, gently rubbing the back of it. "Even if I did mind, wouldn't you still come along?" Fei Yusin smirked. "Forget it, follow me." The man frowned, but knowing they couldn't possibly leave, he stepped forward to lead the way. Finally, Fei Yusin led Yuli and their two companions to a lavishly decorated and extremely ornate room. Well, it wasn't the same VIP room he'd shared with Yun Xiaozhu. The chef on standby in the room, upon Yuli's arrival, discreetly placed a variety of delicate pastries and a glass of a pink-purple drink made of clouds in front of her. The amiable middle-aged man looked at the two other distinguished men flanking his employer and asked, "What would you like to order?" "Bai Hao Injin, please," Yun Xiaozhu said calmly, taking the long silver spoon the chef handed to Yuli, and delicately scooping a small ball of the tender pink cloud into her mouth. Yuli paused, unsure whether to eat or not. She looked up and observed Yun Xiaozhu carefully, feeling that he seemed a little strange today. Yun Xiaozhu noticed her gaze, his face still maintaining a gentle smile like a spring breeze, and asked, "Don't you want to eat?" Yuli immediately raised her hand to rest on his slender, strong hand gripping the long spoon. After a moment's thought, she said, "I eat, but only this one bite. I do it myself later." "This is a bit strange." She couldn't help but add a final sentence. Yun Xiaozhu nodded in agreement, his golden eyes fixed on the girl as she swallowed the cotton candy soft cloud beside her lips in one gulp, chewed it lightly, and swallowed it. Mo Yan's dark, round eyes, which had been constantly by Yuli's ear, met Yun Xiaozhu's razor-sharp golden pupils, and the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Fei Yusin, who had just finished ordering drinks, was furious when she saw this. She pushed her way to Yuli and said suggestively, "I want to try it too." The girl took a bite and took the silver spoon. She tilted her head at Fei Yusin's words and said, "Can you order another? Can't you feed me?" Fei Yusin said bluntly. "No, well." She paused, placing the beautiful, dreamy drink on the table. She sighed silently, then looked over and saw that the chef had already gone back to the kitchen. Yuli pointed to the seats and said, "Everyone, let's talk." "Okay." Fei Yusin leaned against the left side of the sofa, her right hand resting casually on her head. "Okay." Yun Xiaozhu sat on the right, her long, jade-like fingers elegantly crossed, looking at the girl with a listening attitude. Xuanye slid down onto the other sofa with a stern gesture. His black suit pants perfectly clung to the curves of his legs, and with the powerful dragon tail clinging to his side, he looked strangely sexy. Yuli looked at their seating positions, and felt a familiar feeling again. Ah! It reminded her of two previous instances on Academy Star. She'd better stand. Yuli, who had no desire to sit in the middle, thought so, and went straight to the point. "From the moment we met, I felt like something was off about you. It felt strange. Is that so? Fei Yusen smiled, her beautiful emerald eyes narrowing. Yes. It's just, well, I can't put my finger on it, but it's just different. She emphasized again that if Yuli could recall the documentaries she'd seen in her previous life, she'd probably recognize these people's situation as akin to a male bird's courtship in the animal kingdom, showcasing his meticulously groomed side, relying on dance moves, vibrant feathers, or captivating singing voices to win the female's favor. It's a shame the girl is so focused on the game right now, she doesn't have time for romance. It just feels weird, goosebumps all over her. Just talk to me nicely. The three of them, already fuming with jealousy over Lucas's shirtless incident, fell silent for a moment. Yun Xiaozhu chuckled, knowing he was just jealous. His behavior was rarely over the line, so she felt something was amiss. But Yuli didn't seem to mind him. He asked tentatively, "Do you hate us like this?" "Huh?" "Not really. I'm just a little uncomfortable." Yuli shook her head. "That's good." The three of them were in sync at that moment. "Okay, stop getting off topic, and tell me what's going on," Yuli said seriously. Fei Yusen's eyes wandered, and she couldn't come up with any reason. Xianyi fell into a long thought, his tail dangling on the ground. Yun Xiaozhu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled. "It's been so long since we've seen each other, so I'm a little emotional." That was true, but they actually watched Yun Chen's live broadcast every day, never missing a single episode, sometimes even multiple times. It seems like it's been a while, but only a few days. Would a few days of absence be enough to cause such a big reaction? Yuli was puzzled. Yes, but the most important thing right now, Yuli, is to play well in the game. We're fine, Fei Yusen added. Isn't that a bit pitiful? The game is your priority right now. Don't worry about us. Xianyi looked up at her, his tone slightly down. This? Has she been neglecting them lately? Yuli thought subconsciously, how about we go on a trip after I finish my match? Okay, no problem. Fei Yusen, not expecting such a surprise, immediately agreed. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. Yun Xiaozhu said, his voice clear and gentle. Okay, I wait for you. Xianyi shook his dragon tail, a hint of tenderness in his blood-red pupils. Why did she feel like they were tricking her? Yuli thought so, and finally nodded. After all, going out for a few days after the match wouldn't be bad. With this agreement, the three of them were clearly in a much better mood, returning to their usual self. Yuli stayed a little longer, finished a glass of Saixia, packed a large pastry, and left the VIP room, returning to her seat reserved for Yunchen University. Sister Yu, where have you been? The second round is about to start. Gui Yunzheng looked at her and greeted her quickly. Going hunting. Yuli took out the gift box of pastries and shook it. This hunt is very rich. Emu laughed at the side. Chapter 71. After Yuli had fed the fish for a round, the second match officially began. Anthony stood in the arena, curled his lips in disdain, and muttered, I really don't know why Lucas wants me to pay more attention. I am at least S level. What's the point of paying attention to A level? You really underestimated me. He raised his hand and waved it casually. Thousands of sharp golden lights flashed from the void and rushed toward Samuel. The wind messed up his golden curly hair. Swish. 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 Samuel raised his eyebrows and looked at this careless attack. He chuckled, his green pupils narrowed, and the black knife earrings swayed. He bent his waist and dodged like a cheetah, while quickly approaching Anthony's place. Off the court, Lucas looked at this scene and raised his hand to his forehead, saying, Anthony is really, once he breaks through, the bad habits of the people he looked down on before come back again. This is going to be a big loss. Christopher also sighed. Lucas sighed silently. I hope the victory or defeat of this game will not affect the team competition later. At Grand University, Donors remained in a rocking chair like a mummy, watching the movement on the court, and said with some disdain, There is a guy who looks down on Samuel. This is very common, Chief. After all, most people's eyes are on you. Joseph stated this fact while treating him. So those who underestimate you will pay the price on the field. Lucas actually teamed up with such a person. Donor said this with a laugh, as if to jokingly admitting it. In the arena, Anthony frowned as he watched Samuel approach and dodge his attacks. He increased his supernatural power, and a barrage of sharp metal condensed into sword tips imbued with the power of laws, aiming them at the black-haired man. He whispered, Let's see where you can hide. Swords of various types shimmered with golden light, forming a dazzling spectacle in the air like streaks of light. When Samuel closed in close, his large, black-gloved palm grasped the black odachi. He raised his powerful arm, slicing the blade in a semicircle in the air. The pitch-black blade slashed directly at Anthony. Bang! A sudden gust of wind blew. A massive, pitch-black crescent shot out from the sky. Unstoppable. Crack! 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 The golden attack, like a streak of light, was violently broken by the black blade's gleaming edge. The golden ribbon shattered, but the black crescent, undiminished in its momentum, rushed towards Anthony, whose pupils dilated and a look of shock etched on his face. You broke through so fast. He raised his hand, and several golden shields appeared before him, attempting to block the terrifying blade's glare. Clearly, these makeshift measures were completely ineffective. Finally, forced to activate his domain, a golden glow rising, barely blocking the attack. Bang! 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 A crack, over 10 meters deep, appeared across the arena. The two men stood at either end of it. Broken swords, shattered by Samuel's blow, fell to the ground. The energy storm of their fierce collision blew a fierce wind, raising clouds of dust. The scene was awe-inspiring. With so many S-level superpowers this year, adding one more wouldn't be a big deal. Why are you so surprised? Samuel spoke, his emerald pupils curved, his black hair tucked into a bun and flowing in the wind. But? You didn't make any breakthroughs at all in the preliminary rounds. Anthony thought of being forced by Lucas to watch Grand University's various performances in the preliminary rounds. He only remembered that Donors was very powerful, fighting almost from start to finish, while the others were basically just supporting players, with no outstanding performances. Naive child, perhaps you should go back and ask your chief. Samuel chuckled softly, and with a swift swing of his black dachi, he attacked Anthony again. A series of black blade lights pressed directly towards Anthony's golden, fortress-like territory. High in the sky, the inky black blade light flickered continuously, converging into a massive blade shadow that flashed across the sky. Crack! 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 Under the black blade's sharp edge, whether it was the clouds above, the fortress-like territory within the stadium, or the dirt and gravel beneath the ground, all were mercilessly cut apart by the sharp slash, leaving nothing unharmed. Anthony finally looked at the pitch-black sword stretched before him, his mouth open, unable to utter a single word. This match, Samuel won. Lucas looked at Anthony, who was clearly distraught after the match, and sighed helplessly once more, comforting him. The team fight later is what's most important. Anthony, don't dwell on it. Anthony instinctively wanted to argue with Lucas, but he didn't know what to say. He could only suppress his emotion and nodded in frustration. Yuli, who hadn't reacted after watching the match, which ended in less than 10 minutes, looked at Guhuji and asked, "Is Anthony really S-rank? Why does he feel so weak?" Guhuji nodded. "Yes, but he's probably just starting out. He underestimated his opponent from the start of this match. Plus, Samuel's understanding of the rules is probably on par with Donors's, so it's not surprising he lost so quickly. Who knows? That might have a huge impact on the team fight later. TSK, it must have been planned from the start. Anthony's mentality would definitely be affected. Samuel's heart is like his sword." Wang Fu sighed from the side, and warned Yuli, "So Yuli, if you meet someone like that, stay away." "I get it, but it seems like your commanders are pretty ruthless." Yuli blinked. "That's called strategy." "Planning?" Wang Fu emphasized. "Are you talking about a plan where you're even charged for cheating people?" Guhuji bluntly debunked his plan. "That's right." Yuli laughed at that. Hey, isn't that a bit too much?" Wang Fu looked at Guhuji and said, "As for commanding, Huji, you're kind of a part-timer. If I'm ruthless, aren't you the same?" An hour later, after the staff had repaired the ditches on the arena, host Duan Jieshi returned to the commentary desk and said enthusiastically, "Dear viewers, welcome back. Now it's the final match of the league's quarterfinals. Grand University versus the 3rd Military Academy. The score is 1-1, and this final team fight is obviously crucial. It will determine who advances to the top 8. 5v5 team fight. Grand University's participating players are." After 2 hours of treatment, Donors, fully recovered, stood on the stage, listening to the host's introduction and gazing at the virtual countdown in the air. Samuel walked up to him and said, "Chief, I leave Lucas to you later." "Of course, I won't be fooled this time." Donors replied, a few strands of bleached red hair scattered across his forehead, and he glared fiercely at Lucas across from him. Lucas noticed his ferocious gaze and smiled indifferently. Noticing Anthony, who was clearly still struggling to adjust, he could only glance at Christopher, who was standing beside him, asking him to keep a close eye on him. Christopher gestured in agreement. As the countdown neared 0, Lucas placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Anthony, you need to pull yourself together now. This match is crucial. Don't let unnecessary emotions get in the way." "Yes." Anthony took a deep breath and shouted. Lucas smiled at him, encouragingly saying, "Haven't you always wanted to be the head coach? If we win this match, it's not impossible." Anthony's eyes lit up when he heard him say that, and he said, "Okay, it's a deal." After Juan Jieshu finished introducing the players from each team, the clock ran down to the final seconds. 3, 2, 1. Lucas. The moment the countdown ended, Donors charged at Lucas like an arrow, black flames blazing like a lion's roar. Unwilling to be outdone, Lucas drew his rapier, a terrifying sword energy soaring into the sky, directly colliding with the exploding black flames. Boom! The earth rumbled. Invisible shockwaves, like surging waves, kicked up countless dust and wind waves, crashing ferociously into the protective shield. Christopher looked at the now entangled chief and addressed Anthony directly. "Anthony, activate your domain. We must hold out. We can't let them go one-on-one." But before he could finish his words, a pitch-black crescent moon appeared in an instant, followed by a hail of golden-red arrows. Samuel raised his pitch-black dachi, and a black glow erupted, enveloping Anthony, Christopher, and the others. He whispered, "Domain, silent night." Yin Xianqing and the other two remained, sniping at the 3rd Military Academy's healing units. Even though Anthony activated his own domain a few seconds later to counterattack, his understanding of the laws was clearly inferior to Samuel's, and he was firmly suppressed. He could only watch his own healing units being eliminated. The battle unfolded as Coach Guan had predicted. A team battle ultimately devolved into a single-player duel between S-level Esperians. Clearly, Samuel's quick defeat in the previous round had left a deep scar on Anthony. Even if he forced himself to rally now, it would only prolong the battle. Of course, Lucas's goal was to stall for time until he arrived. Unfortunately, Samuel interrupted this plan at the outset, picking off the other teammates one by one and eliminating them. In the end, despite his best efforts, Anthony only managed to take out the other two from Grand University. Since the beginning, Joseph, acting as a nurse, had retreated to the outermost edge of the arena. After Samuel eliminated the others, he came to his side and tended to his wounds. "Aren't you going?" Joseph said, looking at Samuel, who had remained motionless after the fight. "Wait a little longer. Our chief is having a blast," he said, stroking his neck, which had healed and remained unscathed. Lucas was constantly entangled by Donors, unable to escape. He could only watch as his teammates were eliminated one by one. He sighed softly, and the sword energy surrounding his rapier exploded, a pillar of energy rising into the sky. Boom! The accompanying violent wind shook the entire magnificent arena. An invisible pressure as overwhelming as the might of heaven. Under the azure sky, the snow-white sword energy was a magnificent sight. Lucas raised his hand, and countless lines of law descended from the void, converging on the tip of his rapier. He then swung it out. Swish! The incomparable, indescribably sharp sword light collided directly with the pitch-black flames, creating a massive gust of air. The arena was instantly divided in two, one half a dazzling white, the other half a searing black. Nothing else existed. This scene deeply shocked the audience. They held their breath, ignoring the tears that pierced their eyes, as they continued to watch intently. When the dazzling light and dust dissipated, Donors and Lucas were both wounded, their blood spilling onto the ground like a waterfall. Samuel sighed, "Remarkable, what a shame." He took a few steps forward, his powerful black leather-gloved hands wielding the odachi, gently swinging it down at Lucas. The dark crescent moon fell, but the snow-white sword energy did not reappear. This round, Grand University wins. Duan Jieshu, on the commentary desk, was stunned for a moment. He recovered after hearing the mechanical announcement and quickly said, "The score is now 2-1. Grand University wins this match. Let's congratulate them on advancing to the quarterfinals." Chapter 72. Dear audience, the top 8 have been confirmed. They are 1st Military Academy, Grand University, 2nd Military Academy, Yunshin University, Yewol University, Walker University, 4th Military Academy, and Qingyun University. It's unfortunate that 3rd Military Academy isn't weaker than these 8 schools, but they faced Grand University early. I hope they can quickly regroup and rally. The subsequent semifinal matches will begin in 3 days. Yuli stood up and watched Lucas being carried away, covered in blood. She couldn't help but sigh, "What a pity, Lucas. Let's go. We need to prepare for the draw later." Guhaji, seemingly unconcerned, said to her, In the treatment room off-site, Lucas lay wrapped in bandages on the bed and opened his eyes. Christopher stood by the bed, worried. "Chief, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lucas raised his hand to his forehead and said hoarsely. Anthony watched him awaken and spoke directly. "I'm sorry, Chief. It's all my fault." He couldn't contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face, his voice choking. "I was too arrogant earlier. I didn't listen to your advice." Lucas looked at Anthony, his head lowered. His once curly curls were now drooping. He said calmly, "What else?" And I. Anthony paused. He raised his reddened eyes to the handsome man, whose face was still a little pale. Lucas's expression remained impassive. He said, "Since your breakthrough, have you been diligently practicing your abilities every day? Or comprehending the laws? You haven't. You're not the only one in this world who's achieved a breakthrough. You shouldn't dwell on this unwarranted sense of superiority." Anthony froze, remembering how Lucas had repeatedly reminded him. But after his breakthrough, he found it annoying to hear those words again. "Yes. I get it. I definitely change," he replied earnestly. "Okay, I need to rest for a while." Hearing his response, Lucas's expression softened slightly, and he began to dismiss the others. When he was alone in the room, the man raised his long, strong hand, looked down at the thick calluses on it, and finally sighed helplessly. Perhaps he still felt regretful, but it was a pity that this wouldn't change anything. Lucas sobbed, "Opie, long time no see everyone, I'm back. It seems like only a few hours have passed, and I've gone from feeling sorry for Donors in my last post to feeling sorry for Lucas now. Why did that bad guy Samuel just slash that time?" Screaming loudly. Lucas was already covered in wounds and blood, 1 floor, yes. So cruel, 2 floor, mainly because the last match was 5v5. A 1v1 would probably be a draw. 3rd floor, even if it's a draw, without Lucas in overtime, the others wouldn't be able to hold up. 4th floor, speaking of which. Anthony. Bleeding knife.jpg, bleeding knife.jpg. What the hell was he doing in the second game? So bad, he got annihilated by Samuel. They're both S tier, what's going on? 5th floor, not as good as he was last year, seriously. I watched the 3rd Military Academy's exclusive livestream, and he'd barely listened to Lucas. It's really infuriating. 6th floor, yes, how should I put it, holding his head. Actually, Christopher was the real outside hitter in the past few years, but since he's had a breakthrough this year, he's had to be put in there. After all, an A-level player can't really beat an S-level player. 7th floor, yes, I've been watching Christopher for the past few years, and the outside hitter has always been Christopher. 8th floor, it's mainly because Anthony doesn't listen to Lucas's orders, and he gives me the impression that he looks down on others whose abilities aren't S-level. Is that okay? 9th floor, you can say it out loud. I've thought this for a long time. I'm a longtime fan. The 3rd Military Academy showed a little bit of footage before, and even though it was just a little bit, you could tell Anthony was being perfunctory. At the beginning of the second game against Samuel, judging by his micro-expression, he was looking down, looking very impatient. He probably thought there was no way an A-level Samuel could defeat him. Even the initial attack was. What a perfunctory performance. After that wave of attacks, he just stood there completely motionless. He didn't react until Samuel approached. This is truly unprofessional. Not at all like the 3rd Military Academy. He's really gotten cocky since reaching S rank. It's hard to judge. Lucas worked so hard, outmaneuvering Donors in the first game, but he was also seriously injured, and then he went all out in the 3rd game with a self-destructive attack. Ugh! This comparison is unbearable. I feel bad for him. Maybe they should replace Anthony later? It's so annoying just watching. 10th floor. The above comments are so detailed. Yes. I feel bad for him. 11th floor. Add 1. After the 8 teams arrived at the designated draw venue, the official draw began. Coach Guan rubbed his hands nervously, a rare occurrence. It's best not to run into Gran and the 1st Military Academy, or it'd be very difficult. Coach Guan, don't worry. We've got Heiji and Yuli here, so don't be afraid. Wang Fuwen said from the side. Of course I know, but don't crank it up to the highest level right from the start. It's my turn. Going off. Coach Guan muttered. He stepped forward, greeted the coaches of the other 7 teams, and began drawing cards from the cardboard box. Qingyan University. Not bad, not bad. Coach Guan's frown softened slightly as he looked at the name on the card. The Qingyan University coach, however, looked rather grim. Hua Zhiru frowned. Does this count as going all in right from the start? The transparent blue-ringed octopus, which had been floating above her head, sensed its owner's emotional fluctuations and materialized. Yes, but to win first place, this level of difficulty is necessary. Are you scared, Ah Hua? Su Qinghuai stroked the black mamba snake wrapped around his arm. Not really, and I want to test their quality. And don't call me Ah Hua. Old Su. Hua Zhiru was full of fighting spirit. Then Ah Hua, keep going. Su Qinghuai raised his hand, clenched his fist, and offered a lazy encouragement. You should keep going too. Hua Zhiru landed a powerful punch on the man, who was nearly collapsed on his chair. Ah, that hurts, Su Qinghuai said, his expression unchanged. After the draw was over, Su Qinghuai slowly followed the team. Knowing he'd be facing Yunchen later, he paid some attention to them. Su Qinghuai paused, his gaze fixed on the silver-haired man who had appeared in front of Yunchen's team. Yun Xiaozhu glanced up at him, his cold golden eyes exactly as he remembered them. However, the spectacles obscured their imposing presence. Halfway through their walk, Hua Zhiru noticed that her chief had begun to fall behind. She approached Su Qinghuai and looked in his direction, nodding with some relief. It seems that even though you look lazy, old Su, you actually care deeply. I understand. Su Qinghuai offered no further explanation, pointing to Yun Xiaozhu's position and asking, who's that? Let me see. I remember him being Yun Qian's top-grade blacksmith, and he came along this time too. Why, do you know him? Why does he look so strange? Hua Zhiru glanced at Su Qinghuai, whose expression grew increasingly strange after she finished, and was a little confused. I suppose we know each other. He hadn't expected to see the long-reclusive elder of the Yuan family here, and he looked completely different now than when he'd seen him as a child. Su Qinghuai, chin in a daze, the red agate beads slipping from his hand as he watched them walk away. Yun Xiaozhu paid little attention to the glance, remembering Su Qinghuai's features. After Yuli waved goodbye to the others, he watched the girl run towards him, his smile growing even gentler. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yuli ran over, her hair a bit disheveled. It's okay, let's go. I've made an appointment at a nice restaurant. Are you interested in trying it? Yun Xiaozhu asked softly, head bowed. Of course. Late at night, the lights in the classically decorated room were still bright. In the center sat a handsome man, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose, looking reserved and distinguished. But he exuded a powerful aura. His suit jacket was casually draped across the recliner, and his white shirt was unzipped, revealing a portion of his muscular, firm chest, which shone brightly in the light. Yun Xiaozhu took the intel on each member of the Qingyun team. His slender fingers picked out Su Qinghuai's intel, examining it carefully before finally settling on his family. The Su family of Yun Qingxing. The Su family? He raised an eyebrow, recalling that the Su family had indeed brought a child to visit the Yun family over a decade ago. He had met them when he had some free time. How could the child be Su Qinghuai? After all, the look in his eyes that evening was filled with shock and wonder. Clearly, they knew him from another identity, otherwise they wouldn't have been so surprised. This is really... Hopefully, he'd be more intuitive and not say anything to Yuli otherwise. Yun Xiaozhu felt a little distressed, pinching his brow. Back then, he hadn't seen anything wrong with using these identities, but now, he didn't know how to explain it to the girl. He was, surprisingly, a little panicked, fearing the girl would leave him if she knew his true appearance. That was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. We should wait a little longer, until our relationship grows closer, and you can rely on me more, Mai. The man lowered his eyes, raised his hand, and gently stroked the fair face of the girl on the screen, murmuring softly. Behind him, on the wall and on the floating screen, were densely packed portraits of the same person. The quarterfinals soon arrived. Yunshen vs Qingyun. The format for the 3 matches was confirmed: 1v1, 2v2, and 1v1. Then I go first in the first match, okay, coach? Yuli excitedly flexed her shoulders, looking at Coach Guan. Okay, for the first match, Qingyun will probably send their chief or commander. Their abilities tend to be poison-based, and Yuli, yours has a healing ability, which is a huge advantage. Coach Guan nodded in agreement. On Qingyun's side, Hua Zhiru looked at her lazy chief and said, according to convention, I will go on stage first to test their background, and you will be the last to come on stage. No need, let me go first this time, Ah Hua, have a good rest. Su Qinghuai stood up, squinted his deep green snake eyes and smiled. Chapter 73. The slender man stood up and slowly walked towards the arena entrance. Hua Zhiru blinked, exchanged glances with the other team members, and Bai Yi, who had been quiet until then, said, Captain, you're really enthusiastic this time. It sounds strange, but it's true. This is the first time I've seen him like this, Huazuru finally confirmed. Yuli stood on the stage, looking at the feminine-looking man. She raised her hand, and golden starlight condensed, appearing in her palm. Surrounded by circles of dazzling golden starlight, her long black hair flowed freely over her shoulders. A snow-white bouquet transformed into a hairpin, resting in her hair. Watery blue eyes flickered with a faint glint, and the girl's lips curled into a smile, like a spring breeze. A silk dress, a woven of white and light blue, blossomed like a flower, its hem dotted with blue stones, like ripples on a deep blue lake. Yuli raised her hand and stroked the white jade zither. The sound was melodious and lingering, and invisible waves of sound spread out layer by layer. Ding-dong-dong. Seemingly slow, but in reality, it spread rapidly across the entire arena. Bang! 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 Where the sound waves reached, invisible sonic booms instantly cracked the ground like spiderwebs. Dust rose like smoke, and countless tiny pieces of gravel flew into the air. Su Qinghuai bent down, his body as nimble as a cheetah, dodging the relentless explosions. He chuckled softly. So you're so brutal right from the start? The man with deep green, snake-eyed eyes grabbed the black mamba that had been wrapped around his arm and threw it towards Yuli. The snake instantly expanded dozens of times in size and rushed towards the girl. Ding! The invisible barrier directly blocked the black giant snake with a body of hundreds of feet. Yuli raised her eyebrows and looked at Su Qinghuai, who also rushed up. The man held a sharp and thin blade in his hand and rushed directly to her cheek. Ka! You are the cruel one, right? Yuli clearly heard his muttering, looking at the snow-white knife light in front of her, and retorted. He raised the white jade Yao Qin with his backhand and stuck the sharp dagger on Yao Qin. The slender fingers that were originally gently stroking the Qin directly pressed hard on the strings. Zheng! 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 The invisible sound waves exploded directly beside Su Qinghuai, and the man's soft body burst out with endless power. He avoided these explosions that were close at hand with an extremely twisted arc. Don't be so irritable, Yunchen Ziwei Star. Let me test your level. He laughed, but suddenly raised his other hand. The red agate bracelet swayed, and the dark green sharp nails, with a trace of black rule power, slashed towards her neck fiercely. Swish! Yuli wanted to pull away, but found that she was stuck with Su Qinghuai's dagger, but her Yao Qin was also controlled by the man. You? She glared at the man who was almost face to face with her, and quickly reacted and tilted her head to avoid it, but the attack still left a slight mark on her neck. TSK. I was fooled. The girl frowned in her heart, and raised her leg and kicked the man hard in dissatisfaction. Bang! She took a few steps back with Yao Qin in her arms, quickly distanced herself from him, and began to pluck her fingertips quickly. The field unfolded, and the sound of the piano was as surging as a huge wave, directly covering the entire arena and heading straight towards Su Qinghuai with a mighty power. Boom! 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 The black mamba expanded its size once more, enveloping its master completely, shielding him like a mountain. Against the stormy sonic boom, the black mamba swayed like a small boat in a storm, bobbing in the raging wind and rain. The massive snake's dark, hard scales violently rippled apart, its flesh tumbling in blood. Invisible, mighty sonic waves rippled outward, colliding directly with the protective shield, sending ripples through the air. Gui Yunjum gaped. Why do I feel like Sister Yu is angry? Su Qinghuai's attack seemed to have hit her, didn't it? Yin Yu was uncertain. That moment had been incredibly fast. She glanced at Gu Huji, who stood aside with a stern expression. He nodded, confirming Yin Yu's suspicions, and said, yes, it was scratched. However, Su Qinghuai's attacks are all highly toxic. The longer he delays, the better it will be for him. So Yuli should want to finish him off quickly. Back at Qinyuan, Huazuru, chin in hand, sat down in her seat in the same position as Bai Yi, watching Su Qinghuai being brutally beaten by Yuli. Huazuru rubbed her chin. The chief seems to be really paying attention to Yunchen's child. He's completely different from his previous lazy self. It looks dangerous now. Chief, is he okay? Bai Yi tilted his head, a little worried. Don't worry, old Su is still very tough, and this is just a test, Huazuru said with assurance. After Yuli's attack, Su Qinghuai had gained sufficient distance. Although several marks had been left on the black mamba, they were ultimately only superficial. She reached up and touched the wound on her neck, which was already turning purple. Poison? This is truly devastating. It seems we have to deal with this quickly. Yuli had initially considered testing how much damage this sonic attack could stack, but now it seemed like that wasn't going to work. Better to end it quickly. Determined, she brushed against Yao Qin's strings. This time, no sound was heard, but the man standing at the other end of the arena suddenly covered his mouth, and bright red blood flowed directly from it. Hiss! The black mamba, seemingly struck by the sudden and severe injury, screamed, vomiting blood along with tiny fragments of its internal organs. Its entire body began to tremble, its massive tail lashing uncontrollably at the ground, leaving deep gashes. Su Qinghuai raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yun Chen's Ziwei star was indeed worthy of its reputation. He looked at the massive black snake in agony and whispered, "Hung, let's merge." Yu Li, taking advantage of the sonic booms within the snake and the man, quickly changed into her jungle dream costume. Sprinkling four-leaf clovers fell, and her state returned to its original state. She also directly purged the black law power that had been clinging to her body and devouring her superpowers, forcing out the poison. Su Qinghuai clearly noticed all this and felt a bit helpless. Being able to both heal and fight was truly a mismatch. However, he didn't lose heart. After the black snake merged with him, its momentum soared. A purplish-black mist instantly spread, corroding the earth. The azure sky instantly dimmed. From this dense, endless fog, ferocious, massive black mamba snakes emerged, covering the entire field. Their deep green eyes, like stars and moons, loomed high in the sky, instilling fear in the very sight of them. Don't dare to fight them. He stood between the 9 terrifying, enormous snakes, his green eyes lowered as he addressed the girl on the ground, whispering, "Domain, Netherworld." Yuli looked up at the dozen or so enormous black snakes that obscured the sky, terrifying the world, and the man standing in their midst, whose aura was completely transformed. A fighting spirit ignited within her. She chuckled softly, the strong wind ruffling her brown hair. "This is more interesting. I want to test the limits of my abilities." Swish! A dazzling golden red flame appeared before her. Hiss! 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 Dozens of gigantic, monstrous pythons, transformed from mist, and Su Qinghuai's supernatural powers, opened their mouths, bearing sharp fangs. They soared into the air, like towering mountains piercing the sky, bearing down on the tiny girl. The dark purple snakes and mist obscured the entire sky. Even with layers of protective shields, breathing was difficult under the rolling black fog. Gu Huji gazed at the black fog that obscured the sun and sky, his brow furrowed slightly. His expression darkened as he watched the feminine man with flowing black hair in midair. Coach Guan was also shocked by this scene. I never thought this Qinyan leader could comprehend the principles to this degree. He was quite unknown before. It seems we made the mistake of underestimating our opponent. Huang Fu inside, tugged at the black leather collar around his neck, and glanced worriedly in the direction of Yu Li on the field. In the first military academy area, Huang Fu she stared at the scene with wide eyes, a little amazed. After all, he had previously considered Gu Huji and Donors his rivals, but now it seemed many others had yet to reveal their true strengths. This was truly unbelievable. It's really exciting. Lu Xinghe and Yi Qingying looked at their chief, who was ignited again for some reason, and tacitly ignored him, and Lei Ao, who was ignited and had lightning on his head. Donor sat in the area of Grand's team and curled his lips with some disdain. Why is there another one who hides his strength? Samuel laughed when he heard it, knowing that he was still upset about the previous battle with Lucas, and said, "Who do you think will win then?" "Yu Li." The man raised his arm with a black flame tattoo, and a black flame appeared in front of him. Samuel looked at him in surprise when he heard this answer. Donors laughed. "I'm not as good as you in terms of strategy, but I think no one can compare to me in terms of flames. She has the smell I like." Samuel also chuckled, and the black knife earrings beside his ear shone faintly. "Then I wait and see." Yuli looked up at the scene that seemed to be coming to an end. The wind was howling, as if the earth was wailing. She raised her hand and pointed her index finger at Su Qinghuai, who was looking down at her in midair. The next moment, the line of rules fell from the void and came to her side. Her heart began to beat faster, again and again. The overwhelming sense of oppression pressed down on her like a mountain, and the blast cut her delicate skin like a knife. At this moment, the world was so real and clear in her eyes. Mo Yin, who had been quiet all the time, tilted his head and stared at her with his dark eyes. His star, she seemed to have broken the barrier with this world at this moment, and began to really emit that dazzling glow. Golden red flames and lines of law converged at her fingertips, tearing a hole through the pitch-black sky, which began to glow red. The heat began to rise rapidly, and golden red flames surrounded the girl, like a pair of wings of blazing fire. Hiss! 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 Countless black snakes descended from the sky, their bloody maws wide open, ready to bite her to pieces and tear her apart. Facing the behemoth charging towards her, the grain-sized point of light that continuously compressed and gathered at her fingertips charged straight at the massive black snake. The light was reflected in its pupils, which were as bright as the sun. With lightning speed, the light pierced through the black snakes that covered the sky, piercing through the endless black fog. It also pierced Su Qinghuai's face, like a shooting star streaking across the sky in the darkness, leaving behind a streak of white light. The next second, a golden red flame, powerful enough to incinerate everything, erupted from that thread-thin streak of white light, covering the entire sky and earth. It ignited the entire world, swiftly engulfing the entire black fog and the entwined black snakes, burning them all. The golden red blanketed the entire sky. The blazing golden flames burned, endless light, and boundless heat burst forth unbridled, distorting the entire arena. The ground cracked open, and countless pieces of rubble evaporated in the terrifying heat. A dazzling radiance filled everyone's view. From afar, the entire promotion arena resembled a radiant little sun. The invisible protective shield was ripped through by the devastating flames. In the end, only the combined efforts of several S-rank referees stationed nearby could barely suppress the terrifying energy. Chapter 74. When everything calmed down, the light and fire disappeared, and the entire arena was already full of ravines. Su Qinghuai covered half of his cheek and squatted on the ground. Bright red blood kept falling down his arm. Next to him lay the black mamba snake that had fallen into a coma. It was still steaming and looked like it was about to be roasted. He raised his head and stared at the girl standing on the field with his remaining eye. The ends of her long black curly hair were dyed golden red, as if a golden flame was burning silently. Her golden pupils looked at him, and the light flowed and filled the world, like a goddess lowering her eyes, holy but with a hint of pity. Under such a gaze, Su Qinghuai seemed to feel that the blood flowing to his heart became a little hotter, and the hand pressing the other cheek unconsciously exerted force. Without thinking about anything, Yuli opened up her full power and looked at the man who was half kneeling on the ground, bloody and fragile, and the roasted snake that was about to turn into a fragrant roast. She couldn't help but feel some pity. Did he accidentally use too much force? She glanced at her personal panel. Okay, the case is solved, and her understanding of the rules has deepened. Yuli raised her hand, and a golden red flame turned into a fat golden crow that fell on her white finger, bouncing on her hand affectionately. She asked, "Do you want to fight again?" "No, I give up," Su Qinghuai whispered, and finally couldn't help looking at her several times. After the system broadcast, the man who had been holding on took back the black mamba snake and fainted on the ground. The staff hurried forward to carry him away for treatment. Only then did Yuli realize that the blood around the man had already stained the surrounding ground red. Ah! A wave of golden red flames, sweeping across the heavens and earth, a ray piercing the sky. He's directly crushed Su Qinghuai's domain, securing victory this round. Let me congratulate Yun Chen Ziwei Star. Yuli? The host, Duan Jieshu, who had been watching the match, was so surprised that he swore, then quickly reacted and made amends. Meanwhile, the analyst, Su Ziqiu, began passionately describing the various uses of their powers during the match. When he got to the exciting part, he stood up, grabbed Duan Jieshu's megaphone, and began to speak. Ah! Yun Chen! Yun Chen! Yun Chen! Ziwei Star! Ziwei Star! Ziwei Star! The audience, having finally caught on, excitedly chanted Yun Chen's name, and Yuli's nickname, clearly having been ignited by the scene. Duan Jieshu couldn't contain the excitement. He was about to speak, but he looked at Teacher Su, who was monopolizing his megaphone and talking non-stop without stopping. For a moment, he looked at the live camera with a sense of helplessness. He shrugged his shoulders, took out his golden cheering stick, and danced with the audience. After the chaotic scene had calmed down, Duan Jieshu returned to his megaphone and said, "I finally reclaimed my glory." The audience burst into laughter again, and Teacher Su also laughed awkwardly, a bit less enthusiastic than before. Due to the last battle, the arena's protective shield has been extensively damaged. Replacing and debugging will take a long time. Therefore, our next match has been postponed to tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. As compensation, the audience can waive lunch and dinner fees by using the ticket on the pass. Thank you for your support and understanding. See you this afternoon. Yuli scratched her cheek after hearing this explanation and said, "Is it that powerful? I don't seem to have any impression of it." "Of course. Sister Yu, You don't know that your attack directly burned through the entire 3 layers of protective shields. In the end, it was the joint efforts of all the referees to suppress it. It's really amazing. Gui Yunjun circled around Yuli like a golden retriever that hadn't seen its owner for a long time. She was very enthusiastic. If there was a tail behind her, it would have been twisted into a donut. Coach Guan also praised Yuli's performance. Yin Yu and Lin Qianqian hugged her arms excitedly, muttering that it was so cool. Huang Fuwen and the others looked at them playing with amusement, and they would find a place to eat after they had enough fun. Gu Heji looked at the laughing girl, and his hand touched the silver bracelet on his wrist unconsciously. The cross shook slightly, as if something was different. Yuli noticed his look, looked up at his deep eyes like the deep sea, and asked him what was wrong with his eyes. Gu Heji looked down at her eyes that reflected his appearance, and patted her head with his hand, saying with a smile, "Nothing. It looks like a good change." "Hey! Why do I feel like I'm petting a cat?" Yuli raised her hand, and touched the top of her head, and began to complain. Good Cat Inu also took action directly, and laughed again. "Then Cat, I'm going to eat you now." In the VIP room, Yun Xiaozhu and the other two felt the resonance from the main body before Yuli attacked. Fei Yusen tilted her head in confusion. The resonance, this time, was a bit strange, as if the flower finally grew a small bud after working hard to grow it. He turned to look at Yun Xiaozhu, who remained calm and sipping her tea. His gaze grew increasingly sharp as he asked, "Is there something you haven't told me about Miss Yuli?" After hearing Fei Yusen's words, Xuanya also looked at the silver-haired man sitting on the sofa. Yun Xiaozhu chuckled and said, "As an intelligence dealer, shouldn't you know a lot?" Fei Yusen laughed directly, and was more certain that the original body must have told this birdman something in the 3 months before he met Yuli. He curled his lips, thinking about the information about Yuli, and finally frowned and threatened. "What did the original body tell you?" Yun Xiaozhu looked at Fei Yusen, who was about to explode, but did not continue to mock him. His hands with white gloves rubbed unconsciously, as if he was recalling the touch of her delicate skin. His eyes fell on the girl, who was obviously more lively off the court, and he said, "Miss Yuli, she is a visitor from another world." The original body was sealed at the beginning because she still carried the power of the law from another world. Xuanya listened, and his blood-red beast pupil shrank into needles in an instant. He rarely followed Fei Yusen to question Yun Xiaozhu. "Why did you tell me such important news now? Is this important? Even if you don't tell it, it won't affect anything." Yun Xiaozhu said lightly, but his expression did not change. Fei Yusen chuckled, his eyes devoid of warmth. "I think you're just being petty, and don't want us to know." Yun Xiaozhu listened to him, and looked up to meet Fei Yusen's incredibly beautiful eyes. The aura surrounding them surged, the air crackling as the combined forces squeezed the air. Xuanya remained unaffected, lost in thought. Finally, he looked at Yun Xiaozhu and asked, "Do you know anything about Yuli's past?" Yun Xiaozhu paused at this question, pinching his brows with some embarrassment. No, Yuli doesn't know that the original master knows her origins, and she hasn't told anyone. But at first, she did seem to be separated from this world by a veil. Later, she gradually recovered. Yun Xiaozhu pondered for a moment and added, "Perhaps the original master knows better than us. After all, he has always been by Yuli's side. TSK, the original master won't be so kind as to tell us. So for now, we have to keep things as they are." Fei Yusen was disgruntled, and inwardly, he felt a surge of envy and resentment towards the original master. It would be wonderful to be able to spend every day with Yuli. Even as Yuli and her group were eating, the Star Network was bustling with activity. "Ah! Miss Yuli, I'm your dog. Woohoo! So cool! Let me crawl at your feet. It's no problem to teach me a lesson with your toes. Woohoo!" That look, that expression, a frustrated puppy begging its master online. Red heart X red heart X red heart, F1. Big brother, just think about it privately, don't post it. Although this idea is quite good, I'm guilty. F2, it's normal, just human nature. F3, human nature plus 1. F4, human nature plus 2. F113, doesn't the OP care about anyone on StarNet? He holds his head with his hands, if anyone does, I'd be the one. F114, this is quite abstract though, okay, I won't pretend anymore. So cool. That shot really hit me in the heart. I wonder if Ziwei Star still needs cats. I can meow too. 115th floor. Get out of the way. Of course I am the one who is being treated like a dog. All of you, show up. 116th floor. Haha, fake fans are still fighting over it, but real fans have already followed and joined the group and left messages offline. The offline experience is amazing. It's so amazing. It's really hard to imagine that it looks so small, but it can burst out with such great energy. 117th floor. I'm already regretting not getting the tickets. It's already super shocking to watch it on Starnet. 118th floor. I understand the host. The angle I saw the live broadcast was Su Qinghai's perspective. That golden looked like a god looking down at you from above, but with a touch of pity for you. It's hard not to be moved. If I were there, I really couldn't control myself and just licked her thighs. 119th floor. The above person is so good at talking. I also watched it. Woo. I must watch Su Qinghai's perspective. The overall perspective of the live broadcast is indeed very shocking, but Su Qinghai is a god, the kind of eyes that only have you in their eyes, the eyes that focus on you. I really want to die. Okay. 120th floor. Come back after watching it. Okay. I think I can understand the original poster now. It's hard to imagine how Chief Su could have restrained himself at that time. If it were me, I would have just hugged his thigh. Okay. 121F. Ha ha ha. Yes. 122F. Ziweixing is really fierce. It was the same in the preliminary round, and even more so now. I can't even think about the semifinals and finals. 123F. Yes, he couldn't control himself later. Old Duan just ignored it, and went off the court to wave the sign. It was so funny. 124F. Could it be that Teacher Su was so excited that he directly pulled Old Duan's loudspeaker over, and the two of them started to describe it vividly together? Started explaining, and then Lao Duan had no idea what to do. It was really funny. 125th floor. Teacher Su really doesn't even pretend. He was very excited when he explained Ziwei Star in the preliminary round, and he is still very calm now. In other games he is very calm. 126th floor. I noticed it too, and Teacher Su's personal star blog is also pinned. It seems that he is a fan of Ziwei Star. Ha ha ha. 127th floor. At this time, I have to say, it's human nature. Ha ha ha. 128th floor. Human nature. Plus 111. The post contains radical remarks. The network supervisor has deleted it. Chapter 75. Starnet, inside the Dream Bar. Chui Yin deleted the post just now, and sighed as he looked at the comments on it. Oh, the one who is really a frustrated puppy begging for his master online is our boss. Really? You haven't succeeded yet, and you're so jealous that you let me watch it. Please don't make any radical comments. This class is really heartbreaking. I also want to watch it live. He sighed as he spoke, but the arc of his mouth corners was too obvious. After deleting these similar posts, he skillfully went to the Yuli Fan Square and began to watch the clips on various light screens with great interest. The fan light board above his head was shining, and it was obvious that he was an old fan who had logged in and punched in for many days in a row. Just as he was watching, a man in a black tuxedo and a black mask approached him. When Chui Yin approached him, he noticed that this man dressed very solemnly. He was surrounded by a dark aura, and he looked like someone from the Obsidian Empire. Chui Yin thought so, but didn't show it. He looked at him and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing big. I just saw that your light board is of a high level. I guess you are familiar with this place. Can you introduce it to me?" "Of course, I will pay the corresponding reward." The man in the black tuxedo is Xian Yimin. He took advantage of the rare rest time to log on to the Federation Star Network to see the current situation of the people that His Majesty has not caught up with. Sure, there is no need for reward. We are all in the same interest. Chui Yin had no objection to this, and introduced them to him one by one. The two people who had no idea that their respective bosses were competitors began to have a pleasant exchange, and even added each other as friends, and agreed to come together to sweep the valley next time. This time, Yuli and the others went to a dessert shop that was doing a booming business. Wang Fuwen looked at the four excited girls helplessly, and then looked at the cutely decorated, colorful house built on snow-white clouds, decorated with various candy and biscuit models. Even the round robots that entertained guests had various furry ears and tails, which would swing when they saw guests. Xie and Han Chengfeng stood at the door on the left and right, not moving, and did not go in. Yuli saw this and hugged him directly, pinching him. "The fur feels so good, so cute. Thank you for your compliment. The tail is also okay, dear guest. Do you have a reservation?" The oval robot with cat ears looked up and asked in a cute voice, with its long fluffy tail resting on Yuli's hand. "Yes, we have booked a large private room." Inu also came over, thinking of his own goodbye. He restrained himself, kissed and touched him, operated a few times on the light screen on the bracelet, and put the light screen in front of the robot. The men following them saw that the room had been confirmed, so they had to follow. However, the people who were eating desserts in the store found Yunchen and asked them for autographs and photos excitedly. When they followed the robot to the corridor upstairs, a familiar female voice came. "Ah, Huang Fushi, take care of your dragon. Don't eat my cake." Yuli looked up and saw a purple dragon with white cream on its head darting out at lightning speed. Gu Huji placed his left hand on the girl's shoulder, took a step forward, and raised his other hand. The cross on his wrist swung, and a flash of icy air passed through him, freezing Lao into a block of ice. Dong! Lao broke free from the ice, flicked his tail, opened his eyes, glared at Gu Huji, and began to howl. "Awoo!" Yi Qingying ran out carrying a small cake, and saw Yunchen and his group. She was stunned for a moment, and when she saw Lao about to attack Gu Huji, she quickly shouted, "Huang Fu, catch him!" Sorry. Are you guys here for dessert too?" Yi Qingying grabbed Lao and threw him to Huang Fushi in the room. "Yes, any recommendations?" Yuli smiled at Yi Qingying's clean and precise movements, as if she had done them 1,000 times, and asked. "Of course, this dessert place in the arena is quite unique, and there are many other snacks. As a recommendation, if this is your first time here, the ones with pink stars on the menu are a sure bet." Yi Qingying said this with great enthusiasm, and began introducing Yuli and the others. It was clear that she loved this place. Huang Fushi caught Lao, who Yi Qingying had thrown over. Hearing Lao's complaints, he also came to the door. Seeing Yunchen and the others, his eyes lit up. He immediately pushed past Yi Qingying and came to Yuli. He lowered his head, slightly, before half-crouching. He looked up at the girl, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, and said, "You're very strong. I look forward to fighting you later." Yuli was stunned by this series of changes. She stared at the oversized man before her, not fully reacting, and nodded subconsciously, "Okay." Yi Qingying grabbed Huang Fushi's throat as he was about to say something and laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha. Our chief has a little mental problem. Don't mind it. Hey! I'm fine." Click. The door to the room on the other side of the corridor opened, and Samuel leaned against it, his long, tied-up black hair falling over his shoulders. One long, straight thigh was bent, and his emerald pupils curved. "Hey! Everyone's here." The last 3 teams were brought together by their respective commanders, and booked a large private room. Yuli stiffly scooped a spoonful of the exquisitely decorated mousse cake before her. Her mind went blank, and she began to ponder how this had happened. Why had she chosen this place? Gu Huji, standing to the girl's left, pushed a cup of light-flavored green tea with milk foam toward her, and said, "Don't be anxious. Take your time." He glanced at Donors on the other side and frowned. "What are you doing here?" Donors looked at him, smiled provocatively. "Is it not possible for me to discuss the use of my powers with her? Are you so meddling?" Huang Fuwen continued, his deep purple eyes narrowing. "It depends on her personal willingness to discuss it. Chief Donors, it's not good for you to force her right away." "How can you say you're forcing her?" "Our chief is simply eager to learn." Samuel stood beside Donors and spoke slowly. The conversation between the 4 men was filled with lightning-fast, sarcastic exchanges. Finally, Samuel smiled gently and asked, "Yuli, what do you think?" The 4 handsome men, each with their own unique characteristics, stared at her intently, eager to understand her answer. "Can't I just sit and watch?" Yuli's mind suddenly twitched as she answered, and when she came to her senses, she quickly made up for it. Well, it's good to communicate. Everyone can communicate together, but we still have to take it slowly. I go order some more things, you guys continue." She quickly jumped up and ran away in a flash, like a furry rabbit jumping a few times, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huang Fushi chewed the soft cake viciously, looking straight at Gu Huji and the others, and glanced at the 2 guardians sitting around him with resentment, and said, "Why don't you let me go? Donors has nothing to do if he goes. Children should not interrupt in adult affairs." Yi Qingying and Lu Xinghe said in unison. "Wouldn't it be more explosive if you, a troublemaker, went?" After leaving the box, Yuli breathed a sigh of relief, and Mo Yin changed his body shape and landed on her shoulders, and his soft tentacles covered the place where Gu Huji had just touched. Yuli noticed his movements, picked him up, rubbed him hard, and sighed. Mo Yin is still the best. Considerate, sensible and cute. Mo Yin raised his tentacles, and wrapped them around her fingers, rubbing them carefully. The suction cups inside the tentacles kissed and sucked her skin, as if responding to her words. When Yuli went downstairs to order snacks again, she came to the open-air balcony, and saw Inu standing on the bar counter of the balcony, mixing cocktails skillfully. Yuli blinked, walked over and teased, Can this bartender mix me a cocktail? If it doesn't taste good, I will leave a bad review. Inu looked up and saw that it was Yuli, and laughed, lifted a strand of black hair on her cheek, smiled charmingly, and said, "Of course you will be satisfied, but you can't drink too much." Puff. Yuli couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, Inu, why did you come out too? You don't know that after you left, Chief Huangfu from the 1st Military Academy also joined in, and then someone started a fight, and they started a cake fight. It was too chaotic. Inu was a little helpless about this group of people, who looked serious, but were actually not reliable at all. Xia Yi, Huangfu Wen, and Han Chunfeng seemed to be very calm and trying to persuade them to stop fighting at the beginning, but when they really started fighting, they were really more excited than each other. As she spoke, her hands kept moving, and the shrunken Dabai beside her also flexibly handed various wine bottles to her master. Finally, Inu put a glass of blue and pink cocktail in front of Yuli, and she decorated the mouth of the high-heeled glass with a piece of green twisted slices. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Try it. How is it?" "Ah? Did they fight later?" "Oh, okay, I try it." Yuli was surprised, took the colorful cocktail and tasted it. Well, it was sweet and sour. She liked it. "Why don't you taste the alcohol?" "But it's really delicious, nice." Yuli was puzzled. "That's because I didn't add it at all," Inu said with a smile. "Huh?" After waiting for nearly an afternoon, Yuli finally returned to the lounge. A snow-white and soft blanket was spread on the bed. There were 3 round furry pillows next to the pillow, but one of them had peacock feathers on its head, one had a pair of small wings behind its gold-rimmed eyes, and the other had a tail covered with black scales. Mo Yen lay on her pillow. He looked at the doll next to him, that was obviously his clone. As soon as he reached out, the 3 pillows fell to the ground again. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, the game continued. Yunshin vs Qin Yun second round, 2v2, Lin Qianqian and Lin Momo played. Because they showed strong suppression in the later stage when they played against Himing before, the 2 members of Qin Yun started the game directly in close combat, coupled with the pervasive poison, and finally lost. The score was 1-1, and the match entered the 3rd round, the final round to decide the winner. Chapter 76. Gu Heji stood up, the crosses on his wrists swaying slightly. He said, "Leave it to me. Chief Gu, keep going." Yuli and Gui Yunzheng clenched their fists and encouraged him. "Well, I won't let you down." Gu Heji looked at them and smiled softly. Huangfu Wen on the other side teased, "Hurry up, Chief. If you delay any longer, the competition will begin." Gu Heji ignored Huangfu Wen's teasing and turned to walk into the arena. Back at Qingyun, Su Qinghuai looked at Hua Zhiru worriedly. "Ah Hua, keep going. Your tone really shows you're not optimistic about me at all, old Su." Hua Zhiru glared at Su Qinghuai as she walked onto the field, saying, "I give it my all. I want to see just how powerful the Deophyte are." Hua Zhiru stood in the arena, a gentle breeze ruffling her hair. She raised her hand, and the blue-ringed octopus, which had been hiding, appeared beside her, waving its tentacles. As the countdown reached 0, Hua Zhiru raised her hand, drew a sharp broadsword from her back, and rushed towards Gu Heji. The blue-ringed octopus beside her instantly expanded like a balloon, spewing out layers of transparent mist. Instantly, it covered the entire venue. Droplets of dew fell, corroding the ground into large holes. Ding! 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 Gu Heji waved his hand, and the cross on his bracelet instantly turned into a long sword. The man clenched his hand tightly, and rushed forward to meet the fierce blade. In just a dozen breaths, the two had fought dozens of times. Facing the poisonous rain falling from the sky, he was frozen before it fell on him. However, feeling the increasing poisonous fog in the air, he instantly increased the force of his sword swing, and the icy power rushed out of his body. The ice blue, dazzling sword light illuminated the entire venue, and the fierce icy coldness cut through several tentacles of the giant octopus and crashed into the transparent protective shield. Boom! After being hit by this attack, Lan Lan quickly shrank her body and came to her master. Hua Zhiru was obviously no match for this sword. Although she had expected Gu Heji's ability, she could only clearly feel the suffocating oppression when they really fought. Gu Heji's cold eyes were like a glacier that had been there for tens of millions of years. He waved his hand holding the cross, and clusters of hard ice crystals emerged from the ground, guarding the man standing in the center. The strands of coldness isolated the lethal toxins in the air. He said lightly, "It's just a waste of time to fight like this. Just show me your strongest attack method." Hua Zhiru noticed that the toxins in the air were separated, and gritted her teeth slightly, said, "Okay. Then let me see if Yunshin's chief can break my domain." Blue. The blue-ringed octopus shrunk to the size of a fist merged with Huazuru, and a dazzling colorful light burst out directly off the field. Wang Fuwen looked at it and shook his head and said, He really doesn't want to delay any time. It's only been less than 2 or 3 minutes. Yuli looked at the domain that Huazuru had unfolded in the field. From Gao Wei's perspective, the rule power in her domain was like a series of constantly changing colored rings squeezing each other, just like the rings on the blue-ringed octopus, colorful but extremely poisonous. Huazuru's domain is like a kaleidoscope, with mottled colors flashing in it, and the bizarre light makes people feel dazed and trapped in it at first sight. She injected the line of rules into her domain, and groups of colorful, transparent, unknown objects piled up into mountains, carrying invisible poisons, and turning into strange creatures to attack the man standing still in the domain. Guhuji looked at the scene in this domain, and had a plan in his mind. His expression was still cold, as if he didn't feel the threat, and he threw the cross in his hand directly. The silver cross drew a beautiful arc. In front of these huge monsters, the cross looked very small. Huazuru's heart suddenly jumped, and she directly output with all her strength. Countless monsters opened their sharp mouths, or raised their sharp claws, bypassed the cross, and rushed towards the man. Huh? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it a sharp chill that pierced the bone marrow. This chill enveloped the cross, and the sharp ice wind carried endless ice crystals, and gathered on the cross. In just a moment, a frost cross hundreds of meters long appeared in Huazuru's domain, carrying the power of the rule of annihilation, directly tore open her domain and attacked her, unstoppable. Bang! The silver cross covered with countless ice crystals brushed her cheek, and finally bang! Fell to the ground. Thick ice crystals burst out, like ice flowers blooming. Huazuru's colorful domain instantly shattered like a mirror, and turned into bubbles. The rolling storm brought by this attack contained endless coldness, and directly froze those alien transparent creatures. The cold wind howled. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Guhuji remained standing, his expression unchanged, leaving only the sound of the wind ruffling his clothes. Huazuru felt her body being frozen, a terrifying chill spreading from her cheeks to her entire body at an incredible speed. She moved her fingers, but the previous domain had completely drained her supernatural power. Now she could only rely on willpower to hold on. She glanced at Guhuji one last time, feeling somewhat unwilling. Despite her best efforts, she still couldn't defeat the man before her. This reminded her of the first round, when the champion had been defeated by Yuli with a similar blow, and she felt a mixture of emotions. Finally, she could only sigh helplessly and say, I surrender. Yunshin vs. Qing Yuan, Round 3, Yunshin wins. Guhuji listened to the host's excited words, came over to Huazuru, helped her extract his rule power, retracted the cross, and returned to the arena. The arena was left with small holes and a crack dozens of meters long, as if the earth had been torn apart, a spectacular sight. Yuli watched Guhuji's exit excited. I feel like Chief Gu's understanding of the rules has deepened even more than before. Yeah, I've been feeling some insights lately. Aren't you the same way? He looked up at the girl, his eyes no longer as cold as before. Yes, I am. Yuli nodded, thinking of her 2 improvements. Coach Guan was impressed by the exchange between the two. Yuli's growth was truly remarkable. She had already broken through to S rank in just under a year, and her understanding of the rules was on par with Guhuji's. Thinking of this, he began to look forward to seeing what kind of impressive performance these youngsters would put on the stage in the once-in-a-decade Interstellar League. In the medical room, Huazuru lay on the bed, while Su Qinghai sat in a chair, peeling an apple with his thin, cicada-winged dagger. Huazuru watched him, her brows twitching. Are you going to give it to me? Huh? Ah Hua, you're finally awake. I was really scared when you suddenly fainted after the match. Su Qinghai continued to work, leaving clumps of apple peels in the trash can. I don't see you were scared. Huazuru grumbled. You look like you're okay now. Su Qinghai smiled at her. Huazuru, seeing his smile, felt a little angry. We're really losing the game now. I tried so hard to break through, but we still didn't win. Okay, Ah Hua, don't be angry. We still have time, don't we? Su Qinghai quickly advised, seeing her face flush with anger. Humph, I hope Yunshin wins the championship later. Otherwise, this loss wouldn't be so embarrassing for us. Huazuru snatched the peeled apple, and broke it open to vent her anger. Ahua, you have great confidence in Yunshin. Su Qinghai heard her say this, and took the apple she tossed him, and began to chew on it. Of course, aren't you the same? From what I've observed, Guhuji and Yuli have a deep understanding of the rules. Huazuru said. Yes, I'm actually looking forward to their match later. Su Qinghai said this, thinking back to the scene he'd seen of Yuli and Yun Xiaozhu interacting before the match. He frowned and began to wonder if he should find a time to tell Yuli about Yun Xiaozhu's identity after the league ended. However, thinking that this might be tied to some hidden secret of the Yun family, he became torn. Unaware of these developments, Yuli spent the next few days observing the other teams' matches. The teams that made it to the quarterfinals were all incredibly strong in their own right. The final 4-2 were determined by a draw, Yunshan versus Gran, and First Military Academy versus Yewol. Inside the draw, upon seeing the results, Donald's eyes suddenly sharpened. He glared at Gu Huji and Yuli, a glare that threatened to burn a hole through them both. Yuli's skin crawled with goosebumps at the sight of that glare. She quickly hid behind Gu Huji, figuring that the chief wouldn't mind being harassed by Donald's, a battle-crazed maniac, for over a year. Gu Huji didn't mind either. His deep blue eyes met Donald's, and he silently said, "See you at the tournament." Donald understood his words and laughed heartily. He smoothed a hand through his dark red bleached hair and led Gran's team out of the venue. At the First Military Academy, Wang Fu she was somewhat disappointed by the outcome. He had been looking forward to fighting Yunshin. Yuer's chief Fin Island, dressed in a simple white priest's robe, his long, light gold hair reaching his waist, looked indifferent. However, when he looked at Yuli, a hint of curiosity lingered in his pale golden eyes. She bore the aura of our lord, yet she was clearly human, not a winged tribe. How strange. Though he harbored a hint of curiosity, he didn't show it. Yuli didn't notice the subtle gaze, but Mo Yin, after taking a quick look, realized it was a follower of his avatar, and lost all interest. Coach Quan approached them and said, "The 3-round battle format has been confirmed. 5v5, 5v5, and 1v1. Wang Fu spat out his mouth when he heard the number of players. "Coach, are you serious? This team battle would ultimately be like Gu Huji and Yuli having to fight 2 matches in a very short period of time. It would be a tremendous strain on their energy consumption and willpower, especially against a group of battle-crazed Grans." "Yes, that's how it happened. This luck is truly." Coach Quan said this with some resignation. Finally, he looked at Gu Huji and Yuli with concern. "You too." "Don't worry, coach. I can do it. After all, I can heal myself." Yuli was somewhat expectant. "Well, leave it to me. I lead them to victory," Gu Huji said calmly, but his tone was firm, as if he were stating a fact. Chapter 77. Time soon came to the day of Yunshin versus Gran. The audience seats were packed with people, obviously looking forward to the game. Su Qinghai brought his teammates to watch the game early in the morning. He looked up at Lucas and his team, who were wearing neat white military uniforms. Because their 2 teams had played against each other in the past few years, they were quite familiar with each other. He lazily greeted them. "Are you here to watch the game too?" Lucas. "Yes, after all, it must be exciting to see the 2 teams fight each other." Lucas saw Qin Yuan and his team nodded and greeted them. "Who do you think will win?" Su Qinghai asked with interest, his deep green snake eyes narrowed, waiting for Lucas' answer. "Gran University, they are very strong." Lucas thought for a while, and gave his answer. "Well, then I bet on Yunshin. How about you treat me if you lose?" Su Qinghai said. Huazhuru was listening to her chief's words, and was about to pull him away. "What kind of bet are we making here?" She heard Lucas's voice agreeing. "Okay, it seems that Chief Su is optimistic about Yunshin. Of course, after all, if they keep winning and win the championship, we won't lose anything." Su Qinghai shrugged. "That's right." Lucas laughed softly when he heard him say that, and his handsome face gave people a feeling of spring breeze. TSK, you're betting on us. Shouldn't you bring us along when you treat us?" Wang Fu came over and interrupted. "Yes, if you want to treat us, let's go together. I think Chief Lu won't mind." Samuel followed Wang Fu's words. Lucas also noticed the 2 teams of Yunshin and Gran at this time, and laughed helplessly. "Are you here to eat my rich family?" "I don't mind. What about Chief Su?" "I have no problem with that either." Su Qinghai made an okay gesture. "Why do I feel like I'm begging for food?" Yuli listened to the conversation of the 4 people in front of her, and complained silently. But the black mamba snake that had been circling around Su Qinghai's arm noticed her sight. Swoosh! It jumped up and tightly wrapped around the man's neck, hiding its head behind him, leaving only a small tail on his chest. It was obvious that Yuli's previous behavior of roasting it with a fire had left a serious psychological shadow. Su Qinghai was also frightened by its sudden action of choking his neck, and quickly pulled it down to comfort him. It's okay, we're not competing now, we won't roast you." Yuli laughed when she heard him say that, walked to Su Qinghua and said, "Yes, it's not competition time now, we won't roast you." She thought for a while, took out the meat jerky she brought to Dubai from her bracelet, handed it to it, and asked, "Do you want to eat meat jerky?" Hiss. Hiss. When Hong heard the word meat, she raised her head instantly, opened her mouth, and swallowed the meat jerky in front of her. It tasted good, and her drooping tail curled up, as if she was very satisfied with the food. Su Qinghua saw that it forgot to be afraid when it heard about food, and shook his head helplessly, indulged Hong to accept her feeding, and looked at Yuli and said, "Aren't you afraid?" It's okay, it looks very beautiful. Is its name Hong?" Yuli reached out, and touched its head and asked. "Yes." Su Qinghua's heart flickered with excitement at her answer, his slender, snake-like pupils dilating as his expression softened. "Good luck in the next game. I bet on you to win." "Of course." Yuli nodded, then looked at Lucas and said, "Chief Lu, just wait and see." Lucas chuckled at her words and said, "Okay, I be waiting." After the teams finished their conversation and separated, Yuli and the others arrived at the waiting area. Coach Quan looked at them and said, "For the first game, Yuli, Gu Heji, Fu Ling, Wang Fuwen, and Xie Yi, the 5 of you will play. Is that okay?" "No, coach," the 5 of them said in unison. "All right. Go ahead." Coach Guan nodded with satisfaction. At the arena commentary booth, Duan Jieshu waved to the audience, saying, "Hello everyone. Without further ado, the league has entered the semi-finals. The first 2 teams to face off are Yunchen and Gran. I'm sure you're all familiar with them, but I'd still like to introduce them." As Duan Jieshu was introducing them, the commentary chattered about the schedule. "Help! This schedule calls for 2 5v5 rounds. How on earth did they come up with this? Ha ha ha. Yesterday, when I saw the 2 coaches draw their teams, my face froze. I never imagined such a lineup could be possible. Yes, while the probability is there, I haven't seen this since the 64-32 round. It's truly eye-opening, however, judging by the team fights this year. It's basically been S-tier versus S-tier. Yes, so in these 2 rounds, it all comes down to which S-tier team collapses first." As Duan Jieshu's introduction came to an end, the 2 teams entered the arena one after another. Wang Fu would press the black leather collar on his neck and said, "Donors and Samuel, I leave it to you too. Don't worry about us." Yuli looked at him and smiled. "Leave it to me." Gu Heji nodded, adjusting the silver chain on his wrist. Wang Fuwen, looking at the 2 men standing side by side, was momentarily distracted. Perhaps he should abandon those useless fantasies and achieve a breakthrough sooner rather than later. On the other side of the court, Donol stripped off his jacket, revealing his hard, firm muscles. His forearms were slightly bent, revealing his powerful biceps. A black flame tattoo snaked up his forearm. Samuel, gripping the jet black odachi in one hand, gently swung it through the air, leaving behind a series of beautiful blade flowers. He glanced at Donol's, who was already impatient, and his lips curled up. Looking at Yunchen and the others, he realized that he, too, was eager to try. The virtual countdown on the court began. 3. Yuli raised her hand, a golden starlight flashing. Her long, white-blue hair cascaded down her snow-white shoulders, her eyes gleaming with a mesmerizing softness. 2. The cross on Gu Heji's wrist transformed into a sharp sword. 1. Black flames blazed fiercely. As soon as the last shout had fallen, Donors charged directly at Gu Heji, black flames erupting like a volcanic eruption, only to be stopped by a vast wave. Boom! The blazing flames and the icy water collided, instantly unleashing a series of deafening roars. At the point of collision, a vast expanse of white mist and steam erupted, completely enveloping the entire area. Samuel raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something, and suddenly tilted his head, dodging the extremely cold blade thrusting towards him. Then he swung his hand back, and the pitch-black sword slashed a semicircle through the air, slashing straight at Gu Heji, but was blocked by the cross on the other side. Ding! A sharp metallic hum echoed, and the clash of blades and swords sent sparks flying. Samuel licked his lips, tightening his grip on the blade. He laughed. "I didn't expect you, Chief Gu, would come to fight me." "Really? You don't look surprised at all." Gu Heji held his 2 blades at attention, his face expressionless as he replied calmly. Clusters of icy blue ice spikes rose from the ground beneath his feet and fiercely attacked Samuel. Elsewhere, Donors looked at the smiling girl, his expression shifting for a moment. "Gu Heji wants you to fight me." "What? Are you underestimating me?" Yuli raised an eyebrow, circles of clear water gathering around her. "That's not the case." Why not use fire? Donors asked. Of course. I do whatever I want. Yuli laughed, and an invisible mental attack pierced him. The water transformed into a mighty flood, roaring towards the man, and the black flames collided with the water again. Donors threw a punch to block the water flow, but the mental attack clearly caused him to pause for a moment. He frowned, realizing the attack. He raised his leg and kicked. His body transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly closing the distance between them. He punched out, and the black flames burst like a dragon from the abyss, accompanied by a fierce airburst. Bang! The punch, filled with explosive flames, slammed directly into the water mirror in front of Yuli, causing waves to ripple out. The girl took the opportunity to raise her magnificent staff, made entirely of white coral and inlaid with sapphires, and struck the man's lower body with the sharp staff. Shwa! Donors dodged sideways, and the water mirror suddenly shattered at this moment. He leaned forward due to inertia because of this sudden move. Yuli raised her leg and kicked the man's waist and abdomen hard. He took the blow and stretched out his hand to grab the girl's calf directly to prevent her from leaving. The black flame on his other hand ignited and attacked Yuli again. Yuli decisively twisted her body, doing three things at once, raising her arm to block and avoid the fierce punch. Her mental power turned into a fine needle and stabbed him. The staff inserted into the ground directly exploded the surging sea water, and the heavy sea water separated the two. Yuli directly distanced herself from him. The black flame left a deep mark on her arm. She frowned slightly and looked at the man who rushed towards her like a beast again. As if she didn't feel the attack at all, Yuli took a deep breath, raised the scepter in her hand, and whispered, Domain Shui Wekanglan. Waves of water rippled, and the blue sea spread out directly. Day and night reversed. The bright day passed in a flash. In the dark night, a huge and bright full moon emerged, and the infinitely soft and charming moonlight sprinkled down, illuminating everyone on the field. Raindrops fell, falling one after another, and there was silence for a while. Everyone was bewitched by the moonlight, and their minds were in a trance for a moment. Gu Huji and his team took this opportunity to attack the rest of Gran. The three-layer protective shield on the field was deployed to block the water like moonlight. It took a long time for the bewitched audience to slowly wake up from this intoxicated state. Yuli waved the scepter, and a stream of deep blue water turned into a water dragon several meters long and rushed towards Donors. Shwa! But the next moment, a black crescent rushed towards the mighty and domineering water dragon and beheaded him directly. The terrifying energy crushed the water dragon, causing it to turn into countless water drops and fall down. The strong wind blew and raised huge waves, awakening Donors directly. Yuli stood high in the sky, looking down at Samuel, who was seriously injured by Gu Huji. A silver cross was inserted directly into his chest, and another one pierced his calf. The bright red blood was directly covered by the cold ice. The man's hand holding the big sword trembled slightly, but his expression remained normal, and his green double pupils curved to meet Yuli's eyes. The next moment, the dark flames came overwhelmingly, blocking Samuel's figure. Chapter 78. In just a moment, the black flame spread at an unimaginable speed, and the dark flame field collided directly with Yuli's field. A dark sun broke through the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The man rushed towards the girl with the extremely explosive flames, and the dark sun pressed towards the bright full moon. Gu Huji obviously noticed this situation. He raised his hand to pull out the cross, and rushed to Yuli, but Samuel grabbed his wrist tightly. The man with black hair and green pupils grinned. Chief Gu, don't be so impatient, our chief has just entered the state, cough cough. As he said, he coughed up a stream of blood. Gu Huji's deep blue eyes were as cold as ice. He held the silver cross with force, and the sword inserted in Samuel's chest directly penetrated his chest. Blood was like a waterfall. Cough. This time he bled more. Now, are you still going to stop me? Gu Huji's cold and serious bass voice came. Of course, I won't let you go easily. Samuel closed his eyes, turned his hand holding the big sword, and inserted it directly into the ground between the two of them. He spoke silently. Domain Silent Night. A strong black light burst out from the big sword, directly wrapping the two of them. Gu Huji looked at him, and the indifference in his eyes finally changed. He was rarely surprised. You lunatic. In the first military academy area off the court, Lu Xinghe sighed. Samuel is really a ruthless person. Even in this situation, he can still open the domain to entangle Gu Huji. Yes, but it looks too painful. Yi Qingying rubbed her arm. In the Qingying University area, Su Qinghuai rubbed his chin as he looked at Yuli, who was momentarily suppressed by Donors. He scratched her chin and concluded bluntly, Yunxin should have scored the first point in this round. Wajuru, upon hearing his conclusion, looked at him curiously, wanting to hear his explanation. Su Qinghuai turned to Lucas and asked through narrowed eyes, Chief Lu, do you think so? Lucas, who had been tricked into the Qingyun area by Su Qinghuai, smiled softly and said, I agree with you. It was I who underestimated Ms. Ziwexing. Her abilities are truly extraordinary. In the arena, facing the massive black sun brimming with endless heat, Yuli raised her scepter. The cold waters of the water radiated waves of light, and the icy sea began to boil. The two sides' domains rubbed and collided constantly. Crack! The space was squeezed by these two powerful waves of energy, a sharp sound erupting. When the pitch-black flames once again collided with the icy blue water, another violent energy reaction was instantly triggered. The rising white mist formed a broad river between their domains. Yuli kept distance from Donol's, avoiding close combat. After all, once entangled by him now, escaping would be difficult. The situation was at a stalemate for a moment, and Donol's knew that time was running out. If this continued, they would undoubtedly lose this round. Donol's took a deep breath, pressed his body downward, and rushed towards Yuli like a cheetah. The black sun in his domain began to compress and compress again. This terrifying and extremely explosive energy surrounded the man, and his aura began to rise steadily. Yuli frowned, knowing she couldn't dodge this time. She raised her staff, and dozens of layers of transparent water mirrors instantly formed, resembling a sturdy and beautiful castle. The next moment, the castle met the earth-shattering blow. Boom! 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 The energy concentrated in Donor's fist exploded, slamming into the transparent water mirror. From afar, the exploding black flames resembled a vibrant black hibiscus in full bloom. The layers of transparent water mirrors shrouding the girl's face rippled violently. As if unable to withstand the explosive energy, the water mirrors began to crack. Crack! Microscopic cracks appeared. The next moment, each layer of water mirror was shattered by the blow. Yuli looked up at the sun-like black flames, her expression solemn. She pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to counter this attack. Yuli closed her eyes, then opened them again, her gaze firm as she murmured, no matter what, I try to stop him. She lifted the white coral staff in both hands, and pressed it down heavily on the rippling water. Ding! The seawater, originally spread across the entire area, compressed and recompressed into tiny yet dense droplets, interwoven with the threads of law and imbued with immense energy. Yuli raised her scepter, staring directly into Donor's sharp glare. Countless water droplets condensed with her movements, and a massive deep blue dragon emerged. Its pupils, as shimmering as the stars and moons of the sky, opened wide, and a resounding, resonant roar erupted. Roar! The massive water dragon raised its head, fearlessly slamming directly into the sun-like flames. Boom! 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 Two terrifying energies collided in midair, and dazzling beams of light, one black and one blue, enveloped the entire arena. A powerful shockwave, centered around the two of them, spread wildly in all directions, sending tremors through the earth. The referees watching from the sidelines once again responded, increasing the protective shield from 3 layers to 6. But the countless spectators in the stands could still feel the intense tremors. Though their vision was blurred, everyone's attention remained fixed on the field, wondering who would emerge victorious. When all the light and mist dissipated, the area where the two men stood, still covered in solid stone, was completely pulverized, leaving a massive crater. If the entire arena hadn't been constructed of incredibly solid stone, the two might have punched through it. Yuli half knelt on the ground, her ornate and exquisite scepter falling at her feet. Her long, flowing blue and white hair cascaded down, obscuring the expression on her face. Her hands, bracing themselves against the ground, remained steady, and blood flowed from the wounds burned by the black flames. Donor's was clearly not faring much better. Yuli's attack, in addition to its supernatural power, also carried a clear mental assault, and now he felt as if countless needles were stirring within his mind. Unlike the physical damage, the mental pain was even more painful. Donor's expression twisted, veins bulging. He squeezed his eyes shut, using his remaining willpower to stand on the ground. But his attempts to break free from the mental assault were futile. The audience watched as the two men stood motionless on the 2 pillars surrounding the massive pit, their mouths gaping in astonishment. The destructive power was truly astonishing. At that moment, Samuel's domain was breached by Gu Huji. He had clearly sustained significant injuries from Samuel's reckless attack, but his presence signaled that the balance of victory in this match had shifted towards Yunshin. Yuli spat out a mouthful of blood, and used the last bit of her power to summon purple stars, which surrounded her in circles. Her clothes changed again, and the warm yellow gauze skirt spread out, and 4-leaf clovers with glimmering light fell down, repairing her wounds. Gu Huji came to the edge of the huge pit that seemed to have been dug out of thin air on the field. Seeing Yu Li's appearance, he knew that she was fine, and he breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound. When she recovered some strength, she stood up and looked at Donor's opposite. His state was obviously on the verge of collapse. The man opened his bloodshot eyes, looked at her and muttered silently, "It's really abnormal to be able to heal." Yu Li changed her clothes again, and the black and red gothic skirt spread out, and the silver chain passed like a meteor, rushing towards Donor's. The man, who had no strength left, still grabbed one of the chains, staring at the girl, as if he wanted to remember her in his heart, and said, "I won't lose like this next time." After saying that, he was submerged in the silver chain. Yunshin versus Grand Round 1. Yunshin wins. When the mechanical voice finished, Yu Li couldn't hold on and her ability was directly lifted. When she was about to fall to the ground, Gu Huji came to her side and supported her. Yu Li was obviously stunned for a moment, looked at Gu Huji and smiled. "Chief Gu, I won." "Yeah." Gu Huji's deep blue eyes met hers, and he softened unconsciously, slowing down his voice, and continued, "Very powerful, beat Donor's." "Of course." She murmured softly, and wanted to say something, but her eyes went black and she fainted. Yu Li lay in the hospital bed. After examining her, the Tianpan healer spoke to Gu Huji, who was standing nearby, unable to focus on himself. "It's nothing serious. She just fainted from overusing her powers. You just need some quiet rest. You look more seriously injured. Go see a healer first. I be watching." "Okay, thank you." Gu Huji nodded and walked out. Coach Guan also arrived with a group of people. After receiving the same answer, he also left relieved. The healer watched them leave with a friendly smile. After changing the sign outside the room to rest and do not disturb, he closed the door and cast a barrier. He arrived at the bedside, a brilliant emerald light appearing, the illusion vanishing. The healer, Fei Yusen, possessed himself, pressing himself against the girl's pale, cold face. His emerald green eyes lost their usual playfulness, and he whispered, "Ms. Yu Li, I'm truly worried." Yun Xiaozhu, standing on the other side, spoke coldly, "You're in the way. Move aside. I treat her." Xuanye sat directly on the bed, his large, burning hand enveloping hers. His crimson pupils held a deep, undisguised worry. Fei Yusen tutade, straightened, and looked at his true form huddled nearby. Angrily he said, "You won't even help her." Mo Yin raised his gaze, his lifeless, hollow eyes meeting the demonic healer before him. The black mist sliced through space with ease like a thin thread. Fei Yusen tilted her head slightly, but a wound still appeared on her face. Before she went on stage, "She didn't want me to make a move. So you're just going to be so obedient from the start of the match, not even moving a muscle. Are you a dog?" Fei Yusen roared inwardly, but he also knew Mo Yan's unwavering obedience to Yu Li's every command. "Fei Yusen, forget those distorted thoughts in your head. Yu Li doesn't need your illicit help." Xian Yi turned his gaze to him, warning coldly. Chapter 79. Fei Yusen stroked his hair and said impatiently, "I know, I won't do anything that will make her unhappy." Yun Xiaozhu raised his hand, and a book covered with golden runes appeared in his hand. This book full of sacred breath began to turn pages automatically, and finally stopped at one of the pages, and a golden complex rune flashed. The man with long silver hair and elegant appearance pressed his slender palm with white gloves on the page of the book, leaned down, and supported her cheek with his other hand. The soft hair fell down, and his thin lips gently fell on the girl's smooth forehead, leaving this restrained and infinitely tender kiss. The original body, and the remaining two clones were all stunned. His expression was completely out of control at this moment, and his pupils were shaking. "You are such a person who is usually so abstinent and restrained that you doubt whether you can do it, but you actually sneaked away in front of him. Is this reasonable?" "Ah! This is a necessary treatment method." Yun Xiaozhu reluctantly got up and took back the book covered with golden runes. He looked at them calmly and said, but the arc of his mouth was really hard to suppress. "Huh? It's a fart. TSK, I was wondering how a birdman like you could hold it back, huh? So you're waiting here." Fei Yusen's green eyes were burning with rage, and he cursed directly. Xuanye looked directly at him, staring at Yun Xiaozhu with dark blood pupils and said, "Fight. I'm happy to accompany you." Yun Xiaozhu laughed, laughing like a spring breeze, even laughing wantonly, looking like the queen who won the uterus fight. On the other hand, the original Mo Yin was staring at Yu Li's lips in a daze, as if he had opened the door to a new world again. He ignored the three noisy clones, stretched out a tentacle, and approached carefully, finally landing on her soft lips and rubbing gently. He seemed to feel that his core was vibrating. What a wonderful feeling. The three people who sensed the resonance stopped their actions, turned their heads, and saw that the original tentacles were about to reach into her mouth, just as they wanted to stop him. Yuli, who was lying on the bed, had thick eyelashes trembling slightly, slowly opened her eyes, and met Mo Yan's concerned eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a soft thing reaching into her mouth, and Yuli raised her hand to pull the tentacle out. This touch. She wanted to eat grilled squid tentacles. She put Mo Yan next to the pillow and sat up directly. Yun Xiaozhu came over and arranged the pillow so that Yuli could lean on it. Yuli blinked and looked at the three people around her. Before she could react, she asked, "Why are you here?" "I remember I was on the field. I fainted from overusing my supernatural powers on the field, huh?" Fei Yusin pulled a stool over and sat in front of her, speaking lightly. The man lowered his voice at the end, as if asking, but with a sense of oppression. Yuli looked at Fei Yusin, then at Yun Xiaozhu and Xuanya, and realized that they seemed angry. Yuli pouted and said, "Sorry?" But she didn't change. Yun Xiaozhu looked at her little expression, and knew that she would do the same thing next time. Just when she was about to say something, she looked at her pitiful eyes, and swallowed the preaching again. It was really. The silver-haired man, who felt that he was being controlled, smiled helplessly and said, "I can accept this on the field, but one person must not do this outside." Xuanya sat on the other side, looking at her with deep eyes, and then he said, "I will be worried, don't do it next time, okay?" "Okay." After listening to them, Yuli nodded obediently. "Good." Xuanya looked at her nodding obediently, and couldn't help thinking so. The dark dragon tail swung with the owner's mood, and rested on the bed. The black hard armor on the tail quietly approached the back of the girl's hand, but was slapped away by Mo Yan's tentacles. Fei Li felt that this matter was over. Thinking of the previous game, she couldn't help asking. The time of the next game should not change. Although she and Donor seem to have hollowed out the arena. It has been changed, and the time is 4 hours later. Yun Xiaozhu replied. Although the protective shield was not damaged this time, it will take a lot of time to fill the hole. Fei Yusin added with a smile. What about Chief Gu? I remember that he was also seriously injured. Yuli thought of seeing Gu Huji with injuries before fainting, and couldn't help asking. Fei Yusin felt a little sour when she heard her ask this question, and didn't want to answer. Xuanya continued, his injury only looks serious. It's just a superficial injury, don't worry. Don't worry about others, maybe you need to rest for a while now? Yun Xiaozhu looked at her, thinking that although she had just received treatment, it would be better to sleep for a while. Well, I lie down for a while. Yuli thought it would be good to rest for a while, and there was another game waiting for her later. However, after she laid down and hugged Mo Yan, she felt the three eyes that were too strong on her, and she couldn't stand it, and whispered, "Can you stop looking at me? I really can't sleep like this. Isn't Mo Yan watching you too?" Fei Yusin said unhappily, pointing at Mo Yan, who was looking at his clones with disdain. Yuli turned to look at the little octopus. Mo Yan had his eyes closed, leaning obediently against her chest. Mo Yan didn't. She glanced at Fei Yusin, her eyes clearly meaning, "Don't talk nonsense." Yun Xiaozhu grabbed the peacock spirit, which was about to jump up to fight the original, and said, "Then you get some sleep. I come back in an hour." Xian Yi also stood up, gently grasped Yuli's hand, which was lying outside, and placed it under the soft quilt, pressing it down. After doing this, he followed Yun Xiaozhu and forcibly dragged Fei Yusin away. Yuli was a little confused by Xian Ye's series of actions. Why did it sometimes feel like the three of them were one person, but it shouldn't be possible. Yuli closed her eyes, ignoring this complicated question, and prepared to fall asleep. While both teams were taking the time to heal and recuperate, posts on StarNet were pouring in. This match was truly spectacular. Jumping up and down, crawling like crazy, chins drooping, there was no stopping. 1st post, original poster. I watched so many angles, I couldn't keep up. Old Duan started swearing while he was talking, and by the end, I completely forgot what he was saying and just watched along. It was hilarious. 2nd post, ha ha, I noticed that in the replay. I wonder how much old Duan's fine will be this time. Knocking on a wooden fish. GIF. 3rd post, at first, I thought it was still Donors versus Gu Huji, but I was wrong. 4th floor, add 1, but I'm really shocked. Yuli is so strong. She's only a freshman in the league, but she's already on par with Donors. A true Z-Way star, 5th floor, yes. And I don't know if you noticed, when those two were fighting and opening their domains, They pushed everyone else down, and it was okay. It made me laugh. 6th floor. Noticed it. Sure enough, this year's team battles all turned into S-level competitions. 7th floor. The main thing is, they really didn't care about anyone else when they were fighting. That last blow, seriously. I think the whole audience was shaking. 8th floor. It was so shocking. Even with 3 layers of protective shields, they still managed to shake someone as steady as a rock to the ground, making me jump around and stagger like a tumbler. That's pretty impressive. Thumbs up. JPG, 9th floor. Ha ha, this is called an immersive experience, worth the price of admission. 10th floor. And Yuli's healing move at the end really broke Donor's heart. Ha ha. 11th floor. Ha ha ha. Guess it. 12th floor. We're all main attackers. So why are you secretly learning to be a healer? Is that okay? 13th floor. It seems Donors is obsessed with adding another player. 14th floor. No problem. 15th floor. Add 1. 16th floor. Add 2. 157th floor. This match was probably the most intense of this tournament, especially Samuel. He's such a tough guy. Even after being badly injured by Guhuji, he was still able to use his territory to push him back. Awesome. 158th floor. Yeah, I was really scared watching it. And Samuel even provoked Guhuji at the end. Wow, what a tough guy. 159th floor. Mainly because Donol's used to steal the show too much. But now I realize how strong he really is. 160th floor. Yeah, Donol's is so loud. Every day, he's either getting into fights with Guhuji or picking fights with others. He's the one who's made the biggest impression on me in Gran, holding his head. 161th floor. Ha ha ha. Actually, First Military Academy's Huang Fuxi is also loud, but unlike Donol's, he feels like a kid who's eager to join in the fun. 162th floor. To be blunt, he's just a middle school brat. Lu Xinghe looks so much older this year, crossed out, so haggard. 163th floor. Ha ha. Are the people above trying to make me laugh to death? 164th floor. I feel like the next match will be even more intense. After all, if they can't come back, Gran will be eliminated. 165th floor. Yeah, looking forward to it. 166th floor. Being there, waiting to be rocked again. Honestly, it's kind of cool now that I'm used to it. Floor 167. Upstairs, in the backstage hall, Duan Jieshu was scrolling through a post on Starnet about how much his salary would be deducted. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he grumbled to Su Zichio, who was also taking a break nearby. I'm surprised too. This is the first time I've seen such an intense match. Ha ha ha, you get used to it. Su Zichio patted his shoulder and laughed. But can they really recover in just 4 hours, Teacher Su? Duan Jieshu asked, looking at him. The ability can definitely recover, but it won't be too mentally taxing. Even if they do recover, given the intensity of their fight, it's probably only for this one match. Su Zichio said after a moment of thought. Duan Jieshu understood the implication. After this match, the 4 of them probably wouldn't play again. If Gran won the next round, they'd face a final one-on-one match, likely between A-level players. This is good too. My commentary really follows them up and down. Before that, I felt like I was going to fly up and hit my head on the protective shield. Duan Jieshu muttered. Su Zichio couldn't help laughing when he heard his complaints. Chapter 80. After Yuli slept for an hour, she finally woke up. After eating the lunch brought by Yun Xiaozhu, she got up and went to another treatment room. Guhuji's injuries had been healed, and he was sitting on the bed tidying up his messy clothes. Noticing Yuli's arrival, he looked up and asked, "Have you rested well?" "Yes, Chief, how about you?" She watched him tidy up his sleeves and button up his clothes carefully, and she had a new understanding of the degree of her chief's obsessive-compulsive disorder. "I just have superficial injuries, nothing serious," he said calmly, but his eyes softened when he looked at Yuli. "That's good." Yuli breathed a sigh of relief after getting his clear reply. Guhuji looked at her relaxed look, raised his eyebrows, and stared at her with deep blue eyes like the ocean. "Are you worried?" "Yeah, if the injury is serious, I will be under a lot of pressure in the next game." Yuli nodded and said earnestly. Hearing her answer, the man smiled softly, raised his hand to press her hair, and the silver cross swayed in front of her eyes. Then she heard Guhuji say, "Don't worry, I won't leave you alone." Just when Yuli wanted to take the big hand off her head, Guhuji took his hand back first and said, "Let's go, we should return to the team, and there will be another game waiting for us." "Yeah." Yuli nodded. When the 2 of them returned to the team, They were constantly cared for by others. Inu even hugged Yuli and refused to let go. Coach Guan took a closer look at the two, noticing their mental state was relatively good. Reassured, he said, "Last round, Yuli, your mental attack affected Gran and the others, which contributed to our victory. However, after suffering that loss last round, they'd definitely be more cautious next time. In this round, Gu Huji would be best served by keeping Samuel at bay." The two nodded in agreement. Yuli agreed. After all, she had watched the video of Gu Huji and Samuel's fight later. "You two are both ruthless. You truly don't care how bad your injuries are, you just want to kill each other." Then time passed quickly. Duan Jieshu stood at the commentary booth, waving enthusiastically to the audience and lamenting, "It looks like our competition is getting more intense. This court has been renovated countless times." "Ha ha ha. Don't tell me, it's been renovated quite a bit. It's so intense that the court is practically exploding, physically. It's even gotten so intense that the referees have to intervene to suppress it," laughs. "Indeed, after following several rounds, this one is truly the most intense yet. After all, there are so many more S-level players this year. TSK, what can I say? Geniuses really do appear in clusters, don't they? Actually, I remember this kind of talent surge happening 1,000 years ago, but back then, weren't the 7 galaxies all at war with each other? Hey, are you hinting at something? That's a bit scary. Anshin, given the close connections between the 7 galaxies today, there won't be another epic battle of that magnitude again. Are we getting off topic? Stop imagining things. Just enjoy the game. Yes. After the topic was discussed noisily on the bullet screen, it didn't take long for everyone to tacitly bring the topic back to the arena. Donors looked at Yuli, with a hint of fanatical fighting spirit in his eyes. He said to the girl, "This time, I will definitely defeat you." Yuli listened to this speech full of fighting spirit, nodded and replied, "Then come on." "Anyway, I will never lose." Gu Huji stood behind Yuli but didn't think so. His deep blue eyes, like the silent night sky, stared at Samuel. The man with green pupils met his sharp eyes and laughed. "Why is Chief Gu looking at me like this? I didn't do anything." Gu Huji didn't reply, but secretly became alert. The countdown of the game soon came to an end. Donors took the lead and rushed towards the girl. Just when Yuli thought she was going to fight Donors, like the last game, the man blocked Gu Huji's cross with a punch, stopping Gu Huji's steps to get close to Yuli. Yuli's pupils slightly dilated for a moment, and she saw the dark sword in Samuel's hand appear beside her. The next moment, the black light enveloped her. The practice of opening the field at the beginning of the game surprised the audience. Yuli opened her eyes, and the world had changed. The gorgeous red spider lilies bloomed slowly, and the dark green river flowed down from the bottomless sky. She was stunned by the environment that looked like the Naiha Bridge. But soon, a black crescent moon rushed straight towards her. She even heard the blade cutting through the silent night sky, and a subtle buzzing sound sounded. Yuli raised her hand, and the golden red flames gathered beside her hand, directly turning into a mighty golden crow and colliding with the crescent-like attack. Boom! The violent wind swept around. The bright red flowers of the other shore were blown down directly, and even lifted waves of dark soil, revealing dense white bones underground. Yuli was obviously frightened by these things. Just when she raised her hand to open the domain, she found that the domain could not be opened. Samuel also appeared at this time, his handsome eyebrows curved. "Since you are here, why leave so soon?" She frowned tightly. This situation did not occur in the last game. This person actually had a trick up his sleeve. But if she could not open the domain, she would probably have to fight with this cunning person in front of her for a long time. "Your goal is to keep me trapped here." "Yes, after all, Yuli, your healing ability is indeed a bit tricky, so I can only wrong you to stay here for a while." Samuel smiled, but his men were not merciful at all. The big sword swept a semicircle in the air, and the sharp blade slashed at the girl fiercely. The golden red flames in Yuli's hand gathered into an exquisite longbow to directly block the attack. Dang! The weapons of both sides collided with a harsh metal sound, splashing a series of dazzling sparks. The man saw that the attack was blocked, and his expression was still with a faint smile, but he exerted force on his wrist holding the knife, and a series of fierce knife lights pressed towards her at a very fast speed. The knife light carried a fierce and sinister aura, leaving no way for the girl to retreat. Every knife attacked her fatal point. As long as she was hit by a knife, it was estimated that she would be seriously injured or killed in an instant. Yuli directly pulled up the bowstring, and dozens of compressed flames collided with the sharp blade, directly causing a turbulent explosion. At the same time, the flame directly turned into a huge golden crow, screaming, and crushed the countless bones that broke out of the ground into powder. Boom! 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 Dust spread. Yuli frowned and muttered that it was really difficult to deal with, completely different from Donor's straightforward approach. She raised her hand and waved it, and the dust dispersed. The raging fire and the ruled line turned into 9 sharp arrows and shot out. Swish! The 9 golden red thin lines were approaching like thunder in an instant. Samuel raised the big sword and wrapped it with the black ruled line to block the exploding golden red arrows. Although the domain cannot be used, it does not mean that I will be trapped here forever. As long as I split this domain, it will be fine. Yuli whispered. Her golden eyes drooped, her long black curly hair moved without wind, and the golden red at the end of her hair was like a burning flame. The golden crow behind him spread out its dazzling golden wings, golden red flames ignited from it, and dazzling light burst out from it, like a magnificent sun rising in the dark night sky, illuminating the entire dark and lonely domain. Samuel's expression became solemn. It's really hard to deal with, but I won't let you break through my domain so easily. All the flowers in the domain fell, and the green and silent water surface began to boil violently. The dry bones under the water gathered into an extremely huge white skeleton, and a faint green flame ignited in its empty eye sockets. The huge white bone claws held the same black sword as the man, but it was magnified hundreds of times. Mo Yin beside Yu Li's ear paid a little attention to the man who was Yu Li's opponent. After all, he mastered the rules created by him. The momentum of the two began to soar, and the air even distorted. The golden sun faced the huge skeleton controlled by Samuel and slashed with a dark crescent-like attack. Boom, boom, boom. The entire field was distorted by this earth-shattering blow. The half-golden and half-dark light engulfed the two people in the field, and the entire field began to shake and crumble, and the edges began to break and tear. Finally, it exploded like a rag bag that was constantly filled with water, and the two attacks did not stop with the shattering of the field. The terrifying energy waves spread rapidly, with unrivaled momentum. The entire arena was obscured by the light emitted by these two energies. Puff! Yu Li's pupil shrank as she watched the man with green pupils rushing towards her with such a huge energy impact, covered in blood, with wounds deep enough to see the bones, breathing in more than out, and Gu Huji standing in front of her. Samuel thrust a pitch-black dagger into Gu Huji's chest. The entire dagger sank into his chest, and the blood was affected by the fierce energy wave and evaporated directly the moment it flowed out. Samuel looked at Gu Huji, who was blocking Yu Li, and sighed. Chief Gu, you really deserve to be the captain. This sudden change made Yu Li stunned for a moment. Almost subconsciously, she changed her clothes and went forward to treat Gu Huji, and then she heard the man say, "No." But it was too late. Samuel used his last strength to grab her arm and stopped her. He stared at her with his dark green eyes and said, "I'm so sorry. We won this round." The next moment, the field burning with dark flames covered them all, and the black sun that burned the world pressed down the golden red sun. All this happened in an instant. The audience closed their eyes and waited for the dazzling light to dissipate. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Donor standing alone in the arena. The bright red blood flowed down his protruding Adam's apple and into his strong chest. His hair fell and covered his expression. Yunshan vs. Grand Second Round. Li Kellen wins. Chapter 81. Oh my god! Screaming. Shouting. I knew Samuel was a wolf killer, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. 1SE floor. Damn it! When I watched the first round, I thought Yunshan's score should be 2 o'clock, but it turned out. Samuel is still so ruthless. 2F. Mainly, no one expected him to charge straight through under those two deadly superpowers. 3F. Mainly, eliminating Zyweixing will definitely increase Grand's win rate. After all, being able to both heal and attack is incredibly tricky. 4F. But I couldn't really see how Gu Huji got there. Help! I had to slow down the screen recording dozens of times to barely make out his shadow. Gushin, you're like this, thumbs up. JPG 5F. The events of that moment really need to be replayed in slow motion, from every angle to understand. Yu Li switched healers to help Gu Huji, but Samuel intervened. Then Donors went all out. He was already exploding, and now there was another one. Seriously, I watched the screen go off for several minutes. Are everyone at the scene okay? 6F. Not at all. I'm going blind. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Last time, it was just a shockwave, but this time, I was already flying, vomiting souls. 7F. Was the scene completely shattered? I've heard a lot of people saying that. 8th floor. Yes, because the referee was holding them down from above. They had no choice but to go downwards. A large portion of the scene was completely empty. You could see the forest below. Even the thick clouds were broken through. 9th floor. Amazing. Now I understand why S-level espers don't often fight in public. Watching them fight, nothing will happen to them in the end, but it's us, the spectators, who are in trouble. 10th floor. Yes, thanks to the referee for his intervention. Wipe sweat. 11th floor. But this will take quite a while to repair, right? 12th floor. I'm here, and I'm telling you, it's hilarious. They didn't even repair it, they just moved it. They moved to another arena, and it looks like the staff are urgently adding more shields. 6 aren't enough. 13th floor. After all, it was penetrated, so repairs are going to take ages. 14th floor. Right. So this psychic explosion even penetrated the arena, and Samuel managed to get through without batting an eyelid. Really? You're so ruthless. 15th floor. Doesn't that mean the third round is about to start? 16th floor. Yeah, but those 4 S-ranks probably can't play anymore. They're so badly injured, and the blood is gushing out like it's free. It's really annoying. 17th floor. So it's back to the A-level finals. That's pretty reassuring. Help. Their fights are so intense, it's terrifying. Sometimes I almost stop breathing. I don't even have time for a snack. I'm just so engrossed in the action. 18th floor. Thrilling +1. 19th floor. Thrilling +2. Now I'm going to eat a candy. 20th floor. Thrilling +3. Now I'm going to drink a cup of milk tea. 21st floor. Thrilling +4. Now I'm going to eat a small cake. Wang Fu she ate his delicious jerky, while browsing various forums on StarNet. Lu Xinghe was fingering beside him, surrounded by several screens, constantly recording and analyzing the match. Yi Qingying stared at the scene on the screen where Samuel grabbed Yu Li's arm, and asked Lu Xinghe curiously, "Here, is Samuel using the power of rules?" Lu Xinghe heard her question, turned his head, glanced at her light screen, and nodded. Yes, Samuel's power of law entangled Yu Li and Gu Heji, forcing all 3 of them to face Donor's final outburst. TSK, that's truly ruthless. Yi Qingying sighed, as she heard Lu Xinghe's confirmation, and shook her head. Yes, in previous bouts, Samuel was more inclined to calculate in the dark, but this time, he broke through to S rank, and his style has changed significantly. Lu Xinghe thought about the previous year's competitions. So who do you think will win in the end? Yi Qingying asked. Wang Fuxi, who had been listening to their conversation, joined in and said, I'm betting on Yunshin. Wang Fu, you seem to like Yunshin quite a bit. Didn't you look down on her before? Yi Qingying was a little puzzled. I want to fight Yu Li. She's very strong. Wang Fu, she thought, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then I go with you and bet on Yunshin. Yi Qingying thought of the girl she'd met at the dessert shop last time and followed suit. Finally, the 2 of them looked at Lu Xinghe for his opinion. Lu Xinghe shook his head and said, in my opinion, the final players will most likely be newcomers from this class, so the odds are about 50-50. So who are you betting on? As the 3 of them were discussing, Lucas, from Qingyun's side, followed Su Qinghuai into the players' tunnel and asked, Chief Su, after watching this match, are you still betting on Yunshin? Of course, I won't change my mind easily. Su Qinghuai twirled the red agate bracelet on his wrist and smiled. The arena's audience was bustling with people, each following the virtual cursor, as they left for another arena. The healers in the backfield were busy with the 4 people who had already fainted, and various soft lights kept lighting up in the room. Coach Guan and Coach Zhang of Grand stood outside the door and waited. Finally, the Tianfen healer opened the door and explained that there was nothing serious, but he needed to recuperate for a few days. The 2 of them were relieved to hear this, and hurried back to the venue, where their respective teams were located to confirm the candidates for the 3rd game. Yu Li lay quietly on the bed, her long eyelashes like crow feathers drooping, covering her star-like eyes. Her light brown long hair scattered on the snow-white sheets. Mo Yin returned to normal size, and the pink tentacles waved gently, and wisps of black mist wrapped the entire room, separating it from other spaces. The 3 clones who were about to open the door outside, Xingxing, Ollie, not obedient. Injured again, not allowed to attack. A hoarse and low male voice sounded gently in her spiritual sea, with endless tenderness, and some grievance. The black mist spread from the pink little octopus, and thick black mist covered the whole little octopus, disappearing. The black mist was like a giant dog squatting beside the bed, first carefully extending a small tentacle, gently touching the girl's white and delicate wrist, listening to the steady and powerful beating of the meridians in her wrist, and the other claws of the black mist were shaking happily. The whole black mist floated up and fell on the bed, and the snow-white sheets were directly sunken. The black mist that gathered into a ball separated in an instant, like tentacles, stickily hooked around the slender wrists, neck, thin waist, and ankles of the girl who fell into a deep sleep. The moment the black mist was attached, it couldn't help but rub, lick and suck, like a starving vicious dog, crazy and perverted. Ollie. Compensation. Yuli felt that she was being pressed down by a super big dog, licking her constantly and barking in her ears. The girl who was in deep sleep felt something was wrong, so heavy and noisy, but she was really sleepy. She could only raise her hand to pinch a ball of black mist, pull it apart, and mutter, "Don't make noise." A corner of the whole black mist seemed to be lifted up, and he stopped moving instantly. The black mist buried in her neck rose up, as if observing her. He carefully observed for a long time, and found that the girl fell into a deep sleep again, and then he relaxed. But this time, he restrained himself a lot, wrapped her up quietly, and stopped talking nonsense in her spiritual sea, but the black mist still tightly entangled her, and didn't let go. When the three people outside the door found that the door could not be opened, they knew that the main body had taken action. And just when they were about to break in, they felt that the three people in the main body all looked unhappy. It felt like they were about to get there, but were stuck. What's going on? What is the main body doing? Yun Xiaoju's gentle mask shattered directly. Fei Yusen raised his hand, and the green light fell on it. The next moment, the invisible illusion covered the world. Xuanya raised his hand, and the black and sharp claws directly tore open the barrier set by the main body. The three people entered it, and the dark fog seemed to be very dissatisfied and twisted for a moment, but they did not move because they were concerned about something. The three people saw Yuli sleeping soundly on the bed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. As the three of them and Mo Yen engaged in a silent argument, both concerned about the sleeping Yuli, in another arena, Duan Jieshu, who had also been treated, touched his forehead, which had just swelled up, and sighed, "Luckily, this round won't be that intense, otherwise I might have gotten another big bump." Su Zichio laughed when he heard him say this. After all, at the end of the previous round, Duan Jieshu was sent flying, his forehead slamming directly into the protective shield in front of him. Hey, Teacher Su, it's fine if you didn't hold me back, but you're still laughing." Duan Jieshu's eyes darkened at the sound of Su Zichio's laughter, and he grumbled. Sorry, it was too sudden back then. I flew out in a flash. I'd be more careful next time. Su Zichio narrowed his eyes, suppressing a smile. "Oh, I have a feeling I'd be sent flying again later," Duan Jieshu muttered. Then a staff member came in to announce that time was almost up, and it was time to head to the commentary booth. Coach Quan looked at Inu, patted her shoulder, and said, "Leave it to you, Inu. This round is crucial. Trust me, Coach. I won't let Yuli and the others' hard work go to waste." Inu brushed her long curly hair, stood up, and said seriously, "Okay. Go ahead." Coach Quan nodded. "Welcome everyone to the final, decisive match. This one-on-one match is a one-on-one match. I wonder who the coaches of the two teams will choose this time." Duan Jieshu spoke passionately from the stage, but no one's attention was focused on that. "Even if you act like nothing's happened right now, old Duan, that won't stop the gif of you flying up and headbutting the shield in the last match from circulating. That's the knocking wooden fish gif, and it was accidentally seen by everyone while slowing down the video. It's hilarious. Every frame is filled with memes. Hilarious, old Duan, this season's commentary's dark history keeps growing, amidst the constant barrage of teasing. Inu and Grand Yan Qianqing entered the arena one after another. Inu looked at Yan Qianqing, raised an eyebrow, and curled her red lips. "It's you." Raising her hand, she summoned Dubai. The nether venomous spider appeared behind her, its 8 pitch-black eyes fixed on Yan Qianqing on the other side. A circle of flames ignited around Yan Qianqing, and he held his longbow tightly in his hand. Chapter 82. As the countdown reached 0, Inu and Yan Qianqing attacked simultaneously. Snow-white spider silk and fiery red arrows collided directly, causing explosions to appear in the air and dispersing white mist. Dubai, behind Inu, began to spit out snow-white spider silk, overwhelming the sky and sweeping towards Yan Qianqing like a wave. At this moment, Inu also rushed in front of him, his 5 fingers forming claws, his sharp nails, like razor blades, slicing 5 traces in the air. Yan Qianqing grasped the fiery red longbow and twisted his wrist. The golden bow appeared before him, blocking Inu's attack. Dang! The sharp bowstring in his hand slashed directly towards Inu's palm. Her expression remained unchanged, and she withdrew her hand. She raised her other hand, and Snow White spider silk shot out from her fingers, attacking Yan Qianqing. Ding, ding, ding. The two figures intersected constantly. In just a few minutes, they had exchanged blows over 1,000 times, emitting a continuous clashing sound. As Yan Qianqing engaged in battle, she continuously launched flaming arrows, interrupting Debai's endless stream of spider silk. The battle between the two was intense. In the Qingyun area, Su Qinghua lazily rested his head on one hand, his rainbow coiled around his neck, occasionally spitting out its venom. Hua Zhiru sat nearby, observing the tense situation on the field, and said, "If this stalemate continues a little longer, the advantage will tilt towards Yunqian." After all, Inu also used poison. The longer the battle went on, the more poison accumulated on the battlefield. Even if the burning fire could remove the poison, some would remain and be absorbed into the body. "Yes, it depends on what Gran does," Lucas chimed in. "It's time to open the domain, or the field will be covered in the silk spewed by that netherworld poison spider," Su Qinghua said, twirling the red agate beads on his wrist. "Indeed?" Hua Zhiru nodded, her eyes blazing as she looked at Dabai. She was very fond of Inyu's netherworld poison spider, but said with a hint of regret, her netherworld poison spiders are so well maintained. "Oh, why would someone like that go to Yunqian when Qingyun would be a better fit? We're all venomous. If you're interested, you can talk to her about it when we treat you to dinner after the game," Su Qinghua suggested. "Well, that's fine too. Maybe we could talk to her about coming to Qingyun as an exchange student," Hua Zhiru murmured, her interest growing. On the field, Yan Qianqing realized that if things continued like this, the situation would be dire. She twisted her body to avoid Inyu's attack, distanced herself from her, and soared into the air, opening her domain. A scorching flame field unfolded, and 9 dazzling golden red stars appeared in a ring behind him, slowly spinning. Yan Qianqing raised his hand and drew his bow, and the 9 stars behind him instantly launched simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. 9 sharp arrows, transformed from stars, shot out in unison, like 9 stars in a string, falling like meteors, with overwhelming momentum. As Yan Qianqing distanced herself from her, Inyu tried to deploy her field, but Yan Qianqing was quicker, firing a burst of 9 stars straight at Dabai. Boom! The 9 arrows, like meteors, slammed into the ground with a fiery explosion. The ground shook slightly, cracking and spreading. The violent impact sent countless pieces of rubble flying in the wind. Just when he thought that this attack had killed the netherworld poison spider, Inu rushed out of the dense dust and mist like a cannonball, and quickly came to Yan Qianqing, raising his left hand to cut his face. Yan Qianqing almost subconsciously tilted his head to avoid it, and the next moment, a white silk thread like a beam of light shot out from the mist and pierced his entire body directly. "You?" Yan Qianqing's pupil shrank, realizing that Inu was just bait, and the real killer move was on the poisonous spider. The mist dispersed, and Dabai's originally white body was stained red with bright red blood, and he fell directly. "Handsome boy, you are still too young." Inu smiled and raised his hand to add another knife. Yan Qianqing endured the blood rushing up in his throat. He took it abruptly and gave Inu a counterattack. The flame longbow pierced Inu's waist and abdomen. Both of them fell to the ground because of the fierce attack of the other party. Even though they were both seriously injured, the fight between the two of them was still going on. Now it depends on who falls first. The flames in Yan Qianqing's domain burned Inu's skin, and the fierce poison was also constantly corroding Yan Qianqing's body. However, Yan Qianqing did not notice that after the nether poison spider fell, the bright red blood directly corroded holes on the ground. The blood continued to gather like water, and the holes became deeper and deeper. Dabai struggled to inject a snow-white spider silk into the hole. Inu also held on, and kept retreating to leave Yan Qianqing's domain, but was entangled by him. As the two fought, they were getting closer and closer to Dabai. Inu felt that it was almost time, and he changed from blocking and dodging at the beginning to a fierce attack, which looked like the last wave. Just as Inu, ignoring the burning in his hand, grasped Yan Qianqing's wrist tightly, his sharp nails nipping at his muscles. The toxins that had been accumulating in his body erupted at this moment, causing him to freeze. The next moment, a small hole suddenly appeared in the ground at the edge of Yan Qianqing's domain. Snow-white spider silk stained with bright red blood gathered into a column, once again piercing the man's chest. Swish! Blood streamed from the corner of Yan Qianqing's mouth, and his eyes lost focus. As the spider silk was pulled out, he fell to the ground, and the flame domain shattered. As the 10-second countdown expired, a mechanical sound echoed. Yunshin vs. Gran Round 3. Yunshin wins. After hearing this cold announcement, Inu relaxed completely and fell to the ground, unconscious. Su Qinghai watched the outcome of the match and looked at Lucas beside him, saying, "Looks like I won." "Yeah." Lucas also looked at the busy staff and robots off stage and said, "But seeing how they're doing, I don't think they can treat us." Hearing this, Su Qinghai fell into thought. As Lucas had said, after the 3 matches, both Gran and Yunqian were seriously injured and needed a few days to recuperate. After those few days, the finals would begin without a break. Lucas simply didn't have time to treat us at that moment. "Then let's wait until after the finals." Su Qinghai looked at him. Lucas agreed and nodded in agreement. Su Qinghai immediately sent a notification to their group chat. Thinking that it would be after the match, Lucas would likely have to treat even more people, he couldn't help but say, "But after the match, I'm sure you'd be spending a lot of money." Lucas also realized this possibility and laughed. "Please be gentle with your words when the time comes. Winners and losers are determined by points." Yunqian advances to the finals. Ah, it's Yunqian. The newcomers' performances are so eye-catching, whether it's Yuli, Xie before, or Inu now, everyone is so outstanding. I hope everyone will continue to go for the finals later. 1st floor. From this, the host is a fan of Yunqian, definitely. 2nd floor. Host ha ha ha. Is it that obvious? 3rd floor. Super obvious. But Yunqian's newcomers are indeed outstanding. 4th floor. Super obvious +1. 5th floor. Super obvious +2. 64th floor. Yes. But the semifinals are also very fierce. 65th floor. It was extremely tragic. I guess the 2 teams will have to lie down for several days after the fight. After all, either their abdomens were pierced or their hearts were pierced. Moreover, they were so seriously injured, but their expressions did not change at all. It was amazing. 66th floor. Yes, nodding vigorously. In real life, if I cut my hand, it would hurt for several days. Watching their game was really painful. There was so much blood and injuries. Especially Gran was a fire element, and many of Yunqian's injuries were burns. It was really unbearable to watch sometimes. 67th floor. 1111, the above person said what I really thought. Among the top 10 teams, I felt that the team against Gran looked the most painful and tragic in terms of injuries. Moreover, Gran was a group of fighting maniacs. 68th floor. That's right. The main leagues were not censored. I was already preparing myself for the finals. 69th floor. Ha ha ha, they definitely won't censor. If they did, we would only be able to watch a few confused people fighting. 70th floor. The imagery above is so vivid. I can already picture it, listening to Lao Juan's passionate commentary, and then seeing a bunch of different colored blurs collide. Haha. 71st floor. Pfft. Is the above person trying to make me laugh to death? 72th floor. The Federation definitely won't censor the content, but the competition is indeed more intense this year. I initially thought the S-tier matches were brutal. After all, each of them is a walking superstar bomb, so it's understandable that they'd fight like crazy. But in the 3rd round, they were stabbing each other in close combat, and I didn't expect them to continue fighting for so long. 73th floor. Yeah. While not as earth-shattering as the S-tier matches, it still looked terrifying. At first, I saw Yin Qianqing's 9-arrow volley, and at the end, he was almost suppressing Inu. I thought he had it safe, but it was all Inu's strategy. Well, I have a feeling that after Commander Huang Fuwen joins the Legion, Inu will take over the command position. 74th floor. Ha ha. Just call him a ruthless person. 75th floor. No, that's called having a plan in mind, looking ahead 10 steps, crossed out. 76th floor. The above person is quite eloquent. Coach Guan breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Inu, and Dubai being treated, and taken to the private rest room. Huang Fuwen, who hadn't sustained any serious injuries, and had already woken up, sighed at the sleeping Inu. I didn't expect Inu to be so ruthless. After all, in his impression, Inu had always been very restrained in training and competitions before. Of course, her opponents weren't as strong as this time, but she gave it her all this time, which impressed him. Sister Yin may look indifferent, but she really cares about US. I hope we can keep winning and win the championship. Gui Yunzheng, hearing Huang Fuwen's sigh, spoke up. Huang Fuwen nodded, his tone firm. Of course we will win the championship. Yes. I cheer you on then. Gui Yunzheng nodded vigorously. Okay. Huang Fuwen smiled at his energetic expression. Elsewhere, Donor sat up from his bed. Seeing Yin Qianqing's dejected expression, he simply said, "This failure doesn't matter. Go back and continue training." "Yes, Chief." Yin Qianqing quickly perked up upon hearing Donor's words. Is Samuel still awake? He inquired. No, he's still in a deep sleep. He's seriously injured, after all. It's the same with Yunshin, Joseph said, observing that his complexion seemed relatively okay. Is that so? He nodded, gazing out the window at the bright moon, and stopped talking. He clenched his fists, composed himself, and began to look forward to the next year. Chapter 83. The pitch-black night slowly fell, the rising sun slowly rose. Today was another new day. Yuli lay on the soft bed, her long eyelashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Amidst her blurred vision, a pitch-black fog dominated her entire field of vision, even brushing against her face. Awake all of a sudden. She silently closed her eyes, pretending she saw nothing, but Mo Yin had noticed her movements and thought she was feeling something. The black fog wrapped around her, pressed against her skin, as if sensing something. What's the discomfort? Mo Yin asked softly. No, it's just that, Mo Yin, you're a little scary. The man's deep, hoarse voice echoed in her mind. Yuli, still unaware, opened her mouth and spoke subconsciously. The black fog froze, as if damaged, and deflated like a balloon. Mo Yan's core throbbed violently, and his voice trembled. Sorry. Ah, this sounds like you're about to cry. Yuli, gradually waking up, looked at Hei Wu, who was huddled together beside the bed, feeling aggrieved. She quickly picked him up and comforted him, saying, That's not what I meant. I just woke up and got a fright. It was scary. Hei Wu was about to collapse again. No, it's not scary at all. You're the cutest. This time, Yuli's tone was firm. At Mo Yan's comfort, Hei Wu shuddered, transformed into a small pink octopus, and nudged her. He floated aside and handed her a cup of water, seemingly comforted. So easy to coax. Yuli breathed a sigh of relief, took the water cup and gulped it down. Then, she picked up the communicator on the table, resting her chin on the soft little octopus, and checked for any new messages. Coach Guan had explained that Inu had won the match, and Yunshin had advanced. Seeing this, Yuli excitedly exclaimed, Yes. Inu and Dubai are truly amazing. She then checked the other people's messages. Gui Yunsheng was rambling on with a wealth of details about Inu's match, so vivid that Yuli's emotions fluctuated with his descriptions. Wang Fuwen's message had given her a good rest. There was also a message about the chat group 99 had added to the dinner plan. Yuli clicked on it and scrolled to the top. She realized it was Su Qinghuai who announced the dinner plan had been postponed. The following messages showed the others agreeing and starting to chat in the group, saying that if they'd postponed it until after the match, they could go to a luxurious and delicious restaurant. The rest of the conversation was about choosing which restaurant to go to. If it's pushed back, it'd probably be even more chaotic. Lucas's wallet might be in jeopardy. Yuli thought, then chuckled. Just as she was checking her communicator, she heard a knock on the door. Yuli tilted her head, curious as to who was coming. It was only a little after 6 a.m., so she said, Come in. The door opened, and Yun Xiaozhu and the other 3 tall, handsome men, each 9 feet tall, strode in with a single stride. Their entrance made the once spacious room seem somewhat closed. Seeing these familiar figures, their familiar, worried gazes, Yuli belatedly realized that she had promised them she wouldn't get hurt, and within hours, she was injured again, and even more seriously than before. Ah! Yuli screamed in her head, her eyes unconsciously drooping. She didn't dare to look at them out of guilt. Fei Yusin looked down at Yuli's ostrich-like appearance, laughed softly, squatted down loudly, and looked up to meet her eyes. What? You fought so hard before. Why don't you dare to face us now? Who promised us not to get hurt before? You really promised but didn't listen at all. Yuli puffed her cheeks unconsciously when she heard his words. Of course, she had to go all out in the game, but she didn't expect Samuel to rush over with such a strong energy wave. Fortunately, Inu won in the end, otherwise she didn't know how to save her mission. She still had to work harder. To become stronger. Let's go, and see Inu later. She was also seriously injured, and so was Gu Huji. Thank you for blocking the knife for her. Otherwise, if she was stabbed in the heart, it would be... Although she wouldn't die, it would definitely hurt. Fei Yusin's emerald eyes narrowed and stared at Yuli. Although she was looking at him, her eyes were obviously a little erratic, and I don't know where her mind was wandering. Seeing her like this, Fei Yusin felt helpless. Could it be that she had lost interest in his face after seeing him every day these days? She was actually distracted. Xuanya came to Fei Yusin's side and carefully observed the girl's condition. He was relieved to find that she had recovered well. The dark dragon tail began to flirt with the girl and finally successfully wrapped around her wrist. Although Yuli was in a daze, she reached out and touched it. Well, the tail was even more excited. But Imogen slapped it away. Fei Yusen noticed this restless tail and felt very disdainful in her heart, but she couldn't help but feel jealous. Yuli really liked this tail. He unbuttoned his dark purple shirt, and the peacock feathers beside his ears swayed slightly. The man's protruding Adam's apple rolled, revealing a strong and firm chest, wrapped in muscles full of powerful explosive power, and a rich blue-green gem necklace hanging around his neck, flashing a dazzling glow. Reaching out and gently pinching her cheek, his deep and beautiful face came closer. What? Yuli doesn't know how to answer. Yuli was about to be distracted, and her cheek was pinched. When she came back to her senses, she was directly facing his gorgeous and dazzling eyes, and the smooth and charming muscle lines. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, and suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. A big hand with white gloves was placed on her shoulder, and some silver and soft long hair fell on her head, bringing a cool breath. Yun Xiaozhu put one hand on Yuli's shoulder, and the eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses were deep and cold, looking down at Fei Yusen's smiling green eyes. He opened his thin lips, and said silently to the man who looked like a demon in front of him, "Let go." Fei Yusen's eyebrows revealed a trace of rebelliousness. He didn't listen to Yun Xiaozhu's words at all. He came closer to her and said, "Why don't you say anything? Miss Yuli?" Yuli was in a bad mood now. She raised her hand to push the man in front of her away, but found that her wrist was tightly wrapped by a black dragon tail, and she couldn't move. She shifted her sight, and met Xuanya, who was sitting on the bed at some point. His blood-red vertical pupils were extremely deep, like the deep sea, calm on the surface, but turbulent underneath. Xuanya noticed her glance at him and, like Fei Yusen, asked, "Yuli, you promised me you wouldn't get hurt." "I'm worried." The man's voice was deep and rich, yet his tone was imposing and oppressive. "You're saying this as if you lock me up if I get hurt again," Yuli cried out inwardly, pinning her hopes of escaping this strange atmosphere on Yun Xiaozhu. She looked up at the man with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Unfortunately, Yun Xiaozhu also echoed Xuanya's words. "Although I said before that I could accept you fainting on the field, your injury this time is truly severe. If it weren't for Gu Huji, your injury would be even worse." He reached out with his free hand, forcibly pulling away Fei Yusen's obtrusive hand, and gently stroked her slightly flushed cheek. "Have you thought of an explanation?" The gentle voice was like warm water, but Yuli felt an inexplicable chill. The girl, who hadn't even thought of how to explain herself, blinked and subconsciously put on a pitiful expression, hoping to get away with it. "Not this time, or you'd definitely be hurt worse next time." Yun Xiaozhu gently stroked her cheek, his eyes etched with an inscrutable expression. Seeing them like this, Yuli knew she wouldn't be able to get away with this if she didn't explain clearly. She thought carefully and said, "In the competition, I definitely give it my all, and I'm sure I get hurt." As soon as she finished her words, she felt the gazes on her grow even more intense. She quickly said, "Let me finish. Don't talk." As expected, the three of them remained silent. "So you can wait until after the league to teach me how to fight. That will definitely improve my survivability. And you teach me personally, so I can rest assured, right?" Yuli finished speaking, and seeing them lost in thought, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She'd finally gotten away with it. Even if they were going to teach her later, it would be after the competition. Of course, she herself was quite slow to develop a sense of danger and survival in the wild. That was because she'd lived in a peaceful era for over a decade. Even if she'd been hunting various exotic beasts and fighting in the interstellar space, these subconscious habits wouldn't change overnight. After careful consideration, the three of them finally agreed. After all, there were various ways to teach others, and it would both improve her survival skills and strengthen her relationships. Why not? The three who had thought it through dropped the subject. After all, it wasn't a good idea to push too hard. Fei Yusen and Xuanya returned to their stools, while Yun Xiaozhu unloaded lunch boxes and placed them on the table. Finally, Yuli enjoyed a light, yet varied, and energy-rich breakfast. Yun Xiaozhu thought for a moment, then looked at Yuli, who was getting her hair done, and asked, "Yuli, are you planning to go check on your teammates?" "Yes, I'm a little worried and want to go check on them." Yuli took the headband Xian he handed her and replied, "Okay, but if you go out, take this with you." Yun Xiaozhu placed a pure white bracelet on her wrist. Yuli raised her hand, looking at the round, smooth bracelet, and the pure white feather at the end, which emanated a soft glow. "It seems to have healing powers." She touched the feather and looked at Yun Xiaozhu. "Not bad. You won't have to compete these days, so you can keep it with you," he said, his eyes curved. "Okay, I like it." Yuli smiled, waved to the three of them, and left to visit friends, unaware of the strange looks Fei Yusen and Xian you were giving her. After Yuli left, Fei Yusen looked at Yun Xiaozhu and sarcastically said, I really can't underestimate you, a black-hearted birdman. Yun Xiaozhu looked at him, and said calmly, my feathers do have healing powers. It's just right for her. I'm not talking about that feather. Fei Yusen tooted. Blood essence. Xian Yi also spoke at this moment. Yuli hadn't noticed anything wrong with the beads on the bracelet, but he and Fei Yusen both noticed that one of the beads contained the blood essence of a winged tribe member. The blood essence of the winged tribe forms beads when it leaves the body. Since winged tribe blood is white, it looks no different from energy source stones like pearls. However, the blood essence of the winged tribe is very useful. Of course, the most important thing is that the winged tribe can sense the location of the blood essence at all times. Chapter 84. Yun Xiaozhu heard the implication of the two people's words, but he was not angry. He smiled and looked at the two people and said, Don't you have any gifts? Fei Yusen had already given the peacock feather. Xian Yu was preparing to give the reverse scale. Yuli came to Yu's room and knocked on the door, and heard a slightly hoarse female voice. Please come in. Yuli pushed the door open, and saw Yu sitting on the bed drinking seafood porridge on the table. Dubai next to him also shrank, and gnawed on the energy source stone on the table. Yu found that it was Yuli who came, and smiled charmingly. Why did you come so early? How did you recover your body? Yuli saw that she looked good, and felt relieved. Of course, I was worried about you. I heard from Gui Yunzheng that the last game was also very tragic. You and Dubai were both seriously injured. I'm fine. The healers in the league are still very capable. Have you had breakfast? Yu said with a smile. After eating, Dubai seems to have recovered well. Yuli touched Dubai's fluffy and round body. The penetrating wound left yesterday had been completely repaired. Dubai also rubbed her fingertips, and his mouth was still chewing on the energy source stone. It can be seen that this battle consumed a lot of its energy. Yuli and Yu chatted for a while, and then left, and then went to Gu Huji's room. At this time, she also met Huang Fuwen who came with breakfast. Yuli, are you here to see Huji too? Huang Fuwen greeted him. Yes, is Chief Gu awake? Is his injury okay? Yuli asked nervously. After all, she saw Samuel stabbing the dagger into Gu Huji's chest. Don't worry too much, Huji has a strong recovery ability. Huang Fuwen comforted. While the two were talking, they heard the door click open. Gu Huji opened the door, and glanced at them with a pair of upturned dark blue eyebrows. He felt as sharp as a blade. He was wearing a blue and white striped clothes neatly, and his dark hair fell, which softened the sharp feeling around him. Before he spoke, Yuli came forward and asked anxiously, Chief Gu, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, come in. Gu Huji looked down at the worried look of the girl and said softly. The three of them entered the room and chatted. Yuli talked about the last moment of the game and looked a little depressed. Chief Gu, if I hadn't listened to you at that time. We won that game. It's not your fault. Even if you didn't turn into a healer, Samuel would still restrict us. Gu Huji comforted. Is the wound really okay? Yuli was still a little worried. After all, it was a heart injury. It's okay. Gu Huji gave a positive reply again. Huang Fuwen next to him smiled and said, Yuli, don't worry. Huji's ability is ice. I guess when Samuel hurt him, he froze the wound, so it's not that serious. Is that so? Yuli turned her head and looked at him. Yeah. Gu Huji looked at Huang Fuwen, who was smiling heartily, and nodded in response without changing his expression. Over the next 2 days, Yuli and the others gradually recovered and watched the match between the 1st Military Academy and Yeware. The Yeware team's abilities were all light-based, making their attacks extremely powerful, but the 1st Military Academy's players were no pushovers either, their dragon-based abilities making them tough and capable of incredible destructive power. After 3 rounds, the 1st Military Academy successfully advanced, but the newly renovated arena was eventually pierced. Both teams, like Yunshin and Gran, were finally laid out in the healing room in perfect order. Finally, considering the arena needed further reinforcement and the 1st Military Academy's injuries, the organizers postponed the finals by 2 days, officially starting 4 days later. The day arrived quickly, and Yuli and the others arrived at the arena wearing Yunshin's uniforms. Their blue and white uniforms made them look energetic. Yuli looked at the brand new arena and laughed. Really? They've changed 2 arenas. They say they've added several layers of protective shields. Maybe after this match, the venue will have to be changed too. Gui Yunzheng sighed, shaking his head. Luckily, Yutian Arena has plenty of space, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for you guys to play with. Coach Guan couldn't help but laugh. Hee, yes. Gui Yunzheng nodded with a grin. The draw for this final, as announced last night, had already determined the format: 1v1, 2v2, and 5v5. These 3 matches weren't as extreme as the last one against Gran. Duan Jieshu took an exquisite jade plaque backstage. Inscribed on it were 2 characters: defense. There were also various bracelets, all apparently defensive items. Su Ziqiu looked at him, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "Why have you prepared so many defensive items?" Duan Jieshu packed them, and, upon hearing his words, sighed helplessly, "I don't want to go to the healing room with this huge bag on my head again. This is the 2nd time." The audience also noticed that he always banged his head against the ground. It's become a meme. Su Ziqiu, understanding his meaning, couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It's definitely time to get ready." Inside the 1st Military Academy area, Huang Fushi stretched out his arms and flexed them, looking quite excited. Lei Ao was also flying around in the air, lightning fast. Yi Qingying looked at the 2 idiots and said, "They're really lively. After all, they're going on stage soon." Huang Fushi was looking forward to it. Whether it was Gu Huji or Yu Li, Huang Fushi was very happy to have a fight with them, Lu Xinghe said, looking at them. "I wonder who Yunqin is going to play?" Yi Qingying asked, also looking forward to it. "It'd probably be Yu Li," Lu Xinghe speculated after a moment's thought. Oh, then I have to watch the competition carefully. Her abilities are truly amazing, and her outfits are so pretty." Yi Qingying's eyes sparkled. Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly at her words. Yu Li listened to Duan Jieshu's passionate introduction on stage, stood up, high-fived the others, and made her way to the arena. The moment they appeared on stage, the audience erupted in roars of approval. Huang Fushi looked at the girl and said proudly, "Come on! I won't lose." Lei Ao squatted on his shoulder, and howled along with him. "It feels so second-rate." Yu Li complained silently in her heart. Seeing him expecting her answer, she could only helplessly say, "I won't lose either." The 2 stood opposite each other, waiting for the countdown to end, and the audience also shouted along with this final countdown. 3, 2, 1. The 2 turned into a stream of light, and collided directly, and the dazzling flames and thunder made a fierce collision sound. The 2 kinds of exploding light shone everywhere, constantly exploding in the arena. Boom! 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 Yu Li raised her hand to draw the bow, and the end of her long black curly hair was dyed golden red, as if the golden flame was burning silently, and her golden pupils were dazzling. 9 hot golden red flames were like meteors in the daytime, killing Huang Fushi, who had merged with Lei Ao. Swoosh! 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 The man raised his hand directly, and the lightning exploded. In the dazzling light, a beam of purple thunder spears was instantly generated. Blocking these fierce attacks, his deep purple eyes flashed with scorching lightning, his dragon wings spread out, and he smiled with 2 sharp fangs exposed. "This attack can't stop me," he said, raising the spear of thunder in his hand and directly expanding the domain. The dark thunderclouds instantly covered the entire sky, and the surging purple lightning fell directly, turning into a thunder dragon surrounding him, roaring loudly, with great momentum. Roar! Seeing that he used a big move right at the beginning, Yu Li also raised his hand directly, and the golden red flame spread out like waves. Scorching flames instantly spread across the sky with the force of a prairie fire, splitting the pitch-black thundercloud in 2 and occupying the entire sky. A vast pressure spread forth. The blazing waves of flame surrounding Yu Li converged into a massive golden crow, like a blazing sun, emitting a dazzling radiance. The golden crow and the thunder dragon clashed and fought relentlessly in the air. A fierce struggle between dragons and tigers, piercing cries and domineering roars filled the air. The energies of the 2 collided fiercely, and unimaginable explosions erupted around them. A howling wind slashed the ground like a knife. Boom! The soaring energy, like a burst of beautiful fireworks, slammed directly into the transparent protective shield, which soon began to vibrate and shatter. The referees on the sidelines quickly deployed the 9-layered protective shield and took to the air to suppress the exploding energy. Gui Yunzheng could feel the rising temperature from her seat and exclaimed in surprise, "He's going all out right away." After all, Chief Huangfu of the 1st Military Academy is a true battle fanatic. I remember he even has a nickname, and it's quite fitting. Inu wasn't quite as surprised. I remember the nickname was the Husky who destroys everything. Ha ha ha. It's quite fitting indeed. Gui Yunzheng thought for a moment, then smiled at Huang Fushi on the court. Yeah, that's very apartment. He just came on, and completely destroyed the entire court. Han Chunfeng said, fanning himself. Inside the 1st Military Academy area, Yi Qingying, Watching Huang Fu she go all out right away, covered her face with her hands and said, "It seems our chief didn't listen to what you and the coach said yesterday. He probably just charged in headfirst." Lu Xinghe helplessly held his forehead. Coach Yan also shook his head and said, "It seems he can't change his temperament." In the arena, two giant golden crows and thunder dragons, transformed by their supernatural powers, battled relentlessly in midair. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Yuli raised her hand and fired arrows continuously, her golden red flames, like a meteor shower meeting the purple lightning blasts fired by Huang Fu Shi. Countless flames and thunder collided and exploded, forming fireworks at the intersection of their domains, like a golden and purple light band. Facing Yuli, who was evenly matched with him, Huang Fu Shi became increasingly excited, his supernatural power output increasing continuously. The fighting spirit in his deep purple eyes burned like a raging fire. The dragon wings behind him spread wide, and with a flick of his tail, he transformed into a dazzling purple lightning bolt that streaked through the flames and rushed towards Yuli. Chapter 85. The spear of thunder in his hand burst out with extreme brilliance, and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky, like a punishment from heaven, instantly killing the girl, who was protected by thousands of flames. "I don't know if you can take this move." Huang Fu Shi laughed, and the strong wind blew his hair in front of his forehead. Of course. Yuli was inspired by him to fight, and smiled lightly, her eyes like stars, burning with a blazing fighting spirit. She raised the golden red bow, and thousands of flames wrapped around the bow and arrow like spirit snakes, turning into an arrow that compressed endless light and heat. The flaming arrows and the lightning spears collided with each other. The white light of the explosion directly covered the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, with countless thunder and fire flashing in it. Wave after wave of exploding shock waves spread out in all directions, directly hitting the 9-layer protective shield. The ground also shook violently because of the explosion. The audience in the audience seats were impressed by the white light and heat, and subconsciously closed their eyes, raised one hand to block the strong wind that swept in due to the explosion, and the other hand had to hold the seat tightly, otherwise they would be shaken up if they were not careful. Duan Jieshu on the commentary desk looked at the protective shield that was automatically bounced open by the dissipated shock wave in front of him, and he felt relieved. Feeling the constantly vibrating seat, he couldn't help but sigh. This game is getting more and more exaggerated. Yes, this competition is really fierce. Su Ziqiu also sighed. In the grand area, Donors remained calm in the face of the dazzling white light and explosion. Samuel had recovered after a few days of recuperation. He sat next to Donors, watching the game on the stage with a smile, and said, "Chief, are you optimistic about Yunshin this time?" "Well, aren't you too?" Donors glanced at him and said, "Indeed." Samuel nodded, his pair of black, knife-like earrings swaying slightly with his movements. As the smoke and flames that obscured his vision gradually dissipated, the ground on the field was already covered in ravines, leaving only the enormous golden crow and the massive thunder dragon. They both returned to their master's sides for protection during the explosion, only to unfurl their wings and free their bodies until the blast subsided. By then, their energy had been completely depleted, and they vanished into tiny points of light in midair. "Ha! You're truly powerful." Huang Fu Shi wiped a scratch from his face, and continued, "Ha ha ha. Let's do it again." Yuli's eyes darkened as he listened to his words. What kind of battle maniac was this? The two clashed once more, and flames and thunder exploded once more. After merging with Lei Ao, Huang Fu Shi's skin was thick and tough, incredibly strong. Yuli's ordinary attacks barely left a mark on him. Upon realizing this, Yuli immediately opened her domain once again. Countless golden red flames transformed into chains, encircling him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuli switched to Jungle Dream to restore a wave of her superpowers, then changed her costume once again to Lake Shimmering. The white jade harp fell into her arms, her long black hair scattered. Hibiscus flowers embroidered on her lake blue dress, with blue stones dotted between the flowers, shimmering like ripples on a lake in the sunlight. Dong! 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 This time, the sound was explosive. Yuli plucked the strings of the harp rapidly, retreating rapidly. Ripples spread in the air. Invisible ripples piled up like a raging wave, crashing directly towards the man bound in the flames, piling up heavily on him. These ripples passed through the flames, the lightning, and Huang Fu Shi's rock-hard skin, gradually seeping into his muscles, tendons, bones, and finally his relatively fragile internal organs. Huang Fu Shi had sensed the danger even when he was trapped. Purple lightning burst from his body, shattering the flaming chains, but more chains continued to descend. This consumed him for some time within this fiery realm. During this time, Yuli's sonic attack, the invisible and intangible sound waves, had already penetrated every part of his body. Bang! 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 Just as he broke free of all the chains and tore through the fiery realm, the dragon wings behind him spread wide, and he rushed towards the girl who was constantly strumming the zither like a flash of lightning. In the first military academy area, Lu Xing held his forehead and said, "Wang Fushi, that idiot, why did he have to waste so much time tearing this realm apart? The longer he wastes, the deeper those sonic waves will burrow into his body." Now it depends on whether Huangfu can defeat Yuli before she detonates the sonic waves within him. Yi Qingying supported her chin, but at this point, she couldn't help but shake her head, not believing their chief could defeat Yuli so quickly. Over on Yun Chen's side, Huangfu watched the battle on the field and chuckled softly, saying, "It looks like we've won this round." Alas, Ashi is really too naive. She hasn't learned any of Chief Lu's strategies. Gu Huji observed the battle on the field and said, "Psychic attacks and sonic powers are rare. Otherwise, the flames just now wouldn't have caused him any damage." That's true. Ordinary superpowers can't do any harm to him. So it's understandable that he doesn't have a brain. Huangfu nodded. Ding! Yuli raised her zither and blocked Huangfu's claws. The two began to fight at close range. Yuli tilted her head to avoid another attack coming towards her. Her fingers hooked the strings and turned the zither. The sharp strings scratched the man's arm. Huangfu was not afraid of the strings at all. He blocked them directly. His hard skin collided with the strings, making a sharp sound. Zheng! Yuli saw that the strings only left a shallow scratch on his arm. She sighed in her heart. He was really thick-skinned. Yuli raised her foot to hook the zither, put it in her arms, and bent down to avoid his attack. She kept pulling away from him, and was caught up again, circling around the entire arena. The explosion and thunder plowed the already precarious field again. Finally, Huangfu lost his patience and said, "It's not fun to hide like this. I see how you hide this time." The purple thunder covered the entire arena in an instant. Yuli also stopped more than 10 meters away from him, with a sweet smile on her lips. The wind blew her hair and skirt. She was still relaxed in the face of the thunder. Finally, "I don't want to hide all the time. I'm really too thick-skinned," Yuli muttered, facing the thunder coming towards her without changing her expression, and gently hooked her fingers on the Yaoqin. The fierce thunder dispersed under this weak sound wave, and the next moment, the countless sound waves that had been lurking in his body were triggered, and those sound waves exploded continuously in his body, and his heart, tendons, and muscles were twisted by the explosion. Huangfu, who was originally standing in midair, had his pupils dilated, and directly sprayed out bright red blood, and even his eyes, nose and ears began to ooze blood, and this thunder field collapsed directly. He fell down and fell into a coma, and the bright red blood spread. Lao, who had been in a fusion state, was also released from the fusion, and fell beside Huangfu and fell into a coma. Obviously, the violent explosion in his body also affected him. Yuanchen vs the First Military Academy, the first round. Yuanchen wins. Yuli heard the mechanical voice broadcast and directly relaxed and released her superpowers. After all, she had just been in close combat with Huangfu for a long time, and her superpowers had been consumed. Finally, she buried enough invisible sound waves in his body that were enough to kill him with one blow, and then she won this round. Fuck. Ahem, let me congratulate Yuanchen for winning a round of points now. Duan Jieshu watched Huangfu fall directly, and before he could react, this sentence ended directly, and he couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Su Ziqiu on the side quickly began to explain. Ah! Yuanchen! Yuanchen! Yuli! Yuli! Zai Weixing! Zai Weixing! The audience in the audience was silent for a moment, and then they shouted Yuli's name. After all, this battle was so splendid and fierce, although it ended a little suddenly. When they arrived at the area where Yuanchen was, Yuli was surrounded by her excited friends. Gui Yunzheng shouted directly, "Sister Yu, you are so amazing. You even defeated Chief Huangfu." "Yes, it was not easy. He was too hard after the fusion. I couldn't beat him before." Yuli said this helplessly. After this game, she had seen the power of the dragon ability. She felt like she was fighting with a piece of iron that could discharge electricity during the game. That's right. Yi Huar was dragged to death for this reason before. Huangfu propped up his chin and said, "Yes, I now know that thick skin and flesh are thick enough to resist fire and blades, and thick means that it doesn't hurt at all when I hit it with a piano." Yuli said this, thinking that she had just fought with Huang Fushi and didn't leave any wounds on him, but she herself was seriously injured. Puff. Huang Fuwen and the others laughed out loud when they heard her complaints. Go get treatment and rest first, and leave the next game to us. Gu Huzi's deep blue eyes softened and he spoke. Okay, I leave it to you. Yuli nodded and went to the healing room in the backcourt. When Yuli came to the healing room, she saw Yun Xiaozhu, who was wearing a white medical suit, sitting in her seat. The eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses looked at her gently, and it was obvious that he had been waiting for her here from the beginning. Yuli tilted her head, a little curious. Yun Xiaozhu, why are you here? She remembered that it should be the top-grade healer Li Lanru. Top-grade healer Li Lanru is treating Huang Fuxi next door. After all, Yuli, you didn't do it lightly. Yun Xiaozhu smiled and stood up, came to her side, pulled her to sit on the bed. It seems so. After all, the damage caused by her sonic explosion is estimated to be very serious, and it is an internal injury. Yuli thought so, and sat on the bed obediently, not entangled in why Yun Xiaozhu was here. Yun Xiaozhu raised his hand, and a book covered with golden and complex runes appeared in his hand. The book, which looked extremely sacred, opened automatically without wind, and the pages were turned over one by one. The last page stood in the air, and a complex golden rune flashed. Yuli's pupils slightly enlarged, and the golden rune was reflected in her eyes. This was the first time she saw Yun Xiaozhu use his supernatural power. She had always thought it was fire. Chapter 86. The golden rune emitted a soft glow, landing on Yuli, quickly healing her wounds. Yuli gazed at the rune book with great curiosity, her bright eyes blinking, as if she wanted to ask something but was too embarrassed to. Yun Xiaozhu observed her expression with amusement, and softly asked, Are you interested in my ability? Well, I always thought your ability was fire, not a book. But this book seems more suitable for you. Yuli nodded. After all, when Yun Xiaozhu had taught her forging, he had used fire, which had subconsciously led her to believe his ability was fire. Fire is just one of the uses. Do you want to see it? Yun Xiaozhu chuckled softly at her words, and handed her the book covered in golden runes. Is it okay? Yuli looked down at the exquisite book before her, then looked up at Yun Xiaozhu again for confirmation. Of course. Yun Xiaozhu placed the talisman book in her arms, and pulled up a chair to sit down. He watched Yuli intently studying the various illustrations in the book. He lowered his eyes, concealing the depth and darkness in them. Yuli, do you think I'm deceiving you? His voice was as gentle as jade, making anyone who heard it relax. No, why would you think that? Yuli was a little puzzled by Yun Xiaozhu's question. I'm just a little afraid you think I'm deceiving you, and stay away from me. I never wanted to see him again. He'd really go crazy. Yun Xiaozhu still smiled gently on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil, and dark emotions and thoughts kept popping up like bubbles. Yuli blinked her eyes, feeling that this sentence was hinting at something. She thought about it, and reached out to touch the man in front of her, who was a little depressed. However, as soon as she stretched out her hand, Yun Xiaozhu grabbed it and pressed it against his flawless white face. His golden eyes contained emotions that she couldn't understand. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he rubbed against her palm like a cute big cat. She heard him whisper, If I really cheat on you, Yuli can get angry and hit me or scold me, but don't leave me, okay? Yuli, who was bewitched and confused, nodded almost subconsciously. After walking out of the healing room, she realized that she was being tricked by Yun Xiaozhu again. Yuli turned around and wanted to go back, but stopped again. Forget it. If Yun Xiaozhu really cheated on her, she would beat him up. After thinking it through, the girl continued to move forward. I didn't notice that the nameplate behind her, which said healing room, had changed and gradually turned into the words lounge. Yun Xiaozhu walked out of the lounge and stood in the corridor, quietly watching the girl's figure gradually disappear. He raised the golden card in his hand, on which was drawn a green peacock feather, and whispered, Fei Yusen's ability is quite useful. As his voice fell, the card turned into golden starlight and dissipated. Heh. Sure enough, there is no wrong nickname, only wrong name. I'm talking about you, Chief Huang Fushi. The husky who destroys the house once you get rid of it. This nickname is too suitable. 1SE floor. I've been running this meme for a year now. I didn't expect it to still be going on. Ha ha ha. 2ND floor. Every time this meme is played, Commander Lu gets upset. Ha ha. 3rd floor. Yeah, ha ha ha. Commander Lu has it so hard, being both the father and mother on the team and still getting teased by us. 4th floor. After watching this game, it seems like Huang Fushi was so high up that he completely forgot everything Lu Xinghe had to say over and over again. 5th floor, +1. 6th floor, +2. 65th floor. Yeah, Commander Liu and Coach Yin gave him a lot of instructions before he went on the court, but Huang Fu she completely forgot as soon as he got on the court, hand shrugged. Even Donors looks wise and calm by comparison. 66th floor. What are you talking about? How can these words even be connected? Donors is wise and calm. 67th floor. Actually, if you really compare them, in a sense, that's true. 68th floor. Mainly, although Chief Huang Fu looks goofy, his lethality is truly immense. Zai Weixing fought him for a long time at the beginning, using his domain and gathering monsters. Even after all that power-up, it didn't do him any damage. It was us, the audience, who were affected by it, our eyes and ears. It was so bright. And it was really loud. 69th floor. Right. The person above said exactly what I was thinking. In that fierce battle at the beginning, they didn't suffer any injuries, but we, the audience, did. 70th floor. Add 111. 142th floor. So, according to Teacher Su's explanation, the reason for Chief Huang Fu's final defeat was the direct detonation of his internal sonic waves. Otherwise, with his thick skin, he would have been incredibly difficult to defeat. 143F. Yes, the skin is too thick, it seems that you are lost because of it. 144F. That's right, and the number 1 military academy won the championship last year, so it also has this advantage. 145F. Indeed, the dragon-type supernatural power is really thick-skinned. 146F. But unfortunately, they met our Z-Way star, and they won directly. 147F. Yes. And from all the way, Z-Way star can basically win against the chiefs of each school alone. It's amazing, really amazing. If they can win in the finals, they can be directly enshrined as gods. 148F. Yes, Yunchen really picked up a treasure this year. 149F. The main thing is that Yuli is a hexagonal warrior, so stable, I can control, heal, fight in close combat, and fight from a distance. Chung, and can also attack midly, her abilities are really colorful. 150th floor. 111111. So you want to join our Kunpeng Raising family? 151th floor. Has your fan group changed again? I remember it was a fish raising team before. 152th floor. This is not a way to accompany you all the way. At first, I thought it was a new fan of Shui Lingling, and I raised one fish after another. Then I found that the fish was getting bigger and bigger, and it was getting more and more powerful. The group name changed from Raising Fish to Raising Whales, and then to Raising Kunpeng, spreading hands. 153th floor. Ha ha, this is evolution, right? I'm dying of laughter. 154th floor. So you want to join us? It's not a loss to join now. Just wait for the day when you turn into a rock and soar to 90,000 miles. Panda head holding a flower.jpg. 155th floor. Add. I raise 1-2. 156th floor. Add 2333. 157th floor. Add 6666. 213th floor. But it's such a pity, Zai Weixing is so strong, but she doesn't have any signboards or pendants. Loudly, I have been a fan since she joined Yunchen for the assessment, and old fans are crying. 214th floor. After all, the schools ranked at the top of the league are not short of money, and basically have never produced any physical objects. Alas, Mao Mao sighs, damn, why don't they make this money? They are so handsome and beautiful when playing in the game. Don't you let us collect stamps? 215th floor. The main reason is that Yuli's ability is also very suitable. But Yunchen is not short of money. 216th floor. Yes, they even advise us to spend reasonably. I think they just don't want to do it. Tears. 217th floor. Yes. This is the disadvantage of relying on the official. Although you can give suggestions, the feedback is really slow. 218th floor. It will take several years for the feedback to come out. Of course, they'd probably have to consider many factors. 219th floor. So, I can only watch their game videos over and over again every year. When Yuli came to the Yunchen area off the field, Gu Heji and Huang Fu Wen had already gone to wait. You're back, come and sit down, the game is about to start. Inu raised her hand and greeted. Okay. Yuli came to sit next to her and guessed. If Chief Gu and the others play, then the first military academy should let Lu Xinghe command Lu, then who will the other one be? It should be Li Xianghe. His ability is Earth Armor Dragon, a defensive dragon. Gu Yuncheng also came over and said, their dragons are already thick-skinned, How thick will the skin of a defensive dragon be? Yuli couldn't help but sigh when she heard what Gui Yunzheng said. That's not necessarily true. Han Chunfeng listened to their discussion and fanned his folding fan and spoke. Seeing that Yuli and the other two were looking at him curiously, Han Chunfeng smiled and said, Li Xiana's ability is A, and he hasn't broken through yet. His defense can't be compared with Huang Fushi. So, in this case, we have the advantage in this game. After all, Gu Huji's strength is stronger than Lu Xinghe. Yuli thought about it and spoke. Indeed, but it's mainly because you won the first game before, Yuli, Han Chunfeng said with curved eyebrows. Yes. Chief Huangfu looks hard to deal with. Fortunately, Sister Yu, you are stronger and won this point. If Chief Gu wins this game again, we will be the champion. Gui Yunzheng said, and stood up excitedly. Gui Yunzheng, you are right. Han Chunfeng couldn't help but use his folding fan to cover his raised mouth. Xia Yi beside him also nodded. Obviously, they also trusted Gu Huji. After all, Chief Gu really makes people feel at ease. Yuli was also confident that Gu Huji could win this game, and looked at the field expectantly. On the arena, as Han Chunfeng had guessed, it was Li Xiana who played with Lu Xinghe. He followed behind Lu Xinghe, with black nail patterns on his brown hair. He seemed a little shy under the gaze of a group of people, raised his hand to scratch his head, and his eyes of the same color drooped. But the barrage kept teasing. TSK TSK TSK, Li Xiana looks like a shy boy now, following Commander Lu like a big dog. Ha ha, it won't be like this once he starts fighting, ha ha. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to his clothes ripping apart, right? Hilarious, yeah. That furious look he had before with Yi Huar, ripping his clothes off, doesn't really match him now, ha ha. At first, I thought it was Yi Qingying and Lu Xinghe going at it together. While I'd like to see them both attack together, their attack power wouldn't be that strong if they actually did. Li Xiana is still more suitable. The four of them waited for the countdown to end before simultaneously attacking. A mountain-like earthen armored dragon and a four-winged white dragon appeared on the field, occupying half the arena. The earthen armored dragon raised its head and let out a long roar, sending clusters of sharp earth spikes rising from the ground. Huang Fuwen's lips curled up, and the purple crystal beneath the black leather collar on his neck glowed brightly. With a slight movement of his toes, the amethyst shot out, colliding directly with the wave-like earth spikes. Boom! Chapter 87. Two surging waves of metal and stone collided, tearing the earth apart and sending countless pulverized particles swirling. The four-winged white dragon nearby wasn't idle either. Its four wings, nestled behind its massive body, suddenly spread wide. Countless points of light converged around it, transforming into dazzling, snow-white beams of energy that shot out. These same streaks of light barreled straight towards Gu Huji on the other side of the field. Swish, swish, swish. Gu Huji's deep blue eyes reflected the dazzling light, his expression as cold as a glacier. He raised his hand, the cross on the silver bracelet swaying slightly. A silver cross-shaped long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards the beams of light. The silver-white blade trembled, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. With the swing of the blade, an icy chill rushed towards the opponent like a gust of wind and lightning. Crack! 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 The next moment, the sword light, brimming with chilling force, crushed the beams of light and charged towards the four-winged white dragon. The white dragon opened its mouth, emitting a series of high-pitched dragon roars, and raised its sharp claws to block the sword light. Lu Xinghe, following the white dragon, charged towards Gu Huji. A crescent-white spear appeared in his hand, and like a dragon emerging from the water, he thrust it fiercely towards Gu Huji. The white dragon also raised its claws, and struck down with a palm strike. Dang! Gu Huji tightly grasped the silver cross in his hands, blocking the attacks of the man and the dragon. On the other side, Huang Fuwen, noticing the situation, raised his hand. Amethyst, as vast as a mountain, blocked Li Xiana's attack like a solid gate. An amethyst pistol appeared in his left hand, and bullets flew out, instantly charging towards Lu Xinghe. Bang! 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 Lu Xinghe ducked his head and dodged the shots. Before the bullets could explode, he quickly stepped back to avoid the explosions. Gu Huji also deflected the white dragon's claws and charged forward. On the other side, Li Xiang emerged with the earth armor dragon and roared, tearing off his upper body clothing, revealing his muscular chest. He delivered a powerful punch, shattering the solid crystal portal. He charged at Huang Fuwen without slowing down. Like a maddened beast, the four of them fought fiercely in the arena. Gu Huji's swordsmanship was like an icy glacier. Lu Xinghe's spearmanship was exquisite. Li Xian's fierce bursts were like a tiger descending from the mountains, and Huang Fu Wen's spearmanship was aggressive. The battle between the four plus the dragon was so fast-paced and dazzling that it was impossible to look away. Yuli watched the match on the field, clenching her fists nervously. Although she had confidence in Gu Huji and the other two, she still felt a little nervous when the actual competition began. Inu noticed this and gestured to Xie, who was sitting behind her. Xie looked at her and nodded, then expertly pulled out a candy of various colors from his space bracelet and handed it to Yuli. Yuli looked at the adorable candy before her, then at Xie, who looked like a cool guy. A bit amused, she took the candy and said, "Thank you. Don't worry. Chief Gu and the others will win the competition." Xie spoke briefly, but his meaning was clear. Yes. Yuli took a chubby candy, the sweet taste filling her mouth and relaxing. Yes, Chief Gu, with Samuel's experience as a lesson, will be more cautious. And judging from the previous match, Commander Lu isn't as cunning as Samuel. Han Chunfeng also spoke to comfort him at this time. That's right, it feels like it's rare to find a ruthless person like Samuel. After all, he is ruthless to his enemies and to himself. Yuli complained in her heart. Yes, so sister you relax. Although Commander Lu is very strong, Chief Gu is not a pushover either. Gui Yunsheng added enthusiastically, looking confident in them. In the Grand University area, Samuel sneezed several times in a row. Joseph looked at him, raised his hand, and white starlight appeared around him, and asked in confusion, "Is Samuel catching a cold? The weather has been very good these days?" "No, it's not a cold." Samuel rubbed his nose and said, "I guess someone is scolding him." Donors leaned back in his chair, looking at Samuel with a smile in his eyes. That's right, Samuel's personality is indeed very scolding. Joseph retracted the starlight, thought for a while, and nodded. The others behind him also nodded subconsciously. Samuel listened to them saying this, bit his eyes, looked at the others except Donors, and said in a very gentle tone, "What's wrong with my personality?" No, Samuel's personality is very good. Yin Qianqing spoke with a strong desire to survive in his murderous eyes. Samuel listened to Yin Qianqing and looked at the others. The others followed Yin Qianqing's words and praised him in various ways. Donors didn't care about their noise. He kept his eyes on the field. Joseph looked at him and said, "Chief, do you think the First Military Academy will win this game?" "No, Gu Huji has been tricked by Samuel once, so he will definitely be more cautious, and Huang Fu Wen is also a cruel person," Donor said, and the dark flames danced back and forth between his fingers. "How can you say that I tricked him? This is just a necessary strategy." Samuel heard him say this, turned around and said with a smile, "Humph, if you can play against each other in the third game before, Gu Huji will probably treat you in the same way, and he will probably stab you several times again." Donor snorted and laughed. He was very familiar with Gu Huji's character, not to mention that Samuel was going to stab Yuli. "TSK, that's really lucky, I won't play against him again." Samuel also knew that if they really played against each other, it would be as Donor said, and he would die miserably, but there would be no such one-on-one games in the future. Samuel shrugged, and the two black sharp knife earrings under his ears dangled. That's not necessarily true. Donors dragged his chin, thinking of something the coach had told him before, and laughed softly, looking like a troublemaker. In the Qingyun University area, Su Qinghua lay directly on the chair and slowly took the snacks that Hong handed over with her tail. Hua Zhiru was furious at his fat look and pulled Hong over and said, "Hong, you can't feed your master anymore. If you don't let him, he will become fat like a pig. I just started eating a hua." Su Qinghua looked at Hong being pulled away and muttered innocently, "TSK, you should watch the game carefully." Hua Zhiru was disappointed. Yes, a hua is really responsible. Seeing her glare, "Keep talking, and I chop you down," Su Qinghua changed his tune. "Chief, wasn't this match interesting?" Bai Yi was puzzled by his languid expression. "Well, not really, but this match." He pondered for a moment, and Hua Zhiru paused to listen. "If nothing unexpected happens, Yun Chen will win this match." After hearing this, Hua Zhiru asked directly, although Gu Huji is strong, Lu Xinghe isn't bad either, and dragon-type abilities are known for their toughness. Indeed, it seems the First Military Academy has the advantage, but Lu Xinghe isn't as ruthless as Gu Huji and the others. And they probably didn't expect Yuli to win the first match. She seems to be more familiar with her abilities now. When she competed with me before, her control over her sonic attacks wasn't as masterful as it is now. Su Qinghua said with a smile. "If Yunchen wins this round, he'd be the champion." Huazhiru looked at him in surprise. Well, I guess this will be a huge blow to them. But this might be a good thing. After all, the Huangfu family on the main planet seems to have made a comeback in recent years after the Huangfu Wen incident. Su Qinghuai thought of the condescending and disdainful looks of the Huangfu family, who looked down on everyone else like trash. Then he thought of Huangfu Shi's naive look and shook his head with a smile. Huangfu Shi really didn't look like a member of the Huangfu family at all. But what? You're not going to tell me anymore? Huazhiru glared at him, but Su Qinghuai shook his head. Nothing. It's better for Ahua not to know about this kind of thing. Hurry up. Huazhiru was furious. It was so frustrating to be stuck in the middle of a conversation. On the field, Gu Huzi's sharp sword pressed aggressively towards Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, unwilling to be outdone, repeatedly met his sword with the tip of his spear, creating a relentless clashing sound, and sparks flew where their weapons met. Huangfu Wen and Li Xiana continued to clash, both activating their own domains. Solid crystals and earth and stone continuously collided. Their domains expanded, even reaching the very spot where Gu Huzi and Lu Xinghe were fighting. Lu Xinghe lowered his gaze to take in the situation below him. Just as he was about to activate his domain, fragments of the crystal bullet Huangfu Wen had fired earlier suddenly sprouted from the ground, momentarily halting his movement with clusters of crystal. Gu Huzi raised his sword, the power of rules enveloping the silver cross-shaped sword. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the blade, slashing fiercely at Lu Xinghe. Bang! Lu Xinghe instantly raised his hand, and a four-winged white dragon transformed into countless points of light, merging with him. His hands transformed into dragon claws, blocking the sword's ray. Gu Huzi's deep blue eyes narrowed as he watched his attack leave only a shallow wound. Another sword was about to plunge straight into Lu Xinghe's chest. Lu Xinghe reached out with his free hand, firmly grasping Gu Huzi's twin swords. The two men remained in a stalemate for a moment. Lu Xinghe looked at him with a foreboding feeling, about to let go and step back, but it was too late. Gu Huzi stared at him expressionlessly, his voice piercing. Explode! His crosses shot out countless snow-white threads, and at that moment, he unleashed his domain. Countless icy snow and ice erupted from the void like an avalanche, rolling down and engulfing the two of them. The snowflakes instantly froze everything around them. The space between them was covered in snow and ice. A few strands of ice penetrated Lu Xinghe's wounds. And penetrated. The piercing cold, carrying the power of the law, began to seep into his flesh through the wounds. Lu Xinghe instantly realized Gu Huzi's intention. Countless dazzling white lights burst from his body, shattering the thick ice. Boom! 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 Lu Xinghe spread his 4 snow-white dragon wings and ascended into the air. The pure white light domain and the freezing cold domain collided violently, causing space to warp and tear. Chapter 88. The two people's domains continued to expand and began to squeeze the domains of Huangfu Wen and Li Xiana. Huangfu Wen looked at Gu Huzi and estimated that he would not be useful in the current battle. He simply converted the energy of the domain into a huge purple crystal palm, grabbed Li Xiana, and went directly to the side of the field. Lu Xinghe noticed Huangfu Wen's actions and wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Gu Huzi. He frowned and wanted to pull out the coldness that kept penetrating into his muscles, but Gu Huzi swung out a series of extremely sharp cross-sword lights, which penetrated his domain and came to him in an instant. Dang dang dang. Lu Xinghe turned his wrist, and the snow-white light wrapped around it. He waved it quickly to block the sword lights. Gu Huzi transformed his domain into a sharp knife and swiftly charged into Lu Xinghe's domain. Endless white light and ice-blue silk threads constantly intersected, collided, burned and melted each other. Gu Huzi rushed to the front, and the sword light burst out like a storm. The dazzling sword light suppressed Lu Xinghe for a while. Lu Xinghe kept blocking him, but the coldness that penetrated the wound in his palm made him feel a little helpless. The deep coldness tightly wrapped around him, causing his reaction to be stagnant for a moment. It was during this stalemate that small wounds began to appear on his body. The 4 light wings behind Lu Xinghe quickly rushed towards Gu Huzi, who was pressing forward step by step. The light was like a torch, carrying endless exploding energy. Dang! Gu Huzi swung out his 2 swords to block the 4 light wings and the sharp spears that came with them. After the two met, they separated in an instant and distanced themselves. Gu Huzi raised his hand, and huge frost crosses fell from the sky and killed Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe also turned his sharp spear, and the endless snow-white light gathered into a huge spear shadow that went straight to the descending cross. Crack, crack. The cross blade repeatedly clashed with the snow-white spear tip. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! Finally, the white spear shadow broke through the frost cross's suppression, its light slicing the cross into tiny ice cubes, but the next moment, Gu Huji arrived in an instant, approaching Lu Xinghe and swinging his sword. Countless ice cubes rained down on them both. Lu Xinghe felt a sense of foreboding. He tried to break free from Gu Huji's suppression, but he couldn't break free for a while. The next moment, swish, swish, swish. Countless threads of icy cold shot out from the countless ice blocks. These threads continuously intertwined, transforming the entire world into a field of icy blue threads. Lu Xinghe's pupils dilated as he looked down at the dense mass of ice threads emerging from his hands. Clearly, the icy power that had been dormant within him exploded at this moment, and the ice threads within and outside his body held him in place. Gu Huji seized this opportunity and thrust the cross sword in his hand. Piercing his chest, Lu Xinghe's brow furrowed, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. The wings behind him transformed into a dazzling light, charging towards Gu Huji. The dazzling light pierced his body, causing blood to ooze out like water. Gu Huji remained calm, his expression unfazed. The endless flow of rule power surged through his blade like a surging ocean wave, pouring into Lu Xinghe's heart. This now exacerbated Lu Xinghe's injuries. Wisps of frost continuously emerged from his chest. Finally, as Gu Huji continued to increase the input of rule power, Lu Xinghe was completely frozen. Yuanchen vs. First Military Academy, Round 2. Yuanchen wins. The arena fell silent for a moment as the mechanical announcement was made, and icy blue snowflakes slowly fell from the sky. The next moment. Oh! Yuanchen wins this round. Duan Jieshu excitedly jumped up and shouted. Yuanchen's score is now 2 o'clock. Congratulations to Yuanchen for winning this league championship. He shouted loudly, his expression filled with excitement. The audience also caught on and joined in the screams. Countless fireworks and ribbons exploded from the roof of the arena. The deafening cheers and the blazing fireworks mingled in a symphony, threatening to overturn the entire venue. Yuanchen! Yuanchen! Yuli also excitedly stood up and hugged Yu, ignoring the system notification of the main quest completion ringing in her ears. Gui Yunzheng also joined them, hugging each other and jumping around excitedly like little chickens. Finally, they even dragged Xie Yi, Han Chengfeng, and the others along. Coach Guan also looked on, with a pleased expression. In the Qingyun area, Su Qinghai stood up, looked at the lively Yunchen group, and said with a smile, "Let's go. I have to meet Lucas for dinner." You really can't get over this. Hua Zhuru was speechless. Let's congratulate Yunchen again for winning the league championship. Duan Jieshu roared from the podium. Oh! Yunchen is amazing. The audience in the stands erupted in excitement once again. All kinds of brilliant and illusory ribbons surrounded Yu Li and the others. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. The emblem of Yunchen University also appeared in the sky. Countless red maple leaves floated in the air, beautiful and dazzling. Gu Huji and the others raised their hands to accept the beautifully carved golden trophy. Yu Li watched as it shimmered with dazzling, multicolored light, feeling unreal. Everything she was experiencing felt like a dream so beautiful she didn't want to wake up from it. Since coming to this world, she had truly met so many wonderful people that she felt reluctant to leave it. Mo Yun spoke up at this moment. It wasn't a dream. We've always been. Yu Li was startled, then laughed. Gu Huji, still covered in white bandages, held the trophy in one hand as he looked at the dazed Yu Li and said, "Aren't you coming over?" Huang Fuwen also smiled and said, "We're going to lift this trophy together." Yes. Sister Yu, come quickly. Gui Yunzheng called out enthusiastically. Yu, Han Chengfeng, and Xie Yi also looked at her. Yu Li's smile widened, and she stepped forward. Here we go. The final moment, as they all raised the trophy, was captured by a live camera. Regardless of their personalities, they all wore smiles at this moment. The dazzling fireworks and streamers fell, and the scene was captured by the camera. In the VIP room, Fei Yusen and the other two looked at the beaming girl on the podium, their expressions softening. Late at night, Yu Li and her friends arrived at the hotel Lucas had booked. Qingyun, the third military academy, Gran, and even the first military academy had arrived. Yu Li looked at the group of handsome men and beautiful women in the magnificent hotel, then at Lucas, who was chatting with Su Qinghai over a glass of sake. She blinked and sighed. Lucas is truly rich. Treating so many people to dinner. Wang Fuwen looked at the girl's dazed expression and chuckled. He walked over with a glass of fruit wine and asked, "Why don't you go to a wealthy family? I knew there would be a lot of people, but I didn't expect so many." Lucas. Chief Lu is truly wealthy. Yuli took the fruit wine Huang Fu-wen offered her and said, Lucas must be regretting it. Huang Fu-wen thought of the momentary twisted expression Lucas had made when he looked at them and laughed. Why is the first military academy here too? Isn't Commander Lu seriously injured? Now it looks like. Yuli paused as she watched Lu Xinghe, who was drinking freely on the other side. Well, after all, he lost to us, so he needs to blow off some steam. Don't worry about them, Huang Fu-wen said. At this moment, Yini ran over, pulling Yuli aside, saying, Yuli, come on. I saw this shop's recommended dessert on Star Online, and ordered it specifically. Come and try it. Okay, I'm coming. Yuli's eyes lit up at that. Huang Fu-wen, seeing her eagerness, said, go ahead. Okay. Yuli waved at him, and ran towards Inu. After finishing his conversation with Lucas, Su Qinghai scanned the area, dodging Huang Fuxi and Lei Long Lei Ao, who had already started to stir up trouble, as well as various flying summons, before approaching Yuli, who was enjoying her dessert while watching the show. Chief Su? What's up? Yuli looked up at Su Qinghai, somewhat puzzled. There's something. I wonder if you be free in the next few days? Su Qinghai asked, his eyes lowered. I be free later. Yuli was curious about what Su Qinghai wanted to talk to her about, but since he didn't seem ready to talk right now, she didn't ask further. Instead, she arranged a time to meet him later. No matter how lively Yuli and the others were, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Discussions about the league on StarNet exploded, with videos and topics popping up non-stop. Wow! Yunchen is amazing this year. He actually won the finals 2-0. Excited and rambling, 1st floor, ha, yeah. They're so strong. Whether it's Gu Huji or Yuli, they're both truly invincible. 2 indie floor, that's right. Gu Shen is as stable as ever, but Ziwei Xing. She's amazing. She's really challenging the leaders of every team. 3 RD floor, ha. Hearing Ziweixing's name, the fish farming team is here. 4 th floor, it should be renamed successfully raising a Dapeng now, right? 5 th floor, is this why you changed the fan signboards in the fan plaza? 6 th floor, that's hilarious. I went there, and saw they changed all their signboards to golden pung birds. Great. Keep up with the realities. 7 th floor, add 1. 8th floor, add 2. 65th floor, I watched their signboards gradually transform from text to cute little fish, then to whales, then to Kuimping and now to Dapeng. Great. Super evolution. 66 th floor, that person above seems like a long-time fan too. 67th floor, ha, you're definitely a long-time fan. Super happy and incredibly fulfilled. 68 th floor, 111th, same old fan. 157th floor, ha, they're killing me, go check out the latest report. 158 th floor, huh? What report? I go check it out. 159th floor, go check it out. 187th floor, back. Ha, Donals and Huang Fuxi are fighting. Oh, and Gu Huji and Samuel are fighting too. 188 th floor, fighting, do you mean cakes flying everywhere? Help. Didn't any of them notice they were being filmed by passers-by? 189th floor, Commander Lu, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting Huang Fuxi too? No, stop it. If you want to fight, go to the dance studio. Laughs. 190 th floor, probably just some resentment towards their own huskies for destroying their house. Haha. Post-game break. Chapter 89. When Yuli and the others finished playing, it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening. Yuli waved to Gu Huji and the others and prepared to return to her room. Although she had been busy all night, she was still very excited when she lay on the bed. She rolled several times on the bed, sat up, and looked at the gold medal repeatedly. Mo Yin felt her overly excited mood, stretched out his tentacles to wrap around her waist, and let her lean on him. Yuli felt the tentacles on her waist and the soft touch behind her, and turned her head to meet Mo Yin's deep eyes. Mo Yin watched her fair and delicate skin turn light pink, and her gentle eyebrows and eyes were filled with joy, like a dazzling star, making people unable to look away. Very happy. His voice was magnetic, low and soft. Yuli felt like a breeze blowing through her spiritual sea. Yes, I am very happy today. Ah! I won the championship today. Yuli turned around and hugged the big octopus in her arms. She almost buried herself in his arms. Mo Yin was frozen for a moment by her action. His sealed core jumped, and the remaining tentacles could not help but stick to the girl. Although she was very excited after drinking a lot of fruit wine, she was a little drunk. She did not resist the tentacles sticking to her. Instead, she directly pulled a tentacle and held it in her arms. She began to talk to him about her mood today. As she spoke, her voice gradually became smaller. Obviously, she fell asleep directly. Imogen held her whole body in his arms, and carefully inspected the girl's smooth and pink skin. He could feel that her body temperature was higher than before, and so was her heartbeat. Imogen froze for a moment, his tentacles unconsciously curling. He remembered that this meant he was sick. Yuli. The little octopus, realizing this, instantly imagined the scene of his own star falling sick, dying, and disappearing. Its dark core trembled violently, and a blanket of black fog exploded, covering the entire sky. A suffocating pressure instantly spread, tearing through space and creating cracks. The entire room, save for the girl's sleeping area, was shattered. Just as the room was about to shatter, and the pressure was about to spread, a dazzling golden and rich green light flashed by, and a barrier unfolded to suppress the surging pressure, stabilizing the crumbling room. A pitch-black crack appeared in the room. A sharp hand extended from it, forcibly tearing the rift apart. A man with black spiral horns atop his head wore a black suit with golden markings. The tailored suit perfectly fitted his muscular frame, outlining his strikingly broad shoulders and sturdy waist. A thick dragon tail swung nimbly from behind his waist, and he stepped through the crack into the room. Then, the elegant Yun Xiaozhu, dressed in a vintage beige trench coat, and the carefree Fei Yusen, dressed in a dark green silk robe, also crossed the crack. Yun Xiaozhu stood still in the tattered room, frowning as he looked at the black mist and Yuli, who was enveloped by it. He suppressed his questioning words and connected with his main body, demanding, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Imogen was about to speak when he felt the girl's fingers in his arms move. Yuli, half asleep, felt someone calling her from within her consciousness, and she subconsciously responded. The three of them, along with the mist, froze for a moment. After ensuring her breathing had calmed, they continued their previous conversation. "She's sick." A sharp mental attack lashed out at the three men, all looking grim. After hearing his original form's words, Yun Xiaozhu suddenly parted the black mist, revealing a girl sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed. A man gently caressed her neck, his fingertips close to her pulse. Fei Yusen and Xuanya approached from either side. Fei Yusen detected a faint scent of alcohol, and instantly realized that his original form had probably confused her with being drunk and sick. That wasn't quite right. His original form probably had no concept of what it meant to be drunk. She's just drunk, not sick. Yun Xiaozhu released his grip, silently breathing a sigh of relief. The thick, inky black mist drifted through the room, dispersing slightly at his response. "Looks like you need to brush up on your human common sense. Otherwise, given the current situation, Miss Yuli will definitely dislike you." Fei Yusen scoffed, her beautiful emerald eyes curved, clearly delighted at her original form's misfortune. Imogen gazed at his three original forms, recalling the various moments of Yuli's interactions with his three clones. Xuanya instantly realized, his blood-red pupils narrowed, and he said with an unsure expression, "You're going to devour us." "No, just merge. If you devoured her, she would definitely be heartbroken." The pitch-black mist enveloped them for a moment before separating. In that instant, all three of their lives, thoughts, knowledge, and emotions were shared with Imogen. The black mist shook for a moment, realizing that Yuli was not in this state after being sick. It recovered to its original pink big octopus and leaned against the girl. The power of rules fell from the void, and the time in this room began to flow backwards. The tattered room returned to its original state. Imogen imitated the movements of his clone's memory, stretched out his tentacles to hook the blanket on the bed and cover her with it, then pressed down the corners of the quilt, not wanting to pay attention to his clones. Yun Xiaozhu and the other three looked unhappy because of the fusion at that moment. "Tsk." Fei Yusen cursed impatiently, and was very unhappy about the fusion with the original body, but it was not appropriate to do anything at this time. After Xuanya recovered from the stage just now, he looked at Yuli's peaceful sleeping face and asked in a low voice, "Why did she drink?" Yun Xiaozhu pinched his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on her face, and said, "Celebration banquet." Fei Yusen dragged his chin and said, "It smells like a low-proof fruit wine." Xuanya frowned. "Isn't that a drink?" She probably doesn't know that her alcohol tolerance can be so bad. Yun Xiaozhu estimated that Yuli thought it tasted good, and she was in a good mood after winning the championship, so he didn't think too much. He looked at Imogen and asked, "How much did she drink?" Imogen raised his eyes, and looked at the three clones with his dark eyes. After a moment of silence, he answered, "Always drinking." Fei Yusen heard him say this, and held his forehead helplessly. "Then Miss Yuli will definitely have a hard time when she wakes up tomorrow." Mo Yin heard Fei Yusen's words, and now he could understand what it meant to be drunk and what it meant to be sick. He stretched out his soft tentacles and hooked her soft long hair and rubbed it carefully. Yuli was originally in a daze, and she felt as if there were various sights on her and subtle voices. She forced herself to open her eyes, and seemed to see 3 blurry tall figures. "Miss Yuli, are you awake?" Fei Yusen approached her face and asked, and reached out to touch her face, but was pulled by Xuanye from behind. "No, I'm sleepy, don't make noise." Yuli mumbled. Her voice was not as clear as usual, but it was soft and sticky, like a sweet rice cake. Okay, go to sleep." Fei Yusen listened to his words, and was touched by his cuteness. He raised his hands with distinct knuckles, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and said quickly. Yun Xiaozhu stepped forward and raised his hands. His large and warm palms covered her eyes, and said softly, "Go to sleep." The dragon tail behind Xuanye circled her wrist. He looked at her with a hint of tenderness and whispered, "Sweet dreams." Yuli, who woke up, just got up and felt her whole vision spinning. She fell back, closed her eyes, and frowned a little uncomfortably. Mo Yin, who had already supplemented all human common sense, came over and knew that she was very uncomfortable now. If she was uncomfortable, she would sleep for a while. "Well, was I drunk yesterday?" Yuli's reason began to wake up, and she asked. "Well, I remember that the alcohol content of the fruit wine was very low. It really tasted like a drink. When I saw them fighting so lively, I was so focused on watching the show that I didn't think much about it." Yuli was obviously not very clear about her alcohol tolerance, and covered her face in embarrassment. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. When Yuli wanted to stand up, Mo Yin pressed his tentacles on her shoulders and pressed her down on the bed. "Yun Xiaozhu, lie down." Yuli just watched Mo Yin float out and then float back, and then met Yun Xiaozhu's gentle golden eyes. Yun Xiaozhu. Yuli met his eyes that always cared about her, and subconsciously felt a little guilty. Her hands holding the quilt unconsciously tightened a little, and she said in a low voice, "Very uncomfortable?" He noticed the girl's frown and asked gently. He noticed her guilty little movements and laughed a little. He looked around her pretty face. It seemed that she had completely forgotten what happened last night. He picked up the hangover soup he brought and filled a bowl for her. He said, "Get up and drink a bowl of hangover soup first. Will it make you feel better?" "Yeah," Yuli responded, her eyes fixed on him. Unable to discern anything from his elegant, refined face, she explained, "Yesterday, I thought drinking that fruit wine wouldn't get me drunk." As she spoke, she glanced at him cautiously, like a cat perched against a wall, peering in, quietly checking to see if its owner was angry, tentatively extending a paw. Yun Xiaozhu looked at her and chuckled. He half knelt down and pressed one of his long legs against the soft blanket. He restrained himself and reached out to touch the soft ends of her hair scattered on the bed. He said slowly, "I'm not angry. Ollie didn't know that she would get drunk, right?" The man's voice was as clear as cold jade. Yuli was confused and said directly without thinking, "Yes, and I didn't pay much attention to the fight between Huang Fuxi and Donals yesterday. After all, their fight was too exciting. It was the first time I saw Donals so poisonous." She talked about various things that happened yesterday. Although Yun Xiaozhu was a little unhappy about her talking about other people, he knew that her attitude was trust and dependence on him, so he listened to her patiently. Yuli finished, looking at the man who had been gazing at her tenderly. Then, belatedly, she realized something. "Ailey?" "Yes, is that okay?" "Ailey?" Yun Xiaozhu asked, his eyes curved beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall. "Yes." Yuli's ears flushed as she heard the man pronounce the nickname, but she agreed nonetheless. As they spoke, the doorbell rang again. Chapter 90. Yuli was startled when she heard the doorbell ring. This familiar feeling, she glanced at the man whose expression turned cold for a moment, and asked, "Is it Fei Yusen and Xuanye?" Although she was asking, she was actually sure in her heart. "Well, I go open the door, you drink the hangover soup first." Yun Xiaozhu raised his gold-rimmed glasses to cover the coldness in his eyes, stood up and walked out. Yuli sat up and drank a bowl of hangover soup. The cool feeling made her sober up. "Better?" Mo Yin came over, and his tentacles unconsciously wrapped around her hand on the bed, and the tentacles full of suction cups were intimately attached to her wrist. "Well, much better." Yuli smiled with curved eyebrows, and hugged the dog brand octopus in her arms. At the door, Fei Yusen almost subconsciously showed a brilliant and charming smile after seeing the door open, but when he saw that it was Yun Xiaozhu, the corners of his mouth straightened, and his emerald eyes instantly darkened. "Where is Miss Yuli?" Xuanye stood beside Fei Yusen, adjusting the obsidian cuffs on his sleeves, his eyes as sharp as Fei Yusen's. "I'm resting." Yun Xiaozhu's eyebrows were not as gentle as water when he questioned Yuli, and he was as cold as a glacier at this time. Just when they wanted to say something, they heard light footsteps. The three of them stopped at the same time and looked at the person who came. Yuli hugged Mo Yin and came to the living room. Looking at the tall and straight men who were deadlocked at the door, she tilted her head in confusion. "Aren't you coming in? Why are you all standing by the door?" Yun Xiaozhu stepped back to let them in. Looking at the girl, whose expression hinted at fatigue, he asked, "Why did you come down? With you all here, it's not good for me to stay in bed. I'm not sick or injured, and I just drank some hangover soup, so I'm feeling much better." Yuli's tone was still a little hazy. "But what do you want from me?" she continued, looking at the two people sitting on the sofa. "Can't I come to see you if I have nothing else to do?" Fei Yusen acted pitifully. Xuanye nodded, handing the girl a black-angled invitation. His blood-red pupils fixed on her intently, he said, "Do you have time later? The Dark Zone will be holding an auction on Yunshin's main planet." "That's not the case," Yuli replied, casually accepting the black-angled invitation. "Curious, Dark Zone auction?" "Well, the Dark Zone holds an auction annually on the main planets of the 7-star systems. They sell a variety of rare energy source stones and medicinal herbs, specialty products from other star systems, and various rare and exquisite items. Are you interested?" Xuanye nodded and explained. Yuli was very interested in the specialty products from other star systems. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the black-haired man before her, his eyebrows sharp as a sword. Under her gaze, Xuanye's heart beat faster. His flexible dragon tail sprang out from behind him, and the tip of the tail wanted to touch Yuli, but unfortunately it was slapped away by Mo Yin, who had been staying in her arms. "Miss Yuli, if you want to know about the special auction items in other galaxies, I can tell you." Seeing that Yuli's attention was focused on Xian Yi, Fei Yusen squeezed in beside her with a look of displeasure. "Are you participating in this auction too?" Yuli looked at him, then at Xian Yi, and inquired. Fei Yusen provided some items. Xian Yi was a little annoyed that Fei Yusen had stolen the girl's attention, but he still answered her question. Yuli nodded, thinking that the Fei group also conducted business across galaxies, and that the two of them would be a good fit for collaboration. If Yuli is interested in the auction, you could also make some supernatural items or potions to auction. Yun Xiaozhu placed some tea on the table and handed a cup of translucent, perfectly warm fruit tea to the girl. Fei Yusen and Xian Yi looked down at the cold water in front of them. "Ha ha. Is that okay?" Yuli thought about her stockpile of potions and supernatural items, searched through her space bracelet, and pulled out a few bottles of potions and previously crafted low-grade supernatural items, handing them to the others. Fei Yusen took the potion, shook it in her hand, and stared at the dense stream of purple light flowing through it like a galaxy. She pried open the cap with her thumb and gulped it down. "How could you just drink it like that?" Yuli's eyes widened, still not reacting. Fei Yusen had already finished the bottle, then narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't worry, this is just a superpower replenishing potion. It tastes good and is of excellent quality. Miss Yuli is amazing. But you can't drink it like that. What if I poisoned it?" Yuli glared at him, then smiled like a flower, bewitching him. "Even if it's a deadly poison on contact, as long as Miss Yuli gives it to me, I drink it." Fei Yusen smiled, leaning in front of her and whispering softly. His dark blue hair, tinged with a hint of coldness, brushed against her face. Yuli could even feel the subtle vibrations of his muscular chest, his vocal cords trembling as he laughed. Yuli held her breath, and quickly raised her hand to push the demon-like man away. "I won't do this." "Speak properly." "Of course, Yuli, your potion is of excellent quality," Xuanye said, pinching the potion she had just handed him. "But Ali, you've reached S rank, perhaps you could try a top-grade potion," Yun Xiaozhu suggested. "That's true," Yuli pondered. Fei Yusen and Xuanye, hearing Yun Xiaozhu's address to Yuli, glared at the gentle, silver-haired man with eyes as sharp as knives. If looks could kill, they would have been torn to pieces. But alas, looks can't. "Ali?" Fei Yusen's voice was thick with emotion and a deep sourness, giving Yuli, who was lost in thought, goosebumps. "Is that it? Isn't it just a name?" Yuli looked at Fei Yusen, whose body was almost emitting black energy, like a ferocious beast about to pounce on its prey. She felt strangely guilty, and subconsciously leaned closer to Xian Yi. I want to call you Miss Yuli too. No, I need to come up with one myself, Fei Yusen said, moving closer. Yuli quickly lifted Mo Yen up and thrust him directly towards the feminine, elegantly dressed man before her. Mo Yen also happened to dislike his clone. Since the fusion, he had become aware of the twisted and filthy thoughts within his clone's mind, which were as twisted and filthy as a quagmire. Now that this opportunity had come to him, he naturally took no chances. Yuli looked at the man and the octopus fighting in a ball. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold and strong black dragon tail wrapped around her wrist. The sharp hard shell of the tail lay directly in her palm. Xuanya also came over and said, "Ollie, can I call you that?" Yuli wanted to turn her head, but Xuanya pressed her shoulder. She couldn't see his deep eyes, but only heard the low and deep male voice asking again, "Can't I?" She looked down at the tail in her hand, then at Fei Yusen, sighed helplessly and said, "Yes, you can call me whatever you want, it's just a name." Fei Yusen, who was fighting, heard her words, his eyes lit up, and he shouted directly, "What about Xiao Lihua? This is not allowed." Yuli frowned and said, "Okay, Ali." Fei Yusen's beautiful eyebrows turned, and she couldn't call it now, but it didn't mean that she couldn't call it later, and some things were better called in private. Okay, let's get down to business. The auction will be held in half a month. I will try to make a top-grade potion during this period, but I trouble you for these," Yuli said, putting all the potions and some supernatural items that she had hoarded on the table. "Okay." Xianyi looked at the items that were almost piled up on the table. Their quality was the same as the potions that Yuli had given him before. He nodded and waved to accept them all. Yun Xiaozhu looked at the two people entangled, and his cold golden eyes under the lenses were a little disdainful, but he also knew that if Yuli didn't agree, this matter would definitely not be resolved. After they introduced some of the items on this black and gold invitation letter to Yuli one by one, Yuli took the time to look at the message on the communicator, and saw that in the chat group of their Yunshin team, Coach Guan and all members told them to come to the training ground at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Obviously, he had something to tell them, but it was estimated that Coach Guan also knew that they had to break up at 2 or 3 in the morning yesterday, so the time was set for tomorrow morning. Xuanya looked at her checking the communicator, and thought of the drunk girl this morning, and said, "Ollie, you should avoid high-proof liquor in the future. After all, even fruit wine can make you drunk, and other strong alcohols will make you drunk with one glass." "Yeah, I will definitely." Yuli pinched her fingers awkwardly, and quickly agreed. Fei Yusen wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Yun Xiaozhu. The next morning at 10 o'clock Coach Guan looked at the students, who were in good spirits after a day of rest, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "You can move freely for a month after the league ends, and then you can go to the Legion for internship for a period of time. This can also be regarded as a kind of training for the future Star League." Star League? It was the first time that Yuli heard this word. "Ah, there really is such a competition," Gui Yunzheng said excitedly. "Of course there is. Do you think this is a Star Network legend?" Coach Guan glanced at Gui Yunzheng and said. Gui Yunzheng chuckled. After all, the Star Tournament is not open to the public, so everyone has always thought it was a Star Network legend. Not open to the public? Yuli only had a vague idea when she heard this, and looked at Gu Huji and Huang Fuwen, asking them with her eyes if they knew. As a result, the two shook their heads slightly, and they were actually unaware. Coach Guan looked at a group of curious little kids and said, "The Star Tournament is a competition hosted by the 7 galaxies. In addition to the 7 superpowers, there are hundreds of other small and medium-sized independent countries and forces that will also participate." "So many?" Gui Yunzheng was shocked and opened his mouth wide. "Well, the Star Tournament is not just a competition, but a distribution of interests related to the expansion of various forces together. Moreover, the ability levels of these teams are basically above S level. I believe you have also seen the S level ability fights. If there are spectators in the league, it is possible that the contestants will fight and nothing will happen, but the spectators will be seriously injured." "That's right." Gui Yunzheng thought of this year's host Duan Jieshu as a very representative one. Even with the continuous increase of protective shields and the suppression of referees, Duan Jieshu was still injured in those games. Expanding together? Yuli noticed this word and asked. Chapter 91. Yes, you may not know this yet. Coach Guan nodded, thought for a while, and organized his words. You also know that the Starry Sea is vast and boundless. The 7 superpowers we are familiar with only occupy a small area, and the Federation has been exploring outward for a long time. But the cost of exploring outward is also very high. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you may directly annihilate dozens of SS level and above superpowers. Is it so exaggerated? Gui Yunjing's eyes widened when he heard it. Yes, this is a record from 1,000 years ago. After this accident, the entire Federation suffered a great blow. Of course, other forces were also unlucky at that time and destroyed more than a dozen exploration teams. It was at this time that the 7 super countries hosted and arranged an SSS-level superpower to be the leader of the team in order of time. Other small and medium-sized forces joined in to form a large team to explore outside. In this way, safety was greatly improved, and everyone's gains were also increasing. Finally, after a long period of changes, the distribution of benefits was finally confirmed to be the model of the Interstellar League. Hundreds of forces all set a team to participate together, and the final ranking was closely related to the distribution of benefits. After Coach Guan introduced these basic information, he waited for them to digest it slowly, drank a sip of water to moisten his throat, and continued. Originally, this matter should have been told to you after you graduated and joined the Legion for a few years of experience and your superpowers reached S level. But all the S levels in your class broke through while studying in the academy. And the people who were supposed to be selected last time haven't reached the required psychic level yet, so this year's star competition will probably fall to you. Is that so? Is there an age limit for the star competition? Wang Fuwen asked tentatively. Yes, the Federation's age limit is under 30. Coach Guan nodded. That makes sense why it fell to our class. Wang Fuwen laughed and jokingly said, it seems this hurdle of breaking through is holding many people back. Coach Guan couldn't help but glare at him and said, You kid, you haven't even broken through yet. What are you joking about? Go back and practice hard. Coach, what do you hear? Will there be an SS-level psychic in the star competition? Yuli asked. Yes, but it's rare. But judging by your class, there might be one. Coach Guan looked at Yuli and touched his chin. Coach, don't look at me like that. It's weird. It felt like I was looking at some incredible treasure. How bizarre. Yuli grumbled inwardly. Okay, it's not just about your potential. Coach Guan laughed. But I've also heard that many geniuses have emerged from the other 6 superpowers. Well, your class is truly packed with talent. Coach, you still don't know what the format of the star tournament is? Gu Huji looked at him. That's right. I send you the information for the previous tournaments. Coach Guan posted the file directly to the group chat. Yuli opened it on the screen and discovered that each star tournament was based on regional competitions, somewhat similar to the league's preliminary rounds, but more direct and brutal. Each team had a region, and they earned points by occupying other teams' regions. The final ranking was based on these points. Wouldn't this rule just incentivize everyone to kill each other? And Yuli saw something in the last message and exclaimed in surprise. There's a death rate in this competition? Well, that's normal. After all, the star tournament involves the interests of various factions, and the chosen planets are all very harsh environments. Having this rate is normal, Coach Guan replied, looking at them seriously. And when you go to the Legion later, you also encounter various monsters killing people, spies, and the like. Is that so? Yuli was stunned for a long moment. Yuli, are you okay? Inu noticed her daze, and asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm just a little surprised. After all, I've seen legal psychics being imprisoned for using their powers on people on a large scale. But here, they're allowed to kill each other. I'm a little surprised. Yuli thought of you Xian, who had just arrived in this world. The situation you described definitely warrants imprisonment. If everyone acts recklessly, society won't be that stable, Coach Guan explained. But I understand the star tournament's approach. After all, I know the rewards of exploring the outside world are enormous. Not to mention our 7 superpowers. Even those smaller factions that manage to rank in the top few would be enough to feed them for years. Birds die for food, and people die for wealth. Wang Fuwen said, his chin resting as he looked at the beautiful girl. Furthermore, over the years, most factions have developed conflicts of interest, and some even harbor hatred for each other, just waiting for a chance to strike a blow at their opponents at the star tournament. After all, it's not easy for a small faction to cultivate an S-level esper. Coach Guan added, looking at them and grinning maliciously. So, when you go to the Legion for internship, I ask them to train you well. Cherish your last month of rest, haha. Huh? After the meeting, Yuli took a look at the updated main quest. Main quest. First place in the Interstellar League competition. Description. Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving first place in the league. You've already achieved considerable success, which is commendable, but now a new challenge has emerged. I believe you can definitely win this competition. Rewards for completing the main quest. 1. Holy Lord of Light, brilliant. 2. Lord of Darkness, brilliant. This time, they gave me 2 sets. Yuli felt like the system had been suddenly generous, and she was a little flattered. I have to get these. Well, after the auction, I can train with Yun Xiaoju and the others, and even go on a trip, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's also a top-grade potion, and a rare item to try. After all, that's 20 brilliant fragments. If she breaks through, she have a new set of brilliant clothing. Thinking this way, Yuli turned around happily when she heard her communicator ring. She saw it was Su Qinghuai, asking if she had time today. Yuli, having some free time, agreed and arrived at the location Su Qinghuai had arranged. It was an elegantly decorated bamboo building nestled amidst clouds. Above the building, a cloud of mist cascaded down, creating a turquoise waterfall, creating an ethereal and elegant atmosphere. Yuli followed the staff, thinking of the cute style of the dessert shop she had previously visited and the elegant atmosphere of this place. She marveled at the unique style of the shops on this planet. Su Qinghuai looked at the girl sitting across from him, turned the screen in front of her, and smiled, saying, "Anything you'd like to drink? I recommend their bamboo leaf green tea." Okay. Yuli ordered the tea Su Qinghuai had recommended on the screen, and then a few pastries. The exquisite pastries and tea were quickly served, and Yuli curiously inquired, "Chief Su, did you ask me to come here to tell you something?" She couldn't figure out why Su Qinghuai wanted to talk to her, and specifically to her. Su Qinghuai's turquoise eyes curved, and the black mamba slid from his arm to the edge of his teacup, beginning to lick it. He reached out and touched Hong's body, the red agate bracelet accentuating its brilliance against his fair skin. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Yuli, who looked bewildered, and said, "Yuli, do you know the identity of the men or Yun beside you?" Yuli's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew Yun Xiaoju's identity was not simple, or rather, that all 3 of them were not simple, she still had a bad feeling. Yuli picked up the bamboo leaf green tea in front of her, gulped it down, took a deep breath, looked at the languid man in front of her, and said seriously, "Speak." "Teacher Yun. I met him when I was a child. He's the grand elder of the Yun family, one of the 7 major families on the main planet." "Yuli, do you know that?" Su Qinghuai opened his mouth, but pointed it out bluntly. "Huh? Ah." Yuli's expression couldn't be maintained. Her eyes widened. She had no clear concept of the 7 family heads, or the grand elder. Her focus was on seeing him as a child. As a child. She repeated his words. "As a child?" "Yes, I met him once with my father when I was a child." Well, Teacher Yun's appearance back then was very different from what it is now. It had left a deep impression on him, so much so that even after meeting Yun Xiaoju, despite his disguise and his completely different aura, he could still recognize him at a glance. "Although I don't know how you met him, Yuli, but I think you should know this. This way, if something bad happens, she will be mentally prepared." Su Qinghuai looked at her and said, "Well, thank you for your concern. I think I need to go back and think about it." Yuli heard his implication and left in a hurry. Su Qinghuai looked at her absent-minded look and finally touched the black mamba snake that drank the whole teacup, and sighed, "I hope there will be a good result." Yuli returned to her residence and wanted to ask Yun Xiaoju, but didn't know how to start. She hesitated for a while, and finally logged on to the Star Network. Starnet Dream Bar. Yuli stood at the door of this bar, and hesitated whether to go in. After all, she came here on impulse, and wanted to find Fei Yusen to ask him if he knew Yun Xiaoju's identity. Then she saw a man in bar clothes walked up to her and invited her. "Miss, our boss is waiting for you upstairs." Yuli was led by the bartender Cui Yin to the room upstairs. The whole house was decorated extremely gorgeously, with green jade, gold ornaments and snow-white artistic reliefs everywhere, shining brightly under the exquisitely shaped chandelier. The charming man leaned on the dark green leather sofa. He was wearing a black shirt with a deep v-neck today, revealing a large area of sturdy and stylish muscle outline. With his breathing, the long hair fell casually on his shoulders. The extremely rich green eyes narrowed, and the delicate red petal tattoo under the corner of the eye was very conspicuous. Fei Yusen slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and his smile looked very cynical. Seeing him look so strange, Yuli stopped walking and stopped thinking. She just stood on the snow-white blanket and looked at him. The girl was already confused, and now she was even more confused. Fei Yusen dressed up to attract Yuli's attention. Why didn't Ollie pay attention to him? Doesn't he look good in this outfit? Chapter 92. Yuli regretted coming here on impulse, and her mood began to fluctuate uncontrollably. The girl turned around and was about to leave. Fei Yusen saw that her expression was obviously wrong, so he went up to her and grabbed her wrist. He stopped teasing her and came to her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you so unhappy?" Yuli was pulled to sit on the sofa with a stiff body. Looking at the man who squatted down and looked up at her, she opened her mouth. "You also know Yun Xiaoju's identity?" "Huh?" "Ollie knows." Fei Yusen stared at her and noticed that she lowered her eyes and didn't look at him. It was probably because she heard someone say it. He tentatively said, "Ollie knows Yun Xiaoju's identity in the Yun family." Yuli nodded, noticed the other meaning in his words, and narrowed her eyes. "Does he have an identity in other places?" "Oh, how to say this?" Fei Yusen smiled like a fox. When he was thinking about how to discredit Yun Xiaoju, the door was opened with a bang, and a man with long silver hair and a cold aura strode over. Cui Yen, who was following behind, raised his hand helplessly in the murderous eyes of Fei Yusen. "He couldn't stop him at all, boss." "If he stopped him, this big boss would probably kill him." Yuli noticed Yun Xiaoju's arrival and directly pulled Fei Yusen up to block her. She turned her back and looked like she didn't want to see him. "Ali!" Yun Xiaoju called out softly, just to bypass the obstacle of Fei Yusen. "Don't you see that she doesn't want to pay attention to you now? Why is Teacher Yun so anxious?" Fei Yusen stretched out his hand to stop her. Yun Xiaoju's cold golden eyes met Fei Yusen's smiling jade eyes. Cui Yen watched the two giants fighting and carefully closed the door. He just breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked up, he saw Xuanya in a black suit and leather shoes silently appearing in front of him, and his cold blood-red vertical pupils glanced at him condescendingly. Hiss! The breath of relief is now raised again. Cui Yen quickly stepped aside and did not block the entry of His Majesty Heiyao, who looked like a giant. When the door was closed, he also added several layers of barriers to prevent people from disturbing him. When Xuanya approached the room, he saw the two people in a stalemate, and the girl who turned her head secretly when she heard the sound. Yuli met Xuanya's gaze, and quickly turned her head again, holding Mo Yin, who had changed his body shape, in her arms. Xuanya raised his eyebrows, walked past the two of them, and approached you with his dragon tail, saying, "What's wrong? You look unhappy." Yuli pursed her lips and said nothing, but she still touched the dragon tail. Yun Xiaoju spoke up, "Ali, if you want to know anything, you can ask me directly, don't be alone." Yuli stood up and walked to Yun Xiaoju after hearing his words. "Su Qingwei told me that you are the eldest elder of the Yun family. Is this true?" "It's true." Yun Xiaoju looked down at her trembling eyelashes, knowing that she must be in a very complicated mood. Then Fei Yusen said that you have other identities. Is this true? Yuli paused and spoke again. Yun Xiaoju didn't expect Fei Yusen to have intervened. He glared at the peacock spirit, who was making trouble. "It's true. I tell you anything Ollie wants to know." Yun Xiaoju half-crouched, raised his head, and met Yuli's gaze, speaking softly. Yuli didn't answer, but instead looked at Fei Yusen and Xuanya and affirmed, "You two too, right?" "Yes." Xuanya met her bright eyes, which had turned cold, and nodded obediently, like a giant wolf trying to be obedient. "Yes, Ollie wants to know, and I tell you anything." Fei Yusen looked at her, her expression rare and serious. Yuli's grip on Mo Yan's fingers tightened unconsciously. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's separate now." "Ollie, I tell you anything you want to know. We don't have to separate." Yun Xiaoju was clearly irritated by the implication of her words, and his suppressed emotions erupted. He stood up, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, and tossed them to the ground. His strong, white-gloved hands rested on her shoulders, pinning the girl down and preventing her from leaving. Only then did Yuli become aware of the man's tall, upright figure. The light from the chandelier fell on his silver hair. His mask, as smooth as jade, was no longer covered by the gold-rimmed glasses. His golden eyes were cold and terrifying, like a god from the heavens looking down upon the world. Just standing there quietly, he brought a terrifying sense of oppression. Yuli's eyes met his, and she felt an inexplicable chill. She almost instinctively wanted to step back. The man's well-defined fingers caressed her cheek, and 12 massive golden and white wings suddenly unfolded from behind, covering the girl's entire body in layers. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared, leaving only a few white feathers on the leather sofa. Fei Yusen watched Yun Xiaoju pull Yuli into the domain, letting out a TSK, but still feeling a sense of gloating. After all, Yun Xiaoju clearly held a greater weight in the girl's heart, but that was largely due to Yun Xiaoju's deception. Now, seeing this white and black birdman suffer a setback, he was delighted. Mo Yin, floating in the air, looked at Fei Yusen. As expected, You calmed down a lot after merging with us. Fei Yusen said, looking at his original form, which had rarely gone mad. She doesn't want to see you right now. Mo Yin looked at his two clones coldly. Why can you sense her thoughts? Xian Yi, standing nearby, keenly sensed something and inquired. There's a glimmer of my power in her spiritual sea. The White Jade Church was awe-inspiring and magnificent. The spire towered like the clouds, and the golden cross shone with light, its rays filtering through the church's stained glass windows like the light plumes of an angel falling. Yuli was completely immersed in the fluffy feathers. The man's palms rested on her cheeks, gently but forcefully lifting her face. Yun Xiaozhu lowered his head, his long silver hair spreading like silk. Ollie, remember what you promised me before. If I lie to you, even if you get angry and hit or scold me, you won't leave me. Let me go first. Yuli lowered her eyes, not wanting to meet his gaze. Ollie, promise me first, okay? Yes. Yuli nodded dejectedly. When Yun Xiaozhu released his grip, she tried to step back a few steps to distance herself from him, but ended up leaning against the fluffy wings again. You? She paused for a moment, then raised her head and glared at Yun Xiaozhu, practically writing the words "you're cheating" on her face. Yun Xiaozhu chuckled softly and said, I did let go, didn't I? You're not even pretending now. Yuli cried inwardly, puffing out her cheeks and reaching out to pluck the feathers from his wing. Yun Xiaozhu frowned, groaned, and then gasped softly. His voice was so husky and sexy that it made Yuli's ears numb. Looking at the handsome man, with a faint blush on his face, she felt like exploding. Not continuing? A misty haze appeared in Yun Xiaozhu's golden eyes, hazy and captivating. Of course not. Anyone who didn't know would think they were up to something. She didn't have that hobby. Yuli's inner villain screamed loudly. No! Seriously? Yun Xiaozhu, don't be like that showy Fei Yusen. Your image is ruined. Do you understand? Yuli clutched the feather in her hand. It was neither right to throw it nor not to throw it, maintaining a precariously serious expression. Okay, so what do you want to ask now, Ollie? Is your Yun family identity real? Yes. Yun Xiaozhu nodded. What about your appearance now? Ollie should have guessed it, right? He smiled, his snow-white earrings spreading out, the sun-shaped metal earrings beneath them swaying, gleaming with a dazzling brilliance. Yuli pursed her lips and said, the royal family of the Sun Empire is the Wing clan. She paused, then continued under the man's encouraging gaze, and the 7 lords hold real power in the Sun Empire. Are you one of them? After all, with his current aura, he didn't want to be subordinated to anyone. Yes, Ollie guessed correctly. I'm one of the 7 main halls. Ollie doesn't mind my status, but she's concerned that I didn't tell you, right? Yun Xiaozhu looked at her, observing the subtle changes in her expression. Yuli frowned, her face conflicted. She said, even if you didn't tell me, I understand, but emotionally, I can't accept it, so I want to be alone and calm down. Yun Xiaozhu supplemented Yuli's words. Yeah. Yuli nodded. Sorry, I wanted to wait until we were closer before telling you. After all, if I told Ollie, she'd probably stay away from us. Yun Xiaozhu clearly understood Yuli's personality well. That seemed to be true. Yuli thought about it. If she had known Yun Xiaozhu was in his current state and held such a high position, she would probably have stayed away from him. So now, Ollie wants to calm down and stay away from me. He moved closer, his smile gentle, but without the mask of his glasses, he looked even more imposing. Yuli, caught on camera, froze. She turned away, not wanting to look at him, and muttered softly, but you definitely won't let me stay away. Yes, Ollie knows us very well. Yun Xiaozhu's smile widened, delighted by the girl's understanding of him. Fei Yusen is from the Peacock clan of the Myriad Beasts Hall, and Xuanya. Is he from the Black Obsidian Royal Clan? I remember the Black Obsidian Royal Clan being from the Black Dragon Clan. She looked at Yun Xiaozhu and asked, but she was already certain of her suspicions. After all, the two of them had rarely concealed anything, so she didn't dwell on it. Yes, Ollie is right, Yun Xiaozhu encouraged. They haven't concealed anything at all, Yuli complained. Hee, but Ollie likes it, doesn't she? Whether it was his wings, Fei Yusen's feathers, or Xuanya's dragon tail. Thinking about it, Ollie accepted their inhuman aspects well. Yun Xiaozhu watched Yuli silently turn her back and bury herself in his wings, like an ostrich burying its head in the ground, ignoring him. He found it somewhat amusing, but he didn't remind her that the wings of the Wing clan were extremely sensitive, and were generally only touched by their partners. Chapter 93. Fei Yusen lazily leaned on the sofa, holding a red wine glass in his slender hands. Xuanya sat on the other side, his hands folded together, his whole body full of coldness. Swish! Yuli and Yun Xiaozhu appeared in the place where they just disappeared. Fei Yusen and Xuanya noticed the spatial fluctuations at the first time, and looked over, focusing on the girl whose expression had returned to her usual gentle demeanor. Fei Yusen took a sip of wine and laughed. If Ollie doesn't come out, I will tear open Yun Xiaozhu's domain and go in to find you. When Yun Xiaozhu heard his words, his sharp eyes met the peacock spirit in front of him with an evil smile. Xuanya also said, "Not angry anymore?" "I'm not angry." Yuli almost subconsciously retorted, hugged Mo Yin who floated over, raised her thin eyebrows, tapped her feet, looked down at the two men with dragon and phoenix appearances, and said, "Don't you two have anything to say to me?" Fei Yusen and Xuanya were both touched by her actions and expressions, like a cat that must stay high to observe you. "Ollie already knows, Yun Xiaozhu told you?" Xuanya narrowed his eyes, and looked at the man next to her, who put on his glasses again and folded his wings, returning to his original elegant and gentle smile. "No, I guessed," Yuli replied. "Ollie is really smart," Fei Yusen and Xuanya said in unison. "You two are not prepared to hide it from me, okay?" Yuli complained. "Forget it." Yuli sighed. Yun Xiaozhu's previous behavior of not letting her leave made her think they would do the same. But beatings and scolding wouldn't be necessary. Eh? Fei Yusen was a little surprised that Yuli put them down so easily. He blinked. "Ollie, don't you want us to compensate you?" "What's there to compensate? I have plenty of credit points and other things." Yuli pursed her lips. "Ollie, don't you want to see our true forms? Or our half-beast forms?" Fei Yusen approached the girl and suggested with a smile. Yuli's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Then let's use this as compensation." But seeing the two tall and strong men about to stand, Yuli, wanting Yun Xiaozhu to do something, quickly added, "I can choose when to pay for this compensation." "Not now. That's going to take a long time." Fei Yusen was a little disappointed. Yuli would definitely like his true form. Xuanya didn't seem that impulsive. After all, Yuli had already seen his original form, even ridden it. Now that she knew their general identities, Yuli belatedly looked at them with a hint of confusion and asked, "Aren't you all busy? Staying in the Federation all this time?" "You can go back anytime, and the Star Network can handle most things," Xuanya explained. "Of course not, so you can always come see me, Ollie." Fei Yusen leaned back, took a sip from her wine glass, and spoke lazily. "My other identities are all in seclusion, so I'm not busy," Yun Xiaozhu said gently. Yuli, understanding the implication of Fei Yusen's words, suddenly looked dead in the eyes and said, "It's pitiful to be your subordinate." She looked at Xuanya again, but he was still more reassuring. Fei Yusen raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man sitting upright under the girl's gaze. His deep, blood-red eyes softened. Fei Yusen laughed in her heart and said directly, "Ollie, you can't believe what he said. He spends 2/3 of his time sleeping every year. He has plenty of time." "Ah?" Yuli was surprised. I really can't see it at all." Xianyi frowned and retorted, "It's always better than you constantly making trouble. I call it creating value." Hee, creating value. Let them fight each other, and lose the value you swallow up all of it. Yuli listened to the two people arguing with each other, and Yun Xiaozhu who was watching the show on the side. She lowered her head, and pinched Mo Yin, sighing that they were really unreliable. Mo Yin's tentacles wrapped around her fingers, and stuck to her intimately. After getting off the Star Network, Yuli found that there was a message reminder on her communicator. Yunchen Team, Champion Version, Gui Yunzheng. According to Coach Guan, we will go to the Legion for internship in a month. What are you going to do this month? At all members. Huang Fuwen. I'm going home. See you in a month. Gui Yunzheng. Huh? Senior Huang Fu, are you in such a hurry? Huang Fuwen. Ha ha, I guess so. We see each other in a month. Inu. I don't have anything to do, but I might have to go home too. After all, I won the league championship, so I have to go home and show off. Gui Yunzheng. Anyway, I'm going to do this too. Hee. Han Chengfeng. Xie and I will probably attend various dinners for more than half a month. My old man is going to hold a big buffet, and can't leave at all, helplessly spreading his hands. Xie, 1. Gu Huji. I'm going back to Yunchen with Huang Fuwen. Gui Yunzheng. Xie, Han Chengfeng. You two sound so miserable. Gui Yunzheng. It looks like everyone's busy this month. See you in a month. Inu. Where's Yuli? At Yuli? Yuli quickly edited her text and replied. Yuli. Yes, I might stay on the main planet for the next month to see if I can make a top-rate potion. Inu. Woohoo. You're really trying hard. Keep it up. If you succeed, I give you my potion later. If you get tired, you can visit the famous attractions on the main planet. I send you the links. Yuli, I try my best. If I succeed, I buy it all for you in Dubai. Guiyunjung, me. And me, Yuli, okay. Han Chunfeng, Yuli, if you're on the main planet, you can come and see Ciae and I's celebration party if you have time. Yuli, that's fine. Can you two do it together? Ciae, yes. Han Chunfeng, to be more precise, my family will host a few, the Xia family will host a few, and then we both host one together. Hey, it's because Ciae's grandfather and I are close friends, his forehead, Ciae, Psy.jpg. Guiyunjung, brother Xia, you've even sent out emojis. It seems like you two, brother Han and brother Xia, are too busy. Han Chunfeng, after all, it's rare for grandpa to be so in high spirits, and we younger generations can't interrupt. Besides, Huangfuwen, the Huangfu family is stirring up trouble again. The atmosphere among the major families on the main planet hasn't been good over the past few years because of this. Guiyunjung, What kind of gossip is this, Inu? Tell me more. I have time. Yuli, squat. Guhuji, go ahead. Huangfuwen, I haven't been on the main planet these past few years, so I don't know everything. Han Chunfeng, you should know better. I don't mind. Han Chunfeng, okay, if Senior Huangfu doesn't mind, I tell you. Ahem, it's probably because Chief Huangfu she landed in the first military academy last term and won first place. Plus Chief Huangfu she's ability will soon reach S level, and now some of the younger generations of the Huangfu family are starting to jump around again, plus their abilities are all dragon type. Most of their peers are basically in trouble, so they are getting more and more excessive. Han Chunfeng, and every time something happens, the elders of the Huangfu family always brush it off by saying that it's just the younger generation's playfulness, and it's not a big deal. I guess the other families are resentful, so the atmosphere has not been good in recent years. Yuli, so, you are holding a celebration banquet to slap them in the face? Han Chunfeng, ha, yes, Guiyunjung. I remember seeing on the anonymous forum of the main star that the people of the Huangfu family are very arrogant, looking down on people like lowly people, breathing the same air with us, how disgusting, and beating people to death if they disagree with each other. Is this true? Han Chunfeng, yes, Chief Huangfu she is actually very different from the people of the Huangfu family. Yuli, is what Guiyunjung said true? Huangfuwen, actually, they have been restrained. I guess some of them are not allowed to be mentioned on the Star Network. Yuli just ignores them when she sees them. If they find fault, just go up and beat them up. Guiyunjung, speaking of this, I remember I also saw a piece of gossip. Senior Huangfu, see if it is true. Huangfuwen, Tell me. Guiyunjung, that's right, the people of the Huangfu family are not very good at that aspect. Inu, Han Chunfeng, hold your head with your hands. Guiyunjung, you saw this in that corner. Yuli, really? Huangfuwen, actually, from a certain perspective, it is not very good. Guiyunjung, is this gossip true? Inu, Senior Huangfu, tell us. Tell us quickly. Lin Qianqian. We are shopping, and now it is the opening thunder. What are you talking about? Lin Momo, we will turn it up by ourselves. You continue, Coach Guan. Guiyunjung, Coach, are you here too? Coach Guan, otherwise, Huangfuwen, actually, this should have happened a long time ago. To be precise, the probability of the Huangfu family having dragon-type superpowers is getting lower and lower, but the more this happens, the more people the Huangfu family gives birth to, and the difference in treatment between non-dragon-type superpowers and dragon-type superpowers is getting bigger and bigger. The treatment of dragon-type superpowers in the Huangfu family can be said to be the moon in the sky, and they can do whatever they want. Huangfuwen. After that, something happened to the Huangfu family. Non-dragon-type superpowers rebelled against the Huangfu family, which resulted in the Huangfu family losing the support of these people. The family suffered a great blow. It was only after the appearance of Huangfu she in recent years that they slowly recovered. Han Chunfeng, Huangfu Senior, it seems to be true. The number of dragon-type superpowers detected in the Huangfu family in recent years is indeed very small. Guiyunjung, how many can there be? Han Chunfeng, I don't know, but I did not see any younger generations appear in his family. I didn't pay attention to this aspect before. Huangfuwen, about a dozen or 20. Yuli, I remember that those families were divided into main branches and sub-branches. Huangfuwen, Yes, the number just now is the data detected by the entire family. Guiyunzheng. Ah? That's really pitiful. There are still many natural stars in these families, but there are only 20 or so of them. That's too few. Wang Fuwen, maybe there won't be even one in the next few years, laughs. Yuli, who had heard a lot, finally had a rough idea of the 7 major families on the main star. Afterwards, Han Chunfeng also sent her a message to inform her that the banquet would be held in 10 days, and he would come to pick her up on that day. Chapter 94. After bidding farewell to her departing teammates, Yuli spent 5 days at the Alchemist Guild on the main planet, receiving remote guidance from instructor Su Wenxin. Finally, she successfully crafted a bottle of top-grade supernatural power recovery potion. After hearing the side quest completion notification on the system panel, she continued her efforts with high morale, dragging Yun Xiaozhu along with her. Perhaps because of her previous experience crafting top-grade potions, Yuli's speed in forging top-grade artifacts was significantly faster. Yun Xiaozhu watched as the girl patiently carved a misty, graceful azure fan. Strands of golden threads transformed into golden lotus blossoms. With the final stroke, a flash of golden light appeared, and the golden lotus blossom slowly unfolded, a vibrant energy filling the air. A rare and precious artifact of the highest quality had been successfully forged. Wow! Finally! Yuli jumped for joy. Gently waving the fan, the golden lotus blossoms unfolded, and tiny specks of golden light emanated. Yun Xiaozhu raised his hand, letting the tiny specks of golden light fall into his palm. He carefully felt them and smiled, saying, "It's a healing artifact." Yes. I feel the healing element is more comfortable when forging it. Yuli spun the fan several times, and dots of light fell in a dreamlike pattern as she moved. That's because all Li's rule power is vitality. You might be able to forge healing artifacts more easily than other types in the future. Yun Xiaozhu propped up his chin and smiled at the childish girl. Yes, but I'd like to try other types too. After testing the artifact's power, Yuli said with even greater interest. Okay. Yun Xiaozhu, seeing her like this, smiled gently and agreed. He continued to watch her work, occasionally offering guidance and suggestions. The atmosphere between them was very warm. Over the next few days, Yuli forged several rare and exquisite artifacts. After handing 3 of them over to Xuanye for a subsequent auction, the day arrived for the banquet she had agreed to attend with Han Chunfeng. Yuli's long, soft, light chestnut hair flowed freely, and she wore an elegant, misty blue gown. The waist was adorned with pink, white, and light blue round flowers, and light green leaves, giving her a serene and gentle appearance. The girl stood before the makeup mirror, placing a pair of lily-of-the-valley earrings on her earlobe. Threads of fine pearls dangled from the flower shape. She took a few steps back, the pearls shimmering with her movements, a soft, jade-like brilliance. That's all right. Yuli looked at herself in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Mo Yen obediently floated from her shoulder, shrinking to the size of an earring and resting under the girl's earlobe, the side without the earring. Yuli noticed Mo Yen's movements and chuckled softly, saying, Mo Yen is so good. Ollie looks great today. The mini octopus murmured softly, its low, magnetic voice trembling slightly in her mind, like a gentle breeze brushing through it. Yuli's eyes curved slightly, and her soft fingertips touched Mo Yen. Just then, the doorbell rang. She walked over to the door and opened it. Sure enough, it was Han Chunfeng and Xie. They had also changed into formal attire today, looking even more handsome and elegant. Han Chunfeng chuckled at the young woman before him. It seems we've arrived at just the right time. Let's go. Xie extended his hand. Okay. Yuli agreed. The banquet hall, jointly hosted by the Xie and Han families, was ablaze with splendor. Men and women in rich attire conversed, and standing in the center were 2 imposing elders, the hosts of this banquet. Old Man Han smiled, waved his folding fan, and said, Thank you all for joining us for this joint celebration. My dear, after all, our youngest has truly made great strides, and this brings me, as a grandfather, great joy. So, we're going to have a few more banquets. I hope no one minds, ha ha ha. The silent old man of the Xie family also softened his expression, clearly delighted with his grandson. How could that be? Your son's winning the league championship this time is truly remarkable. If it were my child, I'd be hosting a month-long banquet. Yes. Yes. Of course I don't mind. It would be nice if we could have more banquets like this. The guests who came down from the stage all laughed and said, among them were members of the 7 major families of the main star. They were particularly supportive. After all, the Huangfu family, the previous champions, had been hosting banquets for a month straight. The Xia Han and his family's events were nothing compared to the others. For a moment, the atmosphere at the banquet was filled with joy. Of course, there were those who weren't happy, the Huangfu family. The Huangfu elders, with a fake smile, watched the other family members chattering, a flicker of disapproval in their eyes. If the Huangfu elders were considered well-mannered, the anger on the faces of the spoiled younger generation was simply unconcealable. Huangfu Chuan, looking at the young master of the main branch, Huangfu Ling, opened his mouth to offer some advice, but remembering the oppression he had suffered within his family, and the verbal abuse he had received from Huangfu Ling, he silently hushed his lips. It was at this time that Yuli followed Han Chengfeng and Xia Yi to the banquet and greeted their grandfathers. The Han family elders smiled at the young S-rank prodigy before him and nodded, saying, as expected, the Federation's geniuses are getting stronger with each generation. Ha ha ha, this little girl is truly outstanding. He glanced at the shyly smiling Yuli and his grandson beside him, and was about to speak, but Han Chengfeng spoke directly, Grandpa, you and Grandpa Xia continue to host the banquet. We be leaving now. Oh, why are you leaving like this? Why don't you meet the others with Grandpa? Hearing Han Chengfeng's words, the Han family elders said with some regret, Grandpa, Xia Yi and I have met almost everyone we could in the past few days. I wonder if everyone at the banquet is tired of us now. Han Chengfeng winked. Of course not. Our families aren't as extravagant as the Huangfu family once was. But if you don't want to, forget it. Old man Han waved his hand and let them go. Yuli followed them to a garden near the banquet. She breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, You've been so hardworking these past few days. After all, even her smile froze when she greeted someone, let alone the two of them, who had been arranging various banquets for days. Beside her, Xia Yi's face showed an apprehensive expression, and he rarely spoke. Yes. But did you invite me here so I could experience your hard work? Yuli tilted her head. Ha ha, how could that be? It's not that everyone else has left, and you're the only one still on the main planet, Yuli. It's that my grandfather, and the others also want to meet our teammates. Han Chengfeng smiled, and took a plate of pastries from the garden, and placed it in front of the girl. Try it, their pastries are delicious, he recommended. While the three were eating and chatting, Huangfu Ling appeared alone in the garden with an arrogant look on his face. It was obvious that he left the others behind and came here. He had been unhappy recently. After all, the idiot Huangfu Shi from the branch did not win the league championship, and was defeated by Yunshin 2 o'clock. Such an outrageous score was a slap in the face of the Huangfu family. However, Huangfu Shi had already reached the S level. Even if he said he wanted to punish him, the elders of the clan would not listen to him. This made him very dissatisfied, as the young master of the Huangfu family. Now the Han and Xia families were celebrating, which added fuel to the fire. He was very angry. If he could break through and reach the S level before, there would be no Huangfu Shi, a waste. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more unwilling he became. Thinking of Huangfu Shi, a branch, snatching the resources of him, the young master of the main branch, he could not control his emotions, and waved his hand directly. The tables with exquisite pastries were flipped to the ground by his force, and various pastries fell to the ground. Voila voila! The people who were chatting in the garden were shocked by the huge noise and looked over. Huangfu Ling summoned a ferocious earth dragon directly. After merging, he glared at the people around him. It was at this time that he found Yuli and the others. Seeing that the commoner who defeated Huangfu Shi was also here, and the young master of the Han and Xia families actually talked to this commoner without caring about the dignity of the family, his brain was filled with blood. Without thinking about anything, he rushed to Yuli with a fierce momentum, looking her up and down, as if he was looking at an object. Yuli frowned and was a little unhappy, and then he heard him raise his chin and say, "It's you, bitch." Splash. How dare you splash me? You? Yuli, hearing this disparaging insult, threw her drink directly at the man who had come to pick a fight, interrupting him. If you can't speak, I don't suggest I teach you. The girl narrowed her eyes, and her S-class aura pressed down on the man like a mountain. Huangfu Ling was completely overwhelmed by the pressure and fell to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Han Chengfeng and Xia Yi, standing nearby, also frowned. Han Chengfeng said coldly, if the young master of the Huangfu family wants to show off, he can go home. This is a Han family banquet, not a place for you to show off. Please go back. Xia Yi's expression was as cold as an iceberg, and he spoke coldly. The people around him chuckled softly at this scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems the Huangfu family has hit a wall. Now the Huangfu family only has Huangfu Shi left. I wonder what this young master of the Huangfu family has to be so proud of. You can't say that. He still thinks the Huangfu family was once the leader of the 7 great families, that we can live or die at will. Huangfu Ling's already raging anger exploded at the voices of the people around him. He glared at the girl who had caused him to be like this, but the suffocating pressure was like a high. The weight of the mountain weighed on him, immobilizing him. He angrily declared, "Just wait. I won't let you go." Yuli was speechless as she watched Huangfu Ling, his eyes bloodshot and seemingly losing his mind. Such idiocy was truly rare. Sure enough, Senior Huangfu Wenxue was being too subtle. Han Chengfeng and Xie Yi stood in front of Yuli, glaring at Huangfu Ling with disapproval. Just as Han Chengfeng was about to have the young master of the Huangfu family removed, the heads of the various families, who had heard the commotion, emerged from the banquet hall and were startled by the scene. The elders of the Huangfu family quickly appeared beside Huangfu Ling, glaring at Yuli and the others with a stern expression. Is this how the Xie and Han families treat their guests? Chapter 95. Yuli heard the elders of the Huangfu family blaming others without knowing right or wrong, and her mouth twitched. Is this the case of hitting the younger and then the older one? The old men of the Han family and the Xie family also arrived at this time, and saw that the old man of the Huangfu family was picking on his own grandson and was ready to bully the younger one. This is not okay. I think it is your young generation who is going crazy without knowing right or wrong. After all, this has happened before. Old man Han immediately retorted. Old man Xie came to Han Chengfeng and the others one step faster and blocked in front of Elder Huangfu, with an appearance of "What are you going to do? Go past me first." The head of the Yun family who came with him said at this time, "I don't think these 3 friends look like reckless people. I wonder what young Master Huangfu did." This set the tone of the matter from the beginning. It was Huangfu Ling who was making trouble, and of course it was true. Yes, after all, the young Master Huangfu is still young and a little reckless. That's right, that's right. But it seems that Chengfeng and the others are younger this time. Oh, they are always younger in the hearts of the Huangfu family. The heads of other families followed and heard the words of the head of the Yun family, and they also echoed. The words of echoing were exactly the same as the words of the young Master Huangfu, who had troubled their young generation for no reason and waited for them to come to the door. The attitude, tone and expression were exactly imitated. After all, it was rare to see the young master of the Huangfu family being humiliated. The skin of the dragon-type supernatural power was really thick. The elders of the Huangfu family were so angry after hearing these words that they blushed and glared at them fiercely. Unfortunately, these families were not afraid of the Huangfu family at all, but laughed at their jokes. Huangfu Ling, who looked embarrassed, rubbed his face and tried to stand up. The feeling of being treated as a joke by more people made his already irrational brain even more angry. He opened his mouth and was about to curse at Mr. Xie, who was blocking Yuli and the others. "Grand Elder, please let these people go. I want this my eyes. Grand Elder, please kill them." Before Huangfu Ling finished speaking, the old man of the Xie family narrowed his eyes, and an overwhelming pressure directly pressed towards him. He immediately felt as if his eyes were stabbed by a knife, and his vision went dark, which made him collapse and shout, "Shut up! This idiot!" Elder Huangfu shouted, and went forward to knock him unconscious. He looked at the old man of the Xie family with some dissatisfaction and said, "Old man Xie is using pressure to intimidate this young man. This is not good." Old man Xie narrowed his cold eagle eyes, and Elder Huangfu instantly felt that he was a head shorter. He heard him slowly say, "Is this your family's attitude towards me, the monarch, SS-level supernatural power? You want to kill me? No. This is just a Ling's carelessness." Elder Huangfu felt the pressure on his body increase instantly. He was pressed to half kneel down by this pressure, and his face was pale, and he quickly made amends. "It is our Huangfu family that is disrespectful. Please allow me to apologize to you on behalf of Huangfu Ling. Later, my family will prepare a generous gift as compensation." Okay, this banquet was originally a banquet that old man Han and I held with a rare interest. Since your Huangfu family is so rude, please leave, Old man Xie said with a farewell hand. Elder Huangfu naturally did not dare to refuse, and hurriedly left with the unconscious Huangfu Ling. After they finished walking, Grandpa Han looked at Han Chengfeng and the other 2 and asked, "Did the impolite boy from the Huangfu family hurt you?" "No, Grandpa, don't worry, he can't beat us." Han Chengfeng waved his folding fan and said with a smile, "That's right, he used to trouble other young people who were favored and didn't like to cultivate supernatural powers." Grandpa Han and Grandpa Xie asked around and found that nothing was wrong, so they took most people away. Yuli sighed. Does the young master of the Huangfu family really have any mental problems? He looked like a madman without a brain. Han Chunfeng touched his chin and thought, it is probably you, Yuli, who defeated Huangfu Shi, and he must be envious and jealous of Huangfu Shi. Why? After all, Huangfu Ling is the only one in the Huangfu main lineage who has awakened the dragon ability, but in the end, it was the branch of Huangfu Shi who entered the first military academy and broke through the A level. He must be very unbalanced. Han Chunfeng speculated. Does he think I'm easy to bully? You are looking for me to vent your unbalance? Yuli pouted with disdain. Han Chunfeng guessed that Huangfu Ling thought Yuli would swallow his anger like the ordinary people he bullied before, so subconsciously, the anger went to the girl. Xie said lightly, I will go to his house and beat him up later. Okay, be more ruthless. Yuli encouraged with a fist. While the three of them were chattering, Mo Yin, who had been silent, raised his eyes to the robot vacuum cleaner that was cleaning among the flowers. He took a look and then closed his eyes again. In the luxuriously decorated dream bar of Starnet, Cui Yin glanced at Fei Yusen, who was watching the whole process through the robot's vision, stepped back in fear, and shook his head secretly. This idiot from the Huangfu family is looking for death. Fei Yusen stared at the girl, her face dignified and cold, and thought Ollie was so adorable that he almost wanted to hug her thighs and lick them. However, when he looked at the two people from the Huangfu family, the corners of his mouth suddenly fell flat. Once his affectionate green eyes turned cold, they resembled a large beast that had completely stripped off its disguise. He tapped the screen, operated on it, and scanned the densely packed information for a while. After a moment, he raised his hand and motioned Cui Yin to come forward to give him a message. Cui Yin quickly stepped forward, pretending to be all ears. Go and tell Lord Sheng, who's wandering around, that he's been searching for his grandchildren, both of whom died at the hands of the young master of the Huangfu family. Also, spread the word to the parliament and the other 6 families that the Huangfu family has a small, secret gold mine. He gave the order casually, as if it were a trivial matter. This is going to bring the entire Huangfu family down. The Federation hasn't discovered many secret gold mines yet, and those that have been discovered have already been mined. And now the Huangfu family is secretly hoarding them. TSK, 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 they're courting death. Sure enough, they're like-minded, right? Cui Yin thought, nodded, and was about to retreat. Oh, I forgot about the 5th Legion. Fei Yusen propped his chin up, tilting his head, his dark blue hair falling. He added, let Yunchen know. Perhaps it won't be long before those rebellious Huangfu clan members take over the main Huangfu family. That's quite interesting. Okay, boss. I definitely do it to your satisfaction. Cui Yin paused and said attentively. Fei Yusen glanced at his subordinates, his lip curling. Suddenly, he remembered Yuli's complaint about how pitiful his subordinates were. He raised an eyebrow and looked closely at Cui Yin, making Cui Yin's hair stand on end. He probed, if everything's alright, boss, I leave. Wait, let me ask you a question, the alluringly beautiful man said. Ask, boss, anything you want. Cui Yin trembled. You think being my subordinate is pathetic? He smiled gently. Cui Yin instinctively nodded, but then, understanding the question, he froze. Cui Yin quickly reassured, how could that be? Working with you is a blessing I've earned through hundreds of lifetimes. Oh, all right. After you finish this, I give you another 10% of your profits. Fei Yusen waved her hand idly, telling Cui Yin to get back to work. Okay, boss. At his words, Cui Yin's whole body lit up, and he retreated with great energy. Late at night, at the Yun family's home, the head of the Yun family, feeling elated after witnessing the Huangfu family's joke, was about to share this gossip with his wife when he received a message from Yun Xiuzhu. His pupils dilated upon reading the news, and he muttered, a secret gold mine. It's actually a secret gold mine. This is truly. Looks like my Yun family is going to make a killing. At the same time, within the 5th Legion, a series of steel behemoths drifted like an icy torrent across the silent starry sky. 5th Legion Commander Su Ren finished his business, and headed to the spacious training grounds. Seeing his subordinate, Huangfu Yuan, training, he let out a hearty laugh. Still training so late? You're really working hard. After all, I have goals I want to achieve, so naturally I have to work harder. Huangfu Yuan paused to wipe his sweat with a towel, then took the supernatural power potion Su Ren tossed over, and swallowed it in one gulp. I heard your son rushed back to the Academy Star. Is he preparing for a breakthrough? Su Ren, well aware of his son-obsessed nature, casually asked, recalling the news he received a few days ago. Yes. Speaking of this topic, Huang Fuyuan's resolute expression softened a bit. An probably feels a sense of urgency seeing his teammates break through, and he seems to have let go of the anxieties he's had for years. Then Yunshin has 3 S rankers this time. Wow, there are so many talented people in this class. If we were in that class, we'd have to wait several years after joining the Legion to achieve a breakthrough. Su Ren sighed. The more talented someone is, the harder it is to discipline them. Captain Su, you have to be prepared. After all, Yunshin took first place this year, and those teams will all be interning in the 5th Legion. Huang Fuyuan quipped, with rare interest. What's the big deal? You just have to train hard. Otherwise, if you get killed in this star competition, you have nothing to regret. Su Ren shook his head, unconcerned. As they chatted, their communicators rang simultaneously. They all looked surprised when they opened the screen. Huang Fuyuan's expression shifted from surprise to excitement as he looked at the message on the screen. He looked at Su Ren and said, Captain, I need to go back to the main planet for a while. Okay, go ahead. Su Ren already knew about the secret gold mine. This was a golden opportunity for Huang Fuyuan to seize the Huangfu main lineage, so he naturally wouldn't stand in his way. Yunli, back in her house, was completely unaware of these surging undercurrents. After a comfortable bath, and preparing to fall asleep with Mo Yin in her arms, her communicator began to beep. She swiped the screen, and saw Gui Yunzheng shouting in the group chat. Yunshin Squad, Champion Version, Gui Yunzheng, holy crap. Holy crap. Ah, everyone, check out the gossip on the Star Network's main forum. Oh my god. This is so explosive. The young master of the Huangfu family has been exposed, Gui Yunzheng. Link. Gui Yunzheng. He actually murdered a monarch's grandchildren. Yuli's dazed eyes were instantly awakened by shock. Chapter 96. Yuli sat up while holding Mo Yin, and clicked on the link said by Gui Yunzheng. As expected, the first section of the Star Network was how many evil things did the young master of the Huangfu family do? Followed by a bright red explosion. Yuli clicked on it, and saw all kinds of bloody pictures without mosaics. She frowned and quickly scrolled through the final timeline summary, which roughly talked about how many ordinary people Huangfu Ling bullied, injured and disabled, etc. This was not the point. The point was that as the timeline continued to move forward, he became more and more severe until he began to torture and kill one person to death. However, the Huangfu family helped to clean up the mess in the end, and he took action again half a year later. Later, his methods became more and more cruel, and the number of people increased. However, he chose non-main star people with unknown identities in the gray area. It was during this period that he accidentally killed a pair of grandchildren of the Shang monarch, who concealed his identity, and came to the main star to play. Obviously, this matter has only been exposed now, because someone wants to use this matter as an excuse to make trouble for the Huangfu family, but Huangfu Ling. Yuli frowned after reading the whole thing, and whispered, he really deserves to die. He really deserves to die. This little beast. The tall man stood alone at the door of the Huangfu master's house, which had a quiet environment and classical architecture, and cursed with gritted teeth. He couldn't believe that the precious granddaughters and grandsons he had worked so hard to find would actually get into trouble on the main star, and they died so miserably, and the Huangfu family actually suppressed it, and pretended that nothing happened. Hateful hate. Swish, countless threads of law descended from the void, gathering as the invisible and intangible power of rules came under his control. The falling rain stopped at that moment, and the head of the Huangfu family, who was agonizing over this matter, suddenly looked up. A massive dark golden halberd, hundreds of meters long, suddenly appeared above the Huangfu family. With unstoppable force and boundless pressure, it pierced through countless clouds and raging winds and slammed down. The head of the Huangfu family had just rushed out of his room when he saw this scene. The tip of the dark golden halberd was pointed directly at Huangfu Ling's residence. His pupils constricted, and he shouted, "No! Stop! Stop!" But it was too late. Bang! The massive halberd, like a wild beast, tore through the Huangfu family's protective shield, smashing Huangfu Ling's residence to pieces. Huangfu Ling, who was furious in his room, was crushed to pieces by the exploding power of rules, his blood spilling all over the floor. The Huangfu family, sensing the death of their son, the only descendant of the main lineage to awaken dragon-type abilities, before them, could no longer contain their grief and rage. They summoned a 100-meter-long rock dragon to confront the halberd floating in midair. "Give me back my son's life." "Ha, how dare you say that?" Sheng Hung sneered. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp dragon claws collided with the halberd, creating a piercing metallic sound. Two opposing forces, controlled by the two, clashed against each other. The layers of clouds in the night sky were blown away by the fierce winds caused by these attacks, and the elegant buildings on the ground had already crumbled. This tremendous movement naturally attracted the attention of the other nearby family heads. They secretly observed the battle, communicating through thin lines of spiritual power. What's going on? Why did Lord Sheng fight with the old man from the Huangfu family? It looks like a life-and-death battle, old Xie. Didn't you read the Star Network gossip? TSK, that Huangfu Ling is really capable. He killed Lord Sheng's two precious grandchildren and grandsons. His son is probably suing the Huangfu family in the military court now. Ah, Grandpa Han, is your information correct? Is this possible? Those who don't believe me can go to the Star Network to check it out. Hiss. It's actually true. Should we stop it? Heh, what to stop? Are you helping the tyrant, or are you thanking that Huangfu Ling for not killing your precious grandchildren? Then we just watch. If we can stop it, and not affect other places, it can be considered as taking action. Yuli lived on a small cloud island near the Yutian arena, with an unusually wide field of vision, so she naturally noticed the movement over there. She held Mo Yin on the balcony, and looked at the movement in the distance. Yuli turned on the high-definition view and saw two majestic rule forces, like waves occupying the entire sky in the distance, devouring and killing each other, one as sharp as a peerless weapon, and the other as heavy as the earth. There were also various rule forces erected around not far away as protection. She looked at the battle from afar, and her intuition told her that this was related to what she had just seen. Yuli pulled out the light screen to see the news in their group. Sure enough, because of this sensational incident, they all appeared one after another, and the news was refreshed to 99+. Gui Yunzheng, damn it! Such a thing has actually been exposed. Is the Huangfu family going to die? Gui Yunzheng. I checked the main star forum and heard that there was a fight. Who fought with whom? Yuli, I saw it. The location shown on the map is the Huangfu family. I don't know who fought with whom. Gui Yunzheng. It can't be Lord Sheng. Shocked face, Xie, it was him. Yin, the Lord actually took action. Is the main planet safe? Han Changfeng. The other family's people have contained the battlefield to Lord Huangfu's residence. Everything else is fine. Lin Qianqian. A real fight has broken out. I thought there would be a military court. Han Changfeng. They've already gone, but it's Lord Sheng's son who went. My grandfather told me that the Huangfu family also has a hidden gold mine. Lin Momo. They're splitting up. Lin Momo. Huh? Yin, question mark. Yuli, question mark. Gui Yunzheng. Huh? Gu Heji. Coach Guan, what? Why didn't Han Changfeng tell me earlier? That's a hidden gold mine. I go notify them. Gu Heji. Coach, the Legion's people are probably already on the main planet. Coach Guan, that's true. After all, Huangfu Yuan is there. Gui Yunzheng. Is Huangfu Yuan Senior Huangfu's father? Coach Guan. Yes, he's the most well-informed about the Huangfu family. Who knows? You might run into him when you go to the army later. Han Changfeng. The night guards have arrived, but they failed to stop the battle. It seems the main branch of the Huangfu family will be wiped out after tonight. Yuli stared at the screen, her attention focused on the distance. Sure enough, the various rules of power that had originally served as a defense dispersed and were taken over. The two men, who had been fighting fiercely, changed when Sheng Hung produced a khaki scale. Old man, do you really think I'm prepared to attack your family? The scale swirled in Sheng Hang's hand, shooting towards the Huangfu family head, who had merged with the Earth Dragon. The Huangfu family head dodged the halberd's attack, and the scale hit him squarely. A powerful dragon's might instantly radiated from the scales. As if struck by a powerful impact, the Earth Dragon fused with the Huangfu Patriarch. Sheng Hung seized this golden opportunity, a dark golden halberd materializing in his hand, transforming into a stream of light that focused on him. Bang! The Huangfu Patriarch struck, slammed hard into the barrier set up by the night guards. Layers of ripples spread, enveloping him tightly, as he fell to the ground. The night guard's commander leisurely approached him, looking down at the bewildered Huangfu Patriarch with a smile. He stood up and said, Master Huangfu, please come with us. After all, this involves a secret gold vein, and it's a matter of great importance. Sheng Hung, upon hearing the night guard's commander's words, burst into laughter and stopped attacking. He retracted his scale and approached Master Huangfu, mocking him. I never thought Master Huangfu would be so audacious. Ha ha ha. I wait for you to die mining in the Abyss Black Prison. After all, prisoners as thick-skinned as you are rare. Puff. Master Huangfu was so furious that he fainted before even glaring at Sheng Hung. The guard's commander waved his hand and ordered, "Take him away, and detain the rest of the Huangfu lineage as well." "Yes." "Command?" Yuli gazed into the distance. "Is it over? So soon?" Mo Yin raised a tentacle and wrapped it around her wrist. He had activated a dragon scale from a superior dragon, imbued with SS-level energy. "Superior dragon?" Yuli asked, puzzled. "Well, the bloodline of Earth Dragons is very low, and they are of the lower dragon clan, so they are easily suppressed by the upper dragon clan. This is a common method used against them." "Is that so? No wonder it ended so quickly." Yuli sighed. "You should go to bed after this. It's getting late." "I want to see more." Yuli nuzzled him, curiously saying, "Mo Yin, why do you seem so much more mature lately?" The pillow-shaped octopus stiffened for a moment, its soft tentacles caressing her cheeks. "I'm also trying to learn human knowledge." "Is that strange?" "Actually, after syncing with his clone, I've learned almost everything I need to learn instantly." His deep eyes fell on the girl's slightly dry lips, and the tentacles that had been pressed against her cheeks were eager to try. "Not really. Learning more is always good." Yuli raised her hand to pull the tentacle away from her cheek, then carried Mo Yin into the room. Mo Yin. Disappointment.jpg. That evening on the main star was a turbulent day. After the Huangfu family head was captured, he was brought before a military court for sentencing. In addition to the evidence provided by Sheng Heng's son, Huangfu Yuan, who also arrived, presented a wealth of incriminating evidence against the main branch of the Huangfu family. The final sentence was life imprisonment in Yuan prison, his status as the main branch of the Huangfu family stripped, and his descendants were appointed as the new head of the family. The remaining imprisoned members of the Huangfu main branch were also sentenced according to the law. Yuli had been watching the latest developments online, lamenting that the person behind the destruction of the Huangfu main branch hadn't revealed themselves yet, clearly planning this for a long time. After lamenting, Yuli, completely unaware that she was the instigator of all this, was invited by Xuanya to participate in the annual auction. A few days earlier, Yuli had given Xuanya the rare artifacts and potions she had forged as items for the auction. Although Yuli is no longer short of money, she also hopes that the potions and rare items she makes can be sold at a good price. Chapter 97. Yuli followed Xianyi in a sleek, spacious flying car, arriving at a vast cloud island in the sky. She was surprised to see the castle buildings on the cloud island, gleaming like stars under the night sky. "I thought most of the dark zone was underground." Indeed, most of the dark zone is underground, but Yunshan Star's unique feature is its various cloud islands, so the dark zone on Yunshan Star has adapted to local customs. Xianyi chuckled softly. The breeze ruffled his hair, softening his handsome, chiseled features and softening his imposing aura. Yuli was stunned for a moment as she stared at his face, until the thick dragon tail behind him gently hooked around her wrist, its cool scales brushing against her warm skin. She finally came to her senses, and sheepishly touched the armor on the tip of the tail. Xuanya, who had been watching her, naturally noticed her discomfort. His blood-red eyes quickly curved, and he extended his long, slender hand in an invitation. "Come on, leave it to me this time." "Not another clone." Yuli nodded, and placed her hand in his palm. Glancing at the man in such a good mood, she muttered to herself, "I have a feeling there's something else going on." After they entered the understatedly luxurious top-floor private room, a waiter quickly handed them a dark golden book, along with a variety of drinks and exquisite pastries. Yuli sat on a leather sofa covered in soft blankets, and flipped through the book. Touching the items in the book revealed three-dimensional models and descriptions for viewing. The book was much more detailed than the initial invitation, and she began to examine the items that interested her. Xuanya, however, accepted the energy juice Yan Xian had specially brought him, along with a blueberry mousse cake that Yuli had longed for, and placed them one by one on the small round table next to the sofa. Yan Xian suppressed his curiosity about Yuli, not even glancing up at the girl, and silently retreated with his head lowered. Yuli, upon hearing the commotion, spotted the vibrant, layered mousse cake on the table and was delighted. "It's the little cake I've always wanted to try." "Well, try it, and see if you like it." Xuanya gazed at the girl's twinkling eyes, his lips curved upward as he lifted a glass of wine from the table and spoke. "Okay, thank you." Yuli picked up the delicate, flower-shaped silver spoon placed nearby and noticed the crystal-clear amber liquid in the man's glass. Suddenly, she felt a surge of excitement. "No, Ollie, have you forgotten you were drunk earlier? Then it was better to drink a mild fruit wine." This wine was quite strong. Xuanye gulped it down under her gaze, his protruding Adam's apple rolling. He placed the glass on the table and pushed the juice he had prepared toward the girl. Hearing Xuanye's words, Yuli's gaze shifted from the wine glass to the pale, clear juice before her. She silently puffed her cheeks. Although she knew she couldn't hold her liquor, sometimes she really wanted to try it. After all, the color was so beautiful and so appetizing. She thought about it this way, but she still dutifully scooped a spoonful of cake. The mousse had a smooth, cool texture, the blueberry jam in the middle was tart and sweet, and the cake at the bottom was soft and delicious. The overall sweet and sour balance, with a light fruity aroma, was refreshing and not greasy. It tasted great. This trial was indeed a good one. Yuli's eyes narrowed with happiness as she ate. She scooped another spoonful and fed it to Imoyen, who was nestled in her arms. Imoyen swallowed it down in one gulp, glancing at Xianyi, who was sitting beside him. The hint of boasting was obvious. Xianyi, ha! Just as the two were chatting, a dazzling light lit up on the booth outside the glass window. A bright and beautiful woman in a simple and elegant dress stood in front of the stage and said with a friendly smile, "Welcome everyone to participate in this auction. This auction is divided into the first half and the second half. The first half is for Earth grade and below items, and the second half is for Heaven grade items." After the auctioneer finished speaking, he knocked on the table with a small hammer and said loudly, "Now, the auction officially begins. The first item is the Earth grade mental repair potion, which is used to repair various damages in the mental sea of A level and below superpowers. The grade is excellent, and there are 2 bottles in total. The reserve price for each bottle is 10 million, and the auction begins now." The auctioneer raised his hand while speaking, and a transparent glass box appeared in front of her. There were 2 light blue potions in the box. The potion was dotted with purple light spots. Under the strong light, the 2 colors overlapped and looked mysterious and gorgeous. It didn't look like a potion, but some kind of beautiful and precious energy or... The mental restoration potion is a relatively rare potion among low-grade potions, but its effects are extremely powerful. It's practically sold at a high price whenever it appears, making it the perfect opening for an auction. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bids began to rise. 20 million. 30 million. Yuli listened to the quotes, then glanced at the potion on the table. She blinked and said, "Is that the potion I gave you earlier? With the added lighting and mist, it looks several times more expensive than before. Well, this potion is perfect for an opening. Is there anything you'd like, Li?" Xianyi asked. "No, you and Fei Yusen both gave me a bunch of herbs and minerals a few days ago, and I don't have anything I want anymore." Yuli shook her head. She had just browsed through the book, and while some of the content interested her, she wouldn't take photos of it specifically. Xianyi raised an eyebrow at her words, but said nothing more. His fingers on the sofa moved twice, and he pulled out a small velvet box from his interspatial bracelet and handed it to Yuli. She took the palm-sized gift box and asked, somewhat puzzled, "What is this?" "It's a return gift for the bracelet I gave you earlier," Xuanye replied, his dragon tail swaying unconsciously. The golden pansy-shaped ornament on it shimmered with a strange light, the black and gold colors complementing each other beautifully, drawing considerable attention. "Can I open it?" Yuli asked, her eyes fixed on his tail. "Of course." Xuanye was pleased with her gaze. His jet-black tail embraced her wrist with a warm and attentive embrace. As Yuli unwrapped the gift box, she asked curiously, "Xuanye, besides his tail, should have horns, right? Well, Ali, would you like to see them?" Yuli listened to his deep, rich voice, like a cello, her eyes wandering. She didn't answer, but continued to unwrap the gift box. Xuanye didn't get a response and wasn't angry. He stood up and walked in front of the girl. He stretched out his black and sharp nails in front of her, untied the complicated ribbon knot on the velvet box, and hooked out a simple golden necklace from the box. On the necklace was a piece of polished scales, like gemstones. Yuli could feel the extremely abundant energy fluctuations from the scales. The man leaned over and approached her. The black mist wrapped around his strong and powerful body, and his body began to undergo some strange changes. Yuli looked up and found a pair of huge black spiral horns growing from his hair. Scales appeared on his deep eyes and neck, and a pair of broad and powerful dragon wings stretched out behind him. The black dragon scales were neatly arranged on the dragon wings, and the hard and thick bones at the end and joints of the wingtail gathered into a hideous spike cluster, which did not look weird, but looked more shocking and beautiful visually. The shadow of the dragon wings completely covered the girl, and the dragon wings wrapped her whole body in it, tightly wrapped. This action was full of strong possessiveness, but Yuli, who was in it, was not aware of it at all. She was stunned when she saw the man who had transformed into a half-beast. Xuanya laughed softly, and the sharp dragon claws carefully pressed against her delicate skin. He put the necklace around her neck and invited, "Do you want to touch it? Whether it's scales or horns, it's all right." Yuli blinked her eyes, pursed her lips, and whispered, "Is it really okay?" Of course. Xuanya saw that the girl was a little embarrassed but more eager to move, and added, "This is a compensation for not telling you the truth about your identity before." The convinced girl smiled broadly and reached out, her warm, soft fingertips gently touching the scales beneath his eyes. The cool, firm touch was strangely strange to her. Xuanya lowered his head to follow her movements, and the hard, thick dragon horn rested in her palm. Yuli curiously touched it, not noticing the man's instantly clenched fist and tense body. After satisfying her curiosity, Yuli tried to release her hand, but Xuanya grabbed her hand and pulled it against his powerful dragon tail. "Keep touching me, okay?" His wispy black hair obscured his animal pupils, which had become thin lines. The man's voice was much deeper and hoarse than before, as if he was suppressing some overpowering emotion. As Yuli touched it, she belatedly sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. After touching her for more than 10 minutes, Yuli looked at the man before her, frozen as a rock, and asked awkwardly, "Xian Yi, are you really okay now?" Xian Yi hadn't expected his self-control to weaken so much in front of a young girl. He just touched her, and yet he couldn't control himself. "Really?" Xian Yi closed his eyes for a moment before slowly speaking, "It's okay. It just felt a little too good. Sorry I might have scared you." His voice was horribly hoarse, as if he could no longer suppress it. In a flash of black light, everything except the sofa Yuli was sitting on, and the small round table beside her was crushed to dust. The man before them transformed into a massive, majestic black dragon, over 10 meters long. Fortunately, the private room was spacious, or he might have torn it apart. The black dragon, transformed back into its original form, pressed down the two hideous protrusions beneath its belly. With a sweep of its tail, it encircled the entire sofa, carrying the girl in its embrace. Its head rested against the sofa, its beautiful, animal eyes gleaming. "Are you frightened?" Indeed, she was frightened again. After all, even after having seen something like a human transform into a dragon once before, she was still surprised. She asked curiously, "Does it revert to its original form when it's too comfortable?" "Yes." The black dragon responded, its head moving even closer, pressing directly against the girl's body, like an overly clingy dog, eager to cling to its owner. If Xuanya hadn't retained his senses, he would have been tempted to lick the girl's cheek. Chapter 98. Yuli didn't feel anything amiss, simply leaning against the massive dragon's head. Mo Yin, however, had already noticed his clone arousing under her touch. He could also sense the wonderful sensation through resonance, and for a moment, he was dazed. By the time he realized what was happening, his clone had already transformed into his original form to conceal the changes. "Oh, what a disgrace!" Mo Yin floated out of Yuli's arms, his soft tentacles finally swaying on the dragon's head. The black dragon raised its head, attempting to shake it off, but Mo Yin's touch held it still. Watching all this, Yuli thought, "Mo Yin is amazing. By the way, is this one of your scales?" Yuli asked, stroking the jewel-like scales on her necklace. "Yes, Ali, you can use it as a shield. It will protect you." The black dragon replied, its restless tail tip resting at Yuli's feet, twitching like a dog's tail, trying to attract its owner's attention. "Okay." Yuli nodded, looking at the overly playful, dog-like tail before her, then at the majestic, undeniably powerful black dragon, finding it somewhat amusing. It seemed even dragons couldn't escape the rule that their tails and bodies were separate species. Xian Yi, transformed into a black dragon, lay on the blanket-covered floor, accompanying Yuli through the first and second halves of the auction. As expected, the second half also saw the sale of several of her previously crafted, top-tier artifacts, each fetching over 100 million yuan. These prices stunned Yuli for a long time, and they also gave her a profound understanding of the profitability of top-tier pharmacists and blacksmiths. However, the second half of the auction featured a relatively high number of defensive items. Yuli noticed this but didn't think much of it. After the auction ended, Xian Yi, having successfully suppressed his desires, transformed back into human form and sent Yuli home. "Yuli, what are your plans for the next 2 weeks?" Xian Yi asked the girl beside him. I promised to go on a trip with you guys, and find a place to train while we're there." Yuli tilted her head as she thought, looking at the tall man beside her. Hearing this, Xianyi remembered their previous agreement and felt happy. He then asked, "Have you decided where to travel, Ollie?" "Not really." Yuli shook her head. She had been completely absorbed in her medicine and forging these days, and hadn't had time to think about where to go. "Does Xianyi have any recommendations?" "Ollie, would you mind going to my private planet?" Xianyi's blood-red eyes fixed on the girl, his dragon tail swaying behind him as he spoke. "That's not a problem, and I don't want to go to crowded places either." Yuli thought, her gaze shifting to the two people standing at her doorway, and she paused. One of them was as feminine and graceful as a demon in a painting, the other possessed an otherworldly aura, like a banished immortal unconcerned with the mundane world. Both of them glanced at her, their eyes brimming with tenderness. Of course, this wasn't the case when they looked at Xuanya standing beside the girl. "Yuli, what's with this inexplicable feeling of guilt?" Yuli paused for a moment, unsure whether to move forward or stay still. She didn't notice the eye-catching dragon tail behind Xuanya, standing beside her, waving provocatively at the two of them, then caressing the back of the girl's hand affectionately, looking cocky. "Ollie, aren't you coming over?" Yun Xiaozhu smiled, a gentle breeze on her face. "Come on." Yuli puffed out her cheeks at the two men at the door, walked over to them, opened the door, and invited the three men, each with their own unique qualities, in. "Ollie, how did you feel about going to the auction tonight?" Fei Yusen asked, moving closer to her. He immediately noticed the dragon scale on the necklace around Yuli's neck. His rich emerald eyes narrowed, piercing the stern black-haired man beside him like knives. Xuanya remained unmoved as he watched the murderous Fei Yusen, but the dragon's tail behind him swung provocatively at him. "Fei Yusen, kill you." It felt pretty good. But auctions really don't treat money like money. Yuli sighed, thinking back to the crazy bids made at the previous auction. "By the way, if we were to travel together in the next few days, would you be free?" Yuli, thinking back to the topic she had just discussed with Xuanya, looked at the two and asked. "Of course." The two immediately agreed in unison. Yun Xiaozhu continued, "Ollie, do you have any planets you'd like to visit?" "No, but I'd like to go somewhere less crowded." Yuli thought for a moment before making this request. "Okay." Yun Xiaozhu nodded, tapped on the screen, manipulated it a few times, and moved it in front of the girl. "Ollie, can you take a look?" "Okay, let me see." Yuli scanned the screen for descriptions of various exotic planets. Lush green planets, dazzling crystal planets, planets with towering mountains, and so on. Besides some basic environmental information and information about the various attractions on each planet, Yuli looked at them while the three offered suggestions. Finally, Yuli chose a natural planet with a vast ocean and a pleasant climate. After deciding on a location, the three of them discussed their itinerary for the next 2 weeks and urged the girl to rest. After all, they were leaving for their trip tomorrow, so it would be best to get a good night's sleep. Yuli, who was supposed to be asleep, replied, "All right." As Yuli fell into a deep sleep, the border of the starry forest sea welcomed the Zerg advance fleet, following the signal sent by the insects left behind by the previous Zerg Emperor. Following the incident in the Rose Galaxy, White Ghost Cicada was more cautious in his explorations. He didn't directly attack this unfamiliar force, but instead occupied an uninhabited planet and extracted some memories from its inhabitants. He learned that the planet belonged to the Starry Forest Sea, one of the 7 superpowers. Like the rebels on their side, the inhabitants of the Starry Forest Sea were primarily Wood Clan. The Queen of the Starry Forest Sea was also at the SSS level, comparable in strength to White Ghost Cicada himself. White Ghost Cicada didn't want to attack rashly. If they were to encounter another self-destruction, Her Majesty the Queen wouldn't be able to use her mental power to protect them from such a great distance. White Ghost Cicada looked at Phantom Cricket, one of the guards who had come with him, and asked, "What are you going to do?" Phantom Cricket crossed his arms and smiled, his long, violet hair falling across his chest. His dreamy, violet eyes, like a mist, looked at White Ghost Cicada and said, "Leave it to me. I imagine such a powerful force will surely have those who are dissatisfied with the gentle Wood Queen. We can start with them, just like we did with the Rose Empire. I'm very adept at this kind of tactics." The White Ghost Cicada nodded seriously. "Then I stay on this desolate planet, and slowly spread outward from it. I await your good news." The Phantom Cicada responded and, with his fellow insects, transformed into the forms of the Wood tribe on the desolate planet, and boarded a starship to leave the planet. At dawn, Yuli rose and packed her things, preparing to leave Yunshan Star with Yun Xiaozhu and the others after breakfast. This natural planet wasn't far from Yunshan Star. It only took half a day on the starship to reach it. "It's noon now. We can try the famous underwater restaurant here. I remember they have whales, dolphins, and other marine life." What do you think, Ollie? Fei Yusin raised his hand to push his sunglasses up to his forehead. He tilted his head and asked, his emerald earrings making a slight clinking sound. Sure. Yuli nodded without objection, looking at the man in front of her in a dark blue silk shirt. He had rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sleek, strong arms. The various blue and green gemstone bracelets on his wrists sparkled brightly in the sunlight. Then let's go now, Yun Xiaozhu said softly, standing beside the girl. How do we go? Before Yuli could finish her words, a sleek, slender flying car pulled up in front of them. A waiter, resembling a butler, alighted, bowed respectfully, and said, Mr. Yun, Mr. Fei, Mr. Xian, miss you. Please get in. Yuli blinked, then followed Yun Xiaozhu and the others into the soft, comfortable interior of the car, a moment too slow to react. What's wrong? Ollie, you look so bad? Fei Yusin waved his hand in front of the dazed girl. This planet? She glanced at Yun Xiaozhu. Yun Xiaozhu smiled gently and said, It's one of my properties. I knew it. Yuli muttered to herself. They followed the waiter to the restaurant, which was deep under the sea. The entire restaurant was constructed of transparent glass, allowing them to see the azure waters and the vibrant array of marine life swimming around. Glistening jellyfish, their transparent tentacles extended, drifted leisurely in the sea. Cute dolphins chased and played with each other, and seahorses leisurely blew bubbles. Looking out, she could see the vibrant red coral forest in the distance, with a faint fluorescent effect, like a brilliant ribbon of sunlight merging with the deep blue water. The vibrant colors and asymmetrical shapes of the coral forest looked dreamy, a marvel at the wonders of nature. Yun Xiaozhu's gaze fell on the girl's face, and he saw an expression of astonishment on her face, evidently pleased with the restaurant scenery. The man, realizing this, softened his gaze. Fei Yusin and Xuanya, like Yun Xiaozhu, gazed at the girl silently yet passionately, like sunflowers facing the sun, forever circling it. Just then, a gigantic whale swam by. Its wings stretched out, expanding and contracting, and transparent water flowed along its body. Its entire body resembled a floating island, its shadow casting a shadow over the entire restaurant. Yuli, observing this fantastical sight, couldn't help but exclaim, Look, it's a whale. Yes, Ollie, it seems you arrived just in time. It passed right here. Yun Xiaozhu smiled. Fei Yusin approached the girl and excitedly said, Ollie, if you like, you can touch it later. After all, catching such a large fish would be easy. No need, just watch. Yuli felt a little helpless. Xianyi said nothing, but his dragon tail wrapped around the girl's wrist. Mo Yan's soft tentacles silently lifted a strand of Yuli's hair. For a moment, the three people and the octopus all looked up at this amazing sight, just like the girl. Chapter 99. Yuli spent the next few days wandering around the planet, and the three of them, plus a little octopus, put down their airs and played with her. The warm and bright sunlight sprinkled on the blue water waves, creating a glow. A cruise ship floated on the vast ocean, and under the cruise ship was a huge black shadow swimming on the seabed. On the cruise ship, Fei Yusin also changed his clothes. He was no longer wearing a suit, but a wide-open printed shirt, revealing his strong and broad chest and smooth abdominal muscles. Several blue-green gem pendants fell on it, and they kept vibrating as he walked, which was very attractive. Unfortunately, the person he wanted to attract was searching for treasures in high spirits at the bottom of the sea. Fei Yusin was helpless. As a peacock, he was born not fond of water. Although he was fine staying at the bottom of the sea at his level, Yuli found that he and Yun Xiaozhu didn't like it very much a few days ago, so she drove them to the cruise ship. Of course, in this way, the girl didn't stay in the deep sea all the time, but came to the relatively shallow sea area, and she felt like sharing with them as soon as she found something. Of course, Xuanya had the advantage in this regard. These days, he directly changed into his original form and followed the girl, dutifully protecting her safety while shouldering the duties of digging for treasures and carrying them. He held a wine glass filled with wine of different colors, and touched his chin with some amusement while watching Yun Xiaozhu, who was busy in the kitchen like a good husband. It was estimated that if the Wing clan of the Sunwheel Empire knew that their sacred and noble bishop was washing his hands and cooking for others, they would probably be scared to death. Of course, he'd be happy to make it for Ollie, but unfortunately. Thinking of the dark, steaming dish he'd secretly experimented with, he sighed. He had no interest in murdering his lover. He was quite adept at brewing, but Ollie was prone to getting drunk with just a little alcohol. Perhaps he could try a non-alcoholic drink. Fei Yusin thought this as he went to the spacious bar counter and began mixing drinks. Under the sea, vibrant coral reefs covered the entire seabed, their diverse growth patterns reflecting brilliantly in the shimmering water. The girl's long, ombre blue hair cascaded down her shoulders, her azure satin dress shimmering with the flowing waves. The fitted hem of her dress shimmered with the waves, revealing her snow-white bare feet. Yuli darted through the coral reef like a nimble fish, trailing behind her a majestic black dragon. As the dragon approached, the various fish and crabs living within the coral reef abandoned their homes and fled, as if they had encountered a mortal enemy. Yuli. She had seen this happen many times before. Although Xuanya had actually restrained his aura, it didn't seem to be very effective. However, this did have its advantages. Yuli glanced around and spotted a 10-meter-long seashell slowly inching along the ground. When she swam over to it, it immediately closed itself up and feigned death. Amused by its movements, Yuli reached out and tapped its shell. As if realizing it couldn't escape, the snow-white shell trembled and opened a crack, releasing a translucent, light purple pearl. It was about the size of 2 of her fists, emitting a faint halo of light. Yuli reached out to take it, cradling it in her palm and examining it carefully. Xuanya swam over to the girl and said, "This pearl is considered a rare and precious treasure of the highest quality. Its energy is very gentle, and appears to have nourishing properties. It would be perfect for forging a healing artifact, Ali. It would also be a nice decoration at home." "Yes, I'm planning to see if I can make a healing artifact out of it." Yuli could sense the abundant energy contained within the pearl. A healing artifact like it would probably last a long time. The small octopus, who had been floating near the girl, reminded her, "It's noon." So soon? Let's go back then." Yuli put the pearl away, smiled at the seashell pretending to be dead, and tossed a bottle of high-quality potion next to its hard shell. She turned and quickly swam toward the surface, followed by the black dragon and the small octopus. After they had walked a long time, the seashell, motionless and feigning death, finally opened a crack, sucking in the heavenly potion, then sank rapidly to the bottom of the sand, vanishing from sight. Fei Yusen and Yun Xiaozhu, on the boat, saw that time was almost up, so they both went to the deck of the cruise ship, awaiting Yu Li's appearance. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the water, its surface ablaze with sunlight, its surface ablaze with radiant light. The girl in the water had skin as smooth as cream, a face as white as a lotus, and eyebrows as picturesque as a painting. Her thick, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her watery eyes gazed at them, a radiant gaze that was truly captivating. Fei Yusen looked down at the girl, who resembled a mermaid in all her beauty, and chuckled softly. Where did this little mermaid get away from? If she runs around, she'd be caught and imprisoned. Shut up. Yuli curled her lips at his words, lifted her small octopus, and flung it at Fei Yusen, interrupting his teasing. Seeing the man and the octopus clash like they were about to face off, she chuckled softly. Yun Xiaozhu then spoke up. Come upstairs and eat. What did Ali find this time? I found a lot of interesting treasures, including a top-grade ruby coral and an energy pearl the size of 2 of my fists. Yuli explained with a smile, leaping onto the deck and removing Shui Yutsonglan's disguise. Her voice was melodious and pleasant, clearly in a good mood. Xianyi also transformed into his human form and came to her side. Yun Xiaozhu listened to the girl's story with a smile, noticing a slight fluctuation in the power of laws surrounding her. Perhaps it was because she had gained some insights from her recent exposure to nature. Today I made seafood fried rice, golden shrimp balls, and lotus seed soup. Ali, you can try them, and see if you like them. Yes, Yun Xiaozhu, your cooking has always been excellent. Everything you make is delicious. Not that much, but as long as you like it. Fei Yusen, overhearing their conversation, quickly broke free from Mo Yan's grasp and came over to them. I've mixed some drinks. Ali, if you're interested, you can try them. Okay. Yuli smiled and agreed, and Mo Yan floated over to her side and landed in her arms. After dinner, Yuli opened her personal dashboard to check. Character, Yuli. Age 18. Power, S, 70%, Spirit, SS. Clothes, Crimson Sun and Golden Crow, Brilliant, Water Moon and Blue Waves, Brilliant, Lake Light, Brilliant, Flower Morning Farewell, Brilliant, Starlight, Brilliant, Blood Moon Arrives, Rare, Dream of the Forest, Rare, Phantom Butterfly, Rare, Palace Dream, Rare, Mechanical Heart, Rare, Medicine Pounding Rabbit, Rare. It seems my understanding of the rules has deepened a bit these past few days. Realizing this, she felt elated. And with the reward she received for finishing first in the league, Watch Outsie, and the Starlight, crafted from the brilliant fragments she'd earned after reaching the heavenly pharmacist and blacksmith levels, She now had 2 more sets of dazzling outfits. Congratulations. After resting up today, she'd test out these new outfits tomorrow and ask Yun Xiaoju and the others to teach her how to better survive outdoors. Yuli thought this, and after setting her goals, she happily drank the juice Fei Yusen had prepared for her. This tastes good, not as strange as the last one. Night fell, and the vibrant, colorful Milky Way reflected on the calm sea, with a small boat floating above it. Yuli stood on the deck, gazing at the dazzling Milky Way for a moment lost in thought. She knew it was rare for her to see such a magnificent and dreamy Milky Way in her old world, and she certainly didn't have the time or money to do so. Just as Yuli was distracted, Fei Yusen approached her, leaned over, and extended his hand. His emerald green eyes curved, and his handsome, flawless face leaned closer to her. He said, "Miss, are you interested in dancing with me?" Yuli paused for a moment, blinked, and then, seeing the slender, powerful hand stretched out before her, she couldn't help but laugh. She had become immune to Fei Yusen's impulsive impulses, but this time, she didn't refuse. "Okay, but I don't know how to dance those court dances." "That's not a problem. If you want to dance like this, it's fine." The tall, charming man, seeing her consent, took her hand in his and, with a certain force, pulled her into his arms. His other hand gently rested on her waist, leading her to dance. As he moved, the light screen on the wall moved automatically, playing lyrical music. "What if I step on your foot?" Yuli was a little confused. "Well, I'd bear it. Don't worry, Ollie." Fei Yusen smiled, the peacock feather earrings on his ears swaying with his movements, reflecting a faint azure light. "Then I try not to step on you." "Okay." They danced to the melodious music. When the song ended, the girl followed his instructions and spun in a circle, her flowing skirt like a blooming flower. Just then, a strong hand in a white glove grasped the girl's hand and brought her to his side. Yuli looked up and met Yun Xiaoju's face, his eyebrows painted like a picture and his eyes like bright jade. He then said, "Ollie, dance with me too." Yuli looked at the gentle and refined man with a soft smile, and Fei Yusen, who was beside her, jumping up and down, her breath taken away by the tiger's mouth, and nodded obediently. "Good girl, Ollie, follow my rhythm." Yun Xiaoju, still dancing, interspersed himself with instruction on the common court dance steps of the Federation. When the song ended, his golden eyes lingered on the girl before finally letting go. "Well, first time, second time, second time." When Yuli's hand rested on the palm with its sharp, black nails, she knew it was Xuanye. Yuli looked at the handsome yet cold-feeling man, the twin spiral dragon horns atop his head, and the dragon tail behind him. I still like it." "Ollie, pay attention. You can touch the tail later." Xuanye, somewhat helpless, reminded the girl, who was clearly distracted. "Okay." After Yuli finished dancing with the 3 others, the girl, suddenly finding dancing fun, tugged on a magnified version of Mo Yan's tentacles, letting him float in the air and dance with her for a while longer. Mo Yan, forced to win by doing nothing, happy.jpg. The other 3 clones, haha. Yuli, today is a beautiful day too. Legion Internship. Chapter 100. In the X-12 training ground of Yunshin University, 2 figures were constantly fighting. The cold ice and snow and the hard amethyst were stirring each other, and the cross and the bullets fired from the amethyst wood warehouse kept colliding. The 2 fought hard for a while, but in the end, the endless ice and snow prevailed and finally won the battle. Huang Fuwen dodged the flash of sharp sword light, and flexibly stepped back several steps. The amethyst wood warehouse in his hand turned several circles on the index finger sword. He smiled helplessly. "Really, I thought I could catch up with you after breaking through. It seems that I am still far away." "Not bad, you have made great progress in this month." Gu Huji saw that Huang Fuwen had no intention of fighting, so he took back the cross in his hand and turned it into a bracelet, looked at the man with a wanton smile, and said lightly, "Oh, after all, so many big things happened in this month. Oh, I didn't expect that I would become the young master of the Huangfu family's main branch after I broke through. TSK, the main branch before that had been secretly tripping my father up." Huang Fuwen showed a super hearty smile. Obviously, after the main branch was destroyed, his hard knot also completely disappeared. He began to fully comprehend the power of rules, and only then could he make rapid progress in this month. Calculate the time, is Yuli coming back? After all, it's only a few days before we leave for the 5th Legion internship. Huang Fuwen thought of what happened on the main star these days, and thought of the message Yuli sent in the group before. Well, it should be today. Gu Huji nodded. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's have a meal together. Huang Fuwen turned on the screen. Yunshin Squad, Champion Edition Yuli, are you all back at the academy? At all members. Inu, not yet. I probably arrived this afternoon. How about you, Yuli? Gui Yunjung. When will Sister Yin arrive? I can pick you up. Ha ha ha. I brought back a lot of local specialties this time. Inu, 3 p.m. What specialties? Any delicious food? Yuli, I be there at 4 p.m. Speaking of specialties, I brought you some too. Huang Fuwen, since you're all back, how about dinner tonight? At all members. Gui Yunjung, okay, Han Chungfeng, sure, Xie and I will be there at noon. Inu, no problem. Yuli, okay. Yuli, who finally returned to the villa that afternoon, sighed, finally back. It's only been over a month, but it feels like ages ago. Yun Xiaozhu stood beside her and asked, Ollie, are you planning on having dinner tonight? Yes, I have a date with Senior Huang Fuwenxue, and we haven't seen each other in a month. It's been quite a while. Yuli replied as she swiped her wristband, opened the door, and walked in. Hey Ollie, can't you stay with me a little longer? You're going on internship in a few days, so we won't be able to see each other. And then, there's the Star Games. Ollie, you're so busy. Fei Yusin followed the girl with a look of deep resentment. After all, they'd been together for the past 2 weeks, and now they were going to be apart for a long time. Furthermore, Ollie's internship at the Legion would likely involve closed-door training. This meant she wouldn't even be able to see the girl. How could he bear this? The man, with his overly gorgeous complexion, gritted his teeth at the girl's embrace. Having her own body around all the time was becoming more apparent. Ollie carried her everywhere, and he was envious and jealous. Xuanya and Yun Xiaozhu also realized this. The past 2 weeks of spending time together had strengthened their bond, making them even more reluctant to part with her. But now, only the original body would be by the girl's side. Thinking of this, the way they looked at Mo Yin seemed a little strange. Ah. Fei Yusin's words also reminded Yuli that if she went on an internship, it would probably take a month or 2 before they could see each other again. She thought for a moment before finally saying, well, then, I try to make time to reply to your messages every day. Are you reluctant to leave me, Li? Fei Yusin feigned a pitiful expression, leaning against the wall. Yuli's eyes darkened as she met his tearful face. Unable to bear it, she quickly said, I really can't bear to leave. Ollie, we already discussed the key points of your internship when we took you hunting exotic beasts. Just be careful. Xuanya also explained at this time. I prepared some snacks and rare items for the next few days. Remember to bring them. Yun Xiaozhu also chimed in. Okay, I get it. You two male mothers, you still have a few days before your internship. This is like she's going on a long journey and won't be back. Yuli muttered inwardly. Male mother? Yun Xiaozhu's polite facade shattered at the mention of her. Am I considered one? As a supremely powerful evil dragon in the Obsidian Empire, Xuanya was rarely confused. Ha ha! This was the peacock spirit who burst out laughing on the sofa. Ah! Yuli, speaking her mind, quickly added, I don't mean to say anything bad about you. It's just a very affectionate term of endearment. Yun Xiaozhu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, looked at the girl, her hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, and her pitiful eyes, and sighed helplessly, It's okay, it's just a name. Although it was indeed strange, it was acceptable. You can call me that if you want. Xuanya, who had always been undisciplined when it came to girls, indulged him. Yeah, Yun Xiaozhu and Xuanya are the best. Yuli laughed. Hey, am I not good enough? Fei Yusin said excitedly, sitting up from the sofa. Of course, someone who only laughs at the sidelines is not good enough. Gleeing in your own misfortune, as the 4 of them chatted, they helped sort and organize the large amount of local specialties Yuli had collected over the past few days. Yuli finally wrapped up the ruby corals she had collected as gifts for her friends. In the evening, Yuli arrived alone at the agreed dinner location and coincidentally ran into Inu. Yuli's eyes lit up at her presence, and she leaped forward and pounced. Inu instinctively raised his hand to catch her, chuckling softly. I knew it was you. Long time no see, Yuli. Yes, long time no see. Inu and Dabai. Yuli glanced at the snow-white spider on her shoulder. Just as the 2 of them were sharing a warm hug, a male voice interrupted. It seems we really have a tacit understanding, arriving at the same time. Long time no see, my 2 juniors. Yuli turned around and saw that it was Huang Fuwen and Gu Huji. She stared at Huang Fuwen for a moment, stunned. Did you achieve a breakthrough, Huang Fu? Yes, I did about 2 weeks ago. I finally caught up with you and Gu Heji. Huang Fuwen replied with a smile. Let's go in first, Gu Heji said, looking at the two people hugging each other. Okay. Soon, all the members of Team Yunshan had arrived. Having not seen each other for a month, they chatted about what had happened that month, and of course, asked Coach Guan about their internship arrangements. Gui Yunzheng, a regular forum surfer, asked, From what I've seen these days, are other school teams joining us in the 5th Legion, Coach? Coach Guan, upon hearing this, rubbed his chin and said, Indeed. Ah? Is that true? I thought someone had spread this rumor out of boredom. Gui Yunzheng muttered to himself. Previously, internships might have been arranged separately, but you're the main force in this year's Star Tournament, so this time, all the school teams will be assigned to the 5th Legion. It's called an internship, but it's really just about getting you all together for 2 months of training before forming a single team to compete in the Star Tournament, Coach Guan explained. Thinking of the quirky personalities of the other school's top students, Yuli couldn't help but grumble, Is it really safe for this team to get together? Gui Yunzheng chimed in, Will there really be no fighting? That's just the way those top students are. Ha ha ha. They definitely fight. Huang Fuwen was quick to conclude. So you have 2 months to get used to each other. Coach Guan, clearly anticipating this, replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, Coach, has the venue for this star competition been decided? Gui Yunzheng suddenly asked, a thought coming to his mind. Coach Guan nodded. Yes, it's in the Xingyu Tree Sea. Starry Sea territory. In a magnificent giant building composed of various trees and vines, a handsome and slender male of the Wood clan respectfully took a scroll from the Queen and saluted. Thank you, Queen, for entrusting the arrangement of the star race to our Redwood clan. We will do our best to arrange everything. On the magnificent throne, the blonde woman with a crown of thorns on her head, who is also the Queen of the Starry Sea, Castor, looked at the half-kneeling Redwood clan leader below and said gently, I believe you can do it. If the Redwood clan leader needs the assistance of other races, he can also take this transfer order. I believe other races will definitely help you. Yes, we will definitely complete your entrustment. The Redwood clan leader suppressed the excitement in his heart and saluted again. Okay, leave. Castor looked at him and said slowly. After the Redwood chief respectfully left the palace, a group of Wood clan members gathered around him, chattering about why the Queen had summoned him. Everyone was surprised to learn that the Queen had entrusted him with such an important event as the Star Tournament, but they also complimented him after the surprise. Redwood Chief, Her Majesty is willing to entrust you with such an important matter, which shows how much Her Majesty values you. It seems that it was also a kind of training for the Redwood clan to guard the border before. Redwood Chief, don't let Her Majesty down. In the bustle here, no one noticed that someone in the corner at the edge looked at the center of the crowd, the Redwood Chief's position, with a very resentful expression, but he just took a look and left. When this person returned to his home, he began to vent his anger. He was the Purple Jade Vine clan, the clan that Her Majesty the Queen valued the most. Unfortunately, as time passed, as the Purple Jade Vine clan became increasingly arrogant, Her Majesty slowly changed to value the more stable Redwood clan. The Purple Jade Vine, the original largest clan, also received various oppressions. How could the Purple Jade Vine clan leader, who had always lived a life of luxury, bear this? Just when he was furious, a man with long curly light purple hair came to the messy hall. He looked at the Purple Jade Vine clan leader with his dreamy eyes and asked, Why are you so angry? Clan leader. The Purple Jade Vine clan leader met his eyes, and was in a trance for a moment. His original anger instantly dissipated, and he began to talk about what he saw and heard in the palace. Wang Cricket listened to him and narrowed his misty eyes and said, Star Tournament. Chapter 101. 5th Legion Garrison. During a break, several people gathered together to chat. A large man, looking at the assembled starships in the distance with interest, said, It seems like there are quite a few schools in our legion this year. It's going to be quite a spectacle. Ha ha ha, yes. I wonder if our boss, Su, can keep it under control. Another laughed as well. Of course he can. Yu Li and the others followed Coach Guan to a training ground aboard the 5th Legion's main starship. Yu Li looked at the teams in the training ground. Sure enough, everyone from the other schools had arrived. The teams waiting at the training ground also noticed Yun Chen's team's arrival and looked over. Wang Fuxi from the 1st Military Academy folded his arms, looking at them with displeasure. The champions are truly special. They're always the last to arrive. It seemed he was still a little upset about the results of the previous competition. The thunder dragon perched above him flapped its wings and growled softly. Lu Xinghe held his forehead helplessly. We just arrived at Huangfu. Yi Qingying asked curiously, Coach, Are you going to shuffle our teams and randomly form them later in this internship? Yes, after all, you'd be competing together in this star competition. Coach Yin nodded. Donors, from the grand team, looked at them and raised an eyebrow. Did Huang Fuwen break through? It seemed so. Wow, that means Yunshin now has 3 S-level experience. Samuel sighed, shaking his head. Yuli looked at the teams. Sure enough, the top 10 schools, the 1st Military Academy, Gran, Qingyun, the 3rd Military Academy, and Yuer, had all arrived. Coach Quan asked them to stand still and said, "All right, since you're here, you must obey the orders of the 5th Corps Commander. Do you understand?" Yes. Yuli and the others responded in unison. A short while later, 2 tall men entered the arena and stood at the front of each team. The cold, middle-aged man at the front exuded a powerful aura, quieting them down. Welcome to all the outstanding students from each school for an internship with the 5th Corps. However, since you're here, you must abide by its rules. If you violate the rules and receive a penalty, do not complain to your coach. Surin spoke in a low voice, his fierce aura radiating. He took in the serious expressions of these talented students and nodded with satisfaction. My adjutant, Huang Fuyuan, will oversee your training for the next few months. He then turned to look at Huang Fuyuan to his left. Huang Fuyuan stepped forward, greeted them, and after introducing them, he began to arrange the next week's training. Each team would head to a nearby natural planet to hunt exotic beasts. This natural planet has a unique mineral vein. When devoured by alien beasts, this mineral intensifies their ferocity, triggering a wave of beasts. The 5th Legion, stationed nearby, is naturally responsible for suppressing this endless wave. Of course, this is also a great training opportunity for Yuli and the others. After Huang Fuyuan finished explaining the basics of the planet, he led them outside, clearly intending to take them to this natural planet. However, along the way, Huang Fushi, rather restlessly, dodged Lu Xinghe's attempts to stop him and approached, saying, "Hey! How about a competition to see who kills the most alien beasts? I'm definitely not going to lose this time." Gu Heji didn't respond to this, but the other team spoke first. Donors chuckled at Huang Fushi's words, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at the indifferent Gu Heji and the visibly stunned Yuli. "Sure, Gu Heji, you won't refuse, will you?" Su Qinghuai touched the black mamba in his hand and said, "That's quite interesting. I add someone." Lucas looked at their excited expressions and narrowed his eyes. "Then add me too." Yuli watched as the leaders tacitly agreed to Gu Heji's agreement. She felt a little helpless as she watched Gu Heji's expression of indifference begin to fade. It seemed like we were just participating passively. Huang Fuyuan and the coaches from the various schools also laughed a little at this, but they didn't try to stop their healthy competition. Huang Fuwen stroked his chin and said, "Looks like we need to work hard. Otherwise, as the champion team, being overtaken by others wouldn't be a good thing. Indeed, it's a bad thing. It seems we need to work harder." Gui Yunzheng excitedly clenched his fist. After they arrived, Huang Fuyuan showed them the map on the screen and said, "This red line marks the front line of the beast tide. Each team will join a different location." He then explained where each team would be heading, then, recalling their previous battle, added, "The bracelets I gave you earlier will record the various beasts you kill and earn points. These points can be exchanged for various items within the Legion. These points should be used to determine your ranking. Alright, enough idle chatter. Get going now." As he finished his words, the various teams sped off in their flying vehicles to their respective locations. The roars of various gigantic beasts on the front lines pounded the towering steel fortresses like surging waves. Atop these incredibly sturdy fortresses, the well-trained soldiers simultaneously raised their hands and unleashed their supernatural powers, launching a dense stream of various supernatural powers. It was now broad daylight, and countless bursts of supernatural light transformed into dazzling meteors, streaking across the sky and landing among the beast tides. They exploded, instantly scattering mushroom clouds of various colors amidst the surging beast tide, completely purging the entire area. Boom! 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 The scorching smoke spread, painting the azure sky a crimson glow. Though this wave of beasts had been evacuated, the endless stream soon gathered again and began to assault the fortress. Commander Lu Runan, stationed in this iron fortress, received Huang Fuyuan's transfer order in the midst of his busy schedule. He sighed with frustration and complained to his deputy, "Although we don't need support right now, what's the point of Huang Fu asking us to take care of these students? Do you think we're a nursery? We're supposed to be there just to babysit them." Deputy Dong Hua chuckled at the commander's rant and said, "After all, Yunshin won first place this year and will be competing in the Star Tournament, so he's here with our 5th Legion. TSK, isn't that just babysitting? Lu Renan concluded, his expression still a bit grim. Ha, I think their class is quite strong. Almost every team has an S-level Esper. The deputy thought of the information he had seen before and smiled. Ah? Lu Renan, who had not paid attention to this competition, was really surprised. After all, many previous competitions were A-level, and now there are suddenly many S-level psychics. How can this not be surprising? Yes, the commander's team's combat power is the strongest, so the commander-in-chief Huang Fu also ordered us to use our best. No need to be polite. The deputy smiled. Okay, listen to what you say. This class of students is really amazing. After all, Lu Renan himself has been fighting with the Legion for more than 10 years, and is only S-level. He thought about it, and said to the adjutant, since there are S-level psychics among them, let them go to the front line to adapt first. Yes. The adjutant agreed, left the room, and went to meet the Yunshin team. Gu Heji brought a team of people to this cold and violent fortress. Yuli saw people fighting in the distance, and the mixed smell of gunpowder and blood filled her nose, making her subconsciously alert. The adjutant came to them, and briefly introduced the situation here. Knowing that Gu Heji was fighting now, he looked at the adjutant with sharp eyes, and said, we can be at the front line. Okay. The adjutant was shocked by his sharp eyes and agreed. Yuli and the others followed to the front line of the fortress, and at this time a group of strange beasts and birds appeared in the beast tide. Their sharp cries made people's heads buzz, and it was obvious that their cries were mental attacks. Yuli raised her hand, and golden starlight flashed. She changed her clothes, her hair was lightly tied up, and peach blossom hairpins were inserted in it. A light red flower appeared on her forehead, and she was beautiful and stunning. Wearing a pink and green jade-woven dress woven with floral designs of peonies, crabapples, peonies, and roses, the girl, adorned with coral beads, held a pale pink paper umbrella. The brim was adorned with vibrant flowers, and a few wisps of pink tulle hung behind it. She gently twisted the umbrella's handle, sending tiny specks of starlight streaming down from beneath, a truly dazzling display of petals. Everyone was amazed at her attire. It seemed Yuli had acquired a new power. Yuli smiled softly, and raised her flower umbrella. A cloud of pink and white petals hurled themselves into the flock of exotic beasts and birds, like a tornado. The delicate petals transformed into incredibly sharp blades, piercing the bodies of the beasts and birds, shredding them into smithereens. Balls of bright red blood and a crimson mist exploded in the air. Bang! 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 In a single instant, the overwhelming flock of birds was reduced to a bloody mist, staining the entire sky crimson. The adjutant stared wide-eyed at the bloody yet beautiful scene, then glanced at the girl, smiling gently and charmingly, like a fairy among flowers, and shuddered silently. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Are all the students in this class so strong? Huang Fu tugged at the leather collar on his neck. Yuli has become even more powerful. Leave the beasts on the ground to us. Okay. Yuli nodded and looked at them. Huang Fu laughed heartily, and snapped his fingers. The next moment, sharp amethyst clusters rose from the ground in front of the fortress, piercing the bodies of the beasts. These clusters continued to grow, eventually rising into a solid wall that blocked the advancing beasts. Gu Heji leaped to his feet, the cross on his bracelet magnifying. Thinking of these strange beasts, he swung his sword, unleashing an icy sword energy. With a single strike, the sharp sword light fragmented into countless cold rays, resembling a starry sky. In an instant, the unrivaled power froze the strange beasts. The strange beasts were clearly frightened by these terrifying attacks, leaving a cleared area. The adjutant stared at the three men displaying their prowess, his mouth wide open in shock, his heart screaming, "You perverts! You can even scare away strange beasts!" Chapter 102. Obviously, these less than S-level beasts could not survive a few moves under their hands. Yuli looked at the tide of beasts that gathered again after a while, frowned, and looked at Huang Fu and said, Senior Huang Fu, should I go in and take a look? Do you think it's meaningless to stay here all the time? Huang Fu raised his hand while speaking, and purple crystal condensed out, turning into a giant dragon that covered the sky and rushed into the battlefield, with huge wings spread out, roaring, roar. The dragon rushed through the group of beasts, and with a sweep of its tail, it crushed the beasts into meat paste. Well, let's try to hunt S-level beasts, so that we can solve the problem from the root, and those mineral veins should also be occupied by those beasts. Yuli looked at Huang Fu and then at the adjutant, who was silent on the side, asking for their opinions. Wang Fuwen smiled and looked at the adjutant, who was shocked and had not yet reacted, and said, "I think Adjutant Dong won't mind." "Of course not. Who knew that you guys are so strong?" Adjutant Dong shouted in his heart, and nodded with a shaky, serious expression on his face. "Okay, then we go first, and I leave this to you." Wang Fuwen looked at Lin Qianqian and the others and ordered. "Okay, go ahead, leave this to us." Lin Momo smiled. "Let's go." Gu Huji also looked at Yuli and the others. Wang Fuwen raised his hand, and the killing dragon spread its wings and came to the three of them, taking them away. Yuli and Gu Huji stood on the dragon's head, killing the strange beasts that rushed towards them from the left and right, and soon they came to the depths of the beast tide, which was a huge ravine. Looking down from the sky, the ravine looked like a scar on the planet, and the dense beast tide was like black blood flowing continuously from this scar. Ahead, in a ravine exposed on the ground, 3 ferocious armor-type beasts, each as large as a small mountain, lurked, digging for brown ore. They devoured the turbid ore in one gulp, their faces ecstatic and dazed. Yuli frowned at the 3 S-level beasts, then glanced at the other beasts in the ravine deep underground. "There are so many S-level beasts in this area. I'm sure there are SS-level beasts underground. Yes, this situation is difficult to completely wipe out. I guess that's why the troops stationed here encounter beast waves every once in a while." Wang Fuwen stroked his chin. Gu Huji raised his eyes and said calmly, "Take action." "All right." Yuli, holding her umbrella, descended lightly but undeterred. Like a streak of light, she descended, striking a powerful blow at the hard shell of one of the beasts. Countless petals converged into a single, razor-sharp blade, striking the beast's vulnerable head. Roar! The crustacean, enjoying the exquisite sensation of the ore, was suddenly struck by this sharp attack. Its eyes instantly turned red as it roared, unleashing its domain and bearing down on the girl with overwhelming force. Yuli dodged the clusters of spikes that rose like hillocks. Feeling the weight of gravity bearing down on her, she also unleashed her domain, dispersing the pink and white petals that had drifted across the sky. The earth began to tremble, the ground heaving like a wave. With a roar, thick, dark green roots silently burst forth from the ground, shattering the sharp earth spikes. After shattering the spikes, vines instantly spread thousands of meters, encircling the crustacean. Puff! Puff! Countless thousands of meters long vines continuously pierced into the body of the beast, and quickly split and grew, one after another. Even if some vines were torn apart by the beast, more vines pierced into its flesh and blood. The vines seemed to absorb energy, and pink and white bouquets grew and bloomed on the vines instantly. In this vast sea of vines, large patches of flowers were like soft clouds. The rich fragrance of flowers spread, and the beast that was still struggling and roaring smelled the rich fragrance of flowers, just like swallowing the ore before, showing a dreamy and intoxicated expression. In a short while, the huge beast like a hill fell on the ore vein, and the other beasts around were also sucked into a dry corpse, and finally the skin, flesh and bones were also squeezed into powder by the vines. After sweeping away all the beasts in this area, Yuli released the domain, manipulated the vines to dissect the giant beast directly, and packed all the useful things into the space bracelet. She looked at Wang Fuwen and the other two, and sure enough, they had also dealt with the other 2 beasts cleanly and neatly. Yuli stood on the vein and looked at the huge ore and said, "This vein is really rich. But unfortunately, this mine is not of much value to us. Let's go, deal with these S-level beasts, and the beast tide will stop for a while," Wang Fuwen said. "Okay, then we go back?" Yuli nodded and looked at the 2 and asked. "No, we continue to kill S-level beasts along this vein," Gu Huji said. Wang Fuwen looked at the cold man with a faint expression, and guessed that this might be related to the points mentioned before coming. It seems that Gu Huji doesn't care, but he still has a desire to win. "Okay, let's continue," Wang Fuwen said with a smile, having figured it out. Then the 3 of them followed the ravine and began to kill the S-rank monsters roaming the surface. With Yuli's healing suit, their abilities quickly recovered, and they remained like this until dusk before returning to the steel fortress. Adjutant Dong's eyes twitched as he watched the 3 returning from their space bracelets, extracting piles of monster bones that resembled small mountains. Then he turned back to the 3 men, their hands light and calm, their clothes unstained. He was completely stunned. "How can you be so skilled? Why are you still doing internships?" Late at night, while processing documents, Wang Fuyuan received letters from adjutants stationed in various war fortresses. Most of them complained about the sheer prowess of this class of students, saying that for some of the exceptional students, The normal beast tides were no longer enough training. Wang Fuyuan chuckled softly as he read the letters and ordered the students with S-rank abilities to be divided into groups of 2 each, starting their hunts in different directions each day. The next day, everyone who heard the news was like, huh? Lu Xinghe was relieved to hear this news. Finally, someone understood his pain. Who were the winners, Yuli and Heji? Wang Fuwen asked. Yuli pouted, a little displeased. Samuel. Gu Heji closed his eyes, the chill around him growing even colder. Donors. Was this really not intentional? Wang Fuwen laughed out loud at the reluctance of both of them. I guess it was intentional. Yuli puffed up her cheeks, sighed, and looked at a speeding car in the sky. I'm leaving now. Yuli jumped to the passenger seat in the car. She looked at the smiling Samuel reluctantly without saying anything. Instead, Samuel smiled and said, Thank you for your guidance today, Yuli. I don't think you mind the previous game. Of course. Mind it. In the previous game, your dagger was meant to stab my heart. How could I not mind? Yuli faked a smile, but she was madly complaining in her heart. Seeing her expression, Samuel knew she was still very concerned. He shook his head and laughed, the black knife-shaped earrings on his ears swaying slightly, gleaming faintly. He said, If you mind, I can let you finish off the attack? If I stab you, won't I still be the one to heal you later? Yuli complained. Seeing Samuel, who looked like a scumbag, nod seriously, he took a deep breath and said, Okay, let's get down to business. Do you need my assistance? Samuel thought for a moment and said, If it's just one S-rank monster, Yuli will help me. If there are more than 2, we can defeat the monster separately first and then kill the others. How about that? Okay. Together, the 2 of them began to search for S-rank monsters along the mineral vein. Over the course of the day, they developed a tacit understanding, and Yuli's attitude towards Samuel became less awkward. For the next month, Yuli teamed up with different people and got to know the other top 10 teams that she hadn't encountered with Yunshin. Of course, the person who impressed her the most these days, apart from Samuel on the first day, was Huang Fushi. It felt like he was pulling a husky that never stopped running, rushing around without stopping for the whole day. Huang Fushi even took Yuli to the underground lair of strange beasts. If Yuli found out that something was wrong, she would pull her away, otherwise she would have to face the siege of more than a dozen S-level strange beasts. On this day, Yuli deeply understood Lu Xinghe's hard work. It was really difficult. After the first month of training, everyone left the planet and returned to the starship. Wang Fuyuan looked at their momentum and nodded with satisfaction. He began to introduce that the next month of training was targeted training against various superpowers. The Sunwheel Empire's team is probably mostly Wing Clan. Their wings are the embodiment of their gathered energy, and also their weakness. If you encounter them in the game, you should mainly attack their wings. Obsidian basically has no great resistance to the fire and light systems. The sooner you encounter the mechanical royal court, the better. If you delay it until the later stage, they will make all kinds of mechanical creations, and they will hide and be difficult to find. The spiritual attacks and water-based abilities of the sea people in the Sea Moon Fjord are the most common. If you encounter them, it is best to separate them individually. They are very good at group attacks. The weakness of the Xingyu Tree Sea is the fire system. The situation of the 10,000 Beasts Hall is more complicated, but their attack method is also unique, mostly totem attacks. After each coach began to explain the basic weaknesses of the team members in each force to them, they also began to introduce the famous players received from each force this time. After they digested the information, they were led to find various beasts with similar abilities to those of these forces, and kill them so that they could understand more. In this way, time slowly came to half a month before the start of the Star Tournament, and Yuli's internship also came to an end. Finally, 10 people were selected to participate in the Star Tournament. These 10 people were Yuli, Gu Heji, Wang Fuwen, Wang Fushi, Lu Xinghe, Donors, Samuel, Lucas, Su Qinghuai, and Fin Ion. All 10 of them reached S level, and Yuli and Fin Ion had the ability to heal others. Finally, led by Coach Guan, they took a huge starship to the venue of this Star Tournament. Xingyu Shuhai. Chapter 103. Starry Sea of Trees. Starry Tree Leader. A group of young-looking Wood Tribe members sat on the trunks of lush trees and chatted. A Wood Tribe member, who looked like a girl with short fiery red hair and a hibiscus flower pinned between her ears, shook her bare legs and said with a smile, I heard that the Star Tournament will be held soon. I wonder if I will meet someone who can fight with me this time. Otherwise, if not, this competition will be too boring. A girl with long green hair and a quiet temperament, Lu Ji, who was beside her, said, Fucking, the teams participating in the Star Tournament are basically the most powerful figures of the younger generation in each force. Don't take it lightly. Oh, I see. That's right. This time, the Star Tournament is given to the Redwood tribe. The Queen has really valued the Redwood tribe recently. Fucking looked at the short-haired, brown-haired boy who was standing on the tree trunk with his eyes closed, and was comprehending the rules. There was some envy between her eyebrows. After all, she was a die-hard fan of the Queen. Thinking about how the Queen summoned the Redwood clan leader every few days, she was so envious. She also wanted to meet the Queen. Lu Ji knew more, and looked at the brown-haired boy Hong Su and said, although it was fully handed over to the Redwood clan, Ziyu Tang has put a lot of effort into it. Is this really not a big deal? You know, Ziyu Tang had suppressed the rookie Redwood before, but this time, he was busy and mobilized the power of the entire family to help the Redwood clan. How could people not think too much about this? Hong Su heard her slightly worried words, opened his eyes, and looked at the two of them and said, the clan leader has been keeping an eye on them. Nothing will happen. Just when Lu Ji was about to say something, a young man with long curly lavender hair came over. He looked at them with misty and dreamy lavender eyes, and said with a gentle smile, what are you talking about? Nothing. Fu Qing looked at her friends and answered, and at the same time said strangely, Ziyuting, don't you hate being with us the most? Why did you come here today? Did you take the wrong medicine? You didn't even want to look at us before. So arrogant. The young man smiled softly and met their gazes. There seemed to be a kind of magical power in his hazy lavender eyes that made people unable to look away. He said, I'm sorry that I was wrong before, but we will participate in the star competition together in the future. We are partners. Don't worry about the past, okay? His voice was too sweet, which made people unconsciously fall into it. They listened to his words, and nodded obediently, when they looked into his eyes, as if they had lost their souls. Okay, what are you talking about? He asked again, and this time Lu Ji said a little embarrassedly, we are talking about your family, sorry. It's okay, the family has thought it through and realized that we were too much before. We can understand that the Queen hates us. We want to perform well in this star competition, and hope that the Queen can see our efforts. He said with a smile. Is that so? Then you should work hard to win the first place in this star competition. The Queen will definitely look at you, and the Ziyuting family with new eyes. Hong Su nodded seriously and said, I will. Yuli looked at the lush tree floating in the starry sea, resembling a giant planet, and exclaimed in astonishment, the main star of the starry sea of trees is actually a tree. And it's so huge. Yes, this tree is called the starry sea tree. It absorbs all the violent energies in the starry sea and grows. It's said to be tens of thousands of years old. Wang Fuwen stood by, looking at the massive tree that obscured Yuli's view, and explained it to her. Is this where we're competing? Yuli asked. No, we're just waiting here for the other teams to arrive before heading to the competition venue. The location is still a secret. Lu Xinghan narrowed his eyes and continued. The black mamba snake on Su Qinghuai's body clearly enjoyed the refreshing scent emanating from the enormous starry sea tree. It poked its head out from Su Qinghuai's body and stuck out its long, thin tongue. Su Qinghuai looked down at the neatly arranged team at the harbor and said, looks like our pickup has arrived. Yu Li and the others followed Coach Guan off the starship, where they were greeted by a woman from the Wood tribe, dressed in formal attire, and with a friendly smile, raising her hand in an invitation. Welcome everyone from the Yunshan Federation. Please follow me. We prepared a temporary resting place for you. Please wait for a few days in the Xingyu Tree territory. Once the other teams have arrived, we take you all to the competition venue. Okay, thank you. Coach Guan, walking in front, nodded with a serious expression. Wang Fuxi, on the other hand, looked around curiously and asked, besides us at Yunshan, what other forces have arrived? Coach Guan's expression faltered for a moment. Shut up. The Mu tribe lady leading the way, still maintaining a friendly smile, replied, besides you, the other superpowers that have already arrived include Sea Moon Fjord and the Mechanical Royal Court, as well as several small and medium-sized factions. So we're quite early, Wang Fuxi said, completely oblivious to Coach Guan's glare. Indeed, the other factions should arrive in the next few days. Please wait, the Mu tribe lady explained. Lu Xinghe and Huang Fuwen each stopped Wang Fuxi, who was about to speak. Coach Guan quickly said, No, these few days are perfect for exploring the scenery of Xingyu Shuling. Okay, I marked the unique locations nearby on your maps. You can check them out if you have time. She remained expressionless as she continued the playful scene that followed. Coach Guan followed the Wood tribe woman and led Yuli and the others to their resting place, a treehouse built atop a lush, drooping tree. A neat staircase spiraled through the trunk, dotted with warm glass lamps. Vines woven neatly into a fence. Lavender flowers bloomed slowly along the vines, creating a breathtaking scene. Yuli marveled at the exquisite architecture, as expected of the Wood tribe. This is truly beautiful. Coach Guan walked over and handed them wooden plaques inscribed with runes. These are the keys to your rooms, he said. Remember to keep them. You can explore the area for a few days, but don't stray too far. After Coach Guan finished his long speech, he took them to eat and let them move freely. Does Yuli want to go for a walk? Yun Xiaozhu saw the girl waving goodbye to other teammates and came to the girl to ask. Yuli thought for a while and shook her head and said, No need today, I want to go for a walk tomorrow. Okay, but if you go out, remember to tell me. Yun Xiaozhu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said softly, Okay, I know I'm not a child. Yuli puffed up her cheeks. Anyway, don't run around. Yun Xiaozhu curved his eyes and whispered. On the other side, Coach Guan, Coach Yin from the 1st Military Academy, and Lu Xinghe, who came with him, surrounded Huang Fuxi and repeatedly told him not to run around when he got excited. Finally, the two coaches earnestly asked Lu Xinghe to keep an eye on him. After returning to the room, Yuli thought of her promise to Fei Yusen and Xuanye to report to them after arriving at the place, and she operated a few times on the light screen. Waiting every day ing. Yuli, I went to Xingyu Tree to receive the surprise you two said to give me before. I thought about whether you would come with other forces, Fei Yusen. That's right. Ollie guessed it. After all, we don't want to be like Yun Xiaozhu who can come with you by rubbing the team, so we can only find other ways. Crying cat head. JPG. Yun Xiaozhu, smile. Xuanye, yes. Xuanye, long nodded. JPG. Yuli, in fact, you can only watch the light screen when you go to the scene. Isn't this too troublesome? Fei Yusen, it's not troublesome. The main thing is that we haven't seen each other for more than 2 months. It's been a long time. Xuanye, I'll be there tomorrow. Ollie, if you're free, can we meet? Yuli, Tomorrow night? Xuanye, sure, wait for me. Fei Yusen, and me. I'll be there tomorrow too. Yuli, okay. After agreeing on a time, Yuli strolled around the elegantly decorated tree house before logging onto the Star Network for today's supernatural training. At the same time, after bidding farewell to Fu Qing and the others, Ziyuting arrived at the home of the Purple Tongue Master. Passing through layers of protective shields, he maintained a friendly smile, nodded to the servants, who saluted him, and slowly walked into the courtyard where the master lived. He arrived at the Purple Tongue Master's office, ignoring the master, who sat at his desk with a blank look in his eyes. He went to the bookshelf where books were kept, moved a book, and pressed a hidden, slightly raised button in the gap. The bookshelf opened, revealing a secret passage. He slowly descended underground. He looked at his original form, chewing on a psychic crystal core, then at the man lying on the ground, seemingly dead or alive. He waved his hand, and the man was crushed to dust. He spoke, I've infiltrated the Starry Sky Forest team. During the competition, we cut off all communications. Then, we have White Ghost Cicada and the others from the Purple Jade Vine family join us in the attack. Even if we can't capture this main planet, most of the Starry Sky Forest will belong to us. The original form, Phantom Light Cricket, looked at his clone and nodded, agreeing with the proposal. He added, the crystal cores of so many S-level psychics hold plenty of energy. I leave the Starry Sky competition to you. However, I think it would be more appropriate to summon a guard captain through the White Ghost Cicada. After all, the heart of this Star Universe tree is a nutritional supplement more valuable than several SSS-level Esper. I've already located the heart, and killing the Wood Tribe Queen and obtaining it in one fell swoop would maximize the benefits. Ziyuting, the clone, had no objection to his proposal, but considering the Queen's strength, it would be difficult for them to approach her. He looked at his original body and asked, that Queen is not easy to kill. What are your plans? Huang Cricket smiled softly. Something serious has happened on your side. Shouldn't the Redwood Tribe leader, who is in charge of this matter, personally apologize to the Queen? After all, he has betrayed her trust in him. Chapter 104. The next day, the major superpowers arrived at Xingyu Tree territory one after another. In the team of the 10,000 Beasts Hall, Fei Yusen lazily followed the team, ignoring the young people in the team, who kept looking back at him. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man with white curly hair and a pair of goat horns on his head. He looked very frustrated and nagging at the demon in front of him. Master Kong, you are here this time. Don't provoke other forces for no reason. The forces here are basically... Fei Yusen listened and reached out to pick his ears, interrupted impatiently. Okay, Chief Sheep, I trouble you to lead the team this time. I will take care of myself. He seemed to think of something, took off his sunglasses, revealed his emerald green eyes, and looked at Chief Sheep. I remember that we followers also have an identity card. Give it to you. The Chief Sheep was obviously stunned when he met his sharp eyes, and subconsciously handed the card to Fei Yusen. Fei Yusen reached out to take it, tossing it casually with a smile. Thank you. The Sheep Chieftain and the accompanying staff watched in stunned silence as Fei Yusen, clutching the wooden sign, left the group and walked away, farther and farther. The young people preparing to compete in the Hall of Beasts all blinked, and finally a young woman with snow-white fox ears, Huchini, emerged. She nimbly scrambled up to the Sheep Chieftain, her fluffy tail wagging behind her. She said, Chieftain, are you going after him? The tone was one of eagerness to see the show unfold. The Sheep Chieftain glared at the crowd, eager to see the action, and finally waved his hand helplessly. There's no point in me going. Forget it. I've already given my instructions, and I can't handle my old bones. Let him go. I don't think anyone can hurt him anyway. Huh? Isn't that just not daring to intervene? Finding there was nothing exciting to see, the crowd dispersed again. Huchini, however, looked in the direction Fei Yusen had left and whispered, I wonder what young Master Kong is going to do. He looks quite anxious. The Obsidian Empire's team arrived a few hours later than the Myriad Beasts Hall's team. Xuanya wasn't particularly interested in the Obsidian's participation in the Star Tournament, and left the team as soon as they reached the rest area. The Obsidian Empire's team, however, was intrigued by their coach's overly deferential attitude toward the tall, masked man. Wantingyu's dark red eyes darted at their captain, Xian Yexiao, with great interest. How's it going? Xiao, can you guess who it is from the royal family? This gentleman gives me such an overwhelming feeling. I don't dare speak when he's around. Yes, yes. I don't even dare approach. Xian Yexiao, can you guess who it is? Xian Yexiao listened to the boy's discussion, his brow furrowed as he pondered, trying to match each of the powerful figures in the royal family he could think of, but none matched. Finally, he shook his head and said, I can't guess. Nothing I know matches. I guess it's a reclusive senior from the royal family, right? He speculated uncertainly. Wantingyu, perplexed, asked, if it's a reclusive senior, why did they come with us to the Star Tournament? The group looked at each other, unable to come up with an answer. The coach who had brought them their side, of course I can't guess. Who would have thought the sleeping emperor would appear here? He was stunned when he found out, and he's still amazed now. After Yuli learned that Fei Yusen and Xian Yi had arrived, she arranged to meet them at the Purple Cherry Courtyard, a famous attraction in Xingyu Tree territory. Yuli and Yun Xiaozhu passed through a vast archway surrounded by lush greenery. The scenery here was different from the surrounding greenery. Under the azure sky, pink cherry trees and wisteria spread their wings, occupying most of the courtyards. Light pink and lavender petals fluttered in the breeze. The two walked along the dark wooden corridor, admiring the surrounding scenery. Yuli enjoyed this dreamy scene. She raised her hand to catch a fallen petal and held it to her nose to smell. The delicate fragrance was so pleasant that it made her feel happy. Yun Xiaozhu followed behind the girl, quietly observing her every move. The gentleness in his golden eyes could drown one's heart, but unfortunately, Yuli, who was walking in front, didn't notice. However, the man noticed a few petals stuck to the girl's hair, and he chuckled. When they reached the eaves, Yuli turned around and was about to say something when the elegant, handsome man leaned over, reached out, and stroked her soft hair, carefully removing the petals. He placed them in front of her and said, there are some petals stuck to it. I didn't even notice. Thank you, Yuli said, looking at him. Yun Xiaozhu, reading her eyes, smiled and said, Ali, help me check. Okay. Yuli agreed and moved closer to him. The two of them were so close that, from a distance, they looked like a pair of swans with their necks intertwined. Fei Yusen had seen the scene when he arrived. He laughed out loud, pulling off his dark green sunglasses and meeting Yun Xiaozhu's smug gaze. He laughed. Damn Yun Xiaozhu. Fei Yusen strode forward to the girl and, with a single, large hand, pulled her back. Yuli was startled, and she was still pulling a strand of silver hair in her hand. Yun Xiaozhu also followed her movements and moved forward, but still frowned, as if it hurt. Yuli quickly let go of her hand, a little panicked. Yun Xiaozhu, are you okay? She then looked at Fei Yusen, who was standing beside her with a fierce expression, like a kitten that only wanted to bite someone. She said, what are you doing? Fei Yusen was about to speak when she heard Yun Xiaozhu's soft voice. I'm fine. I don't think Fei Yusen meant it. Look at what you're talking about. You idiot. Fei Yusen watched helplessly, as Yuli also looked at him with a look of disapproval. He was furious, but still upset about how they had just huddled together. He said with a hint of sourness, "What were you doing? You were so close together. I was just checking to see if there were any petals in Yun Xiaoju's hair. But what did you do just now?" "I pulled Yun Xiaoju's hair." Yuli raised an eyebrow and looked at the oversized, dog-like man in front of her. Knowing what was going on, Fei Yusen narrowed his eyes, knowing that Yun Xiaoju, this refined but wicked villain, must have done it on purpose. His beautiful eyes lowered, a look of pity etched in his eyes. The peacock feather earrings on his ear shone brightly. He lowered his voice, leaning closer to the girl, and said, "I didn't mean to do it. Ollie won't mind, right?" Yuli was caught off guard as the man's patterned shirt ripped open, revealing his powerful chest. Explosive muscles stretched evenly across it, rising and falling with his breathing. Yuli watched as Fei Yusen was about to take her hand and press it against it. She quickly pulled her hand away, hopping away. "I don't mind, I don't mind." Fei Yusen looked at the girl, whose face was faintly flushed, and glared provocatively at the handsome, silver-haired man sitting across from her. Yun Xiaoju, oh shameless peacock spirit. Fei Yusen, oh deep-minded birdman. Xuanye arrived at this quaint courtyard, ignoring the strange atmosphere, and sitting to Yuli's right. The dragon's tail swung behind him, landing on the wooden floor, and encircling the girl in a circular pattern. The tip of its dark, cold shell rested against Yuli's feet. His deep, blood-red, vertical pupils glared at her and said, "It seems I'm late." Yuli looked at him, her gaze lingering for a moment on the powerful black spiral dragon horns above him. "It's not that bad, we just arrived a little early. What do you want to eat?" Yuli had just finished ordering the specialty she was interested in, so she asked. Yun Xiaoju and the other two looked at the light screen in front of them, and ordered some food casually. After all, they didn't care much for the variety of food. Xuanye only ordered a glass of sake. Noticing that Yuli had only ordered desserts, he reluctantly added a main course. Xuanye looked at the girl, who rested her chin on her hand, and said, "Ollie, you should have some main course too." Yuli met the three people's similarly worried gazes, puffed her cheeks, and whispered, "I'm having trouble accustomed to the main courses here." The main courses in the Xingyu Tree territory consisted of various very light plant-based dishes and soups. She had tried them today, but she wasn't interested and tossed them aside. However, the various fruit-flavored desserts were quite pleasant. Yun Xiaoju, upon hearing her words, knew she had a reason for this. Reassured, he pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Ollie, if you're not used to it, tell me. I cook later." However, the Xingyu Tree's races don't really like strong-flavored foods or meat. "Thank you for your help." Yuli nodded happily after hearing Yun Xiaoju's words. "I brought some special meat from Heiyao, you can try it, Ali." Xianyi also said at this time. "Okay, then we can cook at home these days." Who else from the 7 major forces hasn't arrived yet?" Yuli asked when she suddenly thought of this question. Fei Yusen, who was the most well-informed, touched the red petal tattoo under his eye and said, "They are all here today, but it will take time for other small and medium forces to get here. Ali, we will be separated for another 3 months for this competition." At the end of his speech, his tone was full of resentment. Yun Xiaoju and Xianyi frowned when they heard his words. Obviously, the time for this star competition was twice as long as before, which also meant that they had to be separated for a long time not long after meeting. The three of them were quiet for a while, and it was obvious that they were reluctant to leave. Yuli rolled up her hair and said in surprise, "So long? I remember that the previous sessions were basically 1 month or 1.5 months. This may be due to some changes. After all, the rules of each star competition will change." Xianyi nodded and guessed, and then looked at the girl. "Ali, you must be more careful in these 3 months. After all, as time goes by, various emergencies will increase. I will always watch you." There was some worry on his handsome face. His blood-red eyes looked at the girl as deep as the abyss, as if he wanted to engrave her in his heart. The thick tail behind him was even sticky on her wrist. "Well, I will be careful. You just watch me kill everyone and take the first place." Yuli was full of fighting spirit when she thought of the reward given by the system this time, and she spoke. The three of them looked at the girl with sparkling eyes, and they all smiled unconsciously. They encouraged the girl one after another, which made her a little embarrassed. The next 3 days were just as Fei Yusen said. After the subsequent small and medium-sized forces arrived one after another, Xingyu Shuhai led the teams of all forces to the natural planet where the star competition was held. Chapter 105. It's called a natural planet, but upon arrival, we discovered that description wasn't accurate. It was a shattered, inward-facing planet. From afar, it resembled a shattered crystal ball, with one half relatively intact. Deeply sunken land beneath it, and fragments of the shattered continent floated above it, creating a truly bizarre sight. Yuli, somewhat shocked by the planet, couldn't help but ask, how did a planet like this come to be? Are there any living creatures on it? Gu Heji's cold gaze shifted from the screen to the incredibly strange planet in the galaxy, and he said, yes, and according to the information from the Xingyu Shuhai, the creatures living there seem to have mutated due to unknown factors. They're generally very powerful, mostly above rank A. Is that so? Well, it seems we have to be wary not only of the other teams, but also of these mutated creatures. Yuli propped her chin up. Well, be careful. Gu Heji's deep blue eyes fixed on the girl, whispering a warning. I pay attention. Yuli nodded. As the two were talking, a member of the Wood tribe, wearing a long green dress, with flowers entwined in her hair and pointed ears, approached them. She nodded to Coach Quan and the others, clearly a member of the competition staff. She handed wristbands to Yuli and the other contestants. After Yuli attached the wristbands, a light screen popped up in front of the girl. Star League rules. 1. This competition will be a regional competition. Each team will be assigned a region upon landing, which will be their own region. Occupy another territory for 1 day to convert it into your own. Points are calculated based on the size of the territory, and the final ranking is based on the points. This competition lasts for 3 months. 2. Each territory has a stone tablet. After interacting with it and guarding it for 1 day, it becomes your own territory. 3. Killing mutated monsters earns a small number of points. 4. This competition is life or death. After reading the rules, Yuli raised an eyebrow and said, doesn't this just separate us? Indeed, and everyone must stay here for at least 1 day, which creates a high risk of being attacked by other forces. Lu Xinghe stroked his chin. Off to the side, Finian, dressed in a simple white priest's uniform, read the rules on the screen. His pale golden eyes glanced at his teammates and said, it seems that occupying the other territories in this competition will be up to you. After all, they were all separated, and as the main healer, he would need to be on call at all times. If he also participated in the competition, it would mean he would be stuck here for a day, which would likely lead to the elimination of members of their team. Wang Fuwen thought for a moment and said, okay, thank you for your help. Since we're fighting for territory, we first explore the area. Besides Finian, my abilities are more suited to defense, so I can stay within our own territory. How about you guys explore the area first? No problem. Okay, leave it to me. The others thought about it, and agreed without objection. The staff member checked them, confirming they had no space bracelets or other auxiliary items. He nodded and said, it's almost time. Everyone, please follow me to the starship exit. We will randomly drop you into the broken continent above this planet. Please don't resist. Shortly after following the staff member to the exit, the bracelets on their wrists beeped, signaling the start of the countdown. Soon, a dazzling white light enveloped them, transforming them into streams of light that flew across the shattered continent. As the contestants departed, the staff arranged for each starship to deploy a series of massive light screens, displaying the images of the contestants landing. Coach Quan looked at the live footage inside. It seems the Starry Sea Forest has put a lot of effort into this. To be able to cover a planet with such unstable energy flow and still display stable images, it's probably SS level. Indeed. Coach Yin nodded and continued, this time, the Starry Sea Forest has been very well prepared, both in terms of finding a competition venue and signal transmission. But, he paused mid-sentence, his serious face lost in thought. Seeing him like this, Coach Quan asked, somewhat puzzled, what's wrong? Old Yin suddenly stopped talking. But what? Nothing. Coach Yin shook his head. He simply felt that while this venue was indeed suitable for the Star Games, on a planet with such unstable energy flow, if something went wrong, it would be difficult for them to rescue. Unless an SSS-level psychic could personally intervene to separate the chaotic energy turbulence, leaving S and SS-level people to rescue would likely be caught in the violent energy turbulence, essentially seeking their own death. However, I think Xingyu Shuhai has chosen this as the venue for the competition because they have already made plans to deal with any accidents that may happen to everyone. Yun Xiaozhu, watching the screen without interrupting, frowned slightly. He looked at the planet on the screen, or rather, the half-completed one, with a deep depression forming a vast ocean, like a planet resting on a bowl of water. He tapped gently with his slender fingers resting on his lap. The planet looked shattered, yet it still teemed with life, indicating that its core, the Earth's core, was still intact, and it was likely beneath the ocean. If the core were accidentally touched, it would likely trigger energy turbulence. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that this competition might not be so simple. There was a high probability of an unexpected event. He wondered if the cause of this event would be forces within the Xingyu Tree Sea or something else. But even if an energy turbulence occurred, he could still rescue Ali. As he thought this, his gaze shifted to the pretty face of the girl on the screen, her long, dark eyebrows and watery eyes. A hint of fanatical obsession lingered deep within her eyes. Yuli felt something envelop her, but once she steadied herself, she found herself on a solid stone altar. A 10-meter-tall stone tablet stood in its center. This, it seemed, was the stone tablet for their area. Yuli glanced at her other eager teammates, then raised her hand. Golden stars appeared on the back of her white hand, enveloping her in a halo of golden light. Her long, slightly curly purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The girl, clad in a white dress and blue skirt, seemed to embody the profound mystery of the starry sky. A dense silver yarn clung to her purple dress, shimmering faintly with every movement, like tiny stars twinkling in the night sky. The layers of wide sleeves on the upper body are like snow-white flower buds just blooming, showing elegance and nobility. Stars and crescent-shaped metal accessories are hanging around the slender waist, swaying gently with the steps when walking, adding to the agility. This set of clothes is the new set that Yuli exchanged for the brilliant fragments of the breakthrough heaven-grade pharmacist and forger. Starlight, brilliant. The girl opened her palms, and golden stars emitting faint light appeared in her palms. She raised her hand and waved, and these stars fell on the friends around her. She said, "If there is any unexpected situation, crush it, I will rush over, after all, I am also good at healing." Finian laughed softly when he heard the girl's words, and gently put his hands together. 9 white rings appeared beside him, floating next to the golden stars, and said, "The same goes for me." "Okay." Guhuji raised his hand to take this thumb-sized. The 2 little things also condensed into 9 ice blue ice crystals, and handed them to others, saying, "If you need help, you can crush it." After the others took these 3 things, they also condensed their own energy crystals, and handed them to others. Yuli held the pile of little things, thought about it, and looked at Finian, who had a very sacred temperament, and said tentatively, "Finian, you can string these together and make a bracelet, which is more convenient." Finian nodded slightly at her suggestion, raised his hand, and a thin white light like a thread strung these little things together, turning them into a bracelet. Yuli put on the bracelet, shook it, and found that it would not break, and made an okay gesture. Wang Fu she stroked his hair upwards, eager to try, and said, "Then let's explore outside now." Lu Xinghe sighed at the dog-like Huang Fuxi and said, "Okay, but we shouldn't explore in the same direction. It's best to note down the forces belonging to the other shattered continents. If we discover any of the other 6 superpowers, don't act rashly, and bring back the information." Huang Fuxi listened, scratched his head, and nodded, indicating he'd taken note. The thunder dragon above him nodded repeatedly, seemingly perfunctorily, which made Lu Xinghe helplessly hold his forehead. Lucas added, "If you encounter a less powerful teammate, just test it out. If you can, eliminate them immediately. If not, just note them down." The others also spoke up, and after finally agreeing on a general plan, everyone chose a different direction. Yuli waved to the others and headed off in one direction, soon reaching the edge of the shattered continent. Sitting on a bright star, Yuli gazed down from the sky. Sure enough, there were many tiny fragments of the continent not far away. Yuli also spotted those continental fragments high in the sky. Some, like her, were observing them, while others were directly attacking. Various colored superpowers exploded in the sky. The girl dodged a golden attack directed at her with a flick of her head, muttering, "It seems there aren't any teams from the other 6 superpowers in this area, and this attack doesn't seem very strong. Let's try a group attack first." Yuli raised her hand toward the sky, and countless lines of law descended from the void. The azure sky suddenly darkened, and faint lights appeared in it. These lights were stars. Each star shone with brilliant light, illuminating the night sky. The people from the other factions were stunned by this sudden scene. In that instant, those radiant stars streaked across the night sky at an incredibly terrifying speed and fell. Before their eyes, those stars continued to magnify, no longer tiny stars, but giant meteorites burning with blazing flames. Yuli watched these meteors fall silently, the streaks of golden light reflected in her eyes, as gentle yet indifferent as water. Boom! 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 The shattered earth began to violently tremble and roar. Countless dazzling shock waves exploded before her eyes. Chapter 106. A dazzling white light devoured everything around them. When the mist cleared, the shattered continents were now covered in ravines and gullies, and the lush forests beyond them vanished. However, the altar upon which the stone tablet rested remained standing, apparently constructed from specially selected, durable ore to prevent the reckless destruction of these contestants. However, after Yuli watched her ultimate attack, only 10 of the remaining contestants on the 7 or 8 microcontinents remained. The remaining contestants had clearly reacted the instant Yuli summoned the stars, deploying their domains to resist the terrifying attack. The remaining contestants exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the faction to which the girl in the sky belonged. The Yunshan Federation, one of the 7 superpowers. Xuangtong, the captain of the smaller Blue Jade Star team, looked at Yuli and couldn't help but grumble, "We're unlucky this time, running into these superpowers right off the bat." The only remaining teammate wiped the sweat from his head and said, "Captain, what should we do now?" Xuangtong's eyes rolled, and he gritted his teeth. "Let's gather the people from the other factions. Otherwise, if she defeats us one by one, we're all doomed." With that, he raised his hand and activated his supernatural power. Streams of purple light flew towards the remaining players, and soon Xuangtong had contacted them. Yuli, sitting on the star, noticed this and guessed they were planning to unite. The girl stood up and made a hand gesture, a golden star gathering at the tip of her index finger. It flashed by, lightning fast. As Xuangtong was using his supernatural power to persuade the others, a stream of golden light rushed towards him, piercing his territory. Xuangtong spun around to avoid it, but the attack had already interrupted his supernatural power, severing his connection with the others. The tiny golden star fell to the ground, leaving a deep crater. The next moment, the girl in the sky appeared directly behind him. The stars formed into a long whip, and Yuli seized it and swung it fiercely at the man before her. Snap! The sound of air shattering was heard, and the area beneath her attack was as thin as paper. Xuangtong's pupils dilated sharply at the sound of the explosion. He saw that the figure in the sky had disappeared. He instinctively turned to look, but his teammate beside him shouted in fear, "Captain, get out of the way!" But it was too late. Xuangtong took the blow head-on, and a bright red mist of blood exploded from his back. Yuli's whip was also scorching hot, and the wound behind him, already exposed to the bone, erupted in wisps of black smoke. Xuangtong's surrounding area shattered under the attack, and bright red blood flowed from his mouth. Yuli quickly eliminated the 2 men with overwhelming force. The other contestants, seeing this, knew they had no chance against Yuli and quickly fled. After all, this star tournament lasted 3 months. If they couldn't conquer this region, they could move on to other regions. They didn't believe the other contestants were so perverted. They all ran away. Well, that's understandable. Yuli raised an eyebrow and muttered to herself as she watched them leave. She looked in her direction and saw 8 shattered continents, meaning she would need to stay here for 8 days. Yuli reached the altar and placed the bracelet on her wrist against the stone tablet. The pattern originally belonging to this faction gradually faded, and a pattern representing Yunshan appeared, though it was a very illusory one. Yuli tried to leave the altar, and sure enough, the illusory pattern on the stone tablet dissipated as she left. Yuli stroked her chin. "So I'm staying all day, all right?" She stood on the altar again, but this time she didn't leave. Instead, she sat there, thinking about the recent battle and stroking Mo Yan's earlobe. It seems the authorities don't want us 7 factions to clash so soon. After all, she had previously read the intelligence Coach Guan had given them on each faction. The 6 superpowers were the most detailed, followed by some information on the mid-level factions, with less information on the smaller ones. But the opponents she encountered this time weren't any of those mentioned in the intelligence. Although they were all S-level, they gave her the impression of having just realized the laws, and weren't very powerful. Yuli looked up at the sky and murmured, "I hope everything goes well for everyone else." The others were doing just as Yuli had predicted, but due to the stone tablet's mechanism, everyone waited at the altar after defeating their opponents. And after this battle, they had come to the same conclusion as Yuli. Just as they'd suspected, the authorities had indeed chosen to place the teams of the 7 superpowers far apart. In the Xingyu Shuhai team, Ziying was left to guard the altar in his own area. He waved to the other team members with a gentle smile, watching them leave to conquer other areas. He closed his eyes and opened his senses, sensing the psychics across the entire shattered continent like bright stars in the dark night sky. The members of the 7 superpowers were more than just a little stronger than those of the other factions. In his perception, their brilliance shone even brighter, some even reaching the peak of S rank and on the verge of a breakthrough. This was truly wonderful. Ziying thought about extracting these exceptional talent psychic cores after their breakthroughs within 3 months. This would be a truly rich resource. After all, there weren't many SS-level psychics in the entire galaxy. Even in the Rose Empire he had previously destroyed, there were only a few hundred SS-level psychics. But it was these few hundred psychic cores that fueled the development of this guard. If they were brought back to present to Her Majesty would surely be delighted. At the thought of this bright future, his affable smile twisted for a moment. He touched the aquamarine gemstone necklace around his neck. The gemstone, a deep blue like the sea, dotted with golden stars, emanated a mysterious rhythm. Beneath this shattered, floating continent lay a turquoise ocean. At its bottom lay a core hundreds of meters across exposed. Its dark outer shell had been ripped open, revealing a deep blue interior dotted with golden stars. This core, reminiscent of the gemstones on Zhu Yuding's necklace, also emitted even more intense energy fluctuations, deterring even the exotic beasts living on the seabed from approaching. Coach Guan nodded in satisfaction at the performance of his own students on the screen. However, when he saw the impressive performances of the other 6 superpowers, his expression darkened. It seems there are truly a lot of talented individuals in this class. Coach Yin, seeing his expression, soothed him. Don't worry, old Guan. Have faith in them. They're not bad. Furthermore, their strength has grown significantly during these past 2 months of internship. Perhaps a breakthrough won't be long. Indeed. Hearing Coach Yan's words, Coach Guan's solemn expression softened. After all, judging by the map, the 7 factions were located far apart, and it would likely take another month before they could make contact. After all, points were earned only by occupying territory, which meant they would gradually spread outward. Coach Yan watched as some small starships began to move outside, flying toward the remaining half of the planet. He assumed the eliminated contestants would be teleported there. Sure enough, the staff member standing quietly by, acting as a backdrop, asked if they needed to temporarily land on the planet. After all, the eliminated contestants gathered there for treatment. Coach Guan had no objection to this request, and their starship began to move. 8 days passed unnoticed. During this time, Yuli constantly switched to different continents, encountering sneak attacks from some contestants, but she easily defeated them all. Furthermore, as she waited for these few days, Yuli also found it easier to comprehend the laws here. She could clearly see her progress towards S rank on her dashboard improving over the past few days. Yuli watched as the markings on the stone tablet illuminated completely, clearly indicating that this area now belonged to Yunshin. The girl stretched and sighed. Finally, it's done. I need to go back and report these speculations to Senior Huangfu. Yuli changed into her costume, Scarlet Sun Golden Crow. With a wave of her hand, a ball of golden red flame transformed into a massive golden crow. The girl leaped onto it, and the golden crow let out a loud cry before transforming into a streak of light that streaked across the sky. When Yuli returned to her base camp, she discovered that Lu Xinghe, Su Qinghuai, and Lucas had already returned. She jumped down and greeted them. Thinian raised his hand, and a ray of white light fell upon the girl, instantly replenishing Yuli's depleted energy. Huang Fu looked at Yuli and smiled. Well done, Li. Yuli tilted her head, a little confused. Could she see what was happening? After you left, I explored the stone tablet. As you conquer new areas, a miniature map will appear. Each time you capture an area, a star will appear on the map. Huang Fu explained. Let me see. Yuli approached the stone tablet. Sure enough, a miniature map appeared beneath the mark on the tablet. 70 stars flickered on the map, with the center star being the largest. Yuli looked at Huang Fu and said, but this didn't happen when I conquered other areas? Su Qinghuai touched the black mamba beside him, and said, so we presume that only by defending this initial area can we see this map. And with this map, we can immediately see which areas have been conquered, so we can provide timely support. Lu Xinghe continued. That's true. Yuli nodded and began to share her inferred information with him. So, our 7 factions are quite far apart, so it will probably take some time for us to meet. It would be best if one of us could achieve a breakthrough. That way, we have a greater advantage, Yuli concluded. The others nodded in agreement. Lucas narrowed his azure eyes and smiled. Do you feel like you've reached a breakthrough, Yuli? Yuli shook her head and said seriously, I think I need some time. After more than 2 months of practical experience in various environments, Yuli's ability level had risen from S level, 70%, to 90%, and after these few days of enlightenment, it had reached 95%. Huang Fu was considering discussing this with Lu Xinghe, and ultimately, he asked Yuli to spend the next few days comprehending the rules, striving for the fastest possible breakthrough. Chapter 107. In the following days, the others who had gone out to explore also came back. After exchanging opinions, They finally decided to let Yuli and Gu Huji concentrate on their understanding first. After all, one of them entered the S level first, and the other had the deepest understanding. The others continued to explore outside. In the Obsidian Empire area, Xian Yeshu closed his eyes, with a serious face, and understood the power of the rules on this planet. The dark fog surrounded him, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Wanting Yu silently retreated several steps, standing far away and chewing the fruit he had just picked from the tree. Bats squatted on his head, shoulders, and feet. One of the red-eyed bats looked at Xian Yeshu and flapped its wings excitedly, saying, "Looking at this, will Ba Xiao break through to SS level soon? If he breaks through, we will be safe in this competition." As if imagining Xian Yeshu leading them to kill everyone, the bat was about to fly, and its red eyes glowed like a searchlight. A bat with golden eyes next to him said calmly, "Ba Xiao can break through so quickly, which means the other 6 forces can do the same." After all, in the past 10 days, everyone probably found that it is easier to comprehend the laws in this broken continent. How can they be the same? Ba Xiao is the most powerful. He will definitely be the first to break through. The red-eyed bat seemed to be a little unconvinced, and flew to the golden-eyed bat, and shouted loudly. The golden-eyed bat, whose head hurt from the sound, gave him a big fight, bang. With a bang, the red-eyed bat fell straight to the ground. Wanting Yu looked at them playing around, smiled and shook his head and said, "Okay, don't argue about these trivial things. How are you doing in the outside expansion?" The red-eyed bat shook its head and climbed up, flapped its wings, and came to Wanting Yu's shoulder again, complaining, "Old one, you didn't help me. I clearly told you the truth." The golden-eyed bat said, "There is not much obstacle, but as I continue to occupy areas, there are more and more sneak attacks on me. This is very disturbing to my comprehension of the rules." Hearing the words of the golden-eyed bat, the other bats also started to discuss. Indeed, I guess these people also realize that it is easy to comprehend the rules in this place, so they keep interfering. After all, if anyone breaks through, it will be even more squeezed for these small forces. I think they are not at peace themselves, and will not let us live in peace. But this time the competition will take a long time. I think Ba Xiao will break through in half a month, right? It's hard to say. Even if he comprehends perfection, whether he can break through is still a hurdle. Hey! You are looking down on our Ba Xiao. I'm not worried. As they talked, these bats gathered together and fought. Wanting Yu looked at them helplessly, and shook his head, complaining, "Really, I didn't give you these clones to let you fight." In the Xingyu Tree Sea area on the other side, Zi Yuding looked at Hong Su, who had closed his eyes to comprehend the rules, and his eyes were very satisfied, as if he was looking at his own piglets growing up. At the same time, he looked at the other members of the Wood Tribe, who came back to report the situation and advised, "Fucking, Luji, why don't you two stay here to comprehend the rules? If you both break through, we will definitely win the first place in this competition." Fucking shook her head and said, "Let Hong Su comprehend first. He has the best talent among us. I'd better win more points in other areas. Otherwise, if our points can't catch up and I don't break through, it won't be worth it." "Is that so?" Zi Yuding was a little disappointed, and looked at Luji and shook his head and said, "We can also comprehend by occupying other areas in our area." "Is that so? Then come on. You must break through." Zi Yuding looked at them with full expectations in his eyes. It would be best if the other 9 people could break through early. Lu Ji noticed his overly expectant look and felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at them as if he was looking at goods. She shook off this thought as soon as it formed. After all, they were partners. She looked at Zi Yuding and said, "How do you feel?" Zi Yuding smiled bitterly and said, "I just feel that it will take a long time for me to break through in these few months, so I hope yours will." "Is that so? It's okay. Don't give up. Maybe there will be a turnaround." Lu Ji comforted him awkwardly. In addition to Yunshin, Heiyao, and Xingyu Shuhai, the other 4 families also let the people with the deepest insights stay in their own areas at the same time, and the others expanded outward. Yuli woke up from her insights and slowly opened her eyes. She opened her personal panel. Character, Yuli. Age 18. Power, S, 100%, Spirit, SS. Clothes, Crimson Sun and Golden Crow, brilliant, Water Moon and Blue Waves, brilliant, Lake Lights, brilliant, Flower Morning Farewell, brilliant, Starlight, brilliant, Blood Moon Arrives, rare, Dream of the Forest, rare. Clearly, she has achieved perfection, and will now begin to work on how to break through. Yuli blinked at the sky, momentarily clueless. She glanced over at Guhuji, who seemed to be on a glacier, but decided not to disturb him. Mo Yin, however, waved his tentacles, floating up and touching the girl's soft cheek. The black mist connected with her spiritual sea. Ali's understanding of the law had been perfected. Yuli was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently, and answered in her heart, "Yes, I am thinking about how to break through. Although the Legion commander has told us how to break through before, but I really don't understand it at all." Yuli was a little distressed. After all, everyone's perception of the law is different, and it is hard to explain it. Basically, it's just one sentence to understand it yourself. This is numb. Mo Yin floated up and landed on the girl's head. He was no longer the one who didn't understand anything before. He read the memories of the 3 clones' breakthroughs again, and referred to the memories of Yun Xiuzhu helping others break through. Then he said, "What do you think is the difference between S level and SS level?" Difference. One is to perceive the law, and the other is to manipulate the law. Yes, Ali can regard the law as a question. Perception means that you can finish reading this question, and manipulation means understanding this question. The subsequent SSS level mastery is to solve this problem. Is that so? It can be understood in this way. Then my question now is how to understand this question. Well, Ali can try it first. Okay. Yuli closed her eyes once more, revisiting her experience. Strands of rules descended from the void, surrounding her and transforming into lush, vibrant flowers and plants. Mo Yin gazed at the pink and white flowers floating in midair, their blooming blossoms constantly blooming. He narrowed his eyes, extended his tentacles, and took a delicate flower. He held it in his palm, carefully caressing the delicate petals. Yuli pondered Mo Yin's words, silently muttering to herself, "Do you understand this question?" The law she comprehended was vitality. So what exactly is vitality? She had previously thought that the growth and revival of all things was vitality, but her previous competitions and internships had given her a different perspective. In a dense forest, the growth of trees and flowers is vitality. In an arid desert, water is the lifeblood of all animals. In the ocean, Mo Yin quietly watched the flower in his palm drift away. More and more lines of law descended from the void, converging and intertwining, finally arriving beside the girl. Yuli constantly recalled her accumulated insights. The blossoming flowers around her began to shift, sometimes transparent droplets, sometimes thick soil, sometimes even a small sun radiating dazzling light, or a small moon casting endless cold light. As she continued to recall, her understanding of the rules seemed to deepen, and she became more and more adept at controlling the rule-based forces surrounding her, as if she were using her own arm. As the rules continued to evolve, Gu Huji, not far away, opened his eyes and looked at Yuli. Noticing that she was on the verge of a breakthrough, he immediately dispersed the icy rule-based forces surrounding him, alerting the young girl. As time passed, the rule-based forces surrounding her, initially wielding strands, converged into a river, and her aura steadily increased. Finally, Yuli seemed to hear a pop. The immense force of rules surrounding her instantly poured down, like a dam opening. Boom! A majestic pillar of snow-white light shot up from the sky, illuminating the entire azure sky. Yun Chen and his men, who were continuously occupying areas in the distance, also noticed this change immediately and looked up. It wasn't just their area. People from other factions were drawn to the dazzling light and looked up. After a while, the beam of light transformed into tiny specks of brilliant light that fell across the vast, shattered continent. The sky became incredibly bright. Huang Fuwen raised his hand to catch the falling speck of light. It melted into his palm, flowing through him like a warm current. A familiar feeling filled his body. He blinked and said, "It looks like Yuli has made a breakthrough. I need to go back and congratulate her." Su Qinghuai stood atop the massive black mamba, watching the scene. He squinted his eyes in pleasure, unconsciously wagging his tail rainbow, and smiled softly. On the other side, Gu Huji, closest to Yuli, felt the most pronounced sensation. As the brilliant light filled the sky, he felt his understanding of the rules rise to a new level. The next moment, the earth surged, and countless vines burst forth, enveloping the entire altar. Crystal-clear flowers blossomed, their delicate fragrance filling the air. Beautiful swallowtail butterflies fluttered among the blossoms. Gu Huji could almost hear string music echoing from heaven and earth, as if the entire planet were celebrating Yuli's breakthrough. On the other side of the planet, the 3 people who had been keeping an eye on the girl were watching her intently. Yuli slowly opened her eyes, and found that the clearing they had so easily cleared was now covered by a vast sea of flowers. Some vines and flowers had even grown onto the altar. She was bewildered by the situation, but Mo Yin spoke in time. "Ali, congratulations on your breakthrough." Not far away, Gu Huji chimed in a second later. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Chapter 108. Yuli smiled softly and hummed inwardly. She touched Mo Yin, who had returned to her side and had shrunk in stature, and said to Gu Huji, "Where's Senior Gu? Are you feeling any breakthroughs?" Gu Huji thought for a moment and said, "It should take some time. Then I protect you. I go out and check after they return." Yuli nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you for your help." Coach Quan and the others, who had seen Yuli's breakthrough through the screen, laughed. Coach Quan's expression was clearly more relaxed. Yuli is indeed the first to break through. It seems they can achieve a higher ranking. Coach Yin, looking at Gu Huji on the screen, said, "Gu Huji looks like he's almost there too. Wow, your class at Yunshin University is truly remarkable." "Not at all. It's all their hard work." Coach Quan couldn't help but smile at Coach Yin's words. Although he spoke modestly, he was actually beaming with joy. Coach Yin noticed the corners of his mouth curled up, a hint of a smile slipping out of him. Everyone was so enthused that they didn't notice anything amiss with Yun Xiuzhu. He maintained his proper smile, but inwardly he lamented that he couldn't personally congratulate you. After all, every breakthrough from S rank onward was worth celebrating. But your original form has always been by your side, making you jealous. Ah! Damn it! Fei Yusen, on the other side, wasn't as restrained as Yun Xiuzhu. He narrowed his beautiful emerald eyes, listening intently to Yu Li's original form, gnashing his teeth. The Sheep clan leader was startled by the resentment surrounding him, and quietly distanced himself from the old man. He glanced at his own team's screen, but didn't notice anything amiss. He sighed, realizing Fei Yusen hadn't come for his team. Inside the Obsidian Empire's massive starship, Xuanye sat on a black leather sofa. His blood-red pupils, etched beneath golden eyeshadow, flickered. Though his face remained expressionless, the dragon tail behind him drooped noticeably, clearly indicating a downcast mood. While Yuli waited for the other teammates to return, a third of the match's time had already slowly passed. In a vast cavity beneath a desolate planet on the border of the Starry Sea, White Ghost Cicada and a large number of well-trained Zerg warriors arrived to greet the additional members assigned following the signal they had left behind during their previous exploration. The highest commander was the golden-striped spider, one of the guards. White Ghost Cicada looked at him and said, "I didn't expect you to come back." Golden-striped spider smiled and said, "Phantom Cicada reported these matters to Her Majesty. Her Majesty sent me." White Ghost Cicada heard his words, thought about his abilities, and said, "Do you want you to cut through the Xingyu Tree territory's protective shield?" "Yes, or perhaps Xu Hong would be more suitable." Golden-striped spider nodded, then looked at White Ghost Cicada and said, "But you still be the overall commander this time. Don't betray Her Majesty's trust. After all, you've already made a mistake." White Ghost Cicada, thinking of that previous mistake, clenched his fists and said, "Of course not. Go to the command room. There's a map provided by Phantom Cicada." Okay. The two strode forward into the command room. Although Golden Spider had read various reports about the Cosmic Tree Sea, he was still somewhat surprised to see the map of its entire sphere of influence. His golden-red eyes widened, and the two pairs of golden-red lines beneath his eyes also widened slightly. He stared at the holographic projection for a while, carefully examining the various planetary data. He exclaimed, "Look at this map. There are many more natural planets marked than in the Rose Empire back then. What's more, the main planet and some important planets are actually cosmic trees. Wow, if the Rose Empire had such a good thing back then, maybe our guard team could have a few more people." White Ghost Cicada remained expressionless in his sigh. He pressed a few times on the screen, marking the planets they needed to attack. Gold-striped spider raised an eyebrow, noticing that most of these marked natural planets skewed toward the border, slowly forming a line that led directly to the main planet. It seemed as if they were planning to finish this wave and then return. He was puzzled. He looked at White Ghost Cicada and said, "Why don't we launch a general attack and capture this entire Starry Sea? After all, with me here, and you and the Phantom Cicada, taking it shouldn't be a problem." On his way here, he received news that, besides the Wood Queen, there was another person secretly working in the Star Universe Tree territory. In total, there were 2 people with SSS-level abilities. With the 3 of them, they shouldn't be a problem. White Ghost Cicada shook his head and pressed a few more times. The holographic projection shifted, distinguishing 7 large areas from numerous smaller fragments. He began to introduce the map to the Golden Spider. Besides the Starry Forest, there are 6 other forces that are equally powerful, including the Black Jade Empire. He pointed to the edge of the Yunshin Federation, where the Zerg first intersected with other forces, and said, "This is where the previous Queen Zerg first sent the signal. However, If we launch our attack from there, we'd be easily surrounded by other forces. That's why we chose the Starry Forest. After all, their habits are largely the same as those of the Rose Empire. The golden spider gazed at the vast map, his eyes gleaming. He examined it, as if it were some truly delicious delicacy. He murmured, "It's so large. This is enough to fill our stomachs." The nutritional issues Her Majesty has been worried about will also be resolved. I guess there'll even be some left over to feed and grow. White Ghost Cicada felt helpless when he saw his incomprehensible look. It would be better to let Zhu Hong come. He clapped his hands, changed the map back to the original one, and said, "Now I understand why I only attacked it instead of occupying it," and the Phantom Cicada found the tree heart of the Xingyu tree leader. Golden Patterned Spider nodded quickly, touched his chin and said, "I understand. After this wave, we will take these energy crystal cores and tree hearts back, so that the nutrition of the insect eggs will be enough. Then we can slowly eat them up with a large army." "Yeah." White Ghost Cicada saw that he understood and stopped explaining. Instead, he issued an order. "In the next 2 months, we will secretly send other insects to the planets I marked before. At that time, you will seize the tree heart, and I will deal with the one in the dark. The Queen of the Wood Tribe will be handed over to the Phantom Cicada." I remember that the Phantom Cicada also had a clone who participated in the Star Tournament? Golden Patterned Spider suddenly thought of something and asked. "Well, the Star League is said to produce many SS-level superpowers, which is also precious food, so he made a lot of arrangements after knowing it." White Ghost Cicada explained. "TSK, I was wondering why it would take 2 months. If it succeeds, he will have the greatest contribution." Golden Patterned Spider looked at the cold and expressionless White Ghost Cicada. White Ghost Cicada didn't mind, raised his hand to his chest and said, "I was originally redeeming myself for meritorious service this time, and a lot of this information was obtained by Phantom Light Cicada. I have no objection to his greatest contribution." Golden Patterned Spider shrugged when he saw him say that, and continued to discuss with him. Yuli saw the other teammates return 3 days later, and they all congratulated Yuli. Yuli looked at Huang Fuwen and asked, "How have you been these past few days? Have you encountered any adversaries?" Huang Fuwen shook his head. Yuli looked at the others, and when it came to Su Qinghuai, he said, "I did discover a medium-sized faction, the Xinghe territory, not far from us. They occupy 18 shattered continents." Lucas nodded and said, "I've encountered a medium-sized faction, the Shuyu court, here as well. They occupy 14 shattered continents." Lu Xinghe listened to their reports, and looked at the map displayed on the stone tablet on the altar. After a moment of thought, he said, "I see that we basically eliminated those small factions over the past month. The only ones left are medium-sized ones, with decent capabilities." Samuel chuckled softly. "Who knows, some of those small factions that escaped might be lurking nearby. Wait for those medium-sized forces to fight, and then reap the benefits." Huang Fuwen laughed at his words. "It's not impossible." Yuli looked at Su Qinghuai eagerly and said, "Then I go check out that medium-sized force you mentioned." Su Qinghuai met the girl's expectant eyes and nodded. "I lead the way." Huang Fushi ruffled his hair and said, "Then shall we continue our exploration?" Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and said, "Finian, please cast your healing light first. Everyone rest for a while. Our exploration will likely focus on gathering information about the medium-sized forces around us. If you have any information, remember to come back and lie down." Yuli had no objection. She looked at Lucas and said, "Wait until I've dealt with Xinghe territory before I go to your place." Lucas smiled and gave an okay sign. After they rested, Su Qinghuai and Yuli took off on the Golden Crow. Yuli could clearly sense that after her powers reached SS level, her abilities had increased not just slightly, but by almost tenfold. The Golden Crow's speed intensified, like a streak of light. Before long, Yuli arrived at the location Su Qinghuai had indicated. He smiled at the girl beside him, whose long black curly hair had been dyed a golden red at the ends, and whose eyes sparkled with gold, and said, "Leave it to you, Yuli." With that, he descended from the Golden Crow and floated in midair. Yuli nodded and said, "Leave it to me. I try out my current abilities." Outside Xinghe territory, someone waiting on a stone tablet noticed the fiery crimson in the sky. A growing sense of foreboding grew in his heart. Gu Tao quickly picked up the emergency contact items the captain had given him and crushed them one by one. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his full supernatural power, expanding his domain. The bright sky instantly darkened, and tiny specks of starlight converged into a river, pressing toward Yuli. He looked at her with a stern, yet timid expression, and shouted, "Think carefully, my teammates will be here soon. If you quit now, it's still not too late." Yuli chuckled softly. It seems my costume change really is unrecognizable. Seeing Yuli didn't respond, Gu Tao directly controlled the deep purple, star-speckled river toward the girl. Splash. Splash. Yuli could even hear the sound of the flowing river. She glanced at the figure at the center of the domain and smiled softly. The golden crow totem in her golden eyes shone, and the golden crow beneath her spread its wings and soared high, radiating a dazzling light and scorching flames. A large, golden-red sun rose, illuminating the entire night sky. Before she could do anything, Gu Tao's domain shattered under this terrifying aura. Crushed to a half-crouch, his face filled with despair as he gazed at the golden sun. Chapter 109. Endless heat and radiance turned the entire sky crimson. Flames emanating from this majestic sun surged like dragons and snakes, instantly engulfing the entire sky of this shattered continent. Each ray of fire held a terrifying heat, a golden glow swirling within it, radiating an incomparable sense of dignity. The golden-red flames, like the sun itself, obscured the heavens, scorching the very air. The contestants from this shattered continent gazed up at the dazzling sun and the overwhelming, billowing flames, feeling the suffocating pressure. They were completely immobilized. The weaker ones, unable to support themselves, half knelt. Everyone's expression was filled with horror. What kind of pervert have we encountered? Don't come near us. Yuli closed her eyes, sensing the rules cascading from the void. No longer strands of silk but a rolling river, a river she could control. She opened her eyes, raised her hand, and waved. The river of rules merged into the golden-red flames, making them even more dazzling and fiery. The next moment, the flames swirling in the sky transformed into streaks of light and fell. Boom! 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 In a split second, golden-red flames filled her entire field of vision, seemingly enveloping the entire area. Yuli looked at the annihilated teams and began to understand her current abilities. Perhaps a single basic attack from her could instantly neutralize the ultimates of others. Is the difference that great? She looked up at the brilliant sun in the sky and blinked. If it set, the continents would likely crumble. She waved her hand, and the golden crow, which had transformed into the sun, cried out, and the endless light and heat were withdrawn, and it spread its wings and came to her side. Su Qinghai looked at the continent that was trapped in the endless sea of fire, and touched the black mamba snake that had shrunk and coiled tightly around his neck. It was obviously frightened and kept spitting out its long and thin tongue. Hiss! I feel like I will be roasted into a dried snake if I touch this flame. Su Qinghai heard it say this, and he also understood that Yuli's next big move would not be released. Now these flames are enough. If that big sun falls, it is estimated that their points will be directly physically evaporated. Yuli came to Su Qinghai and said, "It's all settled. Let's go to their central area to have a look." Okay. Su Qinghai had no objection. The two of them quickly came to the altar in the central area of Xinghe territory. Su Qinghai looked at the map on the stone tablet and said, "I stay here. Yuli, go and see Lucas?" "Okay, I leave this to you." Yuli nodded, and suddenly felt that something was watching her in secret. She frowned, and the golden crow flapped its wings beside her, and a feather blade flew out. Su Qinghai noticed her movements and became alert. The black mamba snake on his body turned into its original form, like a hill, encircling the two of them. Yuli felt that the feather blade hit something, and her face looked a little strange. Su Qinghai looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Did the fish that slipped through the net run away?" "No, it doesn't seem to be a human." Yuli was stunned for a moment, and let the feather blade fly to them with the things it pierced, and soon saw a damaged small machine coming to them. The two men and the snake surrounded the mechanical object, which looked square, but had a pair of mechanical wings, like a bird, and carefully examined it. Su Qinghai pulled out the golden feather, looked at the strange mechanical creation, thought for a while, and said, "Such a mechanical creation should be the work of the mechanical king court." Yuli looked at the overly abstract machine. "Bird?" she complained. "Will the creation of the mechanical king court be so ugly? I remember the information that Coach Guan gave us. Aren't all the mechanical creations of the mechanical king court lifelike? Isn't this a bit abstract?" Su Qinghai also followed Yuli's words, and recalled the information Coach Guan gave him and fell silent. "It seems that I really don't want to." Just when the two were silent, an international hand gesture emoticon appeared on the screen of the square body of the mechanical creature, and suddenly a super loud voice came out. "Who said I'm not a creation of the mechanical king's court? Aren't my wings lifelike enough?" Yuli took a step back due to the excessive noise, and her expression was very subtle. "So all the creations of your mechanical king's court look like this?" The mechanical bird's voice was obviously very guilty. "No, I'm the only one who is so unique. Isn't it unforgettable? At the end, he even started singing. Su Qinghuai was helpless and held his forehead. He remembered that the Mechanical King's court was very rational and calm. What's going on? Yuli listened to this song that was completely out of line and quickly interrupted. Okay. If you are here, then it means that your Mechanical King's court is located nearby. The mechanical bird stopped singing, and its expression became pitiful. But this expression on this strange mechanical bird did not feel pitiful, but looked like it was asking for a beating. Yuli pinched its wings and smiled. You're just going to keep quiet then? No, it's not nearby. I came from. The mechanical bird struggled to speak, but suddenly froze. Its expression became profoundly calm. Its next voice was no longer the lovely one from before, but a deep, steady one. I'm sorry, everyone from the Yunshan Federation, for the unpleasant visual experience you've experienced. However, our mechanical royal court isn't located near you. It paused, then added, this ugly mechanical creation is just an accident. Su Qinghuai laughed and said, it's hard to say. After all, we encountered. Isn't it? The mechanical bird met Su Qinghuai's gaze, and fell into deep thought. After a moment, it said, we can offer a hidden competition rule in exchange for you not spreading the virus here for 10 days. Su Qinghuai shook his head and said, it's not enough for us to stop. After all, I imagine you've accumulated quite a few points by now. The mechanical bird paused for a long moment, looking at Yuli, the first girl to break through and reach SS-level supernatural power, wanting to see how she performed. Yuli noticed its gaze and smiled, saying, I listen to you, Senior Su. And we also provide you with a map of the surrounding forces. The mechanical bird flapped its wings, and finally said, okay. Su Qinghuai nodded. The mechanical bird breathed a sigh of relief at his agreement and said, the hidden rule is that a force occupying multiple areas can claim the entire area as their own after just 1 day of interaction with the most central stone tablet. The most important stone tablet is the one with the map? Yuli asked, looking at the stone tablet to the side. Yes. The mechanical bird tried to nod, but then realized its body was a block, with no head at all. The bird froze for a moment. Su Qinghuai also gazed at the stone tablet. He touched the scales on the mountain-like rainbow beside him, and smiled. This rule makes things easier for us. Finally, the mechanical bird handed over a map of the surrounding factions. Yuli looked at the cube-shaped mechanical bird with its body pierced by bullets, and said, can you fly back like this? The mechanical bird shook its head and said, no need to go back. Why would such an ugly thing go back? It's better to blow it up, or the image of their mechanical court will be tarnished. Yuli and the others watched the strange mechanical bird soar into the sky and explode into a firework. She even thought she heard that lovely voice let out a painful scream. Su Qinghuai looked at the fireworks in the sky and shook his head. He looked at the beautiful girl and said, Yuli, take this map back. I stay here for another day to see if what the mechanical tribe said is true. Yuli thought for a moment and said, I go to Lucas first, and then I go back. Okay, go ahead. Su Qinghuai nodded. Yuli, riding the golden crow, arrived at Lucas's side and decisively dispatched this medium-sized force. After informing Lucas of the hidden rules, she returned to their central area. She shared the map and information with Huang Fuwen and the departing Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe looked at the holographic map and said, if this map is real, then the mechanical royal court is to our left, and the sea moon fjord is to our right. Yuli, first eliminate these medium-sized forces around us, then explore the sea moon fjord and, if possible, eliminate their captains. Huang Fuwen listened to him and nodded in agreement with Lu Xinghe, adding, wait a day to see if the hidden rules are true. Yuli will take the map and check to see if the factions are correct. If not, Yuli understood his implication and agreed. A day later, Su Qinghuai and Lucas returned, and Yuli saw on the stone tablet that their map had expanded by over 20 areas. She nodded in satisfaction. Over the next few days, Yuli and her teammates wiped out all the nearby medium-sized factions, and their points shot up to the top at a breakneck speed. As Yuli followed the map toward the sea moon fjord, she suddenly sensed the laws of nature stirring in the distance. They were two familiar forces, light and darkness. She paused and gazed into the distant sky. Not only she, but the other contestants also looked up to see two dazzling beams of light rising into the sky, one black, one white, one bright, one dark. A dark pillar of light, surrounded by thick black mist, transformed into a massive black dragon. The white pillar of light, like 8 pure white wings, appeared. She tilted her head and noted the location of the two pillars. This must be the area where the Obsidian and Sun Empires were located. While the Liachen Federation was indeed quite far away, their two families were quite close. Yuli muttered to herself, did the authorities really not deliberately group the two families together? Furthermore, they had achieved breakthroughs at the same time. A fight was likely coming soon. Yuli looked at the black dragon, then at the wings, and thought of Xuanya and Yunxiuzhu. They didn't seem to have the same sense of opposition as Sun and Obsidian. Sometimes, it felt like the three of them were the same person. Yuli relaxed her thoughts for a moment, shaking her head to clear away these chaotic thoughts. She now focused on the real thing. She took one last look at the astonishing sight, then rode the golden crow, transforming into a stream of light and soaring towards the area of Highwa Fjord. Chapter 110. On the edge of the Sea Moon Fjord, a girl from the Sea tribe with a golden fishtail and peach cheeks faced Yuli. She looked up at the sky, the girl with black hair and golden eyes, the strong aura, and the huge golden crow under her. She suppressed the fear in her heart, crushed the scales given to her by the captain, and said, Sir Yunchun, if you continue to move forward, I will not be polite. After she finished speaking, she swept her tail, and a blue water curtain appeared in front of her, blocking Yuli's way forward, although such a defense was nothing in front of her. Yuli looked at her and shook her head, saying, It's a pity that I came here to go to your central area, you can't stop me. The golden crow under her sensed her thoughts and cried out. Blazing flames ignited around her body, and rushed towards the sea girl with great momentum. With a wave of its golden red wings, the water curtain was directly split by the golden crow like a fragile paper. The golden red fishtail girl widened her eyes, and was eliminated by the golden crow before she could gather her domain. Yuli touched her chin, looked at the very dry environment around her, and shook her head, secretly sighing that this person came here to occupy this area, which had a great impact on her combat power, but it was convenient for her. In the center of Highwa Fjord, instead of dense forest, lies a deep, rippling lake. An altar is built beside the lake. Atop this altar sits a mermaid of unparalleled beauty. Her deep blue hair gleams in the sunlight, and beneath her long eyelashes lie a pair of inky eyes, like the vast, deep ocean. This gives her an aloof appearance, making people afraid to approach her. Hai Yuqing looked down at a flickering light on the map within the stone tablet. He held a broken scale in his hand, sensing the information it conveyed. He frowned slightly and muttered, Have Yunqin's men actually arrived? It seems they know the location of our Sea Moon Fjord. Tisk, logically, they shouldn't have discovered it so sooner. He glanced at the mechanical artifact beneath the altar, which had been shattered by his tail. As if realizing something, he clenched the remaining scales in his hand, and angrily exclaimed, It's those machines from the mechanical royal court. Damn it! His powerful tail lashed out, sending a large splash of water, revealing its owner's excitement. Hai Yuqing closed his eyes, suppressing his rage. He quickly sent a message to his teammates outside, telling them to leave immediately, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. From one of the extremely solid pieces of carapace, a fragment of a crab's shell, a fierce emotion emanated. Come back. She can fight. Let her do it. Come back, what the hell? You're letting me eat red roasted crab. Hai Yuqing, unable to contain her ethereal demeanor, grumbled passionately. The fish tail beneath her slapped the altar once more. If the altar's material was very solid, a dent would likely appear. Hai Yuqing channeled her thoughts into the carapace, cursing fiercely. Then, as if struck by something, the shell darkened. Another snow-white scale lit up, conveying a question. Captain, are you going to do it yourself? Well, I have a way to leave. Besides, I want to test the difference between SS level and S level. Maybe after the battle, I can break through. Hai Yuqing narrowed his eyes and continued, as if remembering something. When you leave, go to the Mechanical King's court. We sold them the hidden rules in exchange for sharing maps of the surrounding factions. Now they're buying us out. I guess they haven't made a breakthrough yet. After he finished speaking, the various scales lit up for a moment, as if responding to his command. After he finished explaining, a stream of light with blazing flames came towards him at high speed in the distance. Hai Yuqing swept the fish tail under his body, and he fell into the calm lake like a flexible fish. When Yuli came to the center above the lake, he raised his hand, and a virtual space blade attacked her. She keenly noticed the subtle fluctuation of the power of rules, and controlled the golden crow to avoid this attack. She looked at the invisible space blade and murmured, It's actually the space system. This is really rare. Yuli looked at the vague figure hiding under the lake. The figure shook for a moment, and the lake's surface instantly exploded with countless water arrows and invisible space blades attacking her like blooming flowers. The sky was painted with a layer of blue. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Yuli looked at these attacks with an unchanged expression. Circles of flame spread out from her side, like ripples in the lake. In just a moment, the golden red flame waves swept across the sky. The water arrows were directly evaporated by the golden red flame waves, and the space blades were also blocked one by one. The blue sky was burned red, and the golden crow spread its wings and flew high, turning into a dazzling sun, which looked spectacular. Just as the two were confronting each other, the underground of the central area of the Mechanical King's court had been completely hollowed out and built from a simple and generous underground city full of high-tech. Ling Jiu looked at the holographic map of the distribution of various forces gathered from the mechanical creations that had been released continuously over the past few days, his hands working non-stop. Soon, a mechanical creation with a cube head without ears and a lifelike lower body appeared on his workbench. This cat nudged Ling Jiu with its hard cube head, clearly showing a deep affection for the master who created it. Ling Jiu stroked its fluffy body and exclaimed, "What a lovely cat! Go, fulfill the great mission I've entrusted to you." Oh! The cat's cube-shaped head also showed a happy expression. As soon as Yimo entered, he saw the man and the beast embraced each other in a loving embrace, enjoying a bright future. He felt his cold, mechanical heart begin to heat up rapidly. Is this what humans call rage? I've got this, Ibai spoke up. According to observations from G123, 234, 653, and 754, the captains of Heiyao and Riluan have both achieved breakthroughs, and those at the 10,000 Beasts Hall and Xingyu Tree Sea are almost there too. When will you achieve a breakthrough? You've made so many bizarre machines. Haven't you felt the need to break through yet? Or else someone might come knocking on your door. Ling Jiu, hearing his urging, subconsciously retorted, how can it be strange? I've read the Yunshan Federation's art records, and it seems to be a popular art style in ancient times, abstract art. It's art, high-end art. I understand why you machines can't appreciate it. Ugh! Why are you hitting me? Ibai, hearing this, immediately gave Ling Jiu, who was still rambling, a slap in the face. He watched Ling Jiu struggle beneath his grasp and said, I don't think you ever comprehend any principles from making machines this way. It would be better to have a real fight. Ling Jiu Wei trembled as he faced the cannon in Ibai's hand, which was about to gather fire. He quickly said seriously, it's almost there. Give me another day, not half a day, and I should be almost there. As the two of them were joking, the holographic map suddenly vibrated. Red lights appeared within the area of their mechanical royal court. A holographic image appeared before them and said, Captain Ling Jiu, Vice Captain Ibai, hostile forces have appeared to occupy our territory. From what we can tell, they are in Highway Fjord. They are advancing at a rapid speed. Please give orders. Ibai released his grip on Ling Jiu's neck, looked at the map, and said, Yunshins. The speed is so fast, I thought it would take a day or two. TSK, you guys control the combat machines to fight the enemy first. I will call others to come back for help immediately. Yes, Deputy Captain Ibai. Ling Jiu turned his neck and tapped on the main control screen a few times, and a light screen appeared in front of them. The picture on it was very blurry and intermittent, but it can be seen that the turbulent lake water and the golden red flames burning in the sky are constantly colliding to produce a lot of fog. However, from this blurry picture, it can be seen that as time goes by, the golden red sea of fire is constantly pressing down. Obviously, the captain of Highway Bay is in a weak position. Ling Jiu sighed as he watched the situation fall to one side. Fortunately, Ibai exchanged information, otherwise we would be the ones to be beaten. Hey, how come the team of Yunshan Federation is so strong this year? I saw her data, that she has made a breakthrough before she graduated in her freshman year. Ibai looked at the sun in the sky that was emitting endless light in the blurred effect, frowned, and looked at Ling Jiu, who looked relieved. His cold mechanical heart burst out heat again, making him want to beat Ling Jiu up. Is this emotion what humans call hate iron, but not steel? Remember it. He pushed Ling Jiu aside and gave instructions to others in the main control room. He looked at Jiu and said, it is estimated that Hai Yuqing will come here soon. His spatial ability is a master of long-distance transmission. You'd better break through in half a day, otherwise the current situation is very unfavorable for us. I will go to the place where the battle is now to delay time for you as much as possible. Ling Jiu saw Ibai so serious, and knew the seriousness of the matter. After all, Highway Fjord was forced to leave the area they occupied. They could rely on their own strength to quickly occupy other areas, but their mechanical tribe could not do that. If they were forced to leave, it would take another month to develop again. It would take so long to get the opportunity. He also nodded seriously and said, leave it to me. I will definitely break through as soon as possible. In the central area of Highway Fjord, Yuching has already opened up his domain. The vast blue sea will engulf the broken continent they occupied, and the surging and roaring waves continue to rush towards. The overwhelming blazing fire in the sky, unfortunately, had little effect. Yuli looked at the sea monster hidden in the deep sea, frowned, raised her hand, and the flame wrapped around her white wrist to smash the huge space blades that attacked her. Looking at the space blade that was broken into glass shards, she looked at the shadow in the deep sea and said, "You have been attacking for so long, now it's my turn." Yuching's bad premonition intensified when she heard her words. Yuli flashed from the sea to the sky, and the golden red flames in her hands continued to gather into a gorgeous flame-long attack. She raised her hand, and the huge scorching sun was shrinking visibly, and finally turned directly into an arrow emitting dazzling light. Yuching looked at her bow and arrow action, and her supernatural power burst out. A 100-meter-long crescent-shaped space blade cut through the ocean and rushed towards the girl, but it was too late. The golden red arrow containing huge and endless energy shot out. Boom! Chapter 111. The compressed golden red flame arrow was just a golden line in the field of vision at first. In an instant, it was hit by the hundreds of meters long space blade. The invisible space blade broke like glass, turned into pieces of debris, and disappeared in the air. And the arrow attacked Yuching with an unstoppable force. Yuching instantly mobilized all the superpowers in his domain. The seawater in the sky gathered in front of him to form layers of protective shields to protect him. In his field of vision, the arrow directly hit the layer of dark blue protective shield, and the tail of the arrow instantly exploded with blazing fire, forming an endless long line at the end. In a moment, the golden red flame filled his entire field of vision. The blazing golden flames were constantly burning and pressing down, directly crushing his layers of weak protective shields. He clearly heard his heartbeat accelerating, which was the fear of the flame attack and the fear of facing death. Alas! He sighed helplessly in his heart, and deeply realized the gap between S level and SS level. Even if he tried his best, he was powerless to stop it. In the end, the arrow with endless flames pierced through all the protective shields. Yuching looked at the girl floating in the sky, as if he wanted to remember her appearance in his heart. Finally, he closed his eyes, and activated his few remaining space abilities, and the whole person disappeared. Although the arrow missed, it rushed to the ground with a terrible energy no less than a blazing sun. The space was still for a moment at this moment. The next moment, the endless flames engulfed the broken continent. The golden red flame that burned everything seemed to turn the whole world into ashes, burning non-stop. Boom! The whole place was shattered by this blow, with endless dust flying, and white mist from the collision of fire and lake water, and strong winds howling in all directions. Yuli raised her hand and waved to disperse all the mist, and soon exposed the huge pit that looked shocking, and several bottomless gullies that continued to grow next to the pit. The original blue lake was directly evaporated by this blow. This broken continent seemed to be torn and beaten by someone with a very violent means, with a devastating force, and finally turned into this horrible appearance. Only the altar was still intact in the huge pit of several thousand meters, which shows the solidity of its material. Yuli, the culprit of all this, was stunned for a long time, muttering, "Am I so strong? If this continent is still solid, it would have been smashed to pieces if it was the previous league." She looked around in the pit again, and found that the captain of the Sea Moon Bay was no longer visible. Thinking of the space power he used, he probably used the space ability to escape. Speaking of space ability, she was also a little envious. She didn't know when the system would release a space-related costume. She glanced at the main task rewards on the system panel, the Lord of Light, brilliant, and the Lord of Darkness, brilliant. At first glance, it was the ability of light and darkness, which was not bad. Yuli shook her head to get rid of other distracting thoughts, and landed on the altar. The bracelet interacted with the stone tablet. Huang Fuwen, who was guarding the stone tablet on the other side, saw that the map on the stone tablet instantly increased by almost half of its area. However, these stars were still in an illusory state, and would take a day to completely stabilize. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "It seems that Yuli succeeded. With such a large area, we are estimated to be the first in the points ranking now." Lu Xing nodded beside him, and said, "But we still have to move forward." "But did Yuli eliminate the people from Highway Fjord?" The golden red flame in the glass bead in his hand jumped. Huang Fuwen shook his head, looked at the message sent back, and replied, "No, they escaped. Their captain has space-related abilities." "Is that so? I just don't know where they went." Lu Xing thought about it. Huang Fuwen thought about it, and narrowed his eyes, tossing the glass bead in his hand. I guess. I went to the Mechanical King Court. After all, we have SS-level psychics in Yunshin, but the Mechanical King Court doesn't. Besides, it's not far away, so the Sea clan has a certain advantage over the Mechanical clan. Lu Xinghe laughed when he heard what he said. He looked at Gu Huji, whose momentum was rising, and asked, "It seems that Chief Gu will be able to break through soon." Yes, if Gu Huji also breaks through, we can be said to be invincible in this game. Wang Fuwen also looked at the cold-blooded young man with dark blue hair who closed his eyes. You Yunshin are really lucky this year. Lu Xinghe finally sighed, and it is estimated that the league will win the championship again next year. Just after the battle on Yunshin's side ended, the battles in other places had just begun. Hai Yuqing, who was teleported by space, came to the other people in Haiwe Fjord. The pressure on the Mechanical King Court increased greatly. At the same time, the Black Yao Empire and the Sunwheel Empire, which had just broken through not long ago, faced each other. The sky was infected by their opponents' psychic powers, one black and one white, which was very conspicuous. The Temple of 10,000 Beasts also clashed with the people who were exploring the starry sea of trees, but because none of them had any breakthroughs in their abilities, the noise they made was not as big as that made by Obsidian and Sun. In the following month, Yuli steadily advanced his own area, and Gu Huji also successfully broke through, reaching the SS level. As a result, the area occupied by Yunshin became larger and larger, and people from the other four major forces except Heyo and Riluan also broke through one after another, and other medium-sized forces also broke through and occupied a large area. Various fierce battles have emerged in an endless stream in the past month, but Yuli's side did try a few waves and found that they had 2 SS-level people, and they all ran away at the same time. According to the news received by Yuli, the battle between the Mechanical King Court and Haiwe Fjord in this month was finally won by the Mechanical King Court, but their base was also destroyed by Haiwe Fjord, and it took time to repair. At the same time, they also received news that Yunshin had a second SS-level ability. After that, they started to cooperate with Yunshin again, and they provided maps in exchange for Yunshin not to attack the Mechanical King Court. Haiwe Fjord probably saw that both of their forces had broken through, and it was difficult to attack, so they left, but judging from the points ranking, their upward momentum is also very fast. Yuli rode on the Golden Star and chased away the people who came to test her secretly again. She looked at the first fault displayed on the bracelet and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the news of the Mechanical King Court is still very useful. She only needs to wait for another month. Speaking of this time, she felt that the time of this star competition was really long. In order to be safe, she should go back and urge others to see if anyone is going to break through. In the central area of Xingyu Tree Sea, Hongsu panted and thanked Ziyuding. "Thank you, Aiding. It's a good thing that you have also broken through. Otherwise, if the 10,000 Beast Palace came to us this time, we might have abandoned these areas and left." Ziyuding shook his head, a gentle smile on his face as he said, "That's nothing. But Hongsu, your strengths and mine aren't an attack. We still need Fucking and Luji to break through before we can take first place. We're so far behind right now." Fucking and Luji felt deeply apologetic after hearing Ziyuding's words. After all, Ziyuding had been helping them wholeheartedly for the past 2 months, yet it was a shame that they hadn't achieved a breakthrough despite their long period of enlightenment. Fucking, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her voice considerably, saying, "It might still take me a week. If only the energy flow here were more pronounced. That way, we might be able to advance faster," Luji chimed in. Ziyuding blinked at her words and encouraged her, "Keep going. I believe in you." As the two continued their enlightenment, while Ziyuding and Hongsu separated to conquer other areas, he folded his arms and began to think. Luji's suggestion was indeed a good idea. If the energy flow on this planet were more robust, it would make it easier for contestants like them to achieve a breakthrough. He would also harvest more supernatural crystal cores in the future. Ziyuding realized this, and he once again took out the necklace from his neck and continuously infused something into the sapphire. Deep within the Azure Sea, on the hundreds-meter-wide Earth's core, a crack appeared in the pitch-black outer shell, revealing a deep blue interior dotted with golden stars. It began to vibrate constantly, as if trying to squeeze the deep blue out. Over time, deep blue liquid began to flow from the crack. As this liquid flowed out, the energy fluctuations centered on the Earth's core intensified. However, because this is in the bottomless sea, when this kind of fluctuation is transmitted to the air through the seawater, it is already inaudible. However, that night, Yuli looked at the deep night sky with some curiosity. Why did she feel that the energy on this planet suddenly became more abundant? Wang Fuxi, who was pressed by a group of people to comprehend the law, also opened his eyes at this time and looked at Yuli, and said happily, I can comprehend the law faster. I guess I can break through in a few days. Leo, who had already revealed his original form beside him, also cried out excitedly, meaning the same as his master. Wang Fuwen frowned when he heard his words, and looked at Yuli on the other side. Yuli nodded, and showed the changes she had sensed. Wang Fuwen sighed silently after hearing this. He felt that the intensity of the battle would definitely increase in the next month. Not only the contestants found out, but also the various forces that came with them. In this week, the number of people who broke through increased in vain. This time, the number of people who broke through in the competition reached 20. Coach Guan frowned and listened to the explanation given by the staff. The energy on this planet is very abundant, and energy tides will be generated every once in a while, which is very beneficial for understanding the laws. But these children have broken through, and the battles behind are expected to be more intense. Coach Guan sighed and looked at the picture on the light screen. At the same time, he was a little confused. How could Xingyu Shuhai be so generous this time? It can be said that it is rare to find a planet that can help people understand the laws faster. Basically, they are discovered and used only by their own forces. Now they are told so openly, and the time is extended to 3 months. It is really hard not to think too much. But he looked at the smiling lady of the Wood clan again and suppressed his doubts. After all, with so many forces here, Xingyu Shuhai probably dare not do anything. Chapter 112. Time slowly passed, more and more people broke through, and the battle intensified. Yuli and her team also faced off against 2 teams from the Myriad Beasts Hall and the Starry Sea of Trees. However, the Mechanical Royal Court maintained a cooperative relationship with them. With just 2 days left until the end, a massive wave tens of thousands of meters high suddenly exploded from the deep sea beneath the shattered continent. Various giant sea beasts were shattered to pieces in the earth-shattering explosion, and blood rained down like a waterfall. Boom! Yuli, who was originally fighting, was affected by the huge vibration, and the enemy she attacked was thrown down by the powerful tremor. Yuli looked up at the sky. The once azure sky was now covered by thick, dark clouds. Dark purple lightning flashed through the clouds, and heavy rain poured down. She raised her hand to catch the falling raindrops, feeling the chaotic energy in the air. A sense of unease welled up in her heart, and she whispered, Why do I feel such an intense unease? She didn't notice the red light on her wristband flash, and then fade away. When she returned to the center of Yunqin, everyone else was gathered in a circle, with a vivid crane in the center. If it weren't for the obvious Type 1 mechanical pupils in the crane's eyes, which confirmed its mechanical nature, Yuli would have mistaken it for a living bird. Wang Fuwen looked at her and said, Yuli, you're back. Yes. Yuli nodded, looked at the crane, and said, Captain Ibai, are you here because you have information about the massive explosion? The graceful crane spread its white wings, looked at the girl, and said, Yes, I have a rough idea, but that's not the most important thing right now. Yuli tilted her head. Lu Xinghe continued, Yuli has noticed that the ranking of our bracelets has not changed since the explosion. I didn't pay attention to it. Yuli opened the light screen of the bracelet, and it was just as Lu Xinghe said, the points had not changed. Realizing this, she frowned. She didn't want anything to go wrong during the competition. She looked at Xianhe and asked, What's going on? Even if there's a malfunction, the competition team should be able to fix it quickly. Xianhe nodded. But now the competition team hasn't responded. I suspect not only is this bracelet useless, but the rare and precious item that was previously transmitting the images has also been affected by the explosion. Furthermore, because of the explosion, the energy on this planet was already extremely abundant. After this earth-shattering explosion, the excessive energy began to riot and become chaotic. According to our observations, the chaotic energy has engulfed the entire planet. With this chaotic energy, communication between this planet and the Xingyu Tree territory has likely been severed since the chaotic energy enveloped the planet. Now, the planet has instantly become an isolated island. As he finished speaking, silence fell. Yuli was stunned for a moment after hearing this shocking news, unable to react. Mo Yin watched as his tentacles wrapped around a strand of her hair, his deep, gentle voice reaching into her mind. Don't worry, I protect you, Ollie. Yuli's initial nervousness slowly eased upon hearing Mo Yin's voice, and she mentally responded. Wang Fuwen's eyes narrowed at Ibai's words, and he asked, Are you planning to capture all of us contestants? Or rather, all the people who are with us? Xianhe nodded and said, I guess so. My guess is that this terror is a powerful external force, and that's the most likely scenario. Should we gather other forces now? Yuli asked, looking at them. Yes, after all, We're also a target of this unknown hostile force. Let's tell them this news first. Wang Fuwen looked at Xianhe, who nodded. Leave this to me. In the middle of the Xingyu Tree Sea, bright red blood flowed in streams. Wood elves collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Xi Yuding looked at the 9 supernatural crystal cores in his hand and sighed. Only 2 SS-grade crystal cores is too few, but I think other forces should be able to make up for it. He tried to move forward, but found his foot firmly held. He looked down at Hong Su, who, despite being apparently dead, remained strong. Without changing his expression, he shook off his arm and continued forward. The various factions that had already landed on the planet were already stunned by the devastating explosion. They sought out the staff, only to discover that the elves had launched a fierce attack upon them immediately after the blast, sending chaos reigning among the various factions. In the Xingyu Tree territory, Chief Redwood stood atop a jade platform, watching as the vast screen of light faded to gray. His brow furrowed. A long-haired elf hurriedly approached Chief Redwood, half knelt, and quickly reported, "The energy on this planet is experiencing chaos and turmoil due to unknown factors, directly impacting our communications." Chief Mahogany looked at him and asked, "Is there any way to reconnect?" The elf's face froze, and he mumbled, "Well, although we had contingency plans, we didn't anticipate the explosion of these energies. None of them worked. We can only wait for this planet to dissipate these energies on its own before communication can be restored. This dissipation period will take approximately 3 to 6 months." Chief Mahogany's vision darkened at his words. This was a genius from every faction, large and small, across the galaxy. If they were to lose contact just like that, other factions might come knocking. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. He said, "Retreat. Mobilize the border guards to this planet. You try to reconnect. I go see the Queen." "Yes." The red-haired elf responded and hurried off to work. Chief Mahogany hurried down the platform and passed through the long white jade corridor. Warm sunlight streamed down, and the emerald green vines entwined above swayed slightly, casting mottled shadows. Ta-ta. Soft footsteps echoed, and Chief Redwood looked toward Chief Purple Jade Vine, who stood at the end of the corridor. He stood in the shadows, his long, lavender hair cascading down his back. His expression was gloomy beneath the shadows, but his lavender eyes, like the depths of the abyss, looked a bit frightening. Chief Redwood paused, frowned, and said in a disapproving tone, "Chief Purple Jade Vine, have you come to me at this hour to see me make a fool of myself? Once you've seen enough, leave. I need to report this incident to the Queen immediately, so I won't be chatting with you any longer." As he said this, he quickened his pace and walked through the long white jade corridor. He raised his leg and stepped into the shadow. When he was about to pass the Purple Jade Vine Chief, he looked up at the Redwood Chief and laughed. There seemed to be circles of whirlpools in his eyes, which made people indulge in them if they were not careful. His tone was very gentle, as if he didn't care about the words of the Red Rice Chief. He said gently, "Since the Redwood Chief is going to meet the Queen, then I will go too." "You? You don't have the authority," the Redwood Chief said to him bluntly. "Yes." He smiled and raised his hand slowly. The purple mist spread. The expression of the Redwood Chief was confused by the mist for a moment, and the next moment, puff! The muscle-tight, smooth and white forearm directly penetrated the body of the Redwood Chief, and the bright red blood burst out instantly. "So I need to borrow the identity of the Redwood Clan Chief." The Purple Jade Vine Clan Chief, or should I say Huan Guang Cricket, smiled and continued what he had just said. He took back his hand, and the crystal-clear supernatural crystal core was held in his hand. The Redwood Clan Chief's pupil shrank, and the whole person fell to the ground powerlessly. He gritted his teeth and looked at the Purple Jade Vine Clan Chief. No, he looked at the man whose strange face was revealed after the mist dissipated, and opened his mouth. "You are not the Clan Chief of the Purple Jade Vine. Who are you?" Huan Guang Cricket smiled lightly, raised his hand, and intercepted the jade card he was about to press. He took the jade card and looked carefully at the Redwood Clan Chief, whose eyes were constantly scattered but still persisting, and said with some interest, "In theory, if a person is stripped of the supernatural crystal core, he will die immediately, unless there is a person with great perseverance, who can persist for a few breaths. In this way, the Redwood Clan Chief is really amazing, and he is worthy of being a minister who is deeply loved by the Queen." The Redwood Clan leader met his ghostly eyes, and spoke weakly, his tone truly firm. "The accident at the Star Tournament was orchestrated by you." "Yes, it's a shame you won't get a chance to tell anyone about this." Phantom-like Cricket smiled. The purple mist surrounding him completely engulfed the Redwood Clan leader, then enveloped him again. He reappeared with a serious, anxious expression. He spoke anxiously. This must be reported to the queen as soon as possible. He quickened his pace as he walked the final few steps down the corridor. As he left, the faint, diffuse purple mist gradually dissipated. The guard standing guard not far away blinked and looked at the hurried Redwood clan leader. He was somewhat curious as to why the Redwood clan leader had paused to mutter to himself, but that wasn't something a single guard could ask. Finally, he and the other guards watching the Redwood clan leader depart for the magnificent yet elegant palace. A day and a night passed, and the Redwood clan leader did not leave the palace until someone broke through the layers of protective shield that had enveloped the starry cosmic giant tree. A swarm of ferocious insects swarmed into the starry cosmic tree territory, plunging it into endless chaos. Even the starry cosmic giant tree seemed to be under an unknown attack, and the entire tree began to show signs of withering. The other factions in the interstellar space finally realized why their outgoing troops had been out of contact for so long. Something had happened. They urgently wanted to contact the starry cosmic tree sea, but they couldn't even resolve the chaos on their own home planet, let alone deal with other factions. The guards who had been guarding outside the palace finally realized something was wrong, but it was too late. When they pushed open the palace gate and the purple mist dissipated, they found the queen, gravely injured, lying in a pool of blood, her life or death unknown. Chapter 113. Back to the moment of chaos on this natural planet, aboard Yunshin's starship, everyone was stunned by the sudden attack. Yun Xiaozhu raised his hand and waved, countless golden-white flames incinerating the overwhelming vines. He exercised great restraint, avoiding harming anyone else, demonstrating his mastery of his supernatural powers. Coach Guan tilted his head and rolled, dodging the sharp vines hurtling toward him. Watching Yun Xiaozhu's devastating attack, he belatedly realized that Coach Yan's combat power might be a bit too high. Coach Yan's expression was grim as the flames burned the humanoid's skin, turning it into a puddle of water, revealing its hideous shell. He summoned a massive ankylosaur to engage the seemingly unidentified monster. The others also reacted and joined in, using their various powers to counterattack, ultimately destroying it. Coach Guan panted, "What kind of monster is this? Its hide is incredibly tough, and if it hadn't exposed itself, I wouldn't have noticed it." Coach Yan looked at Yun Xiaozhu, who had been demonstrating immense strength in this battle, and asked, "Teacher Yun, do you know something?" At his words, everyone turned their gazes. Yun Xiaozhu raised an eyebrow and spoke, "This is similar to a race I've seen in a book about ancient history. They're called the Zerg, a devouring species. Wherever they go, nothing grows. They even dig up the cores of planets and take them away. It's said that the psychic cores are very important to them, but I don't know what they are." Coach Guan, whose core was nearly dug out, said, "How can it be so scary?" "This?" Coach Yin frowned. Hearing Yun Xiaozhu's words, if this race truly existed, then the Zerg, the organizers of this star tournament, would infiltrate the starry forest. Yun Xiaozhu narrowed his eyes and looked at Coach Yin and the others, saying, "Everyone, the most important thing now is to deal with the contestants who have lost contact with us. Since these staff members are Zerg, there's a high probability that there are Zerg among the contestants in the starry forest." Coach Yin nodded at his words, thought for a moment, then looked at Yun Xiaozhu and said, "Please, Yun Xiaozhu, go to the broken continent to find those contestants. We contact the other factions first. After all, in this situation, it's best for everyone to stay together." "Okay." Yun Xiaozhu had no objection to this arrangement, and the two teams went their separate ways. At the same time, inside the Hall of Myriad Beasts starship, the Ares chieftain slumped to the ground, his face pale. He watched the Zerg slain by the brilliantly colored peacock totem and gasped, thank goodness you came to this star tournament. Otherwise, they would all have been killed." Fei Yusin saw the Ares chieftain about to emotionally crawl over and cling to him, so he quickly walked away with a look of disdain, saying, "Now that everything's resolved, I go check out the broken continent." The Ares chieftain gave him a strange look and said cautiously, "Can't our communications be repaired?" If anyone among them had the most expertise with the star network, it was Fei Yusin. Fei Yusin shook his head upon hearing his words. Communications with the outside world were cut off after the explosion. It's likely an explosion near the Earth's core. The chaotic energy directly affects transmission. We basically have to wait for that energy to dissipate before we can reconnect." He paused and looked at the old man. His face paled, and he looked shaky. He looked at the pitiful old man and said ruthlessly, "The peacock totem is left to you. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Go find the other 6 major factions first, and see if the people in the mechanical royal court have any solutions." He paused. After a pause, his tone hinted at anticipation. He said, and I remember your grandson is among the contestants from the Hall of Beasts this time. So, I stay here, and you let them face those Zerg on their own." The Ares clan leader's expression changed as he thought of his beloved grandson. He internally grumbled, "I'm just worried you won't even go find them." But he still feigned seriousness and said to Fei Yusin, "Then I leave it to you. You must bring them back." All right, I'm leaving." Fei Yusin waved his hand idly. Aboard the Black Jade Empire starship, teams of men half knelt on the ground, solemn yet dazed, and saluted respectfully before the tall man seated at the head. Who could have imagined that arriving with them was His Majesty? Shortly after their mishap, Xuanye crushed the offending insect with a single blow, but his true identity was no longer concealed. Xuanye sat in his high seat, his crimson eyes narrowed as he issued an order. First, contact the other 6 major factions. Focus on asking the people at the Mechanical Royal Court if they have any means of restoring communications. As for the contestants, I bring them back. Yes. Follow your instructions. They almost subconsciously bowed their heads and answered in unison. However, this time, Coach Xian, who led the team, just responded and suppressed his overly shocked emotions. He shouted in his heart, "Your Majesty, how can those people let you pick them up in person?" But unfortunately, after giving the order, the extremely noble Majesty in Coach Xian's eyes turned into a huge and majestic dragon and flew away, not noticing his intense emotional changes at all. Because of the presence of Yun Xiaozhu and the other 3, the 3 forces did not suffer any damage. Not long after, the 7 major forces gathered together. Among them, Xingyu Shuhai suffered the most serious personnel losses, which were basically all Zerg. In addition, the Tianwen wonders that covered the entire planet and transmitted the images in this competition were smashed to pieces and could not be repaired. Finally, they discussed that the people of the Mechanical King Court would see if they could repair the communication first, and the others would gather together to rescue other small and medium-sized forces. After all, they couldn't just ignore them and be eaten alive by the Zerg. On the broken continent, in the central area of Yunqian, after the crane agreed to send messages to various forces, it closed its eyes and opened them after a while. The emotions in its dark eyes were a bit complicated, saying, "I have notified all the forces I can detect. Except for Xingyu Shuhai, the other 4 major forces, and some small and medium-sized forces will come." Yuli had a bad premonition when she heard its tone, and said, "What happened to Xingyu Shuhai's team? They have been wiped out." Ibai sighed, and projected the images he detected for them to see. Yuli was stunned by the bloody scene. She suppressed her discomfort, and examined them carefully, discovering that all 9 of them had been pierced through the chest. Clearly, the killer was targeting the supernatural crystal core. Yuli finally understood, but still asked with some difficulty, "Who killed them?" Ibai looked at Yunqian and the others, all looking grim, and said seriously, "It was Zi Yuding, and his killing spree didn't stop. After killing everyone in Xingyu Tree Sea, he moved on to those around him." "No one resisted?" Huang Fuwen asked, frowning. Ibai shook his head. Xianhe, as if sensing the fluctuating emotions of its controller, began flapping its wings. They all resisted, but were mostly killed by Xuanqi, whose psychic cores were then extracted. There was also a captain from a medium-sized faction I contacted earlier, who had already broken through to SS level, but was still killed instantly. So, I suspect Zi Yuding, or whoever took over her identity, must have an SSS level psychic. Lu Xinghe, upon hearing the shocking news, rubbed his brows and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure?" The others, upon hearing this, also looked gravely at Xianhe. Ibai nodded, "I'm sure. TSK, this is a difficult situation." Huang Fuwen scratched his head and said, "This planet is now isolated, and we don't have an SSS level psychic capable of fighting this unknown enemy." Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere subdued. Yuli looked at them and thought that Yun Xiaozhu and the others were probably coming along, and Mo Yin was also there, although she felt that if Mo Yin took action, something bad would happen. Yuli figured this out and said tentatively, "Actually, it's not that there is no way." "What way?" Ibai looked at Yuli with great anticipation. "Well, just contact Yunqian Starship and tell them about our situation. Someone should come to rescue us." Yuli thought about it, and said vaguely while trying not to reveal Yun Xiaozhu's identity. Ibai understood the subtext of her words, saying that Yunqian should have an SSS level psychic hiding his identity and following them in their team. He looked at Yuli with surprise, who looked determined, and then looked at the others who were a little confused, guessing that only Yuli knew about this. Su Qingwei looked at Yuli, and finally said uncertainly, "Is it that Teacher Yun also came? He broke through?" When the others heard Su Qingwei's words, they all looked over, with a look of "you know something?" Tell me quickly. Ah, I forgot. There is another person here who knows Yun Xiaozhu's vest. Yuli blinked her eyes and realized it belatedly, but she nodded implicitly to Su Qinghuai's question, which was considered an answer to Su Qinghuai's question. Gu Huji also reacted and said, Teacher Yun refers to Teacher Yun Xiaozhu? Ah? Wang Fuwen also reacted after hearing Gu Huji's words. After hearing Su Qinghuai's question, he widened his eyes and said, Teacher Yun is actually an SSS-level psychic? Isn't Teacher Yun a top-grade forger? Yuli listened to Huang Fu when directly tearing off Yun Xiaozhu's vest, and she was somewhat helpless and held her forehead, but under the gaze of others, she still nodded to confirm Huang Fu Wen's question. However, when Yi Bai heard the news, his originally heavy mood instantly recovered. He said excitedly, I will try to connect to your starship now. It should be possible. After all, we are all on the same planet, and our mechanical base has been built. There should be no big problem. Wait for my good news. After speaking, Xianhe closed his eyes and fell into a dormant state. After everyone in Yunshan knew Yun Xiaozhu's ability level, their emotions stabilized. Yuli felt a little embarrassed for taking off Yun Xiaozhu's vest. It didn't take long before the forces of Heiyao and Riluang came to the central area of Yunshan. On the other side, Ziyuding, who shouldn't be called Huan Guang Cricket, pierced through the panicked man in front of him, took out the ability crystal core, and the purple mist swallowed the corpses. It seemed to sense something, looked into the distance with some interest, and smiled softly. Are they actually gathered together? This is really great. After all, the main body has already started to act, and I can't be slow here. Chapter 114. The figure of Huan Guang Cricket flashed, and the whole person turned into a purple mist and flew forward quickly. On the other side, Xian Yishao turned into a huge black dragon, holding the other members of the Obsidian Empire under his claws, and flew all the way to Yunshan. Ruan Tingyu, who was hooked by this black dragon claw, squinted his eyes because of the fast wind. He looked at the boss's majestic body that could not be seen, and the other teammates around him, who were also hooked but very excited and honored, and twitched his mouth helplessly. After all, being carried by a black dragon is an extremely rare opportunity. If the news from the Mechanical King Court was not too shocking, his boss would not have taken them flying immediately. As for the shocking thing of riding a dragon, it is fine to just think about it in your heart. If you really speak out, you will make enemies with the Black Dragon Clan. After all, the Black Dragon Clan is a famous battle maniac. No one can ride except their partners. However, when he was complaining in his heart, he noticed that there were several teams not far from the Black Dragon, and of course the most obvious one was the group of people from the Sunwheel Empire. Ruan Tingyu looked at these winged birdmen and felt disgust from the bottom of his heart. He curled his lips and sent a message to the boss. It seems that the Mechanical King Court has spread this news widely. When Xian Yexia heard Ruan Tingyu's voice transmission, his golden vertical pupils looked at a group of birdmen not far away who exuded a noble aura. He exhaled a hot dragon breath with some displeasure and replied in a voice transmission, After all, if that unknown thing kills all of us one by one, it will be useless for those people in the Mechanical Royal Court to hide in that hard shell. Now that we are together, there may be a glimmer of hope for survival. Ruan Tingyu was a little unhappy when he heard his boss's words, but he could do nothing about it. After all, being treated as prey was the first time for superpowers like them. Just as Xian Yeshu and his team were about to reach the area belonging to Yunshan, a purple mist crossed the sky like a ribbon. Xian Yeshu stopped moving forward urgently, and his golden vertical pupils looked at the figure condensed in the mist. His expression became serious, and he threw the other team members to the broken continent below without hesitation, and at the same time transmitted a voice. You go to Yunshan first. Ruan Tingyu's pupil shrank, and just as he was about to say something, he was thrown far away in an instant. Huan Guang Cricket noticed his little move, and directly raised his hand. A purple mist rushed towards those people with murderous intent. Xian Yeshu directly sprayed a dragon breath and blocked the attack with difficulty. Except for the Obsidian Empire, which threw out the other members of their team as soon as they found the culprit, other forces did the same. The captain of the Sunwheel, Zhao Guangzhou, raised his hand and shot holy white light spears at Huan Guang Cricket, blocking his attack on the various forces on the ground, and also buying time for those people. Zhao Guangzhou's light golden hair fluttered, and 10 light wings spread out. His eyes of the same color looked at Huan Guang Cricket, and said, Who are you? Such a layout, sending SSS-level superpowers. Is it just for the superpower crystal cores of people like us? Huan Guang Cricket looked at Zhao Guangzhou, then at the black dragon beside him, the 9-tailed fox of the 10,000 Beasts Hall, and the sea monster of the Sea Moon Fjord, and showed an extremely gentle smile. Of course, it's for your crystal cores. Your crystal cores are the solid foundation for our growth. Hu Qianni got goosebumps all over her body when he smiled. She quickly hugged a big fluffy tail behind her. Help! This tone was similar to every time she ate the guinea fowl in the tribe. This man would not want to eat them too. Xian Yeshio snorted when he heard his words and said, "If you want to kill or cut me, just fight me first." After saying that, the huge dragon head raised and let out a shocking dragon roar, and the dark flame field opened up and bombarded the phantom light cricket. Seeing Xian Yeshio take action, Chao Guangjue also raised his hand, and the 10 pairs of light wings behind him spread out, and the snow-white dazzling light field spread out. As the two people's domains unfolded, the sky was rendered in 2 colors, one black and one white. Hu Qianni and Hai Yuqing were not to be outdone, and they opened their domains at the same time to attack the phantom cricket. In the central area of Yunqian, Yuli saw that Xianhe fell into silence, and sat down next to the stone tablet. She began to think, in addition to waiting for Yun Xiushu to come, what other ways could she have to stop this unknown superpower? If she could bring a storage bracelet, it would be great. There were some protective objects in it that could delay some time. Although it was estimated that it would not be delayed for long, it was better than going into battle directly now. Yuli sighed helplessly when she thought of this. Mo Yin seemed to have noticed Yuli's anxiety, and said, "Ollie, I can take action, don't worry." Yuli puffed up her cheeks when she heard Mo Yan's words, and tried to think of her previous ominous premonition in her mind. If something happens to you, will there be any problems? Mo Yin was obviously silent for a while. Maybe this planet will be destroyed too. Ah, then don't do anything. This planet is destroyed, how can I still survive? Yuli was not surprised at all to hear this answer. Of course, Ollie will be fine. Mo Yin answered Yuli's subconscious question almost instantly, with a very sure tone. Yuli held her forehead and continued, "What about the others?" Mo Yin was stunned for a moment, and said carefully, "Yun Xiuzhu and the others will definitely be alive, and the others will most likely be the same as this planet. Forget it. Don't take action unless it's absolutely necessary." Yuli held Mo Yin in her palm, and carefully reminded him in her spiritual sea. Mo Yin blinked his big watery eyes and agreed, but looking at Yuli's sad face again, he thought for a while, and said, "Does Ollie want to defeat the bug? Does Mo Yin know his origin?" Yuli looked at Mo Yin and asked. "Well, this bug is a vanguard sent by the Queen of the Zerg, and its purpose is probably to seize as many energy crystal cores, and the core of the planet as possible." Zerg? Yuli was a little stunned when she heard about this race. Thinking of the various Zerg novels she had seen in the world before, she asked tentatively, "Are they the kind of Zerg that eat everything?" "Yes, but they prefer things with abundant energy." Mo Yin nodded. "So, we are all delicious food in his eyes," Yuli muttered, with an ugly expression on her face. Mo Yin stretched out his tentacles and gently wrapped her thumb, as if to comfort the girl. He slowly said, "Although Ollie can't defeat him now, it shouldn't be a big problem to seal him." "Seal? How to seal?" Yuli was stunned and asked in her spiritual sea. Mo Yin looked at her, and her appearance was reflected in his deep eyes. "Ollie, just untie the seal on me, and use this energy on that bug." Yuli didn't know how to respond for a moment after hearing this answer. At this moment, a huge noise and violent energy riots suddenly erupted in the distant sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was dyed with various colors, and at the same time, figures rushed towards them. Members of various forces appeared in front of Yuli and the others. They looked anxious and looked at Yunqian and his group and begged, "Please save our captain." Huang Fuwen didn't expect that the SSS-level psychic would come so quickly, and now Ibai has not responded. He looked at Gu Heji, Yuli and Huang Fushi frowning. Even if they went to rescue, it would be useless, and they would only give their lives in vain. But if they didn't take action now, after that person killed the captains of these forces, wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? Just as he was hesitating, Yuli stood up, looked at Huang Fuwen, and said, "Senior, I go. I'm confident I can stop him." Huang Fuwen heard her words, his eyes fixed on her, and asked, "Really?" The contestants from other factions also looked at Yuli with anticipation. Yuli took a deep breath and nodded seriously, "Really, I have a way." Huang Fuwen noticed Yuli's expression of genuine confidence. Although reluctant, he finally nodded in agreement. He then looked at Gu Heji and Huang Fushi and said, "If you want to go, take Gu Heji and the others with you." Gu Heji nodded and said, "I cover for you." Huang Fushi smiled, scratched his head, and said, "Me too." Yuli looked at them and smiled, "Yeah." After the three of them had agreed, they boarded Lei Ao and sped towards the battle. Yuli looked ahead at the raging energy, holding her breath and concentrating, and asked in her heart, "Mo Yin, you unseal." Mo Yin listened to her words attentively, and was a little nervous in his heart, and his soft tentacles rolled up uncontrollably. "Will you leave me?" Yuli was a little reluctant. "Will it be like the previous starship?" "Of course I won't leave you. I will always be with you forever." Mo Yin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was also worried that the seal would be unsealed, which would mean that the connection between them would disappear. If Yuli handed him over to Yun Xiuzhu, this clone, he didn't want to stay with his clone. It won't be like the previous starship. "I can stabilize my body." He thought about it, and found that Ollie still liked his current appearance, so he didn't plan to change, and replied, "Well, that's good, but what should I do?" After hearing his answer, Yuli relaxed. Mo Yin thought for a moment and said, Yuli and the other two soon arrived at this chaotic battlefield. In front of them, Huan Guang cricket could no longer maintain the image of Ziyu Ting, and transformed into a cricket of a lavender crustacean more than 10 meters high, with pink and purple wings spread out. The rules that fell from the void all turned into a purple ring and fell around him, with extremely terrifying pressure, suppressing this space completely. Endless powder was scattered in this area. The black dragon was shot down to the ground. The angel's wings were all broken. The nine-tailed fox's tail was plucked out, and the mermaid's fish tail was also corroded by something, revealing bloody bones. Xian Yeshu struggled to raise its dragon head and spoke with difficulty, "Hurry up." The only creature still standing in the air, the phantom-like cricket, looked at Yuli and the others. It raised its hard, curved limbs and slowly gnawed away the flesh in its claws. Then, it looked back at them. Its ferocious jaws slightly parted, and a soft, bass voice emanated from them. "Are you here to rescue them? It's a shame you can't take them away, but you can stay and keep them company." Chapter 115. As his words fell, the purple mist instantly evaporated and gathered, finally dispersing into countless raindrop-sized threads that shot towards the three people. Gu Huji raised the silver cross on his wrist, and a bone-chilling aura spread like a raging storm, blocking these seemingly weak mist threads, which were actually extremely heavy. Boom! 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 Huang Fuxi, not to be outdone, commanded the massive Lei Ao to unleash a torrent of thunderstorms, shredding the mist. The two men attacked fiercely from the left and right. The phantom cricket was not afraid, but instead looked at them with interest, as if wondering why they had the courage to come forward and save these people. Yuli looked at the Zerg, who stood resolutely in midair, his expression unfazed. She took a deep breath, recalled the method Mo Yin had given her, and looked at the pink octopus beside her, which had returned to its normal size. Mo Yin noticed the girl's nervousness and soothed her. "Don't be nervous." "Yeah." Yuli nodded and reached out, placing the tip of her index finger against the junction of the little octopus's round head and soft tentacle. A pale golden star lit up at her fingertip, emitting a bright and radiant aura, as if resonating with the energy within the little octopus. Ding! A sudden crack appeared at the junction of the little octopus's body. The crack seemed to connect to boundless darkness, but within this darkness, golden chains shone brightly like a sun. As if summoned, the golden chains burst through the crack like fish leaping over a dragon's gate, flying towards the girl like golden ribbons. As if sensing something, the phantom cricket suddenly turned its head to look at Yuli. Its pale pink-purple wings fluttered, and the inconspicuous antennae on its head also trembled, as if sensing some danger and issuing a warning. He looked at Yuli's position, no longer at ease, but unleashing full force. He mastered the rules of the area, transforming into a tangible purple mist. The mist split in two, one piercing the massive thunder dragon, the other shattering the bone-chilling ice realm. He rushed towards Yuli like a bolt of lightning, and just as his sharp insect blade was about to slash at her, roar! A fiery dragon's breath and a snow-white light blocked the attack. The phantom cricket's attack lost its original accuracy due to the momentary obstruction, and it missed. Yuli looked at the phantom cricket so close, and with a thought, the golden ribbon-like chains that had been surrounding her rushed towards the phantom cricket as if finding their target. Boom! Endless golden chains erupted with gentle yet incredibly powerful energy and laws. Dazzling golden beams illuminated the entire sky, enveloping the phantom cricket, who had mastered the laws of this space. With an unyielding demeanor, they completely suppressed him. The power of laws he had previously controlled, which had transformed into purple mist, dissipated completely, and the golden chains began to shrink. Incredibly, he looked at Yuli and shouted, "How is this possible? You haven't even reached SSS rank. How could you possibly seal me?" Unfortunately, before he could say anything, he was suppressed by the golden chains, shrinking his body until it was reduced to half the size of a fist, trapped in a sphere formed by the golden chains. Yuli was a little surprised that these chains were so powerful. She took the golden ball in her hand, looked at Mo Yin, who had not changed, and blinked. Didn't Mo Yin change back? Mo Yin floated up and landed on her head, replying, "That's good. And it's obvious that Ollie likes his current shell more, so of course he won't change back now." Yuli felt relieved after getting the answer, and looked at Gu Huji and Huangfu Shi, who were obviously injured, as well as people from the Obsidian Empire and other forces. She changed into the costume Jungle Dream, and the four-leaf clovers fell in stars. After a busy time, she finally stabilized their injuries. Gu Huji looked at the golden ball in Yuli's hand and frowned, saying, "Does his body look like a bug?" Yuli nodded and told Gu Huji and the others the news she got from Mo Yin. Huangfu Shi was stunned when he heard her story and said, "I have never heard of this race, and it seems that there is no record of it in our history. Logically speaking, such a powerful race should be recorded." Xian Yexiao, who was in a much better state after being nursed by Yuli, thought about it and said, "There are records in the Black Jade Empire, but the information is very little and the confidentiality is very high. It roughly records that the ancestors went through a hard struggle to eliminate all the Zerg, but this period of history was tens of thousands of years ago." Ah? So long ago? And did anyone exist in the Federation so long ago? Huangfu Shi was very surprised to hear this time. After all, it has not been that long since the establishment of the Federation. Chao Guangjue, who was standing by, also spoke out the news he knew. Of course there are. The news we have recorded so far is all obtained through exploring the ruins on some planets. However, it seems that they all died one after another in a world-destroying disaster at the same time, and they all turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. It was not until our 7 superpowers explored this star field that new vitality was brought to it. Gu Huji listened to their stories and asked the most crucial question. Since the records show that our ancestors had completely wiped out these Zergs, why did this one appear, and still be so powerful? The others fell into deep thought. Yuli, drawing on her previous experience reading novels, speculated, is it possible that another species discovered our star region and infiltrated? Yes, that's very likely. Gu Huji nodded in agreement with Yuli's speculation. As they spoke, a shadowy dragon appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. The black dragon flapped its broad wings and descended. Simultaneously, 2 figures appeared beside Yuli. Gu Huji was almost instantly alert, but relaxed when he saw who they were. Xian Yexiao, on the other hand, was completely stunned. His entire dragon body was astonished, his mouth wide open, looking as if he had been struck by 8 million. Yun Xiaozhu first looked at Yuli. Reassured that the girl was unharmed, he turned to them and said, "It seems we are a little late." Noting that they all bore injuries, he raised his hand, and a golden card appeared. He gently crushed it, and a shower of light green water fell, instantly healing their injuries. He looked at them and said, "Can you tell me what happened to you? We haven't heard from you since the explosion." Fei Yusen approached Yuli and asked worriedly, "Are you safe, Li?" Xian Yi transformed from a dragon into a human and approached Yuli, looking at her with the same concern Fei Yusen shared. Yuli shook her head, but recounted their encounter with the Zerg, handing them the phantom cricket she had sealed. Fei Yusen and the other 2 listened to her story, as well as the other's supplementary comments. At the word seal, they all shifted their gazes to Mo Yin, who was standing above Yuli's head. After a moment's glance at the original, they looked away in disapproval. TSK, that annoying clone, original, after hearing Yuli's speculation, Fei Yusen thought of the Zerg he had encountered while accompanying Yuli to freshman training, then looked at the sealed Zerg before him and nodded, "That's certainly possible." Gu Huji inquired, "Can't we get something out of this Zerg?" Xian Yi, noticing Yuli's equally curious expression, said, "No, Zerg are generally loyal to the Zerg Queen. If captured, they likely commit suicide. As for why this Zerg hasn't been captured yet, if they take action, they're probably sealed off and unable to move." Gu Huji and Yuli nodded at Xuanya's response, but Xian Yexiao looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Glancing at Gu Huji and Yuli, then meeting Xuanya's cold, blood-red pupils, he swallowed back his words, and could only internally exclaim, "Your Majesty, why are you so kind to them?" "Ah!" Chao Guangjue, on the other hand, glanced at Yun Xiaozhu and noticed his abundant light energy. He didn't notice Yun Xiaozhu's vest. Seeing that their injuries had healed, Yun Xiaozhu said, "I take you back to Yunshan Central area first, and then take the contestants back. After all, continuing the competition in this state is impossible." "Okay. Thank you." Finally, the contestants from the Mechanical Royal Court, following Yun Xiaozhu's orders, hurriedly gathered their remaining personnel from each faction and, led by Yun Xiaozhu, left the shattered continent and returned to the half-planet, each returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, the 7 major factions, save for the nearly annihilated Starry Skytree Sea, gathered to help the other smaller factions defeat the Zerg. Seeing that most of the contestants were still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. They began to discuss how to leave. After all, their communication had been cut off for a day. Ultimately, the 6 major factions decided to take the personnel from the other factions separately, and leave with only 6 starships. After all, Yun Xiaozhu and his 2 companions wouldn't have long to tear through the chaotic energy on the planet's surface, and too many starships wouldn't be able to pass through. When they finally arrived, exhausted, at Starry Skytree territory, the main planet of the Starry Skytree Sea, they saw 50% of the buildings in ruins, and the Starry Sky trees, with most of their leaves withered. At the same time, they also received shocking news. This Zerg, which had appeared from nowhere, had severely injured the Wood Tribe Queen and successfully retreated. They also slaughtered all the natural planets in their path, even carrying away their cores, turning those natural planets into essentially dead stars. Afterwards, various factions dispatched starships to retrieve their own people. However, as Xuanya had predicted, the captive Phantom Light Cricket remained silent under various interrogations. Finally, they were asked to see if the seal could be broken. However, as soon as Yuli broke the seal, the Phantom Light Cricket immediately self-destructed. Yun Xiaozhu's suppression prevented any major problems. However, the interrogators sent by various factions were caught by Yun Xiaozhu's carelessness and faced the Phantom Light Cricket's self-destruction, resulting in most of them being seriously injured. Chapter 116. Star Network Starry Skytree Sea. A massive palace constructed of white jade stood within a dense forest. A variety of verdant vines crawled across this towering palace, lending it a refreshing air. Inside a spacious circular conference room on the palace's highest floor, humanoid and non-human forms, formed by the convergence of blue information streams, appeared within. After nearly 100 seats were finally filled by the distinguished guests, an imposing white-haired elder came to the front and stood. The quiet chatter in the audience faded, and everyone looked towards the white-haired elder on the stage. He was also another SSS-level psychic, a tree elder, hidden in the shadows of the Starry Skytree Sea. The old tree looked at the representatives from various factions below the stage and said, "A major mistake occurred during this star tournament, because our Xingyu Tree Sea failed to detect it in time, resulting in the unnecessary deaths of talented individuals from several factions. We, the Xingyu Tree Sea, will each offer 3 drops of Xingyu tears as compensation to make up for this unnecessary loss of life. We would also like to thank the Yunshan Federation, the Myriad Beasts Hall, and the Obsidian Empire for their assistance in preventing further casualties. For this incident, we, the Xingyu Tree Sea, deeply apologize." After saying this, he bowed to the audience and walked off the stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the representatives of the small and medium-sized factions in the seats began to murmur. After all, Xingyu tears are SSS-level rare treasures with extremely powerful healing properties. A single drop can revive the dead. They are truly a rare life-saving item. This rare treasure, when offered as compensation, would be a significant loss for the Xingyu Forest. After all, it was the Xingyu Forest that suffered the most damage in this accident. The participating teams and dozens of natural planets were completely destroyed. It's said that even the Queen of the Wood Tribe was seriously injured. The representatives of the small and medium-sized groups were quite satisfied with the compensation offered by the Xingyu Forest and raised no objections. As the elder left the stage, the moderator of this important meeting came forward. The main topic of the meeting was the Zerg. According to the various sources provided by the 7 major factions, tens of thousands of years ago, the Zerg once invaded this star region, but they failed and suffered a devastating defeat. This time, the raid on the Starry Forest, based on the numbers and presence of 3 SSS-level espers, suggests this is another Zerg offshoot. And judging by their killings of the inhabitants of various natural planets, and their looting of esper crystals, and the cores of natural planets, these 2 items are crucial to them. It's currently speculated that these items play a significant role in the Zerg's reproduction, or perhaps serve as a source of food. Also, there are items obtained from various ruins. The records document some of the Zerg's habits. I share this information with everyone. 3. The Zerg actually have 3 SSS-level espers. How can they be defeated? The audience was shocked by the data provided by the Starry Skytree Sea. After all, even a small faction could hardly produce an SSS-level esper, and yet the Zerg had deployed 3 for this raid. This showed their profound background. However, after viewing the images on the screen from the Starry Skytree Sea of completely devoured natural planets, and the bloody scenes of ripped-out hearts and lungs, they all felt a chill. However, a representative of the medium-sized force, the Jinwincha Federation, looked at the Yunshin Federation and raised his eyebrows to ask, "Didn't the Yunshin Federation capture the Zerg that attacked the Star Tournament? What information did you get from the interrogation?" This is the only source of information. Obviously, this representative was well informed, but his tone was not very good. After all, their team participating in the Star Tournament was wiped out, and the person who followed the 7 major forces to interrogate was unfortunately seriously injured, and the injury was the crystal core, and the possibility of being cured was not high. Of course, he would not use the SSS-level exotic treasure that was about to be obtained to save this unimportant person. When he said this, some people who didn't know the news looked in the direction of the Yunshin Federation. The diplomats who were the representatives of the Yunshin Federation this time were a little uneasy about this question. After all, they had read the information provided by the Xingyu Tree Sea. Those Zerg were loyal to their queen, and they couldn't get any information from the interrogation. That was an SSS-level psychic. I don't know why that idiot proposed to unseal the seal in the end, but those who went to interrogate were seriously injured by the explosion. Now he is looking for the Yunshin Federation to punish them? Wait, he seems to remember that the person who proposed to unseal must be from the Jinwincha Federation. The diplomat of the Yunshin Federation looked at the representative of the Jinwincha Federation with a fool's eyes, and said, "I wonder if this representative of the Jinwincha Federation can't understand the text of Xingyu Shuhai. Since you can't understand it, I will repeat it here for you. All Zergs are unconditionally loyal to the Zerg Queen. If they are captured or caught, they will directly explode in exchange for greater casualties." And I imagine there were members of the Golden Sand Federation among the forces that interrogated the Zerg. And when the other forces were helpless, they even proposed breaking the seal to see if there was any way to get the Zerg to speak. Why are they now feigning ignorance and questioning us, the Yunshin Federation? You're being so respectful. As soon as the Yunshin Federation said this, the various forces involved in the interrogation looked at the Golden Sand Federation representatives with displeased expressions. After all, the interrogating experts had mostly been carried back with serious injuries, and they hadn't expected this suggestion to come from the Golden Sand Federation. Fei Yusin chuckled softly at the Yunshin Federation representative's words. Ignoring the glare his own representative gave him, he fanned the flames, so, it's like the thief crying "Stop thief." Furthermore, I've heard that most of the factions interrogated this time have been seriously injured, some even suffering from their psychic cores. Everyone originally thought it was bad luck, but they didn't expect someone's stupidity to bring disaster upon them. So, the entire fault lies with the Jinwincha Federation. The Jinwincha Federation concluded by providing the necessary supplementary materials to each faction. After the audience finished their discussion, the host spoke again. This time, the Zerg attack is primarily due to our complete lack of defense against this alien species, resulting in such heavy casualties. Given the Zerg's nature, they will undoubtedly launch a large-scale attack on this star field. We, the Starfield Tree Sea, propose recalling all teams that have been exploring outward and forming a joint army to resist the Zerg. What are your opinions? I agree. The 2 proposals of the hosts were voted by various forces, and the proposal to recall the exploration team was basically passed unanimously, but the establishment of the joint army was opposed by many people and entered a pending state. After the meeting, the representatives of each company returned to their respective territories with the latest news. At the same time, orders for various large-scale defensive and offensive weapons surged. On the Star Network, each company also announced the existence of the Zerg, an alien invading race, and began to recruit soldiers on a large scale. Yuli did not go back with Coach Guan and the others because of the seal of the Zerg, but stayed in Xingyu Shuling. However, because the interrogators proposed to unseal, although she was far away and Yun Xiaozhu protected her from any harm, she was still pressed into the hospital by the 3 people for a day. A friendly-looking lady from the Wood tribe came over to examine her and smiled gently. "Ms. Yuli, we are in good health now and can go back tomorrow." Yuli looked at the doctor with full affinity and said, "Actually, I was basically not affected by the explosion." The doctor kept smiling and said, "Mental shock is also an impact." Yuli, okay. Although she felt that after the accident in the Star game, she was immune to the explosion. The doctor looked at the obedient girl, and his professional smile became more sincere. He raised his hand and handed her an elegantly packaged gift box, bowed and said, "This is a thank you gift from our Xingyu Shuhai. Thank you, Miss Yuli, for sealing the Zerg in this Star game and preventing it from doing whatever it wants. I hope you can accept this gift." Yuli was momentarily startled by the doctor's sudden courtesy and words, but she quickly looked at her and said, "Actually, I'm doing this for myself. This thank you gift. Before Yuli could finish her words, the doctor stopped her. She placed the gift box in the girl's hands and said with a smile, I take it. Yuli, okay. After seeing off the rather overly friendly doctor, she curiously opened the gift box and found 5 crystal clear, teardrop-shaped glass bottles inside. Each bottle was about half the size of Yuli's palm, and inside, a drop of water that looked like it had been captured from the glittering starry sky. It looked incredibly dreamy and beautiful. Yuli's eyes widened when she saw what was inside. Cosmic tears? She was familiar with these rare treasures. Cosmic tears were a famous one. After all, a healing treasure, especially one that could heal SSS level Esper, was incredibly rare. And now they'd just given her 5 drops. Is the cosmic tree sea that rich? Mo Yin saw Yuli's thoughts and shook his tentacles. This must be produced by this cosmic tree. It's probably quite abundant in the cosmic tree sea, but it's sparsely distributed. Is that so? But it's still quite rich. Wait, wasn't it said that the heart of this cosmic tree was stolen? So is the tree still alive? Yuli asked, thinking of the scenery she had seen these past few days, which was mostly a uniform, bleak yellow hue. Mo Yin replied, it's still alive. A tree that's lived for tens of thousands of years probably has more than one heart. Its current state is probably just a show for these forces. Is that so? Yuli blinked, grumbling to herself, it's actually old 6. But then she thought of the tree's age, and felt relieved. After all, having lived so long, it was normal for him to have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. After Yun Xiaozhu returned from the meeting and received the doctor's discharge certificate, he took Yuli away on the starship. Of course, this was only on the surface. On the starship, Yuli looked at the golden card in Yun Xiaozhu's hand and asked in confusion, aren't we going back on the starship? Yun Xiaozhu shook his head and said with a smile, that's too slow. After thinking about the golden card, he channeled his supernatural power. The stars on the card flickered, flew out of the card, and floated into the air. Intricate golden patterns fell like water, and a void portal appeared before them. Across the way was Yuli's familiar courtyard. Chapter 117. Yuli stared at the void gate in front of her for a long moment. She turned to look at Yun Xiaozhu, who wore a gentle smile, then back at the void gate. Finally, Yun Xiaozhu leaned over with a smile, smoothing down the girl's messy hair. He explained, I remember Xuanye told Ollie that he could travel back and forth between the Yunshan Federation and the Black Jade Empire thanks to this magical artifact. He could open the void gate and travel back and forth at any time by simply setting the coordinates. After hearing his explanation, Yuli looked up at the picturesque silver-haired man and said, so Xuanye gave this magical artifact to you? Would Xuanye actually give it to you? As if he understood the hidden meaning in her words, Yun Xiaozhu chuckled and shook his head. Ollie, have you forgotten who I am? I can also create a magical artifact like this, but it does require a lot of materials. Yuli was stunned by his words. Only then did he realize that the identity Yun Xiaozhu was referring to was his status as a top-grade blacksmith. What a cover-up man. Yun Xiaozhu led Yuli through the void gate, retrieving the starship as well. As if he had ears, he spoke up while Yuli was silently complaining, are you saying I have too many covers? Isn't that the truth? No. Absolutely not. Despite thinking so, Yuli gave a firm denial. Yun Xiaozhu looked down at the girl, whose expression was serious but her eyes were unconsciously shifting. He found it a bit amusing, but he wasn't about to keep harping on the subject. As the two of them walked through the small garden full of flowers and arrived at the small villa, Yuli looked at the warmly decorated house and relaxed completely. She threw herself into the soft sofa. Yun Xiaozhu didn't have time to stop her. Mo Yin, on the other hand, was already accustomed to the girl's appearance. He became the size of a pillow, and the fine black mist dispersed to help the girl relieve the impact of the pounce. Finally, he snuggled in the girl's arms, and his soft tentacles wrapped around her slender waist. Yuli also hugged Mo Yin very habitually, and even rubbed against him, just like sucking a cat, very skilled. Yun Xiaozhu looked at the intimate relationship between the original body and Ollie. Haha, no matter how close they are still not pets. Mo Yin, haha, the clone who can't eat grapes and says that grapes are sour. Yuli seemed to notice the man's gaze, and felt a little embarrassed, and added in a low voice, well, it's just that I haven't been back for too long, so I acted a little exaggerated. The girl also stretched out her thumb and index finger together, opened a little distance, and gestured to Yun Xiaozhu. Well, I know, after all, Ollie went to internship just after she came back, and the star competition has been over for half a year. Yun Xiaozhu continued to speak along with her words. His eyes fell on the girl who was sunk into the soft beige sofa, like a beautiful cat lying in the nest watching you, a little too cute, making him want to hold you in his arms and kiss you, but unfortunately. Yuli tilted her head after noticing that Yun Xiaozhu's eyes seemed to be inexplicably eager, and after thinking for a while, she asked tentatively, Yun Xiaozhu, come and sit too? Okay. Yun Xiaozhu smiled softly, and walked forward to sit next to Yuli. At this time, Yuli realized that Dan's presence was very strong. The light-colored suit with excellent material outlined the man's tall and oppressive figure. The white gloves and cuffs revealed a clear outline of the wrist bone, which looked very eye-catching. Yuli's eyes fell on his strong wrist bones. Yun Xiaozhu felt helpless when he saw the girl distracted again. However, after being together for so long, he was very familiar with the girl's various behaviors. He knew that the girl would be distracted when she was nervous. He didn't mind, or it was better this way. He hooked a strand of hair beside her neck with his slender hands wearing white gloves, lowered his head, and approached the girl and said, Ollie, did you take off my vest during the game? Coach Guan and your teammates looked at me very strangely before. Ollie, have you thought about how to explain it? The man's low and gentle voice was like velvet, making people unconsciously immersed in it. But Yuli, who heard the meaning of the words clearly, shocked, Yuli said weakly, they shouldn't have said anything to you. Yun Xiaozhu smiled. Looking at everyone brilliantly, he said, no, they didn't say anything strange to me. Really? I don't believe it. Yuli blinked and said softly, the situation was a bit urgent at that time, so... And it should be Su Qinghuai who took off Yun Xiaozhu's vest to come down. After understanding this, the girl immediately became confident and told them about their situation at that time, emphasizing that Su Qinghuai knew the identity of Yun Xiaozhu's vest a long time ago. So it was not her who took off Yun Xiaozhu's vest. Is that so? This was the first time Yun Xiaozhu heard Yuli talk about the encounter with the Zerg during the competition. After all, everyone was very busy before. They finally left the natural planet and arrived at Xingyu Tree territory, but Xingyu Tree territory was in a mess. Later, they had meetings with various forces and groups. It was only until now that Yun Xiaozhu had time to slowly ask Ollie about the various situations she encountered during the competition. He looked at the girl with a lingering look and asked, was Ollie scared at that time? Well, actually it was okay. Mo Yin was always by my side at that time. Yuli thought about the previous competition when she held Mo Yin up and said, very reassuring. Yun Xiaozhu was caught off guard by Mo Yin's dark pupils like the abyss. It was obvious that Mo Yin was very disgusted with his 3 clones. He directly reached out to the clone who was smiling very fakely in front of him. Yun Xiaozhu quickly reached out and grabbed the tentacle that was about to hit his face, and he couldn't hold back the expression on his face. Huh? Yun Xiaozhu, why are you holding Mo Yan's tentacle? Yuli saw the scene when she sent Mo Yan back, and was a little confused. Obviously, Mo Yan's superficial skills had made Yuli forget that Mo Yan had hit Yun Xiaozhu's tentacle at the beginning. It's nothing. Ollie, don't pick him up suddenly next time. Yun Xiaozhu frowned. After all, they were on good terms, but once their true forms emerged, everything would be ruined. Okay. Though she didn't know why, Yuli had always known that the relationship between Mo Yin, Yun Xiaozhu, and the others was quite delicate, so she obediently nodded in agreement. Thinking back to the previous topic, she looked at Yun Xiaozhu and said, now that your cover has been taken off, are you going to the main planet? That's not necessary. The Yun family will publicly claim that this identity is a cover-up for my breakthrough to the SSS level. And now that I've made the breakthrough, those matters are basically nothing for me to worry about. Yun Xiaozhu shook his head. After all, the status of an SSS level psychic is extremely high in the interstellar world. Furthermore, since all the countries might face the Zerg in the future, they naturally wouldn't cause trouble for Yun Xiaozhu. That's good. Yuli breathed a sigh of relief at his words. But when she talked about this, she thought of the Zerg she had met. He looked at her like he was looking at delicious food, which was disgusting. Yuli frowned and asked, those Zerg will come later, right? Yun Xiaozhu stroked the girl's soft hair and said, yes, after all, our star field is a newly discovered, extremely delicious cake for these Zerg, so of course they will not give up. Then Yun Xiaozhu, don't you have to go back to the Sun Empire? Yuli asked, thinking of his other alias. Yun Xiaozhu, hearing her words, feigned a hint of disappointment and said, are you trying to get me to leave, Ali? No, I'm just a little curious. After all, Fei Yusen and Xuanya are leaving with the group and seem very busy, Yuli explained hastily. Well, although they both send her numerous messages and pictures on the communication device every day, they're probably very busy. Yuli felt a little uncertain at this thought. I will indeed return to the Sun Empire later, but Ailey, have you forgotten that card? It's very convenient to travel back and forth, so I won't leave. Yun Xiaozhu looked at the girl with a gentle gaze. Yeah. Yuli met his gaze, shyly looking away, and replied softly. Over the next month, the explosive news about the Zerg slowly faded in popularity on the Starnet. After all, to those unfamiliar with the Zerg's habits, their departure seemed like a sign they wouldn't be returning anytime soon. However, the leaders of the various factions didn't see it that way. They began preparing for war, constantly stockpiling potions and other rare items, ready for the impending battle. Yuli also returned to her daily routine on campus during that month, taking the opportunity to familiarize herself with the rewards the system had given her. The 2 brilliant sets. Of course, Yuli and the others had told Coach Guan that they wouldn't delay if they were needed, but judging by Coach Guan's tone, it seemed the time hadn't arrived yet. Even further away, countless light years from the Academy Star, on a planet as bright as the sun, the white ghost cicada, the phantom cricket, and the golden striped spider all half-knelt respectfully in an incredibly luxurious golden palace. The white ghost cicada began to report on their mission and the various details they had gathered. Queen Freya, leaning lazily on her gilded throne, listened to their reports and smiled gently. You've all gained a great deal. You've done well. Following her affirmation, the three people's expressions grew excited. Finally, the golden spider retrieved the heart of the cosmic tree from its storage bracelet. With the release of the fist-sized, sealed heart, a surge of vital energy emanated. Freya, curious, stood up, peeling back the layers of veil before her eyes. She approached the group, looking at the emerald green heart and saying, "Is this the heart of the cosmic tree? It's quite rich in energy. If it could be used as nourishment." The golden spider, upon hearing the queen's words, raised its head and spoke gently, "This is a gift for you, your majesty." Freya was startled, noticing the golden spider's impatience as it glanced behind her. Apparently, the heart was being used to repair her wings. Freya smiled softly, her dreamlike, perfect face becoming even more beautiful. Phantom Cricket lowered his head as he concluded, "The resources of that star region are abundant. Please, Queen, allow us to continue our attack. We will bring you victory." Chapter 118. Freya heard what he said, propped up her chin and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, but wait for a while, and use all the resources you get for hatching. The resources this time are indeed better, and maybe these new Zerg will be stronger. When the time comes, you can take them with you, and your advantage will definitely be greater." "Yes," they answered in unison. "Well, do you need to call other people besides you three?" Freya asked, with great expectation in her eyes. Phantom Cricket nodded and said, "Just call one more person, and the others can stay to guard Her Majesty the Queen." "Okay." Freya was a little disappointed. Bai Guchan seemed to see through the Queen's thoughts and dryly advised, "Your Majesty, the original intention of the guard team was to protect you. If you don't want to see them, you can pretend they don't exist." Freya was a little amused and speechless when she heard the words of her own guard team. Her beautiful eyes curved, looking at these handsome and extraordinary guard members with a super strong sense of presence, and sighed in her heart, how could they be pretended not to exist? She could feel their burning gaze even if she was blind. "Okay, let's not talk about this. I hope you can bring me good news this time," Freya said seriously. "I will, I promise you." Just as the time of silent preparation slowly passed, Yuli was pulled over by Yun Xiaozhu and Su, the instructor of the pharmacy department, to help many times in the past 3 months. Yuli looked at the rows of light golden potions in front of her, touched the fluffy ears on her head, and looked at the various orders on the light screen, and sighed helplessly. How long will it take to be busy? From the beginning of the 3rd month to now, she has been spending more and more time in the pharmacy and forging departments, and less time with her friends. Thanks to the large quantity and quality of the various potions and strange objects she produced, Teacher Su is just plucking her like a sheep. Of course, Yun Xiaozhu would not be so exaggerated. He would always bring some delicious desserts or verbal encouragement to Yuli at the right time, but the effect was not very good, which led to Yuli being squeezed and not wanting to see Yun Xiaozhu's handsome and gentle face recently. It was Fei Yusen who noticed this subtle change keenly and laughed at Yun Xiaozhu, and then was blocked by the silver-haired man with a sneer. But it was obvious that Yuli felt that her interest in potions and forging gradually disappeared with the continuous requests from Teacher Su and Yun Xiaozhu. After all, working on the assembly line every day really makes people lose hope. After putting most of the potions back on the wooden shelf, Yuli saw that the sun had set and it was already dusk. Yuli put on Jungle Dream with some fatigue and sipped her milk familiarly, muttering, It's true that being too versatile is not good. Teacher Sue knows my level, and exploits me so unscrupulously. Although the remuneration is not small, I will definitely charge a lot of money when I treat you later. Just as she was about to pack up and go back, the bracelet on her hand lit up, obviously indicating a new message. Yuli turned on the light screen, and found that it was Fei Yusin who sent her a message. Pretty Peacock. Ollie, Fei's group recently built a hot spring hall on the Academy Star. Do you want to come? Pretty Peacock. Red maple leaves falling in hot springs.jpg, various pastries.jpg, smooth male muscular lines.jpg. Pretty Peacock, want to come? Want to come? Yuli looked at the pictures he sent, feeling a little tempted, but what about that last one? While they were all pretty, Yuli took a quick glance, scrolled through them, paused, and then went back to save the picture. Over there, Fei Yusin continued to send her videos and pictures, seemingly determined not to stop unless she agreed. Yuli tapped the screen a few times. Yuli, I do it. Don't send the videos anymore, send the address. Pretty Peacock, no need for the address, I'd be right outside the school. Pretty Peacock, pushing up sunglasses.gif. Yuli, why didn't you tell me earlier you were waiting for me outside? I come out now, Pretty Peacock. Ollie, don't rush. Take your time. I just got here. Yuli, okay, wait a minute then. Yuli quickly gathered her tools, deactivated her powers, and prepared to leave when she saw the silver-haired man standing at the door of her private laboratory. Yuli blinked, somewhat reluctant to see him. She raised her chin and snorted, attempting to bypass Yun Xiaozhu. I don't want to bother with that evil capitalist. Yun Xiaozhu wasn't angry at her, but rather found her adorable. Of course, he couldn't tell her that. He gazed at the girl and slowly approached, saying, Ollie, you still don't want to see me lately? Yeah. Yuli nodded. Yun Xiaozhu chuckled. He had been intentionally reducing some of Yuli's repetitive forging tasks lately, but he doubted Instructor Sue would do that. After all, a genius like Ollie, whose success rate was practically 100% based on her proficiency, needed to be used to the utmost. But hasn't the time I've been away from seeing you been a bit too long? Yun Xiaozhu took Yuli's hand and gently turned her around. His golden eyes were like crystal clear honey. He leaned in close and whispered, but I've been missing Ollie a lot lately. Can Ollie reduce the time she doesn't want to see me? The man's voice was soft and deep, like a cello, numbing her ears. Yuli was momentarily bewildered, but she persisted, only a little bit. Yun Xiaozhu noticed the girl's reddened ears, and her uncertain tone. He curled his lips slightly, somewhat understanding why Fei Yusin liked to tease her. He was indeed adorable. Unfortunately, Yun Xiaozhu's good mood instantly dissipated when he saw Fei Yusin leaning against the sleek car. Ailey is so kind. She clearly hasn't wanted to see Teacher Yun lately, yet she still sent someone along. Tisk, she's truly the type of person a teacher should be. Fei Yusin's beautiful emerald eyes curved, and her words were sarcastically veiled, almost calling Yun Xiaozhu shameless. Yun Xiaozhu glanced at the meticulously dressed peacock spirit and said calmly, This is between Yuli and me. No one else needs to worry about it. But he looked at Yuli with an inexplicably dark expression and inquired, Ailey, did you make an appointment with him? Yuli noticed Yun Xiaozhu's look, and before she could finish her words, Fei Yusin pulled the girl into his arms and explained, Of course, Ailey and I made an appointment to go to the Hot Spring Hotel. I'm really worried about her mental state lately. Yuli looked at Fei Yusin's instigation and couldn't help but hold her forehead. In the end, she stopped the fierce eye contact between the two and decided to go together. Of course, when the three of them actually arrived at the Hot Spring Hotel and met Xuanya, it was considered that they were really together. Yuli, today is also a lively day, fake smile. In a patrol warship stationed on the border of Xingyu Shuhai, a Wood Clan member in military uniform looked serious in the starship. He stared at the map on the huge light screen with concentration. If there were any changes or Zerg were found, he would report it immediately. Since the Zerg ambush and raid on Xingyu Shuling, the patrol warships stationed on the border have increased several times, and a large number of troops have also been transferred to this defense line. The SSS-level psychics, who were previously sent to other important resource stars, have been transferred to the border. Just as the Wood tribe member was concentrating on the screen, a young man with dazzling red hair came over with 2 bottles of energy juice. Seeing his appearance, he sighed, Song Hung, you are really dedicated to your job. It has been 4 months. I guess the Zerg will not dare to come to us because we are so defensive. Obviously, Yan Lin did not think that the Zerg could get any benefits from their huge army with several SSS-level psychics. After sighing, he handed him a bottle of energy juice. Song Hung frowned when he heard what the red-haired young man Yang Lin said, but he did not explain anything to him. After all, he was just like that. Song Hung thanked him and continued to stare at the screen. Although 4 months have passed, the army that had been preparing for war on the border has gradually become lazy from the initial tension and anger. Even the Star Network has only been lively for a month. In addition, many internal news have been suppressed and not reported. This topic has gradually become quiet, as if it has returned to the previous time of peace and prosperity. However, Song Hung disagreed. He was a close relative of the Cedar clan and knew some inside information, such as the Starry Sky Tree territory's losses, which were far greater than reported, and the complete disappearance of the Purple Jade Vine clan. Furthermore, the Zerg had deployed 3 SSS-level espers in their last operation. With such a top-tier force, Song Hung didn't believe his army could easily crush them. Decades beyond this defensive line, a vast golden torrent of golden starships advanced at an extremely rapid pace. Inside the massive starship that had been leading the charge, Void Ant looked at the other 3 speechlessly. After all, he had been perfectly fine with the Queen, only to be dragged to the front lines by these 3, without even saying goodbye to Her Majesty properly. You 3, Void Ant glared at the 3 men with a fierce look, and finally, White Ghost Cicada stiffly explained, Void Ant, you're well aware of your abilities. You're a perfect fit. That explanation might as well have been omitted. Upon hearing White Ghost Cicada's words, Phantom Light Cicada held his forehead and, looking at the Void Ant about to leap up and attack, said, Her Majesty takes this war very seriously. I believe if you perform well, Void Ant, Her Majesty will value you even more. That's true. The Void Ant paused to think upon hearing his words, finally turning to the White Ghost Cicada. After all, he was the overall commander of this war. Given the current situation, I'm sure all these forces are wary of us. Are you planning to go after the Starry Sky Tree Sea? The White Ghost Cicada looked at him and nodded, saying, After all, the Starry Sky Tree Sea is a species we're familiar with, and its location on the map is also the border of this universe. Alright, but what are you going to do? And Phantom Cicada, you should have some backup plan, right? Didn't your puppets convey any information to you? The Void Ant looked at the 2 of them and asked. Chapter 119. The Phantom Cricket smiled gently at his question. Yes, but it's just a rough map of the border. I have to go and see the details myself. The Void Ant was surprised to hear this. Have those with tribe members found your puppets? It's no wonder he was so surprised. After all, the Phantom Cricket's ability to deceive is unstoppable. A major factor in the Rose Empire's downfall was the civil unrest orchestrated by the Phantom Crickets. Back then, only a few people in the Rose Empire realized there was someone behind the scenes, and despite all their efforts, they couldn't find the person. But now, the Xingyu Tree can clearly identify those deceived by the Phantom Cricket. Not really. Huang Guang Cricket frowned, saying, it was too short a time. The Wood tribe I controlled were mostly from the Purple Jade Vine clan, but they're probably exterminated now. Furthermore, the Xingyu Tree territory is now sealed off, so the identities of those others trying to gather information are too inadequate. The various Wood tribes he had controlled along the way to the Xingyu Tree territory were all spies he had left behind. Unfortunately, once they left, the entire giant tree in the Xingyu Tree territory was sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. So, his spies probably wouldn't be of much use. White Ghost Cicada looked at the image on the screen that Phantom Light Cricket had handed him. After a moment's thought, he said, Golden Striped Spider, and I will attack from the front. Void Ant, take Phantom Light Cricket to the rear where they're stationed. We assess their defenses, and hopefully create some chaos, trapping them. His snow-white, pupilless eyes gazed at the image on the screen, his expression cold. It would be best if we could capture the SSS-level Esper stationed here. If we can't, we must also obtain the crystal cores of the other Wood tribe members. Okay. The Void Ant nodded, and had no objection to the White Ghost Cicada's order. The same was true for other Zergs. On the other side, the patrol warships stationed on the border of the Xingyu Tree suddenly issued a fierce warning sound. Song Hung reported it as soon as the warning sound was issued. Looking at the dense red light spots displayed on the light screen, the big stone in his heart finally fell. The Zerg finally came. Yang Lin, who was standing on the other side, was stunned. Looking at the red light that almost covered the entire light screen, his lips moved, and finally he was a little unbelievable. The Zerg are really here. Song Hung looked at Yang Lin, who was obviously a little flustered, patted his shoulder, and motioned him to calm down. He comforted him. It's okay, we have sent the message out, and the SSS-level superpower stationed here will definitely come as soon as possible. Yes. Yes. You are right. Yang Lin nodded and calmed down. While the two were talking, orders were issued one after another, and the many starships originally stationed on the border line quickly assembled according to the orders. In this gray starry sky, the Zerg starships were like a dazzling golden river. They were as mighty as a torrent falling from the sky, rushing towards the defense line arranged on the border line with a devastating force. Golden red artillery fire shot out from the Zerg starships, and the Xingyu Tree Sea was not to be outdone. Various artillery fire roared between the two sides, blooming in this sea of stars. At the same time, both sides continued to send out S-level superpowers to attack at close range and smash the enemy's starships. The Golden Spider stood in the void and looked at the gorgeous firelight, and said with some lack of interest, "Why haven't their SSS-level superpowers come yet? If this continues, we will kill all of them." Instead, the white ghost cicada raised his head and looked into the distance and said calmly, "Here they come." Boom! 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 Just where the artillery fire was most intense, giant trees, as big as planets, suddenly fell down. The power of the void's rules gathered on these giant trees, like a surging sea. They began to grow at a speed far exceeding the normal natural growth rate, forming an extremely magnificent high wall in the void, protecting the starships of the Xingyu Tree Sea behind them, and those starships that were close to the Zerg were tied up by the roots of the giant tree, and finally all turned into nutrients for the tree. A man with a very handsome face appeared on the huge tree wall, but from his somewhat vicissitudes of life, it can be seen that his age is much older than he looks. He looked at the Golden Spider and white ghost cicada standing in the void and pulled the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very cold. "Since you Zerg have eaten so many of our planets, you dare to come to our door, then leave your lives." The Golden Spider laughed when he heard what he said. "Then let me see if you have the ability." He raised his hand, and the power of rules turned into dazzling golden silk threads, like sharp blades. They intertwined with each other, and turned into two golden curved blades that spanned the void, carrying an extremely swift force was swung towards the young men of the Wood clan. The rule power of both sides turned into a golden torrent and a green fortress. As the two people took action, the dark void began to split into two. One half was sharp and dazzling gold, and the other half was calm and full of vitality. The two parts kept colliding, and majestic air waves gushed out from the place where the power of both sides collided. The Zerg starships blocked by the giant tree were like small boats in a storm, and they could be torn apart at any time. Bai Guichan was watching the two fighting, and was about to recall the starships, when a dazzling huge red fire lotus exploded beside him. Boom! A lady of the Wood clan with dazzling red hair was in the center of the fire lotus. The surging flames gathered around her. She was like the owner of the endless flames. She looked at Bai Guichan, who quickly retreated but was still burned by the flames, and said, "Since you are here, you don't have to be so anxious to take your subordinates away." Bai Guichan looked at the Zerg that was broken into pieces because of the obstruction of the people in front of him and frowned. "Since you are so kind, I just want to see if you have the ability." As the four people fought, this originally silent starry sky began to become extremely chaotic. The vast ocean-like rule forces collided with each other. In this fierce collision, the starry sky began to appear one after another. There was nothing else in this void except the four of them. And the high wall formed by the giant trees protected the starships in the sea of trees behind them. The starship Song Hung was in was also lucky enough to be protected, and not destroyed by the first wave of Zerg attacks. Yang Lin's heart was beating fast beside him. He patted his chest and suppressed his emotions. Fortunately, those saints arrived in time, otherwise we would have been dead soon. Those Zerg attacks were too fierce. Song Hung looked at the giant tree covering the sky on the light screen, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt safe. He looked at Yang Lin and said, "And those big guys protected us at the first time, otherwise we would have been crushed to pieces if they fought." Yang Lin nodded in agreement when she heard Song Hung say this, and said excitedly, "I don't know who did it. It's so powerful. Just one blow crushed those Zerg starships like dry withered wood and rotten wood, and squeezed them into slag. So powerful. Is this the ability of SSS-level supernatural powers? Song Hung, you are also a Pine Tree clan. Do you recognize what these trees are? Or do you know who the Holy Master is who made the move this time? I must buy their seeds, and plant them at home when I go back." Song Hung was not surprised to hear what he said. After all, in the Xingyu Tree Sea, the best way for the Wood clan to pursue the people they admire is to buy seeds of the category of the admirer, then take good care of them, and then post them on the Star Network. If they take good care of them, or are lucky, there is a high probability that the admirer will simply interact with them on the Star Network. Unfortunately, Song Hung listened to the bark on the light screen for a long time, but could not recognize which tribe it was. After all, the trees were too big. Their starships were roughly the size of a leaf compared to these giant trees. It was very difficult for him to recognize the species based on the small piece of bark displayed on the light screen. Song Hung was a little frustrated. After all, he also wanted to go back and buy some seeds to plant, but it seemed impossible. And they who were protected under the wall of giant trees did not expect that the Zerg sent more than 2 SSS level. The Void Ant stood in the void, surrounded by invisible walls of space, covering the breadth of the two of them. The Void Ant looked at the 4 people who were fighting fiercely and sighed. It's been so long, and Jinwen is still so reckless when fighting. TSK, Huanguang Cricket, you have to hurry up, otherwise Jinwen may be defeated. Phantom Cricket stood beside him, and also watched the battle. He heard from the Void Ant that he was a little worried about the Golden Pattern Spider's defeat, so he smiled gently. Don't worry, the Golden Pattern is still very powerful, and will not give up so easily. At the same time, he looked at the densely packed starships protected by the huge tree, closed his eyes, and let go of his perception. After a while, he pointed in a certain direction, and said to the Void Ant, "Send me to that starship." Okay. The Void Ant looked in the direction he pointed to, which was the center of the starship group. He waved his hand, and the Phantom Cricket disappeared on the spot. Shortly after the two sides started fighting, some well-informed forces quickly received the news, and began to report it layer by layer. After soaking in the hot spring, Yuli, who was hugging Mo Yin, who was as big as a pillow, relaxed. Fei Yusen introduced the special dishes of this hot spring hotel. After listening, Yuli ordered some dishes that interested her. Just when the 3 of them finished their meal, and were about to go out for a walk with Yuli, their bracelets lit up at the same time. They raised their hands to look at the message they had sent, and then looked at each other. Their originally relaxed expressions became serious. Yuli was a little confused. What happened? Xuanye shook the dragon tail behind him and replied, "The Zerg and Xingyu Shuhai fought on their border line." Fought? Yuli heard him say this, and her voice unconsciously increased. Obviously, she felt it was very sudden. Although she had been preparing, she was surprised that they suddenly fought, and they fought with Xingyu Shuhai. Fei Yusen smiled at the girl's eyes widening and said, "Let's go back to Yun Xiaozhu to talk. It's not convenient here." Yun Xiaozhu nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 120. Yuli blinked. What about me? Fei Yusen seemed to see the girl's doubts, and smiled. Ollie, of course you have to come together. Isn't Ollie curious about the outcome of this war? Yuli was indeed a little curious. Don't we need to help? Yun Xiaozhu chuckled at this question, but still answered her. No, now this war can only be regarded as a war between Xingyu Tree C and Zerg. But Yuli remembered that the Zerg was very powerful when she found out before. Is it really okay for other forces to just watch? Ollie, now it can only be regarded as an internal matter of Xingyu Tree C. It's not easy to intervene in such things. Of course, if the Zerg invade Xingyu Tree C and invades forces at the same time, that's another matter. Fei Yusen said, pointing to the red petal mark under the corner of his eye. But judging from the current situation, the Zerg is expected to pester Xingyu Tree C. But from the perspective of race, the Zerg does have a natural advantage over the Wood clan. Xianyi added. Yuli understood. She recalled Yun Xiaozhu's earlier mention of a proposal to form a joint army at a joint meeting he'd attended, which seemed to have been shelved. She also realized that everyone was probably just waiting and watching. She concluded, so you're all just waiting and watching now. If Xingyu Forest can be taken, wouldn't that mean the Zerg aren't as strong as we thought? But if the Zerg win, everyone might join forces? Yes. Ollie's summary is spot on. Fei Yusen immediately praised. Let's go then. Yuli expressed her indifference to Fei Yusen's constant flattery, saying to Yun Xiaozhu. Yun Xiaozhu, pleased to see the peacock spirit humiliated, nodded in agreement. Fei Yusen watched Yun Xiaozhu and Xuanye, one on each side, protecting the girl. The black tail had already wrapped around her wrist. The strange man behind her gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what a disgusting birdman and worm. Back at Yun Xiaozhu's villa, Yuli saw the 3 of them expertly dividing the work. Yun Xiaozhu was in charge of setting up the barrier. Fei Yusen was in charge of deploying the light screen and compiling various messages. Xuanye went to the kitchen to lie down. Yuli took a sip of the sweet, fragrant flower tea offered to her. The temperature is just right, and the taste is delicious too, sweet and sour, just what she's been enjoying lately. Xuanye saw her eyes narrow, clearly enjoying it, and he was quite pleased. Yun Xiaozhu, however, noticed that after finishing the setup, he went to the kitchen and saw his favorite tea set shattered into pieces, falling silent. He felt a little regretful that he hadn't let this life-dead idiot into the kitchen. After Fei Yusen finished the setup, the screen flickered, quickly displaying the image. It was obvious that the image was taken from a great distance, but that was precisely why it captured the entire battle. Yuli frowned as she gazed at the dazzling, indistinguishable four-color light on the screen, and the rows of giant trees behind it, like a wall. Had they already entered an SSS-level battle? Then what about the others behind that wall of trees? After all, S-level battles were something that ordinary people could only witness, let alone top-tier combatants like SSS level. But Yuli thought about it. It hadn't even been more than 10 minutes since they received the news. Wasn't it too soon to start an SSS-level battle? Xianyi explained. It should be Xingyu Shuhai who initiated the attack. They were severely damaged by the Zerg raid, and there were major problems with the Star Tournament. They're probably trying to save some face. And I guess those old guys know our factions will be watching. We have to perform well and redeem ourselves. Fei Yusen narrowed his eyes, and was about to lean towards the girl's shoulder, but Mo Yin, who was holding her in his arms, blocked him with a tentacle. Fei Yusen. Surprise. Yuli didn't notice the eye contact between the man and the octopus, but continued to watch the screen intently. She noticed that the battle between them was about to tear the void apart. Seeing the intensity of the battle, she saw that the four people's domains were largely unaffected, remaining in a stalemate. However, Yuli didn't see who had the upper hand in the current stalemate. She tilted her head to meet Xuanya's gaze, gentle and focused, his blood-red pupils softening considerably. Xuanya, who had been keeping an eye on the girl, naturally noticed her movements. Guessing Yuli's confusion, he explained that it seemed the Zerg wielding the Golden Rule, and the other Zerg controlling the wind and snow were both at a disadvantage. But what? Yuli couldn't help but approach him and ask. Xuanya's black hair fell down his forehead, softening his demeanor. He lost his previous cold and imposing aura. His dazzling golden eyes were like a glint of light, making him even more attractive. Yuli stared at the golden glint and the twin spirals of the man's dark dragon horns, feeling her fingers itch. Perhaps because he dressed up specially for the day, she noticed a thin golden chain dangling from the man's horns, adorned with a violet gem. The chain swayed slightly with his movements, drawing her gaze even further. But I wonder if these Zerg have any backup plans. After all, they deployed 3 SSS-level espers in the previous operation, one of whom clearly possessed illusion abilities, but he wasn't present this time. Xianyi noticed the girl's gaze lingering on the dragon horns above him. He approached her, lowering his head. His voice was a little hoarse. If you want to touch them, feel free. I don't mind. His eyes lowered as he observed the girl's unconsciously bent slender white fingers. His lips curled slightly, clearly pleased that his horns and tail had captured her attention. Well, I touch it then. Yuli finally gave in to the temptation and touched the man's cool, firm, and somewhat hard dragon horn. Fei Yusen gritted his teeth at the seemingly harmonious scene between the two of them. Have a horn? That's truly remarkable. Yun Xiaozhu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up. He knew the girl's preferences well enough. He casually pondered, perhaps letting Ollie touch his wings again next time. After all, Ollie had already liked them. Just as Yuli finished, wondering if something was amiss in the atmosphere, Yun Xiaozhu quickly redirected the conversation. I guess the key to victory this time lies with that Zerg with the illusionist ability. As the man finished speaking, the battle situation shifted. Fierce fighting erupted on the other side of the wooden wall that stretched across the void, protecting the other members of the Wood tribe. A thick purple mist spread, obscuring the battlefield. However, the mist reminded Yuli of the Zerg she had encountered during the Star Tournament. The girl was surprised. Is this the Zerg I sealed earlier? Didn't he self-destruct? Maybe it's one of his abilities. The one Ollie sealed was just a clone? Yun Xiaozhu speculated calmly. Clone? Yuli was stunned. Is that even possible? Shouldn't his ability be considered an illusion? Of course it is. Mo Yin, Yun Xiaozhu, and the 3 clones answered in their minds. Seeing her astonishment, Fei Yusen thought for a moment before explaining, it's probably a derivative of his psychic ability, just like my own, which can eventually transform into something real. Yuli blinked. Is that so? How magical. However, after hearing his explanation, Yuli recalled the gift Fei Yusen had given her in her dream, which had also materialized instantly. She had been curious at the time, but now that she had an explanation, she still found it incredible. However, after thinking about her own system, she felt relieved. After all, this was a fantasy world of psychic abilities. The live image on the screen was blurred for a moment by something, and then she heard a desperate cry from the purple mist. Stop! Let him go! Yuli's attention was focused on the screen again, but the purple mist obscured her view. The two Wood Clan SSS-level psychics fighting the Zerg seemed to sense something and tried to retreat, but the Zerg blocked their path. She frowned at the sight, a bad feeling brewing. This war would most likely end in the Wood Clan's defeat. Fei Yusin raised an eyebrow after hearing the shout, pulled out a light screen, and searched it. She shook her head and said, "The voice just now belongs to Hong Yu, an SSS-level Esper from the Redwood Clan of the Xingyu Tree Sea. However, he's not listed among the Xingyu Tree Sea's official border patrol officers. The Redwood Clan, I remember seeing someone from that clan participating in the Star Tournament." Yuli recalled the team intelligence her coach had shown her. It mentioned one of the players was from the Redwood Clan, and they were said to be highly trusted by the Queen of the Xingyu Tree Sea. Fei Yusin smiled and nodded. Yes, a very outstanding member of their clan did participate in the Star Tournament, but unfortunately, their Esper crystal was poached. Even more tragically, the Wood Clan Queen was severely injured by a Zerg impersonating the Redwood Clan leader. Huh? Yuli was surprised. So this Hong Yu was sent here to atone for his sins. Unfortunately, it seems the Zerg still have the upper hand. Yun Xiaozhu rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Yes, and I expect the results will be out soon. Fei Yusin also gazed at the image on the screen. Those emerald eyes, that had once held a smile now, had a cold look in them. At the border of the Xingyu forest, Hong Yu's face was grimacing. He was now controlled by the dual laws of space and illusion, unable to move. He had originally intended to kill those damn Zerg, but reality had dealt him a slap in the face. His teammate, another SSS-level Esper, Lin Yi, had his Esper core forcibly extracted and died instantly. And the thought of the Legion stationed along the border losing their Esper cores to the Zerg sent a wave of blood rushing through his brain. Huang Guang Cricket looked at the restrained Hong Yu, and then at the nearby Void Ant, saying, "Do you want to extract his Esper core as well?" The Void Ant smiled excitedly, of course. "Don't let any of them go, otherwise there's no point in calling me here. But first, I kill those who are spying on this, otherwise it would be bad news if reinforcements were called in." He snapped his fingers, and the spatial force surrounding him instantly dispersed, like bullets, taking the lives of his enemies with uncanny precision. Bang! Yuli seemed to hear a muffled sound coming from the screen, and the next moment, the image on the screen went black.